Chapter 1. A young pale-skinned boy, thin and lanky with dark, messy hair, badly repaired glasses, and a lost look on his face sits quietly in the dark. His green eyes seem to flash as he spots a spider crawling around the barely lit confines of his cupboard under the stairs. He doesn't mind spiders, though. They're amongst his only friends in the dark. He reaches down and gently sets the spider on his palm. "You're just like me," he says softly, "safe in the dark, but in danger as soon as the light hits you." He sets the spider down carefully and sadly watches it scurry away. Moments later, he falls into a doze. A beautiful redhead with enchanting green eyes lets out a horrified scream. A flash of green light cuts through the air, followed by high, cold, maniacal laughter as the woman's body hits the ground. Then, a pair of glowing red eyes replaces the green of the fallen woman, followed by another flash of green light. Harry shot straight up, panting and dripping cold sweat. Another nightmare, he thought. He stretched his shoulders and rolled the stiffness out of his neck, slowly allowing his eyes to adjust to the dim light of his cupboard. After a few moments, he arose with a sigh, cramming his glasses onto his face as he opened the door to his little hidey hole. He grudgingly trudged towards the kitchen to make Ickle Duddekin's special birthday breakfast. Stupid fat whale should be given a special diet, not special meals. Fat tub a lard, he thought venomously as he started the bacon, eggs, kippers, and pancakes. Shortly after, Aunt Petunia walked into the kitchen. "Freak," she called, her voice shrill, cutting through Harry's bleary morning. "Freak, you'd better not ruin my precious Dudley's birthday, or you'll wish you died along with your freakish parents." She spat, beady eyes glaring holes into the back of Harry's skull. "Yes, Aunt Petunia," Harry replied in a sullen seconds later. The stairs creaked and groaned, announcing the arrival of Harry's morbidly obese male relatives. Whale SR, Uncle Vernon and Whale JR, Dudley. "Boy, you'd best have that breakfast done and Dudley's presents out," Vernon shouted, his face nearing its familiar shade of waddled to a chair in the kitchen, fat jiggling with each step, and plunked himself down with a grunt. "Mummy, why does the freak have to come today?" he whined. His greedy eyes darted around as he swiftly counted the pile of presents on the table. 37, he yelled. "Why's there only 37 presents? I had 36 last year." Petunia, ever the doting mother, sensed the oncoming tantrum, and in an effort to circumvent it, replied in a sickeningly sweet, loving voice. "Duddykins, we'll stop on the way to the zoo and get you 2 more presents. How's that sound, Pumpkin?" She bustled around the table and draped herself over her small mountain of a child in a very odd approximation of a hug. "The freak," she said, pausing to emphasize the word, "has to come because old Mrs. Fig is going to visit her son." Yeah, visiting her son. Wonder whose brilliant suggestion that was. "Good going, Harry. You get to visit the snakes at the zoo," Harry thought, congratulating himself silently. The year prior, Harry had discovered one of the many reasons his relatives considered him a freak. While planting Aunt Petunia's rose bushes that summer, Harry had heard a quiet voice complaining that there were not enough mice around. Looking around, he only spotted a small, smooth snake. The small gray snake then looked directly at Harry and hissed, "SS stupid humans always SS staring or trying to kill us." Harry, in a moment of shock, stumbled back and replied, unknowingly hissing, "I really must be a freak. I SS swear that SS snake was just talking to me." The snake's eyes flashed once. "Ah, you SS speak the noble tongue. Not a freak, but a wizard, I believe. I am called SS Slither Hatchling." The newly named Slither replied. "Wizard?" Harry asked, curiosity dancing in his eyes. Harry and Slither continued their conversations for a year. In that time, Harry came to value the small creature's companionship, and more importantly, his conversations with the snake. That summer, Harry gleaned all of Slither's knowledge of the wizarding world, and was promptly informed of his technically useless status as the boy who lived. Unfortunately for them both, Aunt Petunia caught the snake in the garden and killed him in a fit of panic. "Stupid horse-faced bint," he thought bitterly as they drove the zoo. In losing Slither, he'd lost his only friend. Having arrived at the zoo, they meandered through the multitude of exhibits. Finally, they made it to the reptile house after 2 hours of Dudley's incessant whining about boring animals. Spotting a king cobra sleeping, Dudley ran up to the hooded serpent's glass enclosure and slammed his hammy fists on the glass, waking the snake from its sleep, before waddling to the next window. "SS sorry about my idiot Cowson," Harry hissed to the snake. "Quite all right. Unfortunately, it happens all the time, young SS speaker," the cobra replied in a feminine voice. "My name is Harry. What is yours, SS serpent?" he asked. "I was called Aeolus by my mother before I was taken." "Taken?" "I was brought here from India, a year or two ago." Aeolus paused and chuckled a snaky, hissing laugh. "At least I managed to bite the SS sucker who got me." "SS sorry to hear that. I know what it's like to be held captive." "SS speaker Harry, could I ask you a favor?" the snake asked softly. "Of course you can, Aeolus. What is it?" "I would like to leave this place," she said. As Aeolus said this, Harry was knocked to the ground by Dudley, who had abruptly thrust his face against the glass to see the cobra that had stood up while talking to, glared, and focused his anger and the barest hints of magic he could feel within himself, and then smirked gleefully as he saw the effects. "AHH!" Dudley screamed, as the glass separating him from the hooded serpent vanished, and he fell in, flailing as he drew the attention of everyone in sight. With a grateful nod to Harry, Aeolus slithered out. As she did, Harry whispered, "Quick, coil around me and I'll get you out of here." A crowd had gathered as Dudley, now trapped in Aeolus' former enclosure, began to hammer and wail against the glass that had replaced itself just as quickly as it had vanished. When a sobbing, splotchy-faced Dudley had finally been returned to his equally distraught and splotchy-faced mother, the four of them rushed to the car. All the while, Harry received glares and hissed insults from his aunt and uncle. "You're going to get it when we get home, freak," Uncle Vernon snarled at Harry. Harry, thinking of what had happened to Slither, hissed quietly Aeolus, "You had better take your chance now if you want to live." "I think I will SS stay with you hatchling, if I may." "Of course, but this won't be pleasant," he hissed sullenly, sure that his cruel relatives would take his newest friend away, the same as they had with Slither. "We will SSC, hatchling, worry not," she hissed reassuringly. Upon their arrival at number 4 Privet Drive, Harry prepared himself for the beating of his life. Not bothering to cower or hide, he morosely stood his ground as his purple-faced, furious uncle cocked a fat, chunky fist back to strike him. Just as Vernon was about to hit him, Aeolus rose up from around Harry's waist and hissed menacingly at the Dursleys. All of a sudden, Vernon's fury and bravery faded quickly in the face of Aeolus' long, glistening fangs and forked tongue. As Vernon stopped dead in his tracks, Harry looked down to the cobra around his waist, then up to his relatives' stunned faces and back down to the snake once more. Struck by an idea, a smirk that could only be described as evil slowly worked its way across his face. Harry looked square into his uncle's eyes and chuckled. "I think things are going to change around here, Uncle." Not taking his eyes off of the pale, normally ruddy, fat man in front of him, he hissed to his newfound friend. "Thanks, Aeolus. As a wizard, I believe I am allowed a familiar. Would you be interested?" With a bob of her hooded head, Aeolus flicked her forked tongue out in amusement. "It would be my honor, hatchling," she hissed back. The Dursley family could only watch in terror, quivering at the hissed conversation between the black-haired boy and his new serpentine companion. "Now, Uncle, if you hadn't guessed yet, I've managed to find out about magic, something you clearly thought you could hide from me without a problem." He paused and flashed a cocky grin. "Here's how things are going to work from now on." He began packing in front of them while listing his conditions, ticking each one off on his fingers. "I'm going to be staying in the guest room and will receive a fair share of the food. The only chores I'll be doing will be cooking and garden work, since I actually find those enjoyable. There will be no more hitting, no more yelling, and no more insults, because I really doubt my new friend here will appreciate that," he said, pausing as he indicated the cobra around his waist. He stopped his packing and continued. "I will also be getting new clothing, and if you have a problem with anything I just listed, then just remember that Aeolus is a king cobra and that her venom is fatal. She's also not fully grown, as she's only 1.5 meters long. I think I remember hearing that cobras can grow up to 5.5 meters long. And you know that little conversation she and I just had?" He asked rhetorically, with a mad grin on his face, before launching back into his tirade. "She called me her hatchling, meaning she'd kill you to protect me without even a second thought. Now if you lot will excuse me, I need to get comfortable in my new room." After a month of scaring the Dursleys and eating right, coupled with daily runs and push-ups, Harry was finally starting to look his age. He no longer looked like a scrawny, depressed, underfed, 8-year-old boy, and was now starting to look more like an 11-year-old who exercised regularly and lived a healthy lifestyle. With Aelo's help, he'd also managed to convince, or coerce, depending on your perspective, his aunt to purchase him several sets of contact lenses, which allowed his brilliant emerald eyes to shine. He had grown his normally unruly hair out past his shoulders, which had the surprising bonus of tamming it while also conveniently covering his scar. He'd also managed a full wardrobe overhaul with everything from shorts and undershirts to jeans, t-shirts, and even some dressy clothing. Looking at his calendar, he cracked a grin. "Finally," he thought, "I get my letter today. Happy birthday to me." Harry turned towards his snake and asked, "Aelos, do you want to come to Diagon Alley with me today?" "I would love to, youngling. Anything to get away from this pack of SS swine we live with." Moments later, a tawny owl flew in through Harry's open window, dropped an envelope on his bed, and hooted twice, as if waiting for him to open the letter. Harry smiled again and turned his attention to the letter on his bed. Opening the envelope, he unfolded the parchment before him. It read, HOGWRTS, School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Sork, CHF, Warlock. Supreme Mugwump, International Conft, of Wizards. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on 1 September. We await your owl by no later than 31 July. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. HOGWRTS, School of Witchcraft and Wizardry List of Supplies. Uniform. First-year students will require 1 3 sets of plainwork robes, black. 2 1 plain pointed hat, black for day wear. 3 1 pair of protective gloves, dragon hide or similar. 4 1 winter cloak, black with silver fastenings. Please note that all pupils' clothes should carry name tags. Course books. All students should have a copy of each of the following: The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1 by Miranda Goshawk. A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot. Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling. A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Emeric Switch. 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Philida Spore. Magical Drafts and Potions by Arsenius Jigger. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander. The Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection by Quentin Trimble. Other equipment: 1 wand. 1 cauldron, pewter, standard size 2. 1 set glass or crystal phials. 1 telescope. 1 set brass scales. Students may also bring, if they desire, an owl or a cat or a toad. PRNTS, are RMINDD that first years are not allowed their own broomstick. Yours sincerely, Lucinda Thompsonicle Pocus, Chief Attendant of Witchcraft Provisions. Taking out a pen, he wrote a quick reply saying that he would be attending and gave it back to the owl. Harry, now armed with his letter, dressed swiftly. He decided on a white tank top, a black button-down shirt with silver buttons, black slacks, and his favorite pair of black steel, toed boots. He shook his hair out of his eyes and pulled a few locks to the side to cover his scar. Curiously, Aelos, after having bonded with Harry through the Wizard Familiar Pact, gained some magical properties. With a satisfied hiss, she slithered up his body and sunk into his skin, appearing as a tattoo that coiled around his shoulders and right arm. He slowly descended down the stairs, reveling in what would soon be a great deal of newfound freedom for both he and his familiar. Upon reaching the kitchen, he addressed his uncle. "I've received my Hogwarts letter and need to go to Diagon Alley today." He smirked, as all color seemed to leave his uncle's normally ruddy face. "You can drop me off there. I'll find my own way back," he said with a mirthless smile. Uncle Vernon managed a barely polite, "Fine, let's go now and get this rubbish over with." Uncle Vernon pulled up to Charing Cross Road, and with a wordless wave of dismissal, Harry let himself out of the car. He grinned widely and absorbed his first glimpse of magical London. What appeared to be a broken-down shopfront to muggles was actually a cheery, brightly lit pub filled to the brim with wizards and witches. This was the Leaky Cauldron, the most commonly used entrance to Diagon Alley. Opening the door of the pub, Harry carefully brushed his hair over his forehead, ensuring that his scar was covered. Keeping his head down, he headed straight to the back of the pub, out into the chilly courtyard, and managed to catch someone tapping on the back wall with a wand. As the other wizard walked through, he waited a few seconds, then swiftly darted through the magically moved bricks just in time, and turned to watch the bricks rapidly shift back into place. In his head, he heard Aeolus say, "USS should head to their bank first," and nodded in agreement. As he made his way to Gringotts, he managed to keep his face neutral, not wanting to look out of place. But on the inside, as only he and Aeolus could tell, he was jubilant and gleeful at the thought of being back amongst his. He made his way into the bank. He almost stopped dead in surprise at the sight of the goblin warrior guards. "Goblins," Aeolus hissed. "SS show respect and dignity to them while not SS showing fear or intimidation, and they will do the SS same." Harry straightened up and schooled his features once more before walking to the first open teller he saw. "What do you want?" the goblin barked out. "My name is Harry Potter, and I was told by a friend that there may be some money here in my name, sir," Harry managed calmly. "What do you mean may, Mr. Potter? Where's your key?" the goblin asked a bit more politely. "I mean exactly what I said, and I have never received a key." "I think you need to speak to the manager, Ragnarok. Follow me." The goblin got down from his perch and motioned for Harry to follow him. They walked down many halls for several minutes and eventually stopped in front of two enormous gold doors. The doors were ornately decorated, with embossed designs and symbols, and the seal of Gringotts prominently featured in the middle. A pair of fierce-looking, armored, spear-wielding goblins stood in front of the doors. The goblin teller walked forward as the guards pulled their weapons away, knocked, then stepped back. 30 seconds later, a voice called out, "Enter," and the doors creaked open. They walked into the enormous office where a goblin, presumably Ragnarok, sat behind a magnificent desk. The goblin moved forward and spoke to Ragnarok in a strange language Aeolus called gobbledygook, and then left. "Mr. Potter, it seems some grave mistakes have been made," Ragnarok spoke. "What mistakes, sir? And please call me Harry." "Then call me Ragnarok, Harry." Ragnarok sighed and appeared to be lost in thought for a moment. "As it stands, you are a young wizard about to start his schooling career. You, however, do not have your vault key and are very clearly unaware of the will left to you by your parents. Both of these things should have been bestowed upon you by your magical guardian," said the goblin, eyes narrowing slightly in suspicion. "I didn't even know magic was real until recently," Harry exclaimed, partly surprised, partly irritated at the thought that all of this had been intentionally kept from him for so long, by some mysterious and unknown individual. "Please, Ragnarok, tell me who my magical guardian is, and if possible, I'd like to hear my parents' will," Harry replied urgently. "Your magical guardian was Albus Dumbledore," Ragnarok replied. "But that's not going to be true for very much longer," he thought, before continuing. "We can have the will read immediately, after which you will be given a new key, following the requisite blood tests." "Thank you, Ragnarok. And what did you mean by was?" "Since you are the last and only heir of a noble and ancient house, you are granted emancipation on your 11th birthday." Ragnarok paused to take in the Harry's surprised look, before smiling a toothy grin. "Though you are not yet 17, your emancipation grants you exemption from the underage magic decree, and as soon as you place that ring upon your finger, the trace will be lifted from you." Harry's mind was a blur as he processed the information that was just revealed to him. Thoughts racing, and emotions at an all-time high, he grinned. Ragnarok, sir, that's probably the best news I've heard since I received my letter. What do I need to do for the blood test? Ragnarok, in response, pulled out a blank piece of parchment and a silver dagger with symbols carved into the hilt. You will need to prick your finger, and let 3 drops fall onto the parchment, please. Harry took the dagger and very lightly pricked his finger over the parchment. He let 3 drops fall, slowly, and blinked in surprise as the cut sealed itself. The parchment flashed with a magical light, and the blood rapidly swirled and formed writing. Hardwin Harry James Potter, July 31, 1980. Son of Lily Potter, née Evans. January 30, 1960, October 31, 1981. And James Ignatius Potter, March 27, 1960, October 31, 1981. My name's Hardwin James, Harry mumbled, having never known that. Ragnarok looked at the parchment, nodded his head and waved his hand. A burnished wooden box appeared upon his desk with a small bundle of documents. Ragnarok opened the box, revealing a red, velvet-cushioned interior, and turned it towards Harry. Nestled within their own specific indents were 2 keys, and a signet first key looked old, and seemed to be the typical iron skeleton key. The second key was similar to the first key, but was a larger, shimmering gold with a ruby on the end of the key's ring. Finally, Harry took in the signet ring. His eyes widened in shock. It was a large, masterfully worked gold and ruby piece, featuring a wide gold band with inlaid ruby vines on the shoulders. Nestled within the vines on the left was a phoenix with unfurled wings, and similarly, on the right, a griffin on its hind legs, with a sword clasped in its front talons. The center stone was a shimmering ruby, cut in the old European style with a P carved into the topmost facet of the gem, and then filled with gold filigree. Harry's eyes shone with delight as he studied the details of the ring, recognizing the mythical beasts from a book he'd read at the library. Ragnarok spoke. The smaller key is to your trust vault. The gold key with the ruby is for the Potter family vault, and the Potter family signet ring is to be worn by the house's lord, which in this case is you, Harry. Traditionally, signet rings are worn on an individual's non-dominant hand, on the smallest finger. I wish to be known as Hardwin now, the newly named Hardwin said after a moment of thought. Harry has some bad connotations for me, he said as he picked up the keys and placed the ring on his left pinky finger. The ring flashed and resized to fit him. That's fine, Hardwin. Should you wish to conceal the ring, simply will it to do so. Now on to your parents' will, continued Ragnarok as he unfolded the documents and began to read them aloud. I, James Ignatius Potter, and I, Lily Evans Potter, being of sound mind and body, declare this to be our final will and testament, all others being void. Harry, if you're hearing this, we have not survived to see your 2nd birthday. Voldemort has finally found and killed us. Make no mistake, he is a murderer and an evil man. Voldemort has come after us for a specific reason, one both your mum and I think is worthless. There was a prophecy made before you were born that gave Voldemort the idea that you would be the cause of his eventual death. Voldemort was only given a part of the prophecy by one of his followers, but never heard the full version, and he has become obsessed with killing you. We have left Potter Manor and gone into hiding at our family's cottage in Godric's Hollow, in order to ensure that the manor is left in one piece for you. Godric's Hollow is hidden under the Fidelius charm, and we've used one of my friends, Peter Pettigrew, as the secret keeper. If it turns out we're dead, he's the one who betrayed us to Voldemort. I love you, son, and leave everything your mom and I own to you. Stay safe and prank as many people as you can. Hardwin, my beautiful green-eyed baby, I love you and wish I could be there to see you grow up. You're already doing magic. There's nothing accidental about it, talking and walking, and I'm pretty sure you already understand more than any other 1-year-old. I have no doubt that you will be able to beat Voldemort. Study hard and learn all you can, but don't forget to live your life and enjoy the things that come with it. I love you, and I am proud of you no matter what. James Potter and Lily Potter. Hardwin sat silently, looking perfectly composed except for the tears running down his face. Ragnarok allowed him time to let everything sink in. Hardwin, this is a list of everything left to you. Hardwin took the documents and looked them over, his only though being, holy shite. Potter Manor, signet ring works as portkey. 5 house elves. 2.5 million galleons. 10 million galleons worth in jewels, books, weapons, misc, items. Harry managed to stutter out a wow, receiving a chuckle from Ragnok. Your trust vault contains 250,000 galleons for your use while at school. You are allowed to take books and weapons out of the Potter family vault, but you are not allowed to take any money out until you are 15. Any questions? It says my signet ring is a portkey. What's a portkey? It is a transportation device. If you say, home to Potter Manor, it will take you to Potter Manor, Ragnok said with an unexplained grin. Would you like to go to your vaults now, Hardwin? Yes, please, and thank you for all your help. They arrived at the Potter vault after an incredibly exhilarating cart ride for Hardwin. He and Ragnok exited the cart and walked down the shaft to the entrance, which, to Hardwin's surprise, was guarded by a real live dragon. A Chinese fireball, according to Ragnok. He will not harm you, as you are of the Potter lineage and are lord of the house. Take your key and lay it flat in your palm, then press it against the entrance to open it, said the goblin, as Hardwin looked at the entrance in awe. Spanning the entire 3 meters of the door was the Potter coat of arms. It featured a large red and gold kite shield separated into 4 quadrants. In the top left quadrant, there was a phoenix with its wings spread, and the bottom right quadrant, there was a griffin standing on its hind legs with a long sword clasped in its right forepaw. The other 2 quadrants of the shield featured alternating red and gold diagonal stripes. Above the shield was a painted scroll that read the most ancient and noble house of Potterand below the shield. There was another, larger scroll with the family motto Fortune favors the bold. As the vault opened, Hardwin's jaw dropped at the massive cavern filled with gold, books, weapons, artifacts, rare ingredients, and other strange items that greeted his eyes. It would have taken him days of exploring to go through each and every item left to him by his family. The first thing Hardwin did was find a trunk, after which he immediately rushed around the vault and began filling it with books on the wizarding world, etiquette, Hogwarts history, charms, defensive and offensive magic, transfiguration, potions, runes, and a book on his family's history. Ragnok, seeing exactly how much had been tossed into the trunk, waved his hand, shrinking it and putting a featherweight charm on it. Just tap it 3 times when you want to resize it. Now, there's a pair of letters here, and they seem to be addressed specifically to you, he said as he walked over to a small table with a pair of envelopes on it. Hardwin walked over and saw 2 envelopes, both with his name on them. One of them bore a scrawled out, to be opened after Hardwin James Potter's 15th birthday. He placed that envelope back on the table and opened the other, smaller envelope, which contained a letter and a document titled Marriage Contract. Harry, startled, looked up at Ragnok, blinking rapidly. Marriage contract. WWW, what's a marriage contract and why do I have one? Harry stuttered. If I may, Ragnok said, holding out his hand. Harry turned over the document. This is a contract of marriage between yourself and one Daphne Greengrass, signed by both sets of parents. And it states that you are to be married on either her 15th birthday or yours, whichever falls later in the year. Ragnok paused and pointed to the letter accompanying the contract. Perhaps you should read that letter. It may explain your parents' motives. Hardwin ripped open the envelope and read. Dear Hardwin, I know you're probably very confused right now, but I did have my reasons for agreeing to this. Evelyn Warren was a classmate and very good friend of mine from Slytherin House, and was a pure blood, one of the tolerable ones, at the very least. The Warrens, while in good standing, are not a very affluent family, and are a few generations younger than most of the original families. Her parents had set up a marriage contract between her and the heir to the Greengrass family, Xavier Greengrass. The Greengrasses, like the Warrens, are a pure-blood family, but are one of the original 28 magical families in Britain. They are a rich and powerful family, almost as influential as the Potters, who were descendants of the Peverils of old. While both Xavier and Evelyn were in Slytherin, even your father, an ardent Gryffindor, got along with them. The rivalry between the houses is ridiculous. Don't buy into it unless you're on the Quidditch pitch. When the war came, they and their families remained neutral. However, as they were both remarkably talented individuals, they received a great deal of pressure from both Dumbledore and Voldemort's supporters. In order to allay this pressure and suspicion from either side, they asked us for this contract, to subtly prove their allegiance to the light while still maintaining their neutrality. Since Eve and I were good friends, and your father and Xavier had known one another since childhood, we agreed. All four of us have just signed this and are about to go into hiding, so we're not sure when this will be revealed to you. Even though you're both just toddlers, you already seem to get along when you're together. Knowing Evelyn as well as I do, I'm confident the pair of you will have a strong and healthy relationship. And if she's anything like either of her parents, she'll be hot, ignore your father. Love. Mewman Dad. Well shite, Hardwin thought. Pushing the contract from his mind, he continued looking and found his father's old school trunk. It was a large, handsome creation made of black dragon hide with gold finishings, with 3 compartments that could be magically expanded to fit as much as the user needed. At the bottom of one, there was a book on something Caladan Imagi, along with some handwritten notes. Hardwin swiftly transferred all of the contents of the previous trunk into his father's old trunk, which to him seemed like the better option. They then left the family vault to visit his trust vault. Hardwin gathered a sizable amount of gold that Ragnarok said would buy him the best and put it in a bottomless, weightless money bag. After exchanging pleasantries with Ragnarok and thanking him for his help and assistance, Hardwin left Gringotts and stepped out into the bustling, busy street. Looking down at his extensive shopping list, he decided that he might as well get the tedious bit out of the way. And so, the first stop he decided on was Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a jam-packed interior, filled with young students, some his age, some older. Deciding he'd rather not deal with the crowd, he went next door to Flourish and Bott's bookstore. He quietly moved around the store, picking up all the required textbooks, and tried his luck at finding a text on Parseltongue, but found no mention except for a book titled The Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts. He went on to get his quills, ink, parchment, cauldron, and potion ingredients at several other stores in the alley. Though he already had a familiar, Hardwin also had his heart set on another pet, an owl. After a heated internal debate with Aeolus, which resulted in Aeolus promising that she'd not devour the owl, he made his way over to Aeolip's Owl Emporium to purchase a bird. As soon as he walked into the store, a beautiful snowy owl flew up and landed on his shoulder, cooing softly. That one's been a right pain, bitten everyone who comes near her, the man behind the counter said. Hardwin grinned. I'll take her. He purchased a cage and treats and placed them in his trunk, and then re-shrunk it with 3 taps of his finger. Heading out of the store, he saw the entrance to Knockturn Alley, and being the curious boy that he was, decided to have a look around. Hedwig, he said, pausing, fly to Potter Manor, I will find you there later, he said to his new owl. The beautiful bird's eyes flashed with a magical glow as she attuned herself to her new master's magic and flew off with a soft hoot. As he made his first steps into Knockturn Alley, he noticed a store called Twilfit and Taddings, which, to his delight, was a clothing store. An empty clothing store, he noted with a grin. What tray you after, boy? The shop owner said with a noncommittal nod to Hardwin. Eyes narrowed at the disrespect, and the use of the word, boy, that his dear Uncle Vernon had been so fond of. Hardwin moved his hair to show his scar and willed his signet ring to show. He slowly raised his gaze and made eye contact with the woman. A little respect would be nice, he said in a clipped, slightly haughty tone. The shop owner's eyes popped in surprise, and she hastened to correct her mistake. SS sorry, my lord, she stammered, flustered. I am Madame Twilfit, how may I help you? I need my Hogwarts robes, 2 winter cloaks, one with silver fastenings and one with gold, a set of dark forest green dress robes and traditional black dress robes with the Potter crest on both, a pair of black dragon hide boots, 5 dress shirts in white, 5 in black, and 2 in dark green, 5 pairs of black slacks, and 3 plain black robes with the Potter crest on them, all in the finest materials you have. Hardwin replied in a calm, measured tone. Allow me a few moments to get your measurements, my lord, and then I'll need an hour to get everything ready. Would you like any charms placed on the garments? Hardwin consented to be measured, and while that was going on he replied, What charms do you offer? Madame Twilfit ran him a quick list of charms, and he gave it a few seconds of thought before replying, Growing charms on the boots and slacks, and heating charms on the cloaks, madam. I'll stop back in an hour. As he exited the shop, Aeolus reappeared out of his skin and coiled around his shoulders and arm. A 2.1-meter-long cobra was an instant deterrent of some of the shadier characters lurking in the alley. As he walked, his eye was caught by a seemingly dark and dingy shop called Borgin and Burke's. Not to stereotype, but they look like they could have some books on Parseltongue. I think I'll check there, he thought. He approached the store's front door and made his way inside. Good afternoon. Do you have a book section? Hardwin asked as he approached the counter. The man behind the counter did not seem at all shocked to see a boy with a snake enter the shop. Yes, my lord, follow me. Thank you. Borgin, my lord, Henry Borgin, replied Mr. Borgin as he swiftly walked Harry to the back room. Harry looked through the books and found two that seemed to change in front of his eyes. The writing went from squiggles to words in seconds. They were both very old-looking, almost as if they would fall apart at the slightest touch. Hardwin, to his pleasant surprise, noted that both the tomes were written by Salazar Slytherin himself. Obviously, Henry Borgin wouldn't know this, as the writing simply looked like squiggles and odd symbols, clearly disguised by an enchantment spoken in Parseltongue. They smell of parcel magic hatchling, Aeolus hissed. I take it that is a good thing, he hissed back. Very. You can read those, Mr. Borgin asked with a raised brow. Harry nodded in reply before looking at Mr. Borgin with a questioning look. Borgin, detecting the unasked question, said in reply, 100 galleons for the pair, and if you take my advice, my lord, it would be best for you to avoid speaking Parseltongue around others. It tends to give most of our folk the wrong impression. Hardwin took the books and laid out 110 galleons, saying, Thanks for the advice. Now, I'm looking into getting my wand. Is Ollivander's the only place to get wands? No, sir. There is a shop down the alley called Wand Crafters, said the older man. Thank you, Mr. Borgin. Good day. Hardwin walked into the Wand Crafters and was greeted by a grandfatherly man who introduced himself simply as Hephaestus. Looking around, Hardwin saw hundreds upon hundreds of wooden blocks, a myriad of objects in jars, several rare and precious jewels and metals, and other magical substances that he didn't even know how to begin describing. Hardwin moved to introduce himself, still with Aeolus coiled around him. Lord Hardwin Potter, he said. Ah, the boy who lived would have figured you for Ollivanders. Even the Malfoys go there, replied Hephaestus. I can finally afford the best, and I really don't intend for anyone to stop me. He narrowed his eyes and locked his gaze onto Hephaestus. I would prefer it if you did not refer to me as the boy who lived. He bit out, the comment having struck an unknown nerve. I meant no disrespect, my lord. I was merely making observation that most magical folk, even those that frequent this alley, go to Ollivanders, Hephaestus said in a calm and easy tone. Hardwin schooled himself and softened his gaze. I apologize. Your comment about that night simply sat poorly with me. Hephaestus nodded in acceptance and said, Well, you came here looking for a wand. Let's get you started. First things first, I'll need to take some measurements. While his arm was being measured, Hardwin asked, Out of curiosity, are there any notable clients who come to your shop? Hephaestus mused for a few seconds. A few of the older magical families, most notably the Greengrasses. Hardwin nodded. At the mention of the Greengrass family, his thoughts turned to his bride-to-be, which dried out his mouth rather quickly as he tried to gulp. Now, Mr. Potter, I'll need you to run your hand over the tiny wood samples I have here on the table at this. He gestured to the slivers of wood he had set in rows. There are dozens, yes, but you'll need to go over every single one, and then let me know which one gives you the greatest feeling of warmth." Hardwin walked over and began. Most of the wood slivers gave off no feeling at all. Some felt icy cold, some felt chaotic and hostile, a few gave him pleasant, bright feelings, but none of the warmth that Hephaestus mentioned, so he continued as requested. As he reached the final 3 samples, the second and third last samples gave him the most warmth he had ever felt in his life. It was a pleasant warmth, not unbearably hot, but just comforting, almost like the sun was smiling upon his palm. He looked at the last sample, reluctantly placing his palm upon it, but was promptly rewarded with a shock. He quickly went back to the other 2 samples and picked them both up. One sliver was a stark white, almost like ivory, and the other was a rich brownish red. He picked them up again, reveling in the warmth laid upon his hands. "I got the same feeling from both. Is 2 okay?" Hardwin asked. "Unusual, but yes, it is okay. The white is wood from a holly tree and the other is wood from a dogwood tree. Those woods are a very odd, very intriguing combination when combined. Dogwood tends to make for very playful, mischievous wands, capable of some very visually appealing spellwork, but are excellent for finesse and charm work. On the other hand, holly wands are uniquely suited to protection, defense, and combat magics of all sorts. However, they tend to be very stubborn and can fluctuate in power depending upon the wand core," Hephaestus replied. "Speaking of which, you'll need to repeat the process with my selection of cores." He gestured to myriad of jars and containers with a smirk. "Same process as before." With a wave of his own wand, all the lids and tops of the containers opened themselves and vanished. Hardwin walked over with an amused sigh and began to run hands over the tops. He heard distantly, "It is okay to have more than one core as well. Multiple cores with multiple woods tend to make for some very interesting and powerful wands." By the end of the process, Hardwin felt warmth from a shimmering red and gold feather and a string of red tissue. "A phoenix feather and the heartstring of a griffin," Hephaestus said with a laugh. "You're not going to be an easy customer to craft for." The elder wizard suddenly looked at the cobra coiled around Hardwin, and his eyes took on an intrigued glint. "That snake is beautiful. Is it your familiar?" he asked. A hissing from the snake was heard. Laughing, Hardwin said, "She thanks you for the compliment. Her name is Aeolus, and yes, she is my familiar." "You're a Parselmouth," Hephaestus said, as though stating a fact. "Yes, is there problem with that?" Hardwin asked, slightly weary. At this, Hephaestus cracked a grin. "Not at all. Just makes me want to ask you even more if you'd allow me to take some venom from her to add to your wand cores." Looking to Aeolus, who nodded her head yes, Hardwin replied, "Sure." Hephaestus motioned for Aeolus to open her mouth, which she did. He raised his wand and swirled it around one of her fangs, holding a tiny crystal phial right beneath the fang's tip. He slowly coaxed several drops of venom out before cutting off the flow of magic and stoppering the phial. "Excellent. Your wand will be an interesting one, Hardwin, but I'll make sure it is one to be proud of, even with all the complicated ingredients. I'll need some time to prepare the ingredients, but if you wish to wait, you may." "Actually, I've got a few items that need to be picked up from Twilfit and Taddings. I'll head over there, and then I'll come back," Hardwin said as he started towards the door. He paused for a moment, lost in thought, and then turned back to Hephaestus with a thoughtful look on his face. "Could I watch you make the wand, sir?" Hephaestus stared at Hardwin for a long moment, as if studying him, and simply replied, "Yes, I'll wait until you get back." Hardwin walked out, a content grin upon his face. Aeolus sunk back into his skin as he walked through the doors of Twilfit and Taddings. Upon noticing him, Madame Twilfit smiled and said, "Your order is ready, my lord. That will be 250 galleons." Hardwin handed over the galleons plus an extra 10 galleons as gratuity. Nodding his thanks, Hardwin pulled out his trunk, which held the rest of his supplies, tapped it to unshrink it, and added his clothes to it, re-shrinking it as he left the store. He walked back to Hephaestus' shop and entered, Aeolus reappearing on his shoulders as he walked through the doors. "Mr. Potter, welcome back," said the wandmaker. He turned on his heel and walked to the back room of the shop, with Hardwin in tow. Hardwin took a seat, out of the wandmaker's way, but still in a position to watch the crafting of his wand. Hephaestus laid out all the materials that would be used to craft Hardwin's wand on a work table and turned to explain the meaning of the woods to his customer. "Now then, Hardwin, listen carefully, as I'll be explaining the significance of your ingredients," said the elder wizard as he cleared his throat. "Holly and phoenix feather are notoriously difficult to combine together in a wand," he continued. "Adding dogwood makes the crafting process even more delicate and difficult because of the quirkiness of the wood." He paused, ensuring that Hardwin was still following. "Now, the added power from the griffin heartstring may unbalance the wand and could result in a dangerously overpowered piece. Fortunately for you, your serpent's venom should provide stability between the two cores and will fuse the heartstring and the feather, binding them together with yours and Aeolo's magic." At this, Hardwin cracked a small, involuntary grin. Obviously, any 11-year-old would be excited at the prospect of a powerful tool of any sort in their hands. Still, Hephaestus continued on. "This, with the two woods, despite their very unique temperaments and characteristics, should make for a singularly magnificent and uniquely powerful wand. Your wand won't be able to be won by force, and will be capable of some of the most dazzling spellwork ever wrought by one of my creations. Dogwood wands tend to have a flair for the dramatic, and holly wands tend to seek owners meant for great things. With the combined properties of the woods and cores, your wand will be excellently suited to charm work, wards, glamours, enchantments, and spellwork requiring a great deal of finesse. Additionally, your wand will take to combat and defensive magics easier than most others. All in all, I expect this will be one of my finest, but most difficult works." With the explanation out of the way, Hephaestus turned to the workbench and began his craft. Hephaestus' first step was to fuse the cores of Hardwin's wand. He donned a pair of dragon hide work gloves and opened the jar containing the griffin heartstring. As he withdrew the heartstring, he simultaneously opened the container of the phoenix tail feather and brought the two substances together. With nimble fingers and the whispered words of some unknown spell, he wound the griffin heartstring around the phoenix tail feather carefully but swiftly. He gently laid the two combined substances on a piece of cloth and carefully unstopped the phial of Aeolo's venom. He resumed his whispering as he poured the venom out along the feather heartstring, which absorbed the venom with a bright flash of red magic. What used to be a wet mess of venom, heartstring, and feather had fused together to become a feather with a shaft the same black color of Aeolo's venom, and interwoven gold and red barbs, barbules, and barbicels, altogether creating a very strange, gold, red, and black piece of beauty. Having fused the cores, Hephaestus carefully wrapped the newly created phoenix griffin cobra feather in the silken cloth and turned his attention to the wood. The next part of the process was what astounded Hardwin. Hephaestus took the 2 blocks of wood, holly, and dogwood and laid them side by side. He swiftly removed the feather from its silk casing and placed it on top of the block of holly, and then placed the block of dogwood on top of the feather, creating an odd wooden sandwich. Hephaestus then drew his own wand and tapped the blocks 3 times each. A flare of magical light erupted, and the woods slowly began to fuse together with the feather between them. As the woods merged, Hephaestus began to compress and mold them with his hands, almost as if the woods had become soft. Slowly but surely, he shaped and caressed and tweaked until, in his hands, he held a long, slender object. Hephaestus gazed down at his work with a smile. The combination of materials had truly resulted in a beautiful piece. The holly had become the main wood of the wand, resulting in an 11-inch long, tapered, brilliant white wand, with the reddish-brown swirls of dogwood creating a vine-like pattern that ran from the base of the wand to the tip, all the way around. The red vines were ever so faintly outlined in black, which pointed to the influence of Aeolo's venom on the wand. Hephaestus turned and held his hands out, the wand carefully laid across his palms. Hardwin, mouth dry in awe, stepped forward shakily and picked up the wand by the base. The second he did, he felt a blazing warmth rush through his system, as his magic forged a connection with the masterfully crafted wand in his hands. He gave it an experimental wave, and a stream of flames and sparks elegantly wafted from the tip. Stunned, Hardwin looked down at the wand in his hand, then back up at Hephaestus multiple times. He opened his mouth to say anything, but no words came out. Hephaestus chuckled, reading his newest customer's thoughts. "You're welcome. Now that'll be 100 galleons." Hardwin handed the man a bag of coins filled with 155 galleons. "Thank you for letting me watch, sir." With that, Hardwin left the shop and exited Nocturne Alley. He looked down at his ring and shrugged. "Home to Potter Manor," he said in a clear, confident voice. Seconds later, he vanished as the portkey whisked him away. Hardwin tumbled across a red and white marble floor. "Well, that was pleasant," Aeolus hissed sarcastically. Hardwin shook his head rapidly to jolt his brain back into a wakeful state and slowly began to regain his bearings. As he gazed around, jaw slack, he realized he was sitting in an entrance hall that was as large as the Dursleys' entire ground floor. The hall had two massive oak doors that presumably opened up to the inside of the manor. In the middle of the hall, on floor, was the Potter family crest done in gold, about 10 feet in diameter. The rest of the hall was done in a deep scarlet red marble with ivory white veins. As he shakily rose to his feet, Hardwin heard a asterisk pop and was greeted by a strange-looking creature, roughly the same size as the goblins, but much thinner. The creature was thin, but looked healthy, with long, floppy ears and tennis ball-sized green eyes, and wore nothing but a red toga with the Potter crest on it. "Young Master Hardwin, yous have returned," the creature said in a deep male voice. "I am Nips, the head Potter elf," the strange creature finished, bowing deeply. "Elf?" Hardwin asked. "House elf, master. We's is serving wizarding families, master." "Okay, firstly just call me Hardwin, none of this master business. And I'm returning," he said, slightly confused. "Yes, Ma's Hardwin, you lived here when you was just a baby, with Master James and Mistress Lily, before yous all disappeared," the elf said animatedly. "Now that you is back, we can serve the family again. We's kept everything the same." "So, you serve the Potter family?" "Yes, sir. I is serving Master James and Master Charles, and now you. Mistress Lily never let us call her mistress either, you's just like her, mackin' us bad elves." Flustered and not wanting to be called master, Hardwin searched his brain for a solution to the obvious problem of his new status in the house. "Would sir work? I really don't want to be anybody's master." "Yes, sir," said the elf. "Now would Sir Hardwin like a tour?" With a push of magic, Nips moved the large oaken doors, which opened with a deep bass creak. The doors led to a beautiful and warmly lit foyer, with a sitting room on either side. One, more formally decorated for entertaining guests, and a second with a cozier feel for family. The first floor of the manor, apart from the entrance hall, foyer, and sitting rooms, contained a cavernous kitchen, with a room for the family to eat, a library that started on the first floor and stretched all the way up to the second floor, an ornately decorated dining room, a full-sized ballroom, a study, and a large atrium that opened to the land at the back of the property. The plot of land at the back of the manor was several acres across. There was a pool made to look like a lake, a full-sized Quidditch pitch, stables, and a 50-acre forest that held trails for the horses. Those trails and the horses themselves were under the care of another elf, Dips. Hardwin and Nips re-entered the manor and ascended to the second floor. The stairs led to a cozy-looking sitting room. One door opened up to a small hallway which led to the master bedroom, which was furnished with cherry wood flooring and furniture. A king-sized bed was the focus of the room, pushed against a wall. Keeping in theme with the rest of the house, the bed had scarlet covers and curtains, with the curtains tied back with thick golden tasseled ropes. The rest of the room was just as ornate. Above the headboard of the bed was the Potter family crest and motto done in gold. The room was decorated with crystal lamps, 2 intricately carved bookcases, and a marble fireplace with a cherry wood mantel. Off to the side, a set of double doors opened into a dressing room with 2 closets still stuffed full of his parents' clothing. Further into this room, a final door opened up to the master bath, which housed a large pool-like tub and a simply massive shower. The countertops and appliances were all done in black marble with gold fixtures and crystal faucets. Aside from the master bedroom, the second floor held 4 bedrooms for family and the second floor of the library. The third floor had a gym, a dueling pit with weapons lining the wall, and above the master bedroom, a nursery that looked like baby Hardwin had only just left yesterday. The nursery had stairs connecting it to the master bedroom directly. There were also 2 guest bedrooms with ensuite bathrooms. Finally, they descended to the basement, featuring a fully stocked potions lab, an entertainment room with a billiards table, several shelves of board games and card games, and a well-stocked, fully furnished wet bar. The basement also housed 2 guest rooms and the elves' living quarters. The manor tour took nearly 5 hours of in-depth exploration, and by the time Nips and Hardwin finished, he was completely worn out. "Nips," he said wearily, "I'm famished. How does cooking work for house elves?" he asked. With a cheery grin and a wink, the elf chuckled. "You shall see, Hardwin, sir, you shall see." Dinner was lovingly and masterfully cooked by Mips, the official cook of the Potter family. Mips had whipped up a simple but wonderfully nutritious affair. Hardwin retired to his chambers and fell into a deep sleep shortly after eating. Hardwin woke up and took a minute to realize he was no longer in the hell known as Number 4, Privet Drive. He broke out into a huge smile as he took in the sunshine streaming in through the windows, the soft, plush covers of his new bed, and the general sense of relaxation and peace that came with having his own space, his own place, his own property. "I'm going to hunt," Aeolus hissed and slithered out of the room. He heard a low hooting noise and noticed Hedwig perched upon a tall, golden owl post near the window of the room. He waved and smiled in greeting before deciding to freshen himself up. After a standard morning routine, Hardwin dressed and walked down to the kitchen for breakfast. Mips had organized a wonderful breakfast spread and had laid out an array of dishes on the table by the time Hardwin had arrived. Eggs done in multiple styles, bacon, sausage, toast, French toast, pancakes, waffles, fresh milk and orange juice, and plate upon plate of freshly cut fruit. Hardwin sat down and thanked Mips in a quiet, subdued tone. At this, Mips walked away, muttering, "Sir looks too skinny, Mips will fix." Hardwin chuckled, shook his head, and smiled. "Someone cares," he thought. He ate his fill of the wonderful spread, and after nearly 2 hours of gorging, Hardwin felt stuffed for the first time he could remember. He went to the library next and found some books on letter etiquette, marriage contracts, and a diary written by the former Potter family heads. He headed to the study, planning on writing a letter. Harry read the book on letter etiquette in under a half hour, then practiced writing with the quill for an hour. After several drafts, and more than a few scratched-out attempts at clean, legible, respectful writing that appropriately conveyed his message, he ended up with a finished product that read, "Lord Greengrass, I have recently been reintroduced to the wizarding world after an absence of 10 years. I had been living with my aunt and uncle, but am currently at Potter Manor. I found out about the contract when I visited my vault. I would like to meet with you and your family before school starts. Sincerely, Lord Hardwin James Potter." As the Greengrass family was sitting down to eat a white snowy owl none of them had ever seen before swooped down and stuck its leg out to Lord Greengrass. The owl, now relieved of her duty, flew over to the eldest daughter and perched on the girl's shoulder, rubbing her head against the girl's cheek. The girl giggled and gave the owl some bacon. "What a beautiful owl. Xavier, what does the letter say?" Lady Greengrass spoke, smiling at her daughter's new avian friend. "It's from Lord Potter, my dear, and he would like to meet with us before the school season starts," Xavier spoke evenly. 3 gasps echoed in stereo as the 3 females in the room reacted simultaneously, as everyone there knew about the contract. Evelyn Greengrass shot up from her chair, raced over and snatched the letter from her husband's hand. Daphne, now petting the owl on her shoulder, spoke quietly, almost to herself. "I wonder why he hasn't met with us before now." "Damn Dumbledore to the bloody depths of hell," Evelyn spoke harshly. "He hasn't contacted us because Dumbledore placed the poor boy with Lily's sister who despises all things magical, and her husband's probably worse. And it says that he's just been reintroduced to wizarding society." "Well, we have a month before Hogwarts," Xavier spoke. "How about we meet on Friday? This way it leaves time for you two to become better acquainted before school." That's fine with me, Mum, Daphne said, turning to her mother. That's fine with me also, darling. Daphne, sweetheart, you need to be prepared to meet someone completely different from everything you've heard. I'm not sure how far Petunia would take her hatred of magic. Daphne nodded her head to show she was listening, and the Greengrass family went back to their breakfast, while Lord Greengrass sent his reply. Hardwin spent the rest of the week preparing for the upcoming meeting with his future family. He studied as much about wizarding etiquette and the social customs of the wizarding elite as was humanly possible in the time span he had. He continued with his daily workouts that he started at the Dursleys and started reading up on some of the spells in his textbooks. When the blinding rays of the Friday morning sun broke through his window, Hardwin awoke. He was promptly attacked by a mess of feelings. He felt nervous, but prepared, calm, but jittery. Since he knew he had a few hours to get ready, as he was going to the Greengrass home at noon, he took his time in freshening up and dressing. After his shower, he contemplated his clothing options, wanting to impress his in-laws-to-be, while not coming off as rigid and overly formal. He ultimately decided on formal black slacks, his dragon hide boots, a silk green shirt, and willed his signet ring to show. As he dressed, the telltale growls of an empty stomach hit him. Well, time to see what Mips has cooked up this morning, he thought to himself with a little grin. He leisurely walked down to the kitchen and was greeted by a piping hot plate of his favorites, as Mips had, by now, discerned. He sat down and invited Mips to join him for a few moments. Mips, do you know anything about the Greengrasses? Hardwin asked quietly. A lil, sir, they was here, 'fore Masser James and Mistress Lily left. They were nice to us elves, Mips said before popping away. Hardwin got up and walked out to the backyard and called for Dips. Have you seen Aelos? Yes, sir. She's being at the stables, sir. Thank you. And with that Hardwin head towards the stables to find his wayward familiar. He found Aelos slithering around inside the wooden structure. Aelos, are you going to come with me to the Greengrass estate? He hissed. Yes, just in Cass. Aelos hissed and wound her way up to Hardwin's shoulders. What have you been doing out here? He asked while walking towards the house. Hunting, she hissed in response. The food options here are far healthier and more entertaining prey than I expected. He took out the portkey that came with the letter when he got to the entrance hall and hissed. USS should SS sink into my SS skin. It may be more pleasant for you. Hardwin waited for Aelos to do so before saying, Greengrass estate. The first thing Hardwin noticed upon arrival was that he was still standing. The next things he took in were the four people looking at him. The gentleman was easily 6 feet tall, had dark brown, almost black hair and stormy gray eyes. He was imposing and, from the looks of it, very strong. He introduced himself as Xavier Greengrass. The woman next to Xavier was, in Hardwin's eyes, incredibly beautiful. She stood about 55, had satin blonde hair, bright blue eyes, a large bust, and introduced herself as Evelyn Greengrass. Hardwin shook hands with Xavier and bent over to kiss Evelyn's hand. Evelyn then moved and put her hand on her eldest daughter's shoulder and said, Hardwin, this is our daughter Daphne, your betrothed. Hardwin stepped up and kissed her hand smoothly, saying, It is a pleasure to meet you, my beautiful lady. Daphne, who took after her mother, was a cute, petty blonde. She had blonde hair that was a bit darker than her mother's and magnificent icy blue eyes that looked to be a mixture of her parents'. She was, in a word, perfect, and Hardwin couldn't keep his eyes off her. He was no longer the skinny, malnourished boy from No. 4 Privet Drive. He was now the spitting image of a young noble lord. He had grown quiet a lot thanks to his recent exposure to magic, proper food, and exercising. He was now a bit taller than your average 11-year-old, his brilliant emerald eyes showing bright with the contacts. His hair, having been grown out, was tamer and pulled back into a stylish tail, and you could see the hint of muscles behind his silk shirt. Daphne's reply to Hardwin was to blush and say, A pleasure to meet you also, Lord Potter. Please call me Hardwin. Hardwin, Daphne repeated with a smile, and introduced her younger sister Astoria, who was a shy but cute little 10-year-old, in Hardwin's opinion, and he thought wistfully, I wish I'd had a sibling instead of Dudley. Well, Hardwin, now that you're here, Why don't we settle down for lunch? Xavier said as he led everyone to the dining room. They took their seats, with Xavier and Evelyn at the heads of the small table, with Daphne and Astoria opposite Hardwin. I think you're drooling, Hardwin heard Aeolo's hissing laughter in his head, and only then did he realize he had still been staring at Daphne the entire time. It was fairly obvious as to why. Beyond her good looks, while at Privet Drive, a girl like Daphne wouldn't be caught dead with him. As the first part of the meal was served, Evelyn smiled, thinking of Lily, as Hardwin thanked the house elf serving him. So do you mind being called Harry, as that seems to be what the wizarding world knows you as, or do you just prefer Hardwin? Evelyn asked. He looked down as he spoke. Harry has some bad memories attached to it for me, he said hesitantly. Evelyn, seeing Hardwin's downcast look, realized that she was right about Petunia holding a grudge, but decided to wait until the meal was over to ask and cast a pointed look to her husband. Xavier got the message and started a new topic. You said you had just been reintroduced to our world. I'm sure it's been a fascinating and slightly overwhelming time, he said with a smile. Is there anything in particular that you're interested in so far? He looked thoughtful before answering. Well, I was really fascinated by wand crafting. I visited Hephaestus in Nocturne Alley for my wand, and he actually let me watch the whole process. He smiled at the memory. Right now, I'd like to learn more about potions and charms, though. The Potter Library has only a few potions-related books, unfortunately. You're like your mother. Her favorites were potions and charms also. She was a genius with charms, Evelyn told him. Xavier added, I wouldn't be surprised if it was her who added the potion books to your family's library. The Potters have historically been recognized for their talent in battle magic, transfiguration, and wards, with a couple rune and charm experts thrown in. Hardwin smiled brightly at hearing about his family, almost causing Daphne to swoon at how cute he looked. He turned to her and asked, Do you have any favorites so far? She smiled at him and said, Herbology, runes, and potions in that order, although we won't get to study runes until 3rd year at Hogwarts. We'll just have to look into them on our own then, Hardwin said, smiling at the happy look on Daphne's face. The meal was winding down, so Evelyn asked the million-dollar question. Hardwin, love, could you tell us about your home life with your aunt? He looked at her for almost 2 minutes as if looking into her soul and asked, Are you sure you want to know? Everyone around the table just nodded their heads. He sighed, Very well, since you are my future family, but I would appreciate it if it wouldn't leave this room. Of course, Evelyn replied. Well, to start off, I will never consider that place my home, so please don't call it that. With that statement, the blood wards at number 4 Privet Drive failed. At that moment, Dumbledore was out of his office and would not find out until it was too late. My relatives despised me from the beginning for a reason I only just found out. Magic. I lived in a cupboard for most of my time there. I was often beaten and starved, especially if I did anything better than my cousin. I was basically forced to be their house elf. They told me that my parents died in a car crash because they were both drunk, and said that the crash was how I got my scar. Until I started primary school, I thought my name was Freak. Only when my teacher called me Harry did I find out it was not. Do I need to go on? Hardwin asked, with his eyes cast downwards, upset and ashamed at what he had let happen to himself. Evelyn gave a quiet no before getting up and coming over to his side and hugging him. At first Hardwin stiffened, but relaxed when he remembered who was touching him. Evelyn spoke after a minute. Hardwin, darling, you were only a child. You are not to blame for any of what happened to you, so don't you dare, for a single second, continue to think that way. The Dursleys are monsters, and are certainly going to regret their treatment of you if I have anything to say about it. At this, Xavier agreed loudly. Hardwin looked up to see Xavier looking livid and Daphne crying silently. Although he knew he shouldn't be, he was amazed that anybody cared. Now, you, my dear, are welcome here at any time. Evelyn continued. Why don't we have dessert? I'm sure that will brighten everyone's spirits after Daphne can show you around the estate. Daphne stood from the table. Let's start outside, she said to him. He joined her at the door and together they walked outside. Daphne led Hardwin past a swimming pool, which she said her mother talked her father into adding, and to a large garden. Daphne stopped and turned to Hardwin. Taking his hand, she looked deep into his eyes and said, "I'm sorry." Hardwin understood from her look that she was talking about the Dursleys and nodded his head. Daphne, still holding his hand, gestured toward the garden. "My father and I have been working in this garden ever since I can remember. It's one of my favorite places to be." He smiled at her, and she continued. Pointing to a few big buildings Hardwin recognized as greenhouses, she said, "Most of my family's business comes from our herbology work. We grow potions, ingredients, regular herbs and spices, and dozens of forms of magical and non-magical plants, flowers, trees, and shrubs, among other things. Each one of the greenhouses has a specific environment that caters to the plants in it. The green grasses have always had an affinity for herbology. The Potters, from what I've read in the family library, specialized in wards and made some of the best magical weapons early on. One of the books says the first Potter to be a weapons smith learned from a high elf before they disappeared." Hardwin said with a grin. Daphne looked odd at this. "I knew the Potters were an old family," she exclaimed, "but not that old." After exploring the grounds a little more, Daphne took Hardwin over to their stables to meet her horse. "Her name is Artemis. I've had her since I was 8, Daphne said, and walked over to pet a chestnut brown horse in one of the stalls. "I've got a full stable of horses at the manor, but I don't know how to ride," Hardwin replied. Daphne smiled at him shyly. "I can teach you if you'd like." Hardwin smiled back charmingly. "That'd be terrific." Daphne led Hardwin back into the house and proceeded to show him around. Hardwin noticed it was laid out very similarly to Potter Manor, but without all of the Muggle additions his mother had made. They came to a stop at Daphne's room. The room was done in soothing blue tones, and the furniture and floors were all made of mahogany. Most of her floor was covered in a huge creamy golden-colored rug. The bed had gold and blue satin sheets, and had drapes around the bed that were currently tied back. On the bed lay a black and silver-flecked Kneazle kitten with a lion-like tail, white paws, and a white mark on its head that looked almost like a crown. Upon seeing Daphne, the tiny cat stretched, letting out a cheerful meow. Daphne smiled brightly at the kitten, walked over, and picked it up. "This is Queen. Mum and Dad got her for me as a Hogwarts present," Daphne said, sitting down on a cream-colored settee. Hardwin walked over and scratched Queen behind the ears, soliciting a purr from the little kitten. "Fitting name," he spoke as he sat down. "I thought so too," she laughed. "So what's your favorite color?" Hardwin asked. Daphne quirked her eyebrow, answering, "Blue and green. And yours?" "Green." They went back and forth asking and answering questions, getting to know each other over the span of an hour. They quickly discovered that they had many things in common. Both of them preferred small groups of people over large groups, and they both enjoyed music. Hardwin, having heard some of the records his parents had kept, stated outright that wizarding music had nothing on Muggle music. They then moved on to the topic of Hogwarts, with Hardwin asking the bulk of the questions. "So what's this about houses? I read about them in Hogwarts: A History, but the book just said that there was one for each founder, and then talked about what the founders valued." Daphne searched her mind for what little information she had on the subject. "Well," she said, biting her lip in an oddly cute manner as she searched her thoughts, "they keep the sorting methods a secret. It's kind of like a rite of passage, so even our parents have to keep it a secret," she said with a tiny grin. "However," she continued, "unless you talk to purist Gryffindors, the house you're sorted into doesn't really matter. Daddy once told me that a former headmaster said, 'We sort them when they're 11 because if we waited any longer, they'd all go to Slytherin.' That's what I was wondering about. It seems as though they sort you based on one trait, even though most people have a mixture. It is rather outdated, but it's tradition. You'll find wizards do a lot of rather questionable things, all because of tradition." "What house do you think you'll be in?" Hardwin asked Daphne. "I'm not sure," she said with a smile. "My parents haven't really said they want me to be in any specific house, but I feel like I'm probably going to be in Ravenclaw or Slytherin. You?" "I dunno, really. I think I'd fit into any of them, but I guess Slytherin might be my destination." Their conversation was cut short by a loud pop. as one of the Greengrass house elves appeared. "Mistress Daphne and Master Hardwin, dinner is being ready," said the elf. "Thank you, Toby," Daphne replied. "Come on, dinner will be in the dining room," she said to her newfound friend and future husband. After a wonderful dinner that was full of laughter and more time spent on getting to know everyone, Hardwin said his goodbyes. Tomorrow he was coming back for a flying session. Hardwin spent the weeks before Hogwarts with either Daphne or her whole family. For Hardwin, it was probably the most enjoyable stretch of time in all of his young life. As September neared, Daphne and Hardwin reviewed their textbooks for the upcoming year. In the final weeks of summer, the Greengrasses had taught Hardwin how to swim, play Quidditch, and ride horses. Hardwin, in turn, showed them how to fly on his hippogriffs and play billiards. They would play mini Quidditch games on his pitch, and he showed them some of the magical creatures that he'd discovered in the Potter family's forest. In the short few weeks, Hardwin and Daphne had become almost inseparable when together. They would talk, study, or just sit together quietly. Astoria had become like a little sister to Hardwin. He became incredibly protective of her in a short time. Daphne's parents treated him enormously better than his aunt and uncle ever did, and he hoped that if his parents were alive, they would be like Daphne's. A few days before they were scheduled to leave for Hogwarts, Hardwin and Daphne were riding horses on some of the Potter trails. They came to stop at a meadow that was full of wildflowers and had a small stream running through it. They dismounted and lay down in the grass next to each other. Hardwin propped himself up on his elbow and looked at Daphne for a minute before saying, "I need to tell you something, Daph. A couple things, actually." "All right," Daphne replied, taking Hardwin's hand. "In my mum and dad's will they explained why my family was targeted. There was a prophecy made that said I would be able to defeat Voldemort." Daphne didn't flinch at the name, but sat with a pensive expression. "In the letter, my mum seemed to think that he would be back." Daphne sat quietly for a minute before replying, "That means we're going to have to train then." Hardwin smiled brightly at her before growing worried again. "Aye, I'm a Parselmouth," he stammered out, and with that, Hardwin called on Aeolus. The serpent rose from her tattoo form and slithered out of Hardwin's sleeve, prompting Daphne to gasp in surprise. "Don't worry, she likes you," Hardwin said. Aeolus hissed, "Pleasure to meet you." "She said it's nice to meet you." Daphne nodded and said, "Nice to meet you too," as Aeolus slithered up her arm and on to her shoulders. "SS she is not afraid, just a little nervous. I like her," Aeolus hissed. Hardwin smiled and told Daphne, "Hardwin, you do realize I couldn't care less about you being a Parselmouth, right? Remember, both my parents were in Slytherin." "I was told to be careful of whom I let know," Hardwin replied. "Whoever told you that was wise, but just not around me or my family," Daphne said, smiling. "Let's head back," Hardwin said with a relieved smile. Hardwin arrived at the train station with Daphne's family at 10 o'clock. Daphne's parents had decided that it would be a good idea for their daughter and future son-in-law to have some time to get settled into a compartment before leaving, and didn't want to leave anything to the last minute. After they arrived at the station, Xavier brought their trunks on board and placed them in the luggage compartment for them. Hugs and warm goodbyes were exchanged all around, which meant more to Hardwin than any of his newfound family knew. After they were settled, the pair sat together in a comfortable silence, which was happily interrupted by a childhood friend of Daphne's. "I heard Harry Potter, the boy who lived, was on the train. Is he in here?" the blonde-haired boy snapped out. Hardwin tensed in his seat, which Daphne noticed. "Malfoy, why don't you try not acting like your arrogant Death Eater of a father and ask nicely, and then maybe we'll consider answering," Daphne hissed out. "And while you're at it, lose the goons." Malfoy reddened and was about to storm out when Hardwin spoke up. "Malfoy, before you act as though you own the world, you should learn a little something about your family." He pulled out an old, worn-looking book and tossed it to the blonde boy before shutting the door on them. "What was that?" Daphne asked. "A family book I thought might come in use. I already read it, and that was just a copy. I'll show you the actual book later," Hardwin whispered to her. "We should change. We're almost there," said Tracy. The boys left the compartment to change while the girls changed in the compartment. Apparently, while the boys were out, a bossy, bushy-haired girl had come by looking for a toad. The train came to a stop and they were told to leave their belongings on the train. Hardwin turned to Hedwig. "Hey, girl, do you want to be let out?" he asked. The owl nodded her head, so Hardwin opened the window and her cage and let her out. "Smart owl," Blaze commented. Hardwin just smirked and nodded. "Let's go." All four departed the train and made their way over to a huge man named Hagrid, who called Fur's years. "This way." 4 to a boat. Once all the first years had been accounted for and had boarded the tiny boats, they set off across the loch towards the castle. As they rounded the bend of the massive loch and got their first look at Hogwarts, they all gasped. Hardwin was happy to be in a place that was so close to his parents' memories and clasped Daphne's hand. Daphne just squeezed his hand, seeming to know what he needed. Hagrid led them to the entrance hall where they were met by Professor McGonagall. You go, Professor, the Fur's years." "Thank you, Hagrid. I am Professor McGonagall. You will be sorted into one of 4 houses. They are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. While you are at Hogwarts, your house will be your family. Now wait here while I see if they're ready for you." As the 4 were waiting, they observed their fellow first years. They saw Malfoy reading the book Hardwin gave him, a red-headed boy frantically trying to get dirt off his nose, and the bossy girl from before talking to a few frightened-looking girls about something she read in Hogwarts, a history. Then, somebody screamed, and they all turned and saw 4 ghosts gliding into the room. 2 seemed to be arguing. Daphne whispered to Hardwin, "These 4 ghosts belong to each of the houses. My mum said they did this in her first year too." "Dumbledore probably wants to show off and make an impression on the Muggle-borns," Hardwin whispered back. Just then, Professor McGonagall came back into the room. "It's time." They were led into the Great Hall, where the rest of the students of Hogwarts were gathered at 4 massive tables, each with a banner over top. There was a high table at the far end of the hall, on a marble dais, where the professors sat. In front of the high table sat a stool with a hat on it, which, upon noticing the first year's entrance, promptly burst into song. "Oh, you may not think I'm pretty, but don't judge on what you see. I'll eat myself if you can find a smarter hat than me. You can keep your bowlers black, your top hats sleek and tall, for I'm the Hogwarts sorting hat, and I can cap them all. There's nothing hidden in your head. The sorting hat can't see. So try me on, and I will tell you where you ought to be. You might belong in Gryffindor, where dwell the brave at heart. Their daring, nerve, and chivalry set Gryffindors apart. You might belong in Hufflepuff, where they are just and loyal. Those patient Hufflepuffs are true and unafraid of toil. Or yet in wise old Ravenclaw, if you've a ready mind, where those of wit and learning will always find their kind. Or perhaps in Slytherin, you'll make your real friends. Those cunning folks use any means to achieve their ends. So put me on, don't be afraid. And don't get in a flap. You're in safe hands, though I have none. For I'm a thinking cap." After the song, Professor McGonagall unrolled a parchment and began calling names. Hannah Abbott went first and was sorted quickly into Hufflepuff, followed by Susan Bones, who also went into Hufflepuff. Hardwin watched as first Tracy, and then Daphne were both sorted into Slytherin. Hardwin saw Malfoy close the book given to him with a thoughtful look and take his turn at the stool. The hat shouted Slytherin about 30 seconds after being on his head. "Potter Harry," Hardwin sighed and walked up to the stool while the students broke out into awed whispers. As Hardwin came to the stool, he turned and faced Professor McGonagall and spoke loudly enough to be heard by most. "Please call me Hardwin, ma'am." Hardwin sat down, ignoring everyone else, and placed the hat on his head. At the Slytherin table, Daphne noticed the look of surprise come over Dumbledore when Hardwin announced his full name. She filed it away to tell him later. "Ah, Mr. Potter, you've been on a lot of minds tonight," said the hat. "You're in my head. I hope it's all been good." "Some good, some awe, at that." Hardwin sighed, while Daphne wondered what was taking so long. "Now where to put you, you're as brave as any Gryffindor, loyal to those you consider friends. You have a thirst for knowledge, but it's motivated by the awe. Good. You know of it prophecy, but more than anything, you have a thirst to prove yourself worthy of your family and to your betrothed. I know where to put you, but first, a word of caution. Be wary of Albus. He no longer thinks clearly and believes he is absolute. Now do well in Slytherin, the hat shouted, for the whole hall to hear. Hardwin got up off the stool, handing the hat to a shocked-looking McGonagall. The first to clap was Daphne, followed swiftly by Tracy and Blaise. They were soon joined by a professor with greasy-looking hair, and then the whole school began to clap. Hardwin took his place next to Daphne with Tracy across from them. The sorting ended with Blaise being sorted into Slytherin. Dumbledore stood, welcoming the students. At that point, Hardwin tuned out, and after some rather inane babble, food appeared on the tables. As they began eating, Blaise commented, "A Potter in Slytherin. They probably think that hell just froze over." Hardwin looked at Blaise with a wry grin and said, "People shouldn't assume things. Besides, how much does it really matter what house you're in? The hat chose your most prevalent trait, but really, everyone has every trait. It's about the degree to which that trait is present, no." Some of the older students nearby nodded their heads and flashed small approving grins when they heard Hardwin's mini speech, while others, including some Ravenclaws who'd overheard, looked thoughtful. Daphne smiled proudly and clasped his hand, prompting Hardwin to blush lightly. An older boy a little ways down the table stood up and offered Hardwin his hand. "Aaron Vasey. It would be fantastic if people from the other houses realized that." Hardwin stood and shook his hand. "Hardwin Potter." "So, Daph, this is your mysterious betrothed. Pleasure to meet you, mate," Vasey said to both Hardwin and Daphne with a smirk. "Yes, now shut up and eat," Daphne replied teasingly while Vasey smirked. "Aaron is my cousin. His mum is my dad's sister," Daphne explained to Hardwin. As the meal ended, Dumbledore stood and said to all students old and new, "The Forbidden Forest is, of course, forbidden." He looked pointedly at two red-headed twins sitting at the Gryffindor table. "And the third-floor corridor is forbidden this year to all those who do not wish to die a horrible death. Now, good night." "Ah, a horrible death. The hat was right. He is losing it," Hardwin whispered to Daphne as they followed their prefect, Marcus Flint, to the Slytherin dorms. "Hat? I'll tell you later." They reached the entrance to the Slytherin common room about 5 minutes later, with the prefects stopping a few times to point out some key passages. They came to a stop in front of a wall that had the outline of the Slytherin crest was carved into the wall. The prefect spoke Umbra, and the wall melted away to reveal the entrance to the Slytherin common room. The common room was rather low, only about 10 feet high, but it was large, almost as large as Potter Manor's entire front hall. The room was done in green, silver, and black colors with the furniture done in ebony wood, in a Victorianesque style. The floor and walls were stone like the rest of the castle, but halfway through the room, on either side, were two enormous fireplaces done in green marble, with tapestries adorned with the Slytherin crest on either side. Between the fireplaces were 8 large couches interspersed with comfortable-looking armchairs. All around the room were tables that had green marble for tops, and chairs around them that looked to be set up for either studying or just sitting around. Spaced out on either side of the walls were 7 doors, each marked with a year. There were windows that were charmed to show the sky, and one large hole that revealed that the Slytherin common room was at least partially beneath the Great Lake. One of the older prefects took over the duties for the night. "I'm Fitzroy Rosier, your 7th-year prefect. Now get into lines, 1st years in front, 7th in back, prefects on the ends." They lined up in straight lines, with Daphne standing to Hardwin's right and Blaise on his left. To Daphne's right was Tracy, followed by the rest of the 1st years. Within a few seconds of having the whole group lined up, a man with black robes, eyes, and black greasy hair came in. All talking ceased instantly. "Good evening, for those of you in 2nd year and above. Welcome back. To all 1st years, welcome to Slytherin House," he said in a high but silky voice. He looked into each of the 1st year's eyes. He continued, "I will not lie to you. Now that you've been sorted into Slytherin, the majority of the school will paint you as a dark witch or wizard potentiate. Because of this, I will, at times, show Slytherin favor over the other houses, particularly Gryffindor. But make no mistake, I will punish you if you deserve it, indiscriminately. Now we have one rule here in Slytherin: stick together. First through third years, make sure you are in a group whenever you leave. For the first few days, an older student will be escorting first years to their classes. I will be meeting with all individuals one-on-one throughout the first week of school. I've appointed Fitzroy and Hayden as head boy and girl within Slytherin. They have authority second only to mine. Now I'll turn the rest of this meeting over to them to instruct the first years. Good night. And with that, he departed. Fitzroy and a red-headed girl motioned the first years over to the couches in the middle of the room. When they'd taken a seat, the redhead started by saying, "Hi all, I'm Hayden Lennox, and I welcome you to Slytherin. Now, like Professor Snape said, one of the older students will escort you around the castle until you get the hang of things around here." Fitzroy then started talking. "And if you have a problem with another Slytherin, you deal with it in the house, not outside. Boys' dorms are on the right side, girls are on the left." When the meeting was over, Daphne, Hardwin, Blaze, and Tracy continued to talk, and at one point, they were joined by Aaron, who came over to talk about Quidditch for a little while. When most people had gone to bed, Hardwin and Daphne moved to a secluded corner table. "So what was that about the hat?" Daphne asked. "It said to be careful of Dumbledore, that he was planning something and that he thinks he's absolute. When you told McGonagall about your full name, Dumbledore looked surprised," Daphne commented. "I don't think he planned on telling me anything. The hat mentioned it was good that I already knew about the prophecy." They sat in silence for a few moments before Daphne caught a glimpse of the clock. "Shoot, it's almost 12, Daphne commented. "Good night, Daph," Hardwin said. "Night, Harry," Daphne replied, giving Hardwin a kiss on the cheek. Hardwin, blushing cherry red, went through the first-year door and entered a hallway with 3 more doors. On each door were 2 of the first-year boys' names. Hardwin was placed with Blaze, while Draco was with a boy named Theodore, not who Hardwin had yet to talk to, and Crabbe and Goyle were placed in the same room. Hardwin entered his room to find Blaze sound asleep. The dorm was decorated in the same style as the common room, only the green was a darker forest green. The room had a small fireplace for winter, as the dungeons obviously got pretty chilly. The room had 2 large desks for studying as well as 2 closets. The bed was a 4-poster bed, similar to the one in the master bedroom at Potter Manor, only slightly smaller in this case. The hangings were green, with the silver Slytherin serpent imposed upon them. Finally, Hardwin opened the closet on his side and found his clothes had already been hung, folded or otherwise stored neatly. He opened one last door and found a bathroom decorated in the Slytherin motif. Hardwin was all for house pride, but there was such a thing as excessive. He changed and went to sleep. The first week of school was uneventful. Things progressed rather slowly, and the first-year Slytherins were escorted to their classes, the library and the Great Hall by Marcus Flint, the 5th-year prefect. Flint pointed out only a few things about the castle, but was extremely knowledgeable regarding every major Quidditch event that happened at the Hogwarts within the past decade. For Harry's part, he and Daphne were slightly bored, as most of the teachers' classes consisted of opening speeches and basics that he and Daphne had already been over. In their first potions class with the Gryffindors, Professor Snape decided to test the class. It wouldn't have been so bad had any of the Gryffindors thought to read ahead, and so Snape started like every teacher. After roll call, he began a perfectly rehearsed speech that, according to the older Slytherins, he recited for the first years every single year. Unfortunately, this where things got dicey. As he was giving his speech, some of the Gryffindors decided to strike up their own conversation. Snape, with carefully controlled ire in voice, pinpointed one of the whispering culprits. "Mr. Weasley, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormhood?" A red-headed boy sitting at the back of the room turned nearly as red as his hair as he sunk into his chair. "I dunno," he mumbled. "Speak clearly, Mr. Weasley. I believe you meant to say, 'I don't know, sir.'" Mr. Malfoy, same question. "The draft of living death, sir," came the answer from the blonde boy sitting in front of Hardwin. "Mr. Finnegan, where would I find a Bezoar?" The Irish boy sitting next to Weasley cracked a grin and smartly replied, "In your cupboard, sir." The Gryffindors laughed while the Slytherins winced. Snape didn't take kindly to cheek. 5 points from Gryffindor for your impertinence, Mr. Potter. In the stomach of a goat, sir, Hardwin replied respectfully. It seems Gryffindor is 0 for 2. Mr. Longbottom, what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? Aye, it's the same, sir. A boy with brown hair towards the back of the class managed to squeak out. Well, it seems there is hope for Gryffindor after all, Professor Snape said silkily. 5 points to Slytherin for correct answers. Weasley and Finnegan glared at Neville, then at the Slytherins. Directions are on the board, begin. The potion Snape assigned was a rather easy boil cure potion. Many of the Slytherins opened their books to the recipe, while most of the Gryffs just used the board. Hardwin finished his potion swiftly and accurately, and had bottled it and was just waiting for class to end when he heard a loud hissing. Turning, he shouted to Neville and the boy next to him, "Longbottom, get down!" Neville, shocked by the yelling, pulled Dean Thomas down with him just as the hissing and smoking potion of Ron Weasley boiled over and started melting everything it touched, including Seamus's dismal-looking cauldron. Snape came storming out of his back room and vanished the 2 ruined potions, shouting, "Finnegan, take Weasley to the hospital wing. You both received 0s for today." He clicked his teeth in irritation before muttering worthless dunderheads as he began his rounds of the classroom, commenting on potions. Out of the Gryffindors, only Neville and Thomas got by without a scathing comment. On the Slytherin side, most got a nod as well as a good. Crabbe and Goyle both received sneers, while Hardwin received 5 points for a perfect potion. The only other eventful thing in the first week of classes was the bossy, bushy-haired girl from the train, a Ravenclaw named Hermione Granger, who would wave frantically until called upon or pout when she wasn't called on. It was rather annoying, but they only had charms and astronomy with the Ravenclaws. After an uneventful week of classes, the Great Hall was buzzing early on Saturday morning. It was an exciting time for the first-year Gryffindors and Slytherins, as after breakfast, they had their first official flying lesson. Daphne, Blaise, Tracy, and Hardwin ate together, chatting about the week, and were approached by Draco. "Hardwin, here's your book. Thank you for lending it to me. It was most interesting," he said. "Thank you for taking care of it," Hardwin replied with a nod to Draco. "What's with the book, mate?" Blaise asked. "It's a family journal about the Potter family's allies and the status between us and our allies at any given time," Hardwin told them. As breakfast ended, Flint came and collected them early to show them the best school brooms and give them a few tips before the lesson. When they got to the pitch, there were brooms in 2 rows across from each other. Most of the brooms looked pretty bad. Some were old and in bad repair. Twigs stuck out at every odd angle and direction, and some of the shafts were even bent as though they'd been purposefully pushed to a breaking point. Flint lined up at the brooms he thought were best and showed them how to grip the broom right, although most knew how. He then swiftly left the field when he saw Madame Hooch approaching. 5 minutes later, the Gryffindors trailed in and lined up at the rest of the brooms. The flying lesson went well until Neville lost control and fell from his broom, breaking his wrist. Hardwin slipped over and pocketed Neville's remembrall before anyone noticed. Weasley and Finnegan were making fun of Neville, while the Slytherins just shook their heads in exasperation, waiting for Madame Hooch to return. After the lesson, Hardwin, Daphne, Tracy, and Blaise made their way back to the Great Hall for lunch. "Daph, what do you know about the Longbottoms?" Hardwin asked. "They're an old pure-blood family that is traditionally light-sided. Neville's grandmum is about as proper as you can get. His parents opposed Voldemort, and shortly after the war ended, Neville's parents were found and attacked by Bellatrix and Rodolphus Lestrange and Barty Crouch Jr. They were tortured into insanity," she said sadly. "Why do you ask?" "In my family's library, there are journals written by every head of the family. My father's journal just so happened to mention the Longbottoms as close friends and allies of my family. He spoke a lot about Neville's parents having worked together with him in the Auror Corps. I wanted to visit him and return this," he said, holding up the remembrall. "We can go after lunch. Blaise and I will wait for you outside. I think 4 Slytherins would be more than that poor boy can handle," Tracy said, smirking a little. Daphne and Hardwin walked into the hospital wing and saw Neville in one of the far beds. They walked over and Neville got visibly nervous. Hardwin held up his hands and pulled out the remembrall and set it on the bedside table. "I wanted to return this, mate. It dropped when you fell. Hope your wrist heals up soon." Neville nodded in thanks and Hardwin held his hand out. "I'm Hardwin Potter and this is my betrothed Daphne Greengrass. I wanted to be formally introduced, as in my father's journal. Your dad was mentioned as someone my father respected and called a friend. I'm sorry for what happened to them." "Thank you, I'm Neville Longbottom," he said, shaking Hardwin's hand. "Nice to see you again, Daphne." Madame Pomfrey then bustled in and shooed them out, stating her patient needed rest. They met Blaise and Tracy outside and headed to the library. On the way back to the dungeons, the 3 first years left Hardwin outside Professor Snape's office for his meeting with their head of house. "Calm yourself," Hatchling Aeolus hissed from under his shirt. "He will not harm you." "I'm not worried about him harming me. That much is for SS sure. I just don't want to have to deal with any questions about them," he hissed back quietly. "He will understand," Aeolus hissed with finality, almost like a mother chiding her child. Harry nodded to himself and then knocked on the door. He waited for about 30 seconds before the door opened, revealing Professor Snape, who motioned him in. The professor walked to his desk and took a seat, then gestured for Hardwin to do the same. They sat across from one another. It seemed as though Snape was studying Hardwin, studying his face, studying his eyes, silently forming an opinion. Finally, Snape broached the silence. "Mr. Potter, I must say that you are a surprise." Hardwin simply nodded in reply. "I use these meetings to get to know my students better, and to tell them what I expect of them. As Slytherins, you are all expected to follow my rules, or should you feel that you do not wish to comply with a specific rule, I expect you to at least avoid being caught. After all, you're meant to be cunning. You should be aware that I do not believe in coddling my students. That being said, if you need help, I expect you to come to me or an older peer and ask. Part of your success in Slytherin will come from your grades and in class performance. Just keep in mind that cunning and ambition are nothing without the intelligence and skill to back them up." While Snape spoke, Hardwin rapidly soaked in the information being delivered to him, nodding and smirking in the appropriate places. "Now, I've tried making contact with your relatives," Snape continued, though the word relatives was spoken as though it were a poison being spat out. "Their only reply was that you were no longer their problem and had taken up residence elsewhere. I am quite curious as to where this elsewhere is," Snape said in a questioning tone. Hardwin flinched at the mention of his relatives and looked to his feet as he spoke. "I live at my family's estate, sir." Snape, seeing Hardwin's reluctance and involuntary twitch, decided not to press him for details yet. His instincts were telling him that young Mr. Potter would require a patient hand. "That's all well and good, Mr. Potter, but in the event of an emergency, who should I be contacting?" he said with a raised eyebrow. At this, Hardwin blushed lightly and mumbled, Daphne's parents, sir." Snape nodded and dismissed Hardwin, and the young boy got up and turned to leave. When he reached the door, Snape spoke again. "Mr. Potter, your mother was a close friend of mine during our Hogwarts days. As far as I can tell, you are certainly your mother's son. My door is always open to you, should you need it." Hardwin nodded and left for the common room. "Daph, why don't you go to the feast?" Hardwin said in exasperation. "Harry, we've been over this. I'm not going without you," Daphne replied, slightly frustrated. I just don't want you to miss your first holiday feast because of me," Harry said softly while looking down. There were often times when Daphne and he were alone that Harry's lack of self-confidence would show itself. "Oh, Harry, you finally know that your parents loved you and you want to respect the day they died. I understand that completely, but you are my betrothed and more importantly my best friend. I'm staying with you. Now let's go out to the common room," she said with a hint of a smirk. "Tracy and I need your help with our charms assignment." They left Harry's dorm and walked to a far corner where Tracy, Blaise, and Theodore were working on some assignments. "Harry, where have you been? This damn charm is driving me nuts," Tracy said in frustration as Daphne and Hardwin sat down. "Let me see you try it," he said with a small smile. Tracy cast Wingardium Leviosa at a candle and managed to shakily levitate it an inch before it fell back upon the table. "Take a few deep breaths," he said calmingly. "The charm's not going to work if you're frustrated. Good. Now loosen your grip on your wand, you're suffocating your movements that way." She did as he said, and then quirked an eyebrow at him, as if waiting for further instruction. "If you loosen up a little," he continued, "you'll get a bit more fluidity with your wand movements. Good. Now concentrate on where you want the candle to go, not where it is." Tracy did as she was told and managed to make the candle float in a circle around her. She squealed and jumped up and hugged him. "Thank you, thank you, thank you." Some of the older Slytherins just shook their heads amusedly at the display. Hardwin had become popular in his house in the past 2 months at Hogwarts. Since the start of term, he had earned a fair amount of house points and impressed the older Slytherins with his behavior, and in return, most of them had earned his respect as well. It had taken some time, but most of the house, and Neville, had started calling him Harry, and he learned to like his nickname since it wasn't being bandied about as a curse. Hardwin and his group of friends sat and chatted, worked or practiced spells for a while before they checked their clocks. A good majority of the house got up to leave for the feast, with the first years, except for Harry and Daphne, lined up in front of the door. "Hey, you two coming?" Theo asked. "I don't feel much like celebrating. Thanks for asking, though," he replied. Theo, Draco, and Millicent nodded at his answer. "Blaze and I will stay with you guys," Tracy said. "Maybe we'll finally teach Harry how to not suck at chess," Tracy said with a teasing smirk, looking at Blaze, who nodded his acceptance. "You guys go on," Blaze said. The 3 other first years lined up with Pansy, Crabbe, and Goyle, who still disliked Harry. Their parents' influence clearly ran strong in them. "So, do your families still teach you about the actual holiday, aside from Muggle tradition?" Harry asked his friends. Tracy looked up from the chess match that Blaze had just won. "None of the families, no matter how pure they are, hardly ever celebrate it the old way. They've either forgotten, like the Muggle way better, after all, it's free candy, what kid wouldn't, or just don't realize what it's actually for," she said, before taking a deep breath and launching into an explanation of the holiday's history. Like most holidays from back in the days of yore, Halloween was supposed to represent a changing of the seasons and the precursor to harvest time. It marks the end and the beginning of an eternal cycle. It's a Celtic holiday, the biggest and most important for them, and was originally called Samhain and was believed to be the day when the veil between the living world and the afterworld thins. Spirits were said to be able to cross between the worlds with the greatest ease on that eve. The Celts would gather to sacrifice animals, fruits, and vegetables and light bonfires to guide the dead and keep them on their paths, away from the living. Then early Christians changed it to have something to do with Christ, and then it developed from there into candy and costumes. "Maybe Dummels should have you teach our history class," Harry snickered and Tracy blushed. "Seriously, though, that was more informative than anything Binns has taught us so far." "Well, I wasn't kidding when I said my family was a bunk. Bang, bang, what was that?" Tracy finished uneasily as the loud banging continued. "It's probably the Weasley twins pranking the common room," Blaze stated dryly. "Well, then maybe we should turn the tables on them," Harry said with an evil smirk and started towards the door with the others in tow. They walked down the hall following the banging and turned the corner and stopped dead. A unified, "Oh shite," was heard from all 4 preteens. Meanwhile, in the Great Hall, the Halloween feast was in full swing. True to form, Hogwarts' resident potion master gazed down at the house tables with distaste. His gaze was drawn to the doors as they were thrown open. Troll in the dungeons, thought you ought to know," Professor Quirrell yelled, running into the Great Hall. He then promptly passed out. Snape fumed as the other professor passed out forwards. Snape's eyes settled on Dumbledore in anger. He had warned the headmaster about Quirrell. "Silence," Dumbledore shouted, then continued when it was quiet. "Prefects, escort your houses to their dorms. Professors with me." With that, order was restored. Hufflepuff, Gryffindor, and Ravenclaw made their way to their dormitories. The Slytherins gathered in the entrance hall of the Great Hall. "Damn it! Doesn't he realize our common room is in the bloody dungeons?" Fitzroy Royser said to the gathered Slytherin prefects. Flint," Theodore Knott stepped forward hesitantly. "Harry, Daphne, Tracy, and Blaise are in the dungeons." "Shit," all the prefects said collectively. "We're just going to have to stay here until Professor Snape gets back," Hayden spoke up. "Hopefully those four will stay in the common room." "Oh, shite." Harry and the others came face to face with a mountain troll. The troll noticed them and snorted vilely before swinging its club-wielding arm back. Harry, his sense for danger keen, shouted, "Duck." The four scattered away from the troll in different directions, and thankfully managed to avoid the club. All they heard was a deafening crash as the head of the club impacted the ground, creating a small crater and sending chips of stone in every direction. The troll, miffed that it had missed, focused on the one who'd made the most noise, and with more speed than anyone would have thought normal, swung the club towards Harry. Thankfully, Harry's honed reflexes from Harry hunting got him out of the way fast enough. This time, the troll's club impacted the side of the wall, sending more fragments of stone flying. One nicked Blaise's face and sent him to the ground, leaving him unconscious, with a wicked gash on his cheek. "Oh no, Blaise," Tracy shouted, prompting the troll to seek out the noise. "Any ideas?" Daphne called out to Harry from behind the troll. Harry jumped towards Tracy, pushing her out of the way of the club. "Maybe," he shouted. "Aelos," he hissed. Aelos rose from Harry's skin. "Yes, hatchling." "Can your venom kill a troll?" Harry hissed, shocking Tracy. "Possibly," was the snake's reply. Aelos, with all of the natural speed endowed to her species, shot towards the troll in a blur. She coiled around its leg and slithered her way up to its neck, then bit down, pumping her magically enhanced venom into its toughened hide. The troll roared in anger, having felt the bite, and shook Aelos off. The beast shook its head from side to side to regain its bearings and went for another swing at the hiding Daphne. "Daphne, move," Harry shouted. She screamed in fright, but swiftly moved to Harry's side when the troll swung. The troll swung his club but spun around on the follow-through, having been disoriented by Aelos' bite. It stumbled around the corridor trying to regain his senses. "Aelos' venom isn't working fast enough," Daphne said hurriedly, as the troll managed to zero in on the two first years in the middle of the hall. Harry drew his wand up and shouted, "Defo!" The grayish spell shot from Harry's wand and impacted the troll's chest, gouging a hole straight through it. The troll didn't even blink before falling to the ground. Harry slumped against the wall as Professors Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Flitwick came around the corner with Quirrell and Snape a little ways behind. The professors looked to the dead troll, then to the four first years. Dumbledore took the lead. "Professor Flitwick, please take Mr. Zabini and Miss Davis to the hospital wing." He then looked to Daphne and Harry. Harry was hugging Daphne, whispering in her ear as she curled herself into his chest, and Aelos was curled protectively around their shoulders. "Would you like to explain what happened here?" Dumbledore asked. At Dumbledore's voice, Daphne straightened up and turned around with a blank visage while Harry spoke. "We were in the common room when we heard banging. We thought it might have been Fred and George Weasley trying to prank the common room, but when we came out we were faced with the troll. It basically just tried to kill us all. Thankfully, Aelos bit it, and I hit it with a spell." "And what spell did you cast, Mr. Potter?" "The gouging spell." Harry's response was met with varying reactions from the assembled professors. Dumbledore looked surprised but quickly schooled his features. McGonagall gasped and looked horrified, while Snape looked on with a bit of pride. "You thought that spell appropriate?" Dumbledore asked while frowning, showing his disapproval. "That monster had already injured Blaise. Not only that, but it was tearing up the walls and floor, and obviously it could still do damage to Tracy, myself, my best friend, and my familiar. We were all still in danger, so yes, sir, I did," Harry replied sharply. McGonagall apparently took offense to his tone and said, "Watch your tone, Mr. Potter. Why were you not at the feast like you were supposed to be?" "Considering what this holiday means to him, I think that would be obvious," Daphne answered sardonically. Miss Greengrass, Professor Snape said, with a hint of warning in his tone. My apologies, Professor, Daphne spoke softly. And the snake, Mr. Potter? Dumbledore asked. As I mentioned, Aeolose is my familiar. As such, she is allowed in Hogwarts as stated in the rules. Very well, then, was Dumbledore's reply. With that, the remains of the troll were vanished magically, and the professors, save for Snape, left. Shall we go back to the common room? Snape said, gesturing towards the end of the hall. They walked to the common room in silence. When they entered, Professor Snape looked to the snake pointedly. Harry glanced at Daphne, who nodded her head. I'm a Parseltongue. Aeolose bonded with me when I rescued her from the zoo, he said softly. Professor Snape had faraway look in eyes before he nodded. It is good you kept this secret. Where did you learn the gouging spell? He asked. From my family's library. When I visited Gringotts, they gave me a portkey to the family manor, Harry clarified. Very well, I think you've earned 15 points to Slytherin for defending your peers. The others shall be returning shortly. Good night. Most of Slytherin had heard the real story of what happened. The rest of the houses heard Dumbledore's abbreviated version in which he said the troll had been subdued, and Harry and his friends were involved. After finding out Harry was a Parseltongue, all of Slytherin held a newfound respect for him, even those who firmly believed in the Dark Lord. Harry and some of the other first-year snakes had managed to get Marcus Flint to take them flying on the weekend. Harry, Blaise, and Draco were racing each other, while Millicent, Theo, Daphne, and Tracy were passing a quaffle. Daphne and Theo seemed to have more skill, while the other two were just having fun being in the air. Blaise eventually went over to toss the quaffle, while Draco and Harry continued to race, adding in some moves and tricks to their flight. Flint, who had been watching the races intently, decided to release a golden snitch as a test. Potter, Malfoy, I'm going to release a snitch, catch it. Draco and Harry nodded and lined up into position, waiting for Flint to release the snitch. The golden ball shot up and took off faster than they could see. Harry flew up higher and began to circle the pitch, Draco doing the same in the opposite direction. Harry spotted the little golden ball near the visitor side's hoops and took off after it. Draco followed after Harry, but when they got close, the ball zoomed down. Harry went into his dive with Draco right behind him. The pair hurtled through the air like falcons chasing each other on a hunt. As they neared the ground, Draco pulled up, fearing a crash, and was barely able to do so on the ancient school broom. Harry, however, kept going, and with 4 feet left, he lashed out and grabbed the tiny golden ball. As soon as he grabbed it, he started to pull up. His feet skimmed the grass while the rickety old broom shook in protest. The onlookers watched on bated breath as they saw the intense shaking and quivering of the broom. Finally, Harry somehow managed to regain control and shot back up into the sky about 5 feet before coming back down to land. Harry held up the snitch victoriously while his friends cheered. Draco offered him a slight grin and a high five, complimenting him on his catch. Of course, not everyone was impressed with him. Daphne, who'd been scared to her core as soon as she saw the 2 boys enter their diveys, ran over and slapped him upside the back of his head. Hardwin James, Potter, what the bloody hell is wrong with you? These aren't like our brooms, you. She was, mercifully so, for Harry, cut off. Flint broke in. That was bloody brilliant Potter. The next thing Harry knew, he was in Professor Snape's office with Flint standing next to him trying to convince Snape to allow Harry to play Seeker. Sir, he's amazing. The catch was insane, and Higgs did mention he wants to focus on his OWLS this year. Let me see the memory of his catch, Snape said, bringing out a bowl with some runes carved on it that Harry recognized as the Norse runes for memory, from a book Daph had. Seeing Harry's look, Snape explained, "This is a pensive. It stores and replays memories." Harry nodded. Snape watched the memory, and when he came out, his face betrayed nothing. First off, as Miss Greengrass said, never ever attempt that on a school broom ever again. Understood, Snape said harshly. Harry, surprised by his tone, quickly replied, "Yes, sir," like an army recruit would. Now also from what Miss Greengrass said, you have your own broom, yes, Harry nodded. Then you should probably send for it. I will talk to the headmaster, Flint. Get him ready for the game at the end of the month. Flint nodded with a wicked smirk as he and Harry left. All right, Potter, I don't want Gryffindor to know you're our seeker till the match, so get the other first years to come with you to the practices and don't dress in Quidditch robes either. Practices are Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays from 3 to 5:30. Harry nodded. After arriving at the common room, Flint gathered the first years up and told them the plan. All the ones who were flying today agreed to be there if they could. Before joining the others who'd already gone to bed, Daphne and Harry chatted in the corner as they did every night. So did Snape say how he was going to convince Dumbledore? Daphne asked Harry. No, he just mentioned that I should get my broom sent here. Should I use my 2000 or an older broom? Daphne looked thoughtful for a minute before answering. You can use my broom for practice in case anyone finds out, and save your Nimbus 2000 as one last surprise. Harry nodded and called, Nips. With a pop, Nips appeared. Sirs is calling Nips. Will you please bring me my Nimbus 2000, along with Daphne's Comet 260? Of course, Harry, sir, right away. He popped back a moment later with both brooms. Harry looked wistfully at his Nimbus 2000 and turned to Daphne. We've got to get you a better broom. It's just fine, and more importantly, not nearly as good as your Nimbus. Not that you need it, Daphne replied with a bemused grin. Snape also wants me to come in for private lessons in potions, Harry said, still looking at his broom. You're not marrying your broom, Potter, so look up. Harry looked up and smiled sheepishly at Daphne, who was scowling at him in mock anger. Sorry, he said with a nervous chuckle. Why extra lessons? You're the best in our year for potions, she said with a proud smile. He said it was for more advanced potions, and possibly working with him on new potions altogether. Harry, that's wonderful, Daphne said with a smile. I'm so proud of you. Now it's getting late. We should probably head to bed. I could sit here and talk with you all night, but we have classes in the morning. Good night, she said, after hugging him tightly, before walking off to the girls' dorms. Time sped by, and finally, the day of the first Quidditch match of the year had arrived. Harry met the rest of the team down in the locker room and pulled out his shrunken Nimbus 2000, tapping it with his wand to resize it. Flint, Adrian Pusey, and Beau Montague eyed the broom hungrily. Potter, why didn't you bring this beauty out before? Flint asked incredulously. Adrian quickly chimed in with an, and how'd you get it in the first place? Harry with a smirk answered. Daph and I decided that it'd be smarter for me to use her broom for practices, in case anyone found out. And since Wood's been suspicious about Higgs having missed 2 practices so close to the game, our plan was put to use. I got the Nimbus 2000 when Daphne's dad suggested it after he took me flying for the first time this summer. All I had was my dad's old broom. Yeah, even though your dad was a Gryffindor, he was legendary on the pitch, Flint exclaimed. There were very few students at Hogwarts who were more obsessed with Quidditch than Marcus Flint. He knew all of the school records and all of the current record holders. Now let's kick some lion ass. The Slytherin team flew out on the pitch, earning gasps from the crowd and players alike. The players were envious and impressed with Harry's Nimbus, and the crowd with the fact that Harry was only in his first year. The game began with Slytherin scoring the first goal off of a beautiful breakaway. Flint had managed to dodge Gryffindor's chasers and whip the quaffle right past Oliver Wood's outstretched arms. Like always, Slytherin played hard, but to the surprise of most of the school, they weren't blatantly cheating. Harry managed to break up his fair share of Gryffindor's chaser plays while he was circling the pitch. After nearly an hour of play, Harry got bored and decided to pull a mess with Gryffindor's seeker. As he saw the other boy approach on his broom, Harry broke into a dive and maxed out his broom's acceleration. Toller, Gryffindor's seeker, was on a Comet 260 and was just barely able to keep up. Thinking Harry was blocking the snitch, Toller kept after him until they were only 4 feet above the ground. Harry, with a smirk, pulled right up out of the dive and sharply shot back up into the air. Toller, on a slower broom, was unable to react fast enough and plowed into the ground, with the broom and the player going in separate directions. A classic Wronski feint, pulled off to perfection. Harry, back at the top of the pitch, found himself shockingly unable to take advantage of Toller's absence. His insides lurched as his broom began to buck forwards and backwards. Harry gripped the broom as tightly as he could while the broom jerked. Then, with one almighty jerk forwards, Harry was pitched forward over the handle. Harry dangled from his broom above the Quidditch pitch, his fingers clamped on with all their might. Flint, worried for his new star's safety, flew over to Derek Bowl, one of Slytherin's beaters. "Derek," he said, "circle around under him. If he falls, you'll need to catch him, mate." He continued while pantomiming a circling motion. Bowl nodded and flew off, hovering in a circle a few feet below Harry, ready and waiting to catch him. Fortunately for the Slytherins, their precautions were unnecessary. Harry's broom's antics stopped as suddenly as they'd started, and Harry flung himself up back onto his broom. Daphne was next to Tracy and Blaze in the stands when Harry's broom started malfunctioning. With a soft gasp of fear and worry, Daphne gripped Tracy's hand tighter than she would have ever thought possible. Aeolus, who had elected to stay with Daphne during the game, sensed her fear and coiled a bit tighter in comfort around Daphne's chest. "Someone's jinxing the broom. The Nimbus 2000 wouldn't malfunction like that," Blaze whispered. Tracy focused her omnioculars on the stands, starting with the teachers. "Snape's not blinking and he looks like he's whispering," she said. "Check the others for eye contact. It can't be Snape," Daphne replied. The three preteens scanned the crowd with focused eyes, before Tracy whisper-shouted, "Quirrell." And with that, Blaze took off for the teacher's box. It took him about a minute at a dead sprint to reach it. Coming under the bleachers, Blaze saw a flask on the hip of a visiting parent and nicked it. He poured the alcohol on Quirrell's cloak, then pointed his wand at it and whispered, "Incendio." The flames burst up and crackled merrily, igniting off of the alcohol and breaking Quirrell's line of sight, who looked to the flames, realizing he was on fire. Blaze disappeared quickly before anyone noticed him, and by the time he got back to Daphne and Tracy, Harry had caught the snitch. Harry swung himself back up on the broom and breathed deeply, getting his bearings back. Harry looked to Bowl in thanks and saw the snitch across the pitch. Harry took off after it at a breakneck pace, followed closely by Toller, who'd managed to finally regain his bearings and climb back into the air. The snitch dipped, cut and wove, shooting downwards, and finally flew in a straight line, a few feet off the ground. Harry, mind racing, slowly got up into a crouch on his broom and gradually stood, stretching out his arm as he did. He barely managed to get a finger on it, but that was enough to throw the ball off its flight pattern, and he quickly snagged it. Unfortunately, the movement sent him too far forward, and his broom dipped into the grass, throwing him clear of it. Fortunately, years of Harry hunting was put to great use as he tucked into a roll, avoiding injury, and came up with the snitch in his hand and a broad grin on his face. After the match, the friends had all gathered in the common room to celebrate their house teams was laughing in a corner, surrounded by his closest friends. "So wait, you stole a flask, poured it out on the Git's cloak, then lit him on fire with it. Oh, what I would have given to have seen the look on his face," he said between laughs. Blaze was chuckling, but upon seeing Daphne's expression, both he and Harry cut their laughter. "So why would Quirrell try to kill me?" Harry asked. Daphne looked pensive and then threw out in a whisper, "Voldemort." "Maybe, but I don't think so. Quirrell isn't a pureblood and used to be the Muggle studies teacher. He doesn't seem like the type to have followed Voldemort so loyally," Tracy replied. Blaze looked thoughtful for a moment before spotting Vasey and called out to him. "What can I do for you four?" Aaron asked as he came over. "Quirrell used to teach Muggle studies, right?" Blaze asked. Vasey nodded his head yes in response. "How has been employed this long with that stutter and fainting problem?" Tracy asked incredulously. Vasey laughed. "Well, he never used to be like that. He was actually supposed to be quite the Ravenclaw, but after he took a sabbatical he changed. Something about a bad encounter with a vampire clan in Albania, I think." They all nodded and chuckled a little at the thought of stuttering Professor Quirrell anywhere near a vampire, let alone a whole clan of them. A while after most of the room had cleared out and gone to bed, Daphne and Harry were lying next to each other on the couch, talking about everything and nothing. Daphne sat up and stared at Harry. Quirrell worries me. First the troll and now the broom incident. She paused and shook her head. Harry, what if he really wants you dead? Harry looked deep into his betrothed's icy blue eyes and thought for a few seconds. How about I ask Aeolus to watch him and see what she finds out? He asked her, receiving a nod in response. But anything else, and I think we should tell Professor Snape, she said, still with a hint of anxiety in her tone. Harry agreed and hugged Daphne goodnight. 2 weeks later, Aeolus was still keeping tabs on Quirrell. Besides the man spending time in the restricted section of the library and generally acting weird, nothing else had happened. Daphne, Tracy, Blaise, and Harry were on their way to the library when the staircase they were on moved, dumping them off at a door they had yet to come across. Shrugging at each other, they opened it to find a dark corridor. Damn it all! They heard from the end and started to see the pillars light up. That sounded like Quirrell, Blaise said. Guys, we're in the 3rd floor corridor, Tracy whispered. The group shared worried looks and tensed up, almost simultaneously. Come on, behind here, Harry whispered and pointed to some pillars near the door, masked in shadows. Sure enough, they saw Quirrell pass by mumbling to himself. He pushed the doors open and slammed them shut once he'd crossed through. Aeolus, sensing Harry, slithered up to him in the shadows and hissed, "You need to SSC this." And with that she slithered down the hall. Harry motioned for his friends to follow. Aeolus said, "There's something we should see. Come on," he said as he followed his familiar. They got to the end of the hall but were stopped by an absolutely massive door. Daphne took out her wand and spoke, "Alohomora." The door unlocked, but Aeolus spoke. "SS slowly open the door, do not go all the way in," she said before slithering up Harry and melding with his skin, resuming her tattoo form. Harry explained to the group what she said, then stuck just his head in to take a quick peek. Not even a second later, he pulled his head out and abruptly slammed the door. "Lock it, lock it." "Lock it now," he yelled in panic. Not even bothering to question him, Tracy whipped her wand out and tapped the door. "Claustro," she intoned, and in the nick of time. Just as the door locked, something slammed into the door from the other side, and the 4 youngsters heard snarling, scratching, and slobbering. "Okay, we're leaving now. Time to go," Harry said hurriedly as he took Daphne's hand and started to run out of the corridor with Tracy and Blaise following. When they were once again in the common room, Harry hissed at Aeolus. "That wasn't funny." Aeolus made a sound like she was laughing, then rose off of her wizard's skin and slithered over to lay by the fireplace, scaring Pansy Parkinson in the process. Pansy shrieked and made to swat at Aeolus, but stopped when Daphne said, "Parkinson, are you really that stupid? She's a king cobra, she's poisonous, and she already doesn't like you." Harry looked over and started laughing when Aeolus let her hood flare menacingly. "Now that's funny," he hissed to her. "All right, Harry, talk. What the hell was that?" Blaise said when they'd all gathered around what had become their table in the corner of the common room. "A giant 3-headed dog," Harry deadpanned. Tracy started laughing but stopped once she saw he was serious. "And it was standing on a trapdoor," the scarred boy continued. Tracy and Blaise both had stunned looks on their faces, while Daphne was able to ask, with a tone of absolute venomous incredulity, "Who in Therite bloody mind allows a Cerberus anywhere near a school?" "Clearly Dumbledore thought it'd be a good idea," Harry said with disbelief. "After all, he closed that corridor down this year, so he obviously knows about it," he finished. "Well, now we know to avoid the damn corridor at all costs," Blaise said with finality. "Daph, I think we should mention the dog to your parents," Harry whispered, not wanting to wake Tracy or Blaise, who had fallen asleep across from them in the compartment. Today they were on the train heading home for the holidays, or in Harry's case, to the Greengrasses. At Daphne's look, Harry continued, "I just have a bad feeling about it. Maybe they'll be able to shed some insight on Dumbledore's thinking." "Sure, just remember my parents are perfectly sane, whereas Dumbledore, not so perfect," she said with a giggle. They shared a laugh over her comment before she pulled out a chess set, saying, "Come on you, let's work on your chess skills." Harry groaned but complied. Daphne and Harry waved goodbye to Tracy and Blaze as they met up with the Greengrass family. "Daughter," Xavier spoke with affection while hugging her before her mother claimed her. "Harry," Astoria shouted as she leapt at him in an exuberant approximation of a flying tackle and a hug. Laughing, Harry hugged her and flipped her around to his back, where she reached over to give her sister a hug. "I guess this means you're happy to see me," Harry smirked as he looked back to Astoria, who giggled. Xavier grabbed Harry and Daphne's trunks, shrunk them down and placed them in his pocket. "Ready to go home?" Evelyn asked in a sweet, motherly tone, placing a hand on both Daphne and Harry's shoulders. Both children nodded, while Harry smiled at the thought of spending the coming weeks with his new family. Once they'd apparated to the Greengrass home, Xavier spoke. "Harry, you'll be across from Daphne while staying here." Harry woke to someone jumping on his bed. "Harry, wake up, it's Christmas," Astoria sang. Harry jumped up, tackled her, and started tickling her while Daphne laughed from the doorway. "Come on, you two. Mum and Daddy are waiting," she said. Astoria jumped up and ran out of Harry's room. Harry put on a pair of Slytherin green pajama pants and a black shirt to go over his wife-beater. "Merry Christmas, Daph," he said, giving her a huge hug and a light peck on the cheek. "Merry Christmas, Harry, let's go downstairs," Daph replied. "Morning, dear. Enjoy the wake-up call," Evelyn called out amusedly as they came down the stairs. "I've definitely had worse ones," Harry replied, laughing, not noticing how Xavier and Evelyn's faces darkened and Daphne's became worried. "Well, come on, we've got presents," Xavier spoke, tossing a present to Harry. "This one's from Tracy." Harry opened it to find a book written in what at first appeared to be squiggles, but then formed the words, "Parseltongue by Salazar Slytherin." "Holy shite," he exclaimed. Harry grabbed for the card on the ground and read, "This has been in the shop for a long, long time and nobody could read it. When I saw it at the beginning of the week, it made me think of what Parseltongue would look like if it were written down. I hope it works for you. Merry Christmas, Tracy." "What is it?" came from all around him. "It's a book written in Parseltongue by Salazar Slytherin," Harry said in an odd tone. Harry received a cornicolo from Blaze. How very Italian of him, Harry thought amusedly. In Italy, a cornicolo was an amulet that was said to shield the wearer from the evil eye. The one Harry received was fashioned from the very tip of a Graphorn's golden horn and was attached to a thin, masterfully wrought silver chain. From the elder Greengrasses, he was given a first-edition copy of most potent potions and few sets of his favorite styles of Muggle clothing. From Astoria, he received sugar quills, Honeyjuke's chocolate, and some wizarding fireworks. Finally, he reached Daphne's gift to him. It was quite nicely wrapped and was in a small red velvet box. When he slipped the latch open, a golden snitch shot out, prompting him to instinctively lash out and grab it. As he examined the snitch, he realized it was professional-level snitch with his name engraved on it. He was surprised when it opened, until Daphne explained all snitches open for those who first touch it. Inside the snitch, there was a heart made from a blue diamond set in a silver chain. Harry got up and hugged her and kissed her on the cheek with tears in his eyes. "Hardwin, we have one more gift to give you before we continue with the rest of the gifts," Xavier said, giving him folder marked with a Gringotts seal and the ministry's seal. Harry took the folder and looked at them questioningly before opening. The top form read Guardianship across the top in bold. Harry looked at them with a look of disbelief. "Yes, Harry, we've been granted guardianship over you, if you wish it to be so," Evelyn spoke softly. "Nothing will have to change except that the Dursleys no longer have any say in what you do, nor will Dumbledore." Thank you," he said, tears still fresh in his eyes from Daphne's gift. Harry stood up and hugged Evelyn, much to her surprise. "Harry, darling, you can come to us with anything you need, or even just to talk, whenever you like," Evelyn whispered to him as he hugged her. The Greengrasses opened Harry's presents to them next. Xavier received a rare book on herbology written by Helga Hufflepuff that Harry had found in the Potter library. Evelyn received a diamond serpent brooch with amethyst eyes from the Potter vault. Astoria an Ossicat kitten that was a beautiful ebony, with silver spots. And Daphne was given a Datejust royal black Rolex watch with her initials, DLGP, engraved on the back. In addition, as a gift to the whole family, he'd brought a pensive, which were very rare magical artifacts from the Potter family vault. A week into Christmas break, Harry and Daphne were sitting in front of Xavier and Evelyn in Xavier's study. "So, what did you want to talk to us about?" Xavier said, realizing both kids seemed to be tense. Harry glanced at Daphne, who nodded. "Some things have been happening at school," the boys started. "Dumbledore gave us all a warning in September to stay away from the third-floor corridor, or else risk a painful death. We also fought off and killed a troll that was let in during the Halloween feast." Daphne picked up next with, "Then during Harry's first Quidditch match, his broom was jinxed, almost killing him, and we're pretty sure it was Professor Quirrell." Harry picked the story back up. "And then we set Aeolus after him and found him sneaking into the third-floor corridor, where there's a Cerberus guarding a trap door." Xavier sat pensive as Evelyn fumed. "What the hell is wrong with that delusional old coot?" Xavier stood and placed a hand on Evelyn's shoulder to calm her a bit, then walked to the flue and called out, "Severus Snape." Professor Snape's head appeared in the flue. "Xavier, it's been quite some time. To what do I owe this pleasant surprise?" "Severus, if you're free, please flew over. I believe we have a problem that involves my new ward and your current employer." Severus nodded, nodding Xavier's tone, and came through. "Evelyn, Mr. Potter, Ms. Greengrass." Snape nodded. Xavier gestured to the last open seat, which Severus took. "Considering my daughter and my son-in-law-to-be are in danger, let's skip the formalities," Xavier started. "I know most see you as Dumbledore's man, but I know your loyalty lies first with Lily, with anyone else secondary, and therefore should also lie with Harry over the old bastard. Now, in the interest of time and with Harry's permission, I'd like to show you his memories of before he received his letter." Harry nodded, and Xavier pulled out the pensive that Harry had gifted the family and placed the memories in it. When Snape came out, he was even paler than normal and had a murderously angry mask etched on his face. "Does Dumbledore know?" he gritted out. Harry nodded. "He was my former magical guardian. Only he doesn't know that he's former." Xavier spoke next. "It appears to me that he has either grown senile or is trying to test Hardwin or get him killed, none of which we will stand for." Harry smiled at this and ducked his head in pleased embarrassment. Only Daphne caught it and gripped his hand. "Now, the children have told me that Hardwin has been in mortal danger 3 times this year. The troll, his first match, and the Cerberus. During the Quidditch match, I was using a counter curse. I suspect that it was Quirrell who was trying to jinx him. The troll was announced, also by Quirrell, but I am most curious as to how they know of the Cerberus," Snape said silkily. "Hardwin set his familiar on Quirrell after they suspected him of the broom jinx." Xavier broke off, looking towards the 2 children. "He wasn't breaking eye contact, and Harry always feels weird around him," Daphne spoke up, and then Harry continued. "Daphne, Tracy, Blaise, and I got caught on one of those moving staircases on our way to the library. It just so happened to switch and took us right to the bloody corridor that Dumbledore mentioned in September," he said, almost bitterly. "Blaise suggested we check it out, so we walked in. We heard Quirrell cursing about something and hid behind some pillars, good thing too, because he stormed out right after." This time, Daphne picked up the story. Aeolus had been following him already, so she mentioned to Harry that she'd found something in the door up ahead. She told us to follow her, and we did. Apparently, she thought it'd be funny to tell Harry to open the door without telling him what was behind it, because he was the one who looked in first, and apparently there was a Cerberus standing guard over some trapdoor that nearly clawed Harry's head off before we got the door closed in time. "Something needs to be done about whatever crazy scheme Albus is trying to come up with now," Evelyn said, her tone brooking no disagreement. "Severus, can you take over Harry and Daphne's defense lessons for the rest of the year? Tell Dumbledore they both have a problem with garlic or something," she asked. "Of course, Evelyn, that's not a problem," he said respectfully. "As for Quirrell, Mr. Potter, can your familiar keep following him?" Snape continued, receiving a nod from Harry in response. "If he goes to the third-floor corridor again, come and find me. I will keep Dumbledore away from Harry for the rest of the year. It should be relatively easy. given my connection to Lily and being his head of house," the potion's master said with a hint of a smirk. "Thank you, Severus," the said elder Greengrasses, with a quiet thank you following from the children. As Severus was about to flew back to Hogwarts, he nodded and spoke to Harry. "Your mother was a dear friend, Mr. Potter. I owe her quite a lot," and with that he left. Chapter 2. Harry and Daphne were lying in the Greengrass library with their transfiguration texts open working on their term project. Queen apparently decided Daphne had studied enough and pounced on the Daphne's quill. "Queenie!" Daphne shrieked. "That was not necessary." She looked at Harry laughing. Harry shut it. Harry ignored her and kept on laughing while Queen pranced on over to him and started purring. "How about a break, Daph?" Harry rolled over onto his back, and Daphne scooted closer to him, picking up Queen and laying her on top of Harry and petting her. "Daph, what's a good present to get a house elf?" "You know, I don't think anyone has ever considered that," Daphne spoke, sitting up and looking at Harry with a weird look. Harry explained upon seeing the look. "They were the first ones to show any interest in my well-being. Especially Mips, she wouldn't even let me leave the table until I ate 2 helpings. Apparently I was too skinny. I think she may have put something in the food too. I shouldn't be this normal looking." He laughed. "Well, you can't get them clothes. They'll take it badly." After Harry's oh so eloquent she explained further. "Giving them clothes symbolizes freeing them, but their magic depends on them being tied to a family. Without a family's magic, they can only live a few years before dying. So clothes are out. What about a pendant with the Potter family crest?" "You can try, but don't expect them to take it. Our house elves hardly accept thank yous." The Potter elves took about an hour to convince to take the present from Harry. He gave them a pendant with the Potter crest hanging from a strap of Hungarian horntail dragon hide. Mips cried for an hour, then made him a meal of all his favorites, including treacle tart. When Harry came back to the Greengrasses from delivering his gifts, Xavier sought him out in. Xavier knocked on the open door to Daphne's room where she, Harry, and Astoria were playing Exploding Snap. Xavier smiled at the sight. "Harry, this came for you over Christmas, but there was no name given on the tag. Evelyn and I went over to check for any harmful charms. There was only a few tracking charms. We dispelled all but one, which we both put a Confundus charm on." He tossed the package to Harry, who caught it and nodded. Harry looked at the tag. "Your father left this in my possession before he died. Use it well." "It looks like the old coot's handwriting," Xavier spoke up. Harry nodded and opened the package. Out poured a silky material that made Astoria and Daphne gasp. "That's an invisibility cloak." Harry looked up with an evil smirk. "So no tracking charms feel like pulling some pranks, Daph." He wiggled his eyebrows at a now equally smirking Daphne. Xavier walked out of the room laughing. Blaise, Tracy, Harry, and Daphne were sitting in a compartment discussing their breaks when the compartment door opened. "Mind if I join you?" Neville Longbottom stood in the doorway. Harry looked at the other 3, who nodded. "Sure, we were just discussing our break." "Thanks," Neville introduced himself to Blaise and Tracy. "So how was your break, Neville?" Tracy spoke up. "It was good, quieter than usual. My uncle went to the Virgin Islands, so it was just my gran and me." "You don't like your uncle?" Harry asked. "He dropped me out a window to see if I would have a bout of accidental magic, so no, not really fond of him." "What did your gran do?" Daphne asked, a bit horrified. "She's pretty old school," Neville answered uncomfortably. Harry, sensing Neville's mood, asked, "Anybody up for poker?" With the exception of Neville, they all groaned. "Hey, if I have to learn chess, you're gonna learn poker." "What's poker?" Harry mumbled. "Damn purebloods. Poker is a card game that's a hell of a lot better than Exploding Snap. For one, the cards don't explode." "No exploding cards. I like this already," Neville replied. The rest of the ride was spent getting to know the Longbottom heir. As they arrived at Hogwarts, they parted ways with the Gryffindor. "So we'll meet you in the library to go over potions and herbology. See ya, Neville." "Okay, so you don't have a problem with the plants in potions, it's the other stuff. Try treating your knife like you would your wand in charms class. Keep your movements in a fluid motion, don't try to just hack at the ingredients. The more precise your cuts are, the better," Harry explained to Neville and Tracy. The 5 friends were gathered in the library going over their notes and working on homework for various classes. Tracy and Neville had the most problems in potions. Harry, being the best at it, was helping them out, while in return Neville and Daphne helped Blaise, Tracy, and Harry out with herbology. While Harry gardened at Privet Drive, he had no experience with magical planets. Tracy was the only one who could stay awake in Bin's class and help the other 4 out with history, frequently pointing out things Bin's didn't even mention. Blaise excelled at astronomy, often helping the others out with astronomy. The other 4 just thought Professor Sinistra had soft spot for Blaise, who often brought out his Italian accent in class, which Tracy and Daph endlessly teased him for having a crush on Sinistra. Daphne and Harry also helped out the others with charms and defense. Harry apparently inherited not only his mother's eyes, but also her potions and charms skills. All 5, though, pitched in on Transfiguration, the proclaimed hardest subject for each of them. In 3 weeks since being back at Hogwarts, the 5 had gained the notice of the teaching staff. All of them had moved up in rank for all their classes. Neville had earned his first house points of the year from his head of house, 10 points from Professor McGonagall for inter-house cooperation. The 5 had been meeting in the library at least 3 times a week after dinner for studying. At one point, Vasey had come up to Neville, who looked like he was going to wet himself at the older Slytherin's look, and jokingly said, "Well, congratulations on being the first of the House of Bravery to brave associations with the snakes." "Oh, shut up, Aaron, you'll put him into shock. A Slytherin complimenting a Gryffindor." Daphne laughed, getting Neville to relax. "Well, I try, cousin." Vasey laughed as he walked away. "See you at practice, Harry." "Harry, what are you doing up?" Daphne asked as she stumbled into the Slytherin common room. Daphne was woken by Aeolus licking her face, trying to get her attention. When she looked at Aeolus pointed her head towards the door and slithered out to the common room, Daphne following. "Nothing," Harry sighed, running his hands through his hair. "Harry, come on, talk to me," Daphne said, sitting down next to him with Aeolus wrapped around their shoulders. Harry sighed again and was quiet for a moment before laying his head in his lap. "The dream of my parents dying is happening more often. It seems like it's every other night now." Daphne, not knowing what to say, took Harry's head and laid it on her lap, running her hands through his hair. They fell asleep within minutes. Aeolus still wrapped Daphne's shoulders. Harry woke to the feeling of someone staring at him and flinched violently until he saw Vasey smirking at him. "You know, since she doesn't have a brother, technically, I'm well within my rights to kick your arse for this." Harry looked around and noticed he and Daphne were still on the couch in front of the fire in the common room, then looked back at Vasey and gulped. "But I think I'll let you off with a pass, since not only would she kill me, Flint would too if you got injured before a match, plus it is Valentine's Day." Harry sighed in relief, while Blaise and Tracy laughed off to the side. "Well, lover boy, are you gonna wake Daphne up?" Tracy asked. Harry very maturely stuck his tongue out at her and woke Daphne up. "Hey, Daph, we have to get to class." "Fine, I'm up." Daphne got to her room and saw a red rose on her pillow with a box of Honeyjuke's chocolate with note attached that simply read, "Happy Valentine's Day, always Harry." The week after Valentine's Day, Harry and Daphne were rarely seen together without holding hands. That Wednesday, the group of 5 was in the library working on a transfiguration essay on Circe of ancient Greece and her transfiguration of men into pigs. "May I join you?" All 5 looked up, and to their surprise, standing there was Hermione Granger, the know-it-all Ravenclaw, only she wasn't much of a know-it-all anymore. While she still knew it all, she didn't force on people like she did the first week. Apparently there was a confrontation with Surprise, Ron Weasley, the idiot of Gryffindor. Afterwards, she toned down the hand, waving and shouting out answers, but smirked every time she answered a question correctly after Weasley answered one wrong. They all looked at each other, and Neville spoke up. "Sure, we're just working on Transfiguration." "Oh, I'm almost finished, except my essays is lacking on background on Circe." "Well then, you came to the right place, as Tracy here knows background, but the rest of us is still a little off on the actual Transfiguration principles. Think you can help?" Harry asked. Hermione nodded and took a seat, and with that, a 6th member was added to their group and Harry's side. Friday, before the Quidditch match against Hufflepuff the next day, the 6 of them were in the Great Hall playing gobstones. So Hermione, what does your dad do again? Blaise asked, apparently fascinated with what he thought was modern-day torture. He's a dentist, Blaise, and yes, I'm sure it's not torture, Hermione replied, annoyed, and for the 5th time today. Harry chuckled and brought out his cards. The Slytherins groaned while Neville and Hermione smiled. Ready to pay, Neville said. Who would have thought that a Gryffindor would excel at a bluffing game better than 3 Slytherins? Daphne sighed. They'll kick us out of house. Harry laughed and was about to reply when Professor Snape came past them. Hardwin, I need to speak with you in my office tonight. Also, there's no gambling in school save it for the common room. Come in, Hardwin. Professor Snape's silky voice came from behind his office door. Sir, Harry nodded to his professor, taking a seat. I have arranged for Professor Flitwick to referee the Quidditch match against Hufflepuff. I would officiate, but as Slytherin is playing, that would be seen as unfair, Snape said a bit sarcastically. Flitwick is a former dueling champion and will be on watch during the match, while I'll be sitting in front of Quirrell. Has Aeolus reported anything to you? No, sir, Quirrell hasn't tried anything yet, although he made a trip out to Hogsmeade. Aeolus wouldn't follow him as she did not want to be that far away from me while there is a Cerberus in the school. Understandable. A familiar will not stray far when it can sense danger. She did say that he smelled of smoke and alcohol, so my money is on one of the pubs as to where he went. Thank you. Good luck in the match. Professor Snape dismissed him. What did Professor Snape want? Daphne asked. Flitwick is going to be the ref in tomorrow's match. He suspects Quirrell will not try anything with Flitwick so close and Snape right in front of him. Well, I'm going to bed. Night. The match was a bit of bore. Hufflepuff has no real standouts aside from Cedric Diggory, a 3rd year and their seeker. Diggory was largely considered the best seeker at Hogwarts until Harry joined Slytherin this year. Flint's speech before the game consisted of, if we lose to Hufflepuff, I'll kick your arsees and find a way to hold 2-a-days. Got it. Good, let's go. Harry and the rest of the team laughed when Vasey gave Flint the finger at the 2-a-days idea. That was inspirational, Harry sarcastically commented to Vasey as they shot up into the air to take their positions. Flitwick released the snitch and threw up Quaffle. The Slytherin chasers dominated the game, and an hour into it they were up 130-20. Diggory tried to break up some plays, but the Slytherin beaters kept pressure on him whenever he lowered into the gameplay. Harry mostly circled the pitch, keeping watch for the snitch, but every so often his eyes would stray to Quirrell. Finally, Harry spotted the snitch behind the Hufflepuff hoops and shot off after. Cedric was closer, but halfway through an attempt to break up a Slytherin play. Cedric pulled out of the play, clipping Montague's broom. Harry sped towards the snitch, his nimbus easily outstripping Cedric's clean sweep 7 with his mistake of clipping Montague. As Harry closed in on the snitch, it swerved left then down, leading Harry into a short dive before he grabbed the snitch as Cedric came up on his tail. Slytherin won 300-50. As Harry left the pitch, he shook hands with Cedric. You kept it from a complete blowout. Nice job, mate. Next time, Hardwin, Cedric joked back. March passed without much happening. The group of 6 could be found in the library studying, or in the Great Hall playing card games, or having chess matches. Neville and Hermione became closer to the group, as if they had been with the other 4 the whole time. Harry still had trouble with chess, but declared one day, "Bring out the checkers and I would trounce your arsees," making Hermione laugh. One thing of note was a 5th-year Slytherin named Tommy O'Brien got completely shit-faced on St. Patrick's Day and tried to kiss Professor McGonagall. He spent some quality time as a parrot after that. The first week of April, Aeolus came to Harry with news about Professor Quirrell. He is leaving more often, hatchling. He goes to the forest sometimes. He's also taking to himself more. Are you sure it's to himself? Yes, there is. No one else SS sent around him during Thes times. Thanks, Aeolus. I'll tell Professor Snape. Daph, I need to go talk with Professor Snape. Feel like taking a walk? Harry asked, switching back to English in the Fours corner of the Slytherin common room. Sure, we'll see you guys in the library later on, Daphne said, standing and taking Harry's hand. They left the common room and headed for Professor Snape's office. Snape's silky voice rang out as Harry knocked. "Come in. Hardwin, Daphne, to what do I owe this visit?" Snape asked as they walked in and sat down. "Aeolus gave me an update on Professor Quirrell. He's leaving the castle more often, and he's talking to himself, sir. Erratically, or Aeolus wouldn't have mentioned it." "Did Aeolus mention where Quirrell is going?" "The forest sometimes. Other than that, Aeolus doesn't know." "Thank you for the information." Harry and Daphne were walking around the lake taking advantage of the good weather. "You never did tell me about the book you gave Malfoy," Daphne asked as they stopped near a big rock that overlooked the lake. "The book has some of the influential allies of the Potters over time. Apparently not all Malfoys were arrogant pure-blood bigots like Lucius and Abraxas are described as in my father's journal. While most Malfoys over time have been on the shadier side, they weren't evil. They once earned that position of respect that Lucius can only hold now by gold. About 5 or so generations ago, the patriarch of the Malfoy family was Augustus Malfoy. He lived up to his namesake, the Roman Emperor Augustus. Where Rome had a golden age under Augustus, so did the Malfoy family. Augustus believed your character was more important than blood. As long as he could respect you, he didn't care. He was a model student for his times and was head boy for Hogwarts his 7th year. He excelled at all his subjects, particularly warding and combat training, which were taught as electives for lords during the time period. In those classes, he met Edmund Potter. They were close friends throughout their lives. During their 20s, a Dark Lord by the name of Leopold Necker rose to power. He murdered his way across England and Scotland, claiming he was the Angel of Death. Edmund and Augustus fought against him in 3 conflicts each. In the last battle, the 7th, Edmund and Augustus finally fought him together after Necker killed Augustus's wife. They defeated him by beheading him. Edmund went on to become something of a minister for magic for the time, with Augustus as an advisor. Together, they changed opinions in magical society for the betterment of all. Augustus, however, never remarried or had children, leaving the Malfoy line to be continued by his younger brother Nero, an aptly fitting name. Nero resented everything about his brother to his dying day and passed that along through his son. "So we basically have jealous brother to thank for a Death Eater like Lucius Malfoy," Daphne stated. "Well, that's putting it simply," Harry said as he finished his story, walking into the library. They joined their friends, each letting the story sink in further. Later, as Harry was going to sleep, Aeolus slithered into his dorm. "That SS stupid human is going to drive me insane with all his mutterings about SS Stonus." Harry thought about it, but shrugged it off and went to sleep. At breakfast the next morning, Harry surprisingly got mail. "Watcha you got there, girl?" he asked as Hedwig landed in front of him. He took the scroll as she flitted across the table to Daphne, who held out a piece of bacon for the beautiful snowy owl. "Harry?" Daphne inquired upon seeing a curious look wash over his face. "It's from Gringotts. Apparently, after my lack of knowledge on my first visit, they ordered an audit of my vaults and assets. They want to meet with me and your parents as soon as school is out to review their findings." "Well, let my parents know and they'll arrange the meeting, probably for right after picking us up at King's Cross." Harry nodded and wrote a note off to Daphne's parents, feeling weird about involving any guardian in his monetary affairs after the living with the Dursleys, where he hid anything he saw as his. But he tried to shake it off, wanting anything normal in his life. That afternoon in the library, Hermione brought up once again a study schedule for exams. The other 5 all simultaneously groaned. "Hermione, at least wait until after my last Quidditch match to spring this on us. After all, exams aren't for 2 months. Harry whined a little and pouted at her. At her contemplative look, the other 4 put on their best pouts and said, "Please." "Oh, fine. I guess 2 more weeks will be fine, if you don't say anything then." They all vigorously nodded their heads yes. Hermione sighed and asked Harry about the importance of stirring counterclockwise versus clockwise. Harry shot up ramrod straight out of bed, almost falling over. Bloody nightmares, always after Dada days, stupid Quirrell. Harry, deciding he wasn't going to get any more sleep, put house shoes on and a hoodie and grabbed his invisibility cloak and a full potions vial. No time like the present, Harry thought, smirking to himself. Harry was walking the halls under his invisibility cloak, prowling for Mrs. Norris. He found her on the 4th floor near the library. "Here, kitty, kitty, kitty," Harry thought as Mrs. Norris approached where she could smell but not see Harry. Harry took the stopper out of the vial and dumped the potion on the cat. "M-E-O-W-W," Mrs. Norris shrieked. Bugger, Filch would have heard that. At the sound of footsteps, Harry ran for it. When he finally came to an unlocked door, he ducked inside and heard Filch run past. "Little to close there." Harry turned around to survey the room he was in and spotted a large mirror. Taking off the cloak, he walked over and eyed the inscription atop the mirror. "Erist stra eru oit ube kafru oit on wosi." Well, it's not English. It's a mirror which reverses the image, so backwards it says, "I show not your face, but your heart's desire." Curiosity getting the better of him, Harry stood properly in front of the mirror. After a second, he adopted a wistful look. In the mirror was an older version of Harry, probably in his 20s, with his arm around an older knockout, pregnant Daphne. In Daphne's arms was a baby girl of about 1 year old that had emerald green eyes and blonde hair, while Harry held the hand of a boy who looked to be 3 or 4 that had black, messy hair and icy blue eyes. Behind the family were Harry's parents, looking on with pride. Harry sat there for an hour staring at the image before Aeolus slithered into his lap. Looking down at Aeolus, the spell was broken, and Harry started to pet Aeolus. "What is wrong, hatchling?" "The mirror SS shows me what I wished for, not what I have. It's not real." "What do you SS see?" "My family, and I am happy." "Ah, but remember, hatchling, while you may never have this family in the mirror, you have one in your mate's family. They already care for you deeply. Be at peace, you have the family you SS seek." Harry looked thoughtful and nodded at Aeolus. "Thanks." Returning to the calm room with Aeolus as a tattoo, Harry thought, "I'm happy for that garter snake." The next day, Mrs. Norris was a shockingly neon purple color. Blaise, Tracy, Daphne, and Harry were on their way back to their common room after a library study session. Aeolus raced towards Harry openly in the hallway. "Aeolus, what's wrong?" Harry hissed urgently. "I was hunting in the forest and came upon a wraith feeding off a unicorn. We must tell your SS Snape at once." "Aeolus found something feeding on a unicorn." Harry spoke quickly to the other 3. Both Daphne and Tracy gasped, while Blaise took on a disgusted look. "We need to get Professor Snape now," Harry said as he picked up his pace to the dungeons, and Aeolus coiled around him and sunk into his skin. Harry, Blaise, Tracy, and Daphne came to a stop at Snape's office door. Harry threw it open. "Mr. Potter, I seem to remember you having more manners than an ape," Professor Snape bit out over a bubbling cauldron. "You 4 are lucky I am finished." He continued bottling the potion into vials. "We're sorry, sir, but Aeolus has news," Harry rushed on. "She said there is some kind of wraith feeding on the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest." Snape snapped his head up and looked at the still sick-looking faces of the 3 magic-raised 11-year-olds and the one confused-looking muggle-raised child in front of him. "Stay here, do not touch anything." He left them, cloak billowing in his wake. Upon exiting, he sealed the door to his office. "He locked us in," Blaise said, getting up trying to open the door. "He must be worried about whatever's out there," Tracy spoke up. "So why is killing a unicorn evoking so much panic? I know they're pure, but—" "Harry, the reason is not so much the killing of the unicorn, but who's doing it. Most hardened criminals would never try to kill a unicorn, and to feed off a unicorn's blood grants immortality as long as you keep drinking it. But it curses you also, gives you a half-life," Daphne's shaking voice whispered. Harry moved to her side to hold her hand, while Aeolus rose up and wrapped around both of them. Blaise and Tracy sat opposite them, neither saying anything, just waiting for Professor Snape to return. Professor Snape returned an hour later to the sealed office. Taking his seat, he called, "Daughter." A house elf popped into existence. "Professor Snape, sirs, what can daughter do for you?" "Tea for 5, please," Snape requested quietly. Daughter popped out and in again with the tea in a matter of seconds. "That's all, daughter." With that, the elf popped out again, and Professor Snape gestured to tea, inviting them to serve themselves. Once everyone had their tea, Snape started. The wraith that was feeding off the unicorn was long gone by the time Professor Dumbledore, and I, as well as Hagrid arrived. Hagrid spoke with one of the centaurs in the forest and was able to ascertain that the unicorns have retreated deeper into the forest, where they will be safe. The wraith has presumably fled. The four friends took the information in solemnly as they finished their tea. "I would like to speak to Mr. Potter and Miss Greengrass alone," Snape spoke again, looking at Blaise and Tracy. "You two may return to the common room. Your friends will join you shortly." Blaise and Tracy nodded and left with a pointed look towards Daphne and Harry, who nodded back. "It was Voldemort, wasn't it?" Daphne asked once the door was closed. Snape nodded. The wraith left over some residual magic at the slain unicorn's location. Headmaster Dumbledore was able to pick up Voldemort's magical signature, faintly, but it was there. "So he's looking for a way back," Harry spoke, putting together the pieces. "Quirrell's serving him, that's why Quirrell jinxed my broom. He's the only one sick enough to drink unicorn blood. And the stone Quirrell's is muttering about, it's the Philosopher's Stone, isn't. It's the only stone out there that will grant immortality." At Daphne's look, Harry explained further. "Aeolus has been complaining about Quirrell insanely mumbling about a stone, and in my family's library there was book on Nicola's Flamel, and the stone, and you seemed way too worried earlier." "Very astute, Mr. Potter. Yes to all your questions," came Snape's silky reply. "What is that crazy old bastard thinking, putting the Philosopher's Stone in a school?" Daphne almost yelled. "The crazy old bastard, as you put it, Miss Greengrass, wants to test Harry to ensure he is the perfect poster boy savior, I assume. Which is why I have decided to start giving you 2 extra lessons," Snape answered, turning towards Harry and explaining at his questioning look. "Hardwin, I owe your father a life debt, but more importantly, I made a promise to your mother, my best friend, that I would protect you. I intend to honor both, and as for Miss Greengrass, she is your betrothed, and as such will be in the same danger as you." Snape stood from his desk and scanned his bookshelves. He picked out a semi-long-looking text and copied it with his wand twice, handing one copy to Daphne and one to Harry. "I will meet with you next Sunday after lunch. I expect you two to have made significant progress, if not finished with this text. Good night." Snape dismissed them. "Oh, and it's up to you whether or not you share what I teach you with your other friends." Harry and Daphne nodded, looking at the title of the book, Oculus Mentis. "So what did Professor Snape say?" Blaise asked quietly, even though Harry and he were in their dorm room. Daphne on the way back convinced Harry to share with his friends. "I know you're not used to it, Harry, but Blaise and Tracy will be behind us forever. Tracy has been my best friend since diapers. Blaise has always been by himself, usually by choice, but he's opened up to you. He'll be behind you. As for Neville, not even his family gave him a chance, but you did, and Hermione had no friends until us." "All right, we'll tell them and see what happens, but I want to ask Snape about Hermione. She likes authority a little too much." "Harry, mate, you all right? You spaced there?" Blaise asked. "What would you say if I told you Voldemort is not as dead as people think he is? And when he finds a way back to full strength, he's going to come after me until either I'm dead or he's dead. So as my friend, you'll be a target," Harry morosely replied. Blaise sat heavily on his bed, contemplating Harry's words. Blaise walked over to Harry and put a hand on his shoulder. "Hardwin, you were the only one I ever met who didn't judge me based on my mum or even asked me if she killed them, which she didn't, so let him come and we'll be ready." Harry looked Blaise in the eye and nodded, smiling. "Professor Snape gave Daphne and I this book. He wants to train us." Blaise took the book. "This is for occlumency and legilimency. My mother taught me this. It's an obscure branch of magic, but highly useful. Voldemort was skilled in it. It was rumored he tortured people using it. Snape gave us until Sunday to read it. Why do you know it?" Blaise once again returned to his bed and adopted a thoughtful look inside. "My mum's family is from Sicily, and my grandfather is a capo for the family." Harry nodded. Growing up in the Muggle world, he had seen crime families in the news and in movies when he could occasionally seek a peek at the TV. "We have secrets to protect, so Mum started teaching me when I was 8. Harry was sitting with the Slytherin Quidditch team at breakfast, in preparation for their last game against Ravenclaw. "It would help if you ate at least some toast," Vasey suggested, and Flint nodded in agreement. Daphne, who was sitting next to Harry, buttered some toast and gave Harry a pointed look. Harry ate the toast with a defeated look on his face. The rest of the team laughed, effectively breaking the tension. All right, if Ravenclaw keeps this close, they'll have a chance to beat us for the cup with a win against Gryffindor in their last game. Potter, focus on the snitch. We'll need the 150 cushion. Montague, Vasey, keep pressure on Bradley. He's decent, but we keep our plays switched up. He won't know what's coming. Adrian, if we fall into a pattern, call it out so we switch it up. Adrian nodded. He was out with a wicked arm injury from a crash in practice. Pomfrey didn't want him playing for the rest of the year. Bowl, Derek, keep pressure on Chang. This is her first match against Slytherin. Let's make it memorable. Flint finished with a smirk. Harry circled the pitch looking for any glimpse of gold. So far, Ravenclaw was having trouble keeping up with Slytherin. Bradley was having trouble keeping track of Slytherin's plays. Whenever they would fall into a pattern, Pusey would signal Flint to change it up. Bletchley was having great game, but let's face it, right now the best keeper at Hogwarts was Oliver Wood. The score was only 100-50 about an hour into it. Bowl and Derek were alternating shooting bludgers at Ravenclaw's chasers and Chang. Chang had taken to staying almost within arm lengths of Harry to avoid the bludgers. Harry was getting rather annoyed at Chang using him as a shield and decided to try a move Terrence Higgs had told him about, a Wronski feint. Harry took off across, swerving, trying to make it look like he had seen the snitch. It worked. Chang was following him. Harry went into her sight path and dived straight down from 30 FT above the hoops. Chang followed as close behind as she could. Harry picked up speed, closing in on the ground, keeping in her sight. 4 FT above the grass started to pull up. His feet scanned the grass as he heard sickening crunch. Harry smirked as he shot back up in the air as Madame Hooch called a timeout. Chang got up a minute later and got back on her broom. This time she didn't follow Harry. Slytherin scored 2 more times and Ravenclaw once more when both Harry and Chang spotted the snitch. It was across the field near the teacher's box. Harry reached it first and reached out, but it swerved down and left. Harry, who was directly over the teacher's box, Harry followed and accidentally kicked Quirrell in the shoulder. Chang caught up with that, but the snitch was on the move. They were back out over the pitch as the snitch sped up. Harry passed, Chang leaving her 2 feet behind him. Harry was closing in on the snitch. Chang reached out looking like she was going to grab his broom. Bowl lined up a bludger that knocked at Chang's side with a crack, forcing her to the ground as Harry snatched the snitch. Harry woke up the next day still smirking. Chang had 3 cracked ribs thanks to Derek. Daphne had been livid after the game that Chang was going to try and pull Harry's broom. Harry dressed in his Harley boots, jeans, and a Clash t-shirt. He put his wand in a holster he had Nips pick up at Hephaestus. It disillusioned when he put his wand in it. Blaze was dressed in Italian boots, a pair of designer jeans, and silk button-down black shirt. At Harry's look, Blaze shrugged. "What, I look good." Harry shook his head. "Come on, let's go get Daph and Tracy. We're meeting Neville and Hermione at Snape's office." "When did Snape let you know about Hermione?" "Before the match, he stopped by the locker room to make sure we were ready for the match. He let me know then." The boys met Tracy and Daphne in the common room. Both were dressed in Muggle clothes, too. Tracy in a skirt and green shirt and matching green high-top chucks. According to Tracy, you can never have enough chucks. Daphne had jeans on with a Ramones t-shirt on, Harry having got her obsessed with them, and her own pair of Harley boots. "Let's go," Daphne said. Hermione and Neville were outside Snape's office when they arrived. Snape had given both Hermione and Neville detentions as a cover. "Hey, guys," Hermione called out when they arrived. "Did you guys finish the book?" Neville, Daphne, and Harry nodded. "Come in," Snape's silky voice called out as the door opened. "You all finished the book, I heard," Snape stated, while they all looked a little guilty at being overheard. "Mr. Zabini, I understand that you already know occlumency, so I will test your mindscape, while the 5 of them are finding their core." Blaze nodded. "Now, has Mr. Zabini mentioned anything on the subject?" Snape asked. They nodded, Blaze speaking up. "I've shown them some meditative techniques. They took to it very well but have yet to find their cores. To find your core, you must not just meditate but clear your mind of everything except your magic. I want all of you to cast the luminous spell and focus on the feeling your magic gives off as the wand is kept lit." He paused to let them cast the spell. "Focus on that feeling, only that feeling." He let this continue for a minute or so. Good, now cast Nox and we'll continue. He looked at them, noticing the odd looks on their faces, and knew that they had felt their magic. Now I want you to meditate and find your magic, and continue from there if you succeed. Snape motioned Blaise over to a separate corner of the room and cast the Muffalato charm. I will be teaching you that spell today. It allows you to carry on a conversation without being overheard. I invented as such, only a few know of it. Severus showed Blaise the wand movement and had Blaise practice until he did it correctly 5 times in a row. Now, Legilimens. Snape cast on Blaise, expecting to find him unprepared, but Blaise always kept his mindscape up at his mother's request. Blaise let Severus in to explore it. Severus appeared in Blaise's mind, which took on the appearance of a Venetian villa surrounded by high stone walls with decorative but deadly spikes at the top. Snape tried the main gate, but found it locked with an electric current running through it, preventing him from touching it. Rather than dealing with the gate snap, merely flew above and over the wall, using a little known ability of his. He landed and started walking the path towards the home, only to be charged by a group of security dogs, which looked to be German Shepherd. Severus conjured some meat for the dogs, but only the younger ones took it, so he stunned the rest. Severus continued to explore the mindscape, finally finding Blaise in what appeared to the boy's bedroom. "So, what do you think?" Blaise asked from his bed. "It is good, but you should add some magical traps to more of the villa. Where are your memories stored?" "Here in the room, in various places, the more important ones in panic room of sorts," Blaise answered. Severus nodded and approved the mindscape and ending the spell. "Well done. I assume your mother taught you." Here Blaise nodded, and Snape looked at the clock. 2 hours had passed. "Well, let us see how your friends fared." Professor Snape brought them all out of their meditative states gently. "Well." Neville spoke first. "I had just found my core." Tracy spoke up next. "I've started my mindscape," at which Daphne and Hermione nodded. Finally, Harry spoke. "I am halfway done with mine." "Good, you all have made good progress. Continue on your own, and I will test you each Sunday. For now, I'll teach you a spell I taught Blaise earlier." Professor Snape proceeded to teach them the Muffalato charm. May started with Hermione organizing a study schedule for the group, including time for occlumency in it. Harry had finished his mindscape, though ever since then he looked paler and had dark circles under his eyes, and was working on strengthening its defenses by researching in the library, occasionally sneaking into the restricted section. On the first Thursday in May, they were in herbology class with the Gryffindors when Ron Weasley, the irritating little twit, was complaining of how this class reminded him of chores and how it was unfair for him to have to do this work, when he fainted, saving the class from his rant. Professor Sprout had Dean Thomas take him to the infirmary. Apparently he had an infected hand from a dragon bite and refused to say anything about it. Neville told the others later that night in the library. The teachers were in fit trying to figure out what happened, which Harry found hilarious as everyone knew Hagrid had a thing for misunderstood creatures. Daphne and Hermione, who had just finished their mindscapes, just laughed at the misfortunate weasel. It seems Ron had made an enemy for life in Hermione after the bathroom incident at Halloween. 2 days later, Hogwarts awoke to find Gryffindor lost 150 points, effectively taking them out of the race for the House Cup. "So, Nev, what did the weasel do now?" Hermione asked, smirking as Neville groaned and hit his head on the table. "The moron smuggled that dragon out of the castle, which normally would be praise-worthy event, but the idiot, along with Thomas and Finnegan, celebrated in the middle of the hallway at midnight. All their not-so-quiet celebrations got Filch's attention. He took them to McGonagall, who decided to take 50 points from each of them, as well as detention with Filch for a week. Basically, all of Gryffindor is ignoring them or pranking them." Hermione continued to smirk, while the Slytherins just shook their heads. "It's rather telling that the whole house turned on them over something like house points, though," Blaise commented, and went back to work on their essays. They were in the library in their usual spot, with books spread out across the table. Binns had assigned a 2-foot parchment essay on magical figure of their choice. Blaise had had the mad monk Rasputin. Tracy chose the Greek alchemist Paracelsus. Daphne chose Anne Boleyn. Hermione chose Rowena Ravenclaw. Neville chose a herbologist Elidora Ketteridge, and Harry Pollyanna Vulticulus, the inventor of Polyjuice Potion. So far they were halfway done, although Tracy had to send home for a book on Anne Boleyn for Daphne, since the library had a limited selection. With Sunday came another session with Professor Snape. Harry woke looking worse for the wear, with dark circles under his eyes, almost to the point where they looked like he had a broken nose. As far as getting dressed went, he put on sweatpants and hoodie with the hood up. As the four Slytherins met up with Neville and Hermione, everyone eyed Harry with worry. "Harry, are you okay?" Hermione asked, with worry lacing her tone. Harry looked around everywhere but his friends and mumbled a bleak, "Fine," and with that they enter the classroom, nobody quite believing Harry's answer. "Who has finished their mindscapes?" Snape said as the six took their seats. Harry, Daphne, and Hermione replied in the affirmative. "I need to start adding defenses," Tracy replied. "My memories wouldn't stay put. They would come out to the front of my mind after I organized them." Unfortunately, that can happen. Most assume that just organizing their memories in their mindscape is enough, but all that does is make it easier to access. You fixed the problem. "Yeah, I just had to focus more." "Good, and it is yes, not yeah," Snape answered. "Mr. Longbottom." Neville looked a bit embarrassed and hung his head. "I'm still having trouble sorting through memories. I can't focus on them enough to sort them." "Tracy, start on your defenses," Professor Snape said, rising, and walking over to a bookshelf, he selected a rather worn-looking book. "If you need help with defenses, this is an excellent book." Snape handed over the book, and Tracy moved over to a corner of the room to begin. "Mr. Longbottom." Snape moved over to a cupboard and opened it, pulling out a clear orb. "This is a recent invention of an acquaintance of mine. It is supposed to help young children focus their magic. It lights up in various colors. The goal is to make it stay the one color you chose while it floats. Work with this for a while, then try your memories again. You are doing far better than expected already, you all are." Neville stood and moved with the orb to the same corner as Tracy. "Now, Mrs. Granger and Greengrass, why don't you work on you defenses while I test Mr. Potter? Mr. Zabini, I believe your girding potion was a subpar. You'll find the ingredients out and the directions on the board." Blaise walked over to the lab station with a grimace. Snape turned towards Harry. "Legilimens." Severus Snape enter a dark forest that if he had to describe, he would call it Dead Ringer for Fangorn Forest in The Lord of the Rings. Snape lit his wand. Unfortunately for him, the forest seemed to swallow all the light except for about arm's length in front of him. From the side he heard a twig snap. Snape snapped his head up to only see a pair of glowing green eyes in the distance. Howls went up in the distance, making Snape turn opposite the eyes. The howls grew closer, and from out of the woods charged a pack of wolves. The lead wolf lunged him. Severus twisted in just enough time to avoid getting his throat ripped out. He quickly sent a modify stunner that shot widespread stunners to take out the remaining wolves, while the lead one circled around. Severus sent a stunner at the wolf, but he avoided it and circled again. Severus, thinking, quickly sent 2 reductos at the ground to side of the circling wolf. As the wolf dodged the other way, the second reducto hit the wolf moving into the spell's path. The wolf's head exploded into mess of blood and brains, painting the forest. Severus breathed out as silence reigned again. As he searched the forest, he once again saw the vibrant, glowing green eyes. A hoot sounded out, and Severus again looked towards noise, only to see the sky clear and a full moon to appear. The light from the moon was enough to illuminate a path hardly wide enough for one to walk down. Severus looked around, and seeing no other option, took the path. Severus walked for about 5 minutes with nothing but the sound of his footfalls. Suddenly he heard the screech of an eagle. Turning, Severus dodged out of way, but still got clawed by the large talon of a hippogriff dive bombing him. As he rolled into the woods, he extinguished his wand, bathing him in darkness, making it a bit harder for the hippogriff to find him. He then cast a disillusion charm on himself as well as scent masking charm. He used a spell to stem the bleeding and continued on until he was in better light and could conjure a mirror to attempt a healing spell. Snape moved closer to the path for the moonlight, but was careful not to directly walk on it as before, as that would defeat the purpose of the disillusion charm. Snape continued on for another minute before he saw the green eyes again. Turning this time, he decided to go after them only to fall into a pit that was covered with twigs. Damn it. As he landed in the pit, his body weight was put all on his left ankle, twisting it at sick angle. Snape stood carefully, putting pressure on the ankle, finally determining it was just sprained. Snape used his ability to fly without a broom once again and reached the top of the pit and moved towards the path again. Finally, the woods cleared, and the path widened, leading to wrought iron fence and massive gate. The Potter coat of arms was done in gold on the gate. Without knowing it, Severus Snape was about to enter a replica of Potter Manor. Snape walked up to the gate, getting ready to cast a detection spell, when the gate slowly creaked open, enough for him to step through. Once he walked through the small opening, the gate closed, locking Severus inside. The walkway to the enormous manor lit up with torches lighting the way. Just as Snape made it to the front door, he heard roar like that of lion from behind him. While turning to face whatever beast Hardwin sent this time, he saw out of the corner of his eyes the glowing green eyes in a front window. Finishing his turn, he saw a full-grown griffin charging him. Snape quickly turned around and cast the strongest unlocking charm he could think of. The doors opened, and he hurried in, slamming them shut just as the griffin was about to cross the threshold. Instead, it slammed into the doors. Holy shit was about the only thing that went through Severus's mind as he caught his breath. Severus moved from the door and cast a glance around the entrance hall. Seeing and sensing nothing of importance, he moved to the door on his right. Opening it, he found himself in sitting room. Severus moved about the room and found two family portraits, one that held his parents and Hardwin as a baby, and the other of what appeared to be horse masquerading as a woman, whom he knew to be Petunia, and a whale and a baby whale he assumed were her husband and child. Stepping up to look at it properly, Severus was pulled into a memory. The Dursley family was dressed in their Sunday best, waiting for the photographer to arrive. The doorbell rang, and the baby whale moved to open, seemingly quite put out over the act. While Petunia entered the kitchen to bring the tea out, Severus followed her into the kitchen, wondering where Hardwin was. He got his answer. In the kitchen, 5-year-old Harry was standing on stool fixing the tea and biscuits for his aunt. "Well, freak, is it done?" Petunia questioned her nephew. "Yes, Aunt Petunia," the little boy answered and adopted a hopeful look. "Am I going to be in the family picture too?" "Why would we want a worthless freak like you to be in our family picture?" With that, the memory ended, and Severus found himself back in the sitting room with a shocked look on his face that quickly turned to anger. He left the room quickly through a different door and found himself in a formal dining room. As he walked around the table, he was pulled into another memory. Severus watched as what appeared to be again a 5-year-old Harry serving his relatives dinner. On the boy's arm was serving towel. As he walked away from setting a dish in front of his cousin, Dudley tripped Hardwin, sending the small boy to the floor. "Good-for-nothing freak," his uncle shouted and stood kicking Hardwin in the ribs. Severus heard the cracking of ribs. His uncle then dragged Hardwin from the room and threw him into a cupboard. Severus walked over to the cupboard and opened it. Scratched into the side, he saw Freak's room. Severus momentarily forgot himself and tried to curse a memory. Professor Snape found himself once again in the dining room. He sat down at one of the chairs heavily for a few minutes before continuing on. This time, he found himself in a family room and once again sucked into a memory. Severus found himself in Hardwin's cupboard. As he looked around, he saw that this time he was viewing the memory as if he was Hardwin. Looking down, he noticed his arm bent at an angle, obviously broken. Strangely, he only felt a mild discomfort. He saw the cupboard opened a crack and looked out to see Christmas decorations around the house, and from the cupboard he could also see the Dursleys smiling and opening presents. Then Uncle Vernon looked up and he quickly shut the cupboard. Severus continued on in the house, each room showing a memory of abuse, although some had a positive impact on Hardwin. In the solarium of the house, a memory of Hardwin being forced to garden at age 8 ended in him discovering Parseltongue, and through the garter snake learning about some magic. Another memory was one of Harry hunting, which ended in Hardwin avoiding his cousin and his gang by ducking in the town library. The library from then on became Hardwin's only sanctuary in Little Whinging. He spent all his time away from number 4 there, devouring any book in the library. Severus discovered Hardwin could read as well as any adult from those memories. Finally, Severus came to the doors to the Potter family library. As he tried to open them, a house elf popped into existence. "You shall not enter my sir's library," the replica of Mips said with furious look on her face. After being injured twice, Severus saw no reason to duel with a protective house elf. Having prior experience with a pissed-off elf, decided to end the spell instead. Severus ended the spell and, coming out of Hardwin's head, dismissed the other 5 11-year-olds abruptly. After the others left, Snape sat staring at Hardwin, who stared resolutely back, neither saying anything. Snape, after 2 minutes of tension, broke first with, "I assume the library holds the rest of your memories." Hardwin nodded. "And I also assume that the abuse you suffered had been repressed until you sorted through your memories, which would account for your lack of sleep and the use of the muffalato charm in your dorm." At Hardwin's look, Professor, Snape spoke further. "I monitor first-year dorms and the common room. First years for homesickness and the common room for who is breaking curfew." Hardwin just sat there staring beyond his head of house, not saying anything. They sat there for a good hour or so before Severus sighed. "Talking helps. I should know." Here he gave Hardwin a pointed look. "Tonight there will be a small dose of dreamless sleep potion on your nightstand. Take it, but don't get used to it. You can come and talk to me at any time, but know this: next Sunday we will be doing this again, even if it means staring at each other for hours on end." Chapter 3. Harry was moody all week. He frequently snapped at others and his grades dropped. He didn't even bother to show up to Transfiguration once. Daphne told McGonagall that he was sick and Professor Snape had him stay in the dorms. The only night he slept through was Sunday, when he was given the dreamless sleep potion. Today was Saturday. Blaise woke up to find Harry sitting up in his bed staring at the wall. "Harry mate, you okay?" Harry slowly turned back from the wall towards Blaise, the black circles under his eyes and his pale skin giving him the appearance of death warmed over. "I'm not feeling well. Go on without me," came his mechanical reply, and he turned back to the wall. Blaise got dressed every so often, glancing at Harry, who sat on unmoving. "Harry, you sure you don't want to come to breakfast?" Harry nodded without looking at Blaise. Blaise sighed and left the room. "Where's Harry?" Daphne asked as Blaise came into the common room. "I the dorm. He said he's not feeling well." "I sense a but coming," Tracy spoke. He kept staring at the wall. He kind of looked like those people who get their souls sucked out by the Dementors. "Well, we'll bring him something back from breakfast and see how he is," Tracy said a little unsurely and glanced at Blaise and Daphne. Blaise nodded while Daphne looked towards the entrance to the boys' dorm as they were leaving. Harry sat on his bed, staring at the wall, contemplating his memories. He was taking in nothing. He had felt numb all week. The only real feeling he experienced was dread for Sunday's meeting with Snape. He would be forced to talk about how much a freak he was and how weak he was. He just let them hit him. Harry, I brought you some toast and fruit. It was the only thing we could bring back." Blaise spoke rather timidly, a bit freaked out by Harry's unusual behavior. Harry just nodded his head. The food went largely ignored. Harry's behavior continued the rest of the night. By morning, all his friends were worried and Blaise completely freaked out to see Harry still in the exact same spot. Blaise went up to Harry, who was rocking back forth a bit, and touched him on the shoulder. Harry flinched violently and started muttering, "No, uncle, no, don't. I won't be a freak anymore." Blaise threw on a school robe and bolted from the room, down through the common room and through the dungeons. He pounded on Professor Snape's living quarters door. "Professor." "Bloody hell, the castle better be on fire," Snape muttered as he opened his door. "What the—" "Professor, sir, something's wrong with Harry. He's in our room." Blaise broke into Professor Snape's question. Snape took one look at Blaise and started striding to the Slytherin common room. He arrived in cloak billowing and strode straight to the first-year dorms and into Blaise and Harry's room. He took in the scene: Harry sitting on his bed, and went straight towards the boy in question. "Hadrian," Severus quietly spoke, touching his shoulder, "you're at Hogwarts in your dorm room. SHHH, your uncle isn't here and will never see you again," Severus spoke as he would comforting a frightened puppy. Hadrian gradually started to calm himself. He first stopped muttering, kept whimpering and rocking back and forward. "Daughter," Severus called quietly, the little elf popping into existence, "please bring me a calming draft from my storeroom." The little elf nodded and vanished. Severus placed his arm around Hadrian's shoulders, pulling the boy towards him, trying to offer him comfort. Daughter popped back in with the potion, and Severus coaxed Hadrian into drinking it. After a few minutes, Hadrian calmed and actually fell asleep in Severus's arms. Severus sent a patroness to Madame Pomfrey asking her to set up a private bed. He then levitated Hadrian and set out for the hospital wing. As he was leaving the common room, he looked to Hadrian's friends. "I'm taking him to the infirmary." Severus took some secret passageways to avoid the students who were even on their way to breakfast or already there. Once he arrived at the infirmary, Madame Pomfrey motioned him over to a sectioned-off part. "What has happened?" questioned Hogwarts healer. Severus set Hadrian down gently on the bed. "First, I need your oath as a healer to not discuss any of this with anyone." "Of course." Madame Pomfrey answered, a bit upset that he would even presume to think she would violate her healer's oath. Even from Albus, should he ask? Madame Pomfrey looked at her colleague that few understood and sighed. "Is it in Mr. Potter's best interests, and what about his guardians?" "Yes, he is emancipated in the magical world, and his guardianship in the Muggle world was recently transferred to the Xavier and Evelyn Greengrass. They will agree with me." The renowned Hogwarts's healer gave her agreement to silence and looked to Severus for an explanation as to her new patient. "He recently developed his occlumency mindscape, and I believe until then he had repressed his memories." Severus's face grew darker as he continued. "His Muggle relatives were abusive. I tested his mindscape and only viewed a few of them before I ended the spell. I have a feeling those were the better memories. I'll give him a full workup. We'll need to know the full extent of damage done. Are you going to stay for it?" "Yes, but I first want to notify the Greengrass parents and have them come. I need to consult with them as to how to handle the situation. Hadrian has already shown signs of not wanting to talk about it, so I'll need their help to okay any treatment." "I assume, then, you'll be helping him to understand. You can use my flu to contact them." Severus nodded and left to contact the Greengrass parents. Severus knelt in front Madame Pomfrey's fireplace and tossed the flu powder in. "Greengrass estate." "Severus, what can I do for you?" Evelyn's voice rang out from the flu connection. "I need you and Xavier to come to Hogwarts. Hadrian is in the hospital wing. He is physically okay, but his mental state is another question." "I'll contact Xavier and be there in a few." Evelyn spoke, ending the flu call immediately. Less than 5 minutes later, Madame Pomfrey's flu erupted, and out stepped the Greengrass parents, both with worried, drawn faces. "Ah, good you're here." Madame Pomfrey and Professor Snape walked into the office. Madame Pomfrey sat and let Severus start the explanation. "I have begun giving Hadrian and his friends extra lessons, as the headmaster and I found traces of the Dark Lord's magical signature in the Forbidden Forest." He held up a hand for silence before continuing. "It was very faint. I had started with occlumency. It has become apparent that Hadrian has been repressing memories of his abuse at his relatives' hands." Here Evelyn broke in. "He told us some of his treatment, but now I'm thinking he barely scratched the surface." Severus nodded. "In his mindscape, he sucks you into a few memories, the more pleasant ones, I think." Severus sneered out the word pleasant. "I have experience with children from abusive situations. I asked for you to be here because Hadrian will need you during the summer to reaffirm he is not a freak, and Madame Pomfrey ran a full diagnostic test on him. I plan on holding sessions with him on Sundays and Thursdays in hopes of helping him get past the abuse." Xavier and Evelyn nodded. Madame Pomfrey then picked up the conversation. "Hadrian's diagnostic test was deplorable. He woke up in during the scan, and I gave him a dreamless sleep potion, enough to last 3 hours. He has had his left radius broken 3 times and only set the last time. His left shoulder has been dislocated. His right elbow shattered and apparently healed by magic. He has had his middle and ring fingers on his right hand broken 4 times. His left leg broken twice, his right ankle shattered and again healed by his own magic. His back is littered with scars from a belt, and he's cracked all his ribs at least once." "Son of a bitch!" Xavier yelled, standing up and packing. Evelyn stood up, tears running down her faces, and moved to help her husband relax some. Severus looked murderous and reminded Pomfrey he was at one point a Death Eater. Madame Pomfrey herself looked like for the first time she would violate her healer's oath and harm someone. After everyone had calmed somewhat, they sat about coming up with ways to help Hadrian. Well, I'm going to start him on nutrient potions, although it seems someone had been giving them to him. He needs to build up bone strength and he's already quite tall, but his body weight is below what it should be, although he has good muscle tone. I can also give him a potion to help with some of his eyesight. It seems some of it is due to being hit in the back of the head. Without those hits to the head, his vision would be somewhat improved, though he would still use glasses and the contacts he has in now. His vision wouldn't be as bad if he lost them in a fight. He will need to take these twice a day from now until the start of the next school year. I can also give him a salve that will help reduce the scarring on his back, but I'm afraid the worse ones will stay, though. Otherwise, he is fine physically. Severus will handle the mental aspects of his recovery. Is there anything else we can do? Evelyn asked, still crying a bit. Just show him support and encourage him, Severus answered. I believe we'll take our leave. Hadrian may retreat further if we are here, Xavier said, standing with Evelyn. The Greengrasses left the office Xavier with a determined look on his face. Severus, are you going to wait for Mr. Potter to wake? Madame Pomfrey asked. Yes, I believe his friends will be stopping by soon. After breakfast ended, the 5 friends of Hadrian made a beeline for the hospital wing. I believe there is rule against running through the halls, Severus said, without looking up from the potions magazine he was reading. Sorry, Professor, all 5 replied. How's Harry? Daphne was the first to ask. He's sleeping and will be fine, but it is up to him tell you what was wrong, Severus answered, giving them all a pointed look that told them not to press Harry. He will be out of here by dinner. You may come and collect him before then. They nodded somewhat dejectedly. As for now, I will test you 4's defenses, he said to Daphne, Hermione, and Neville. They nodded, and Blaise went and sat by Harry. Severus started with Hermione, who, surprise, had a library for a mindscape. Her defenses featured ghosts and poltergeists bearing resemblances to the Hogwarts ghosts. There were also some sophisticated traps from the Muggle world, bear traps, lasers, and the like. Tracy's mindscape was set up similarly to her family's store in Nocturne Alley, complete with wards and all. Daphne's mindscape was like Harry's, her family's estate. Snape had to go through the whole house and her defenses before he even saw the stables where her memories were stored. Neville, who had worked and focused harder than he ever had, completely got up to his friends. His mindscape was a large greenhouse with every kind of plant imaginable. The memories were stored underneath the plants, the important ones under poisonous planets and man-eating plants. While Professor Snape was testing the others' defenses in Madame Pomfrey's office, Blaise was sitting with Harry. Blaise was staring out the window when Madame Pomfrey walked past to check on Harry. It was his uncle, wasn't it? Blaise asked, and at Madame Pomfrey's look continued. His back, it was his uncle that did it. Madame Pomfrey gave Blaise a look that he took as a yes and excused himself. Blaise made his way to the owlery with a letter in his hand. He signaled to his hawk owl. Athena, take this to Mother. Harry awoke to find himself feeling somewhat close to normal, and for once his back wasn't tight from the many scars. Harry looked to his left and saw Professor Snape as well as Madame Pomfrey standing there. Good evening, Mr. Potter, Madame Pomfrey spoke, giving him a jar of salve. I'll leave it to Professor Snape to explain. I hope the next time I see you is under better circumstances, Mr. Potter, Madame Pomfrey stated with a look of sympathy before leaving. I'm Madame Pomfrey, as well as Xavier and Evelyn. We've decided you would benefit from therapy. Severus gave Hadrian a look to silence his protests. Madame Pomfrey has done a full diagnostic scan, so don't bother. It will be with myself, and starts tonight after you eat. I will not force you to talk about anything you do not want to, and anything we do talk about stays between us. Now you will be taking a nutrient potion twice a day, once before breakfast and once before dinner. Snape handed Hadrian a green potion. You may take this now before you leave. Hadrian took the potion and uncorked it. He smelt and then drank it mixed with some pumpkin juice that was next to his bed. Hadrian had a contemplative look on his face before laughing. At Severus's look, Hadrian explained, This tastes like the pumpkin juice at the manor. I wondered why it tasted different here, and now I know. Mips, one of my house elves, must have slipped me this while I was there. She was bit protective of me, Hadrian chuckled. Ah, we had wondered how Madame Pomfrey's scan detected that you had been given the nutrient potion before. Severus then pointed to the salve. That is for your back. It will reduce the amount of visible scarring on your back. You'll need to use it for a month. Hadrian nodded and put the salve in his pocket. Now your friends are waiting outside to go to the Great Hall for dinner. They only know you were sick. It is up to you whether or not you tell them anything. Hadrian nodded and left the hospital wing. His friends waiting outside the doors made a smile appear on his face. Hey, guys. The girls each hugged him while Blaise nodded and smiled at him, and Neville asked, All right, Harry. I will be, I think. He paused and looked down a little, sorry about this week. Don't mention it, Harry. We all have bad days, Tracy said, making him feel a little more comfortable. So let's eat, Daphne said, taking Harry's hand, leading the group to the Great Hall. When they got there, the group split up and the Slytherins went to their table, and Neville and Hermione going to theirs. At the Slytherin table, the Quidditch team and a few other older students, Harry had gotten to know a little, asked how he was doing. Harry felt warmth inside him knowing that people actually cared about him, and smiled a genuine smile for one of the first times in his life. His friends who were watching him couldn't help but smile too. Harry showed up outside Professor Snape's office door like he was told, only he hesitated and just stared at the closed door. Then the door opened on its own, and from inside came Professor Snape's silky voice. Were you planning on coming in, or were you going to stand there all night? Hadrian looked a bit sheepish and walked in. Professor Snape stood and opened a door, motioning for Hadrian to follow. Hadrian walked into Professor Snape's personal lab. I have some potions to work on, and you are going to help. Yes, sir. You may call me Severus while we are in private. Now I need you to dice the fire crab meat, then crush the 5 gnarl quills. They worked in relative quiet, Harry relaxing as he worked. When Harry finished, Severus gave him some aloe leaves and told him to finely chop them. Harry had at this point forgotten why he was there, and then Severus spoke. Hadrian, it is not surprising with your home life that you ended up in Slytherin. More than a few of your fellow snakes came from similar situations. Keep chopping. Hadrian had stopped when Severus mentioned home life. Severus paused as Hadrian finished and added the final ingredient, and then set the potion to simmer. He walked away, motioning Hadrian to follow him over to his desk where there was tea. Severus started again. I myself am one of those snakes. He let that sink in before continuing. My mother came from a prominent pure-blood family, however, she fell in love with a muggle. When she married him, she was disowned, even though she was the last of the next generation. My parents started to argue more when I was around 5. My father also started drinking then. My father became increasingly abusive towards my mother, and I while expressing his dislike of magic also. My mother died when I was 12. After that, nothing stopped my father from drinking or abusing me. Like your relatives, my father often called me a freak. Hadrian had a shocked look on his face but quickly pulled it together. Severus continued, You and I, however, are not the freaks. Ignorant bigots like your relatives and my father are the freaks. They were wrong to treat you that way. They should have taken care of you and loved you. Your reactions to the abuse makes you normal. There was nothing you could do in that situation, just like there was nothing I could do in my situation. Now, though, you can by living and pushing through your demons. Hadrian nodded. I'll see you Thursday, same time. Later, Harry lay awake in his bed, thinking everything Severus said over. Maybe I'm not a weak, Severus sure as hell isn't. The flu in a Venetian villa erupted, and out came a vision of Aphrodite by the name of Belladonna Zabini. She strode imperiously through the halls, throwing open the doors to a study. Figlia, to what do I owe this surprise visit to? Spoke a handsome, elderly man sitting behind the desk. Padre Blaise has written me an interesting letter. He has befriended Harry Potter. Her father showed a look of surprise. They are sharing a room in Slytherin. Mr. Potter, it seems, shows signs of abuse. His back is covered in scars like he has been whipped and had to go to the hospital wing as he was stuck in a flashback. At this revelation, her tone darkened, and as did her father's face. Blaise has become close to him and considers him to be his brother. He include the names of Potter's relatives, of Vernon Dursley, Petunia Dursley, Dudley Dursley, and a Marge Dursley. Tell my grandson not to worry. The Dursleys will be getting visitors. Belladonna smiled, and left to send word to her son. Blaze received an owl in the night and smirked at its contents and went back to bed. Harry was somewhat back to normal. The next day, he had thought about what Severus had said most of the night. When he got to sleep, he didn't have nightmares, which he thought would make the sessions with Severus worth it. As the 4 Slytherins sat in the great hall for breakfast, Severus walked by. "Mr. Potter, you have a detention on Wednesday for missing Transfiguration." "Damn, I thought he forgot," Harry thought. "Come on, Harry, we have herbology," Daphne said, pulling Harry up. "Today we're going to talk about Devil's Snare. It is a vine-like plant that, as the name suggests, seeks to ensnare the environment around you. It can be highly dangerous as it will ensnare people and animals. Now it is typically found damp, dark places. However, people have been known to use it to guard objects and as a tool for assassination. It can easily be mistaken for Flitterbloom. If you ever find yourself caught in it, try not to panic, as that will only get you killed faster. Its weakness is fire and light. By Wednesday, Harry was having nightmares again, but this time they featured his mum dying, not his abuse. The group of 6 met in the library before dinner, where each of them took the subject they were best at and drew up practice test questions that they thought would be on the exams. Afterwards, they copied their lists for the others. Tonight, they were working on charms, and with the help Daphne, Harry, and Hermione, all 6 would be suitably prepared for their written portion of their charms exam by the time they left for dinner. Tomorrow, they would work on the practical side of the exams. Harry walked into Professor Snape's classroom for his detention right on time at 7 o'clock. Professor Snape nodded in greeting and motioned for him to sit. 5 minutes later, Ron Weasley barged into the room. "Mr. Weasley, so nice of you to finally join us. 5 points from Gryffindor for tardiness." "Slimy git," Weasley muttered. Hadrian took on an angry look but stopped himself from saying anything as Professor Snape started speaking. "I believe that'll be another 5 points and detention Friday. Mr. Weasley, care to go for another?" "No." "Good, then we can start. Mr. Potter, you will be dicing up flobberworms for me. Mr. Weasley, you will be cleaning cauldrons," Snape said, pointing towards a stack of the foulest-looking cauldrons Harry had ever seen. "Without magic, begin." Harry got up and started to work on the flobberworms Snape had indicated. They were a bit disgusting, but Harry had seen worse. Weasley slowly moaned his way over to the cauldrons. 2 hours later, they were both done. Well, Harry was. "Very good, Mr. Potter, you may leave. Mr. Weasley, I would suggest you get a move on. You're not even half done and curfews in an hour." The next night, Hadrian found himself in front of Severus's office door once again. "Come in, Mr. Potter," rang out just as he was about to knock. Hadrian shook his head and entered. "How do you do that?" Hadrian questioned. "A simple sensory ward. You'll find most teachers do the same, as it cuts down on pranks." "So if I plan any pranks on teachers, I shouldn't mess with their offices," duly noted. Severus merely gave Hadrian a look and motioned him into his private lab again. Once there, they started working on some minor healing potions. Unconsciously, Hadrian picking up the technique Severus used to brew the potions. "Why so many healing potions?" Hadrian asked. "Madame Pomfrey is running low, as there are still 3 weeks left and 1 Quidditch game she'll be needing more soon. Now how are you doing?" Hadrian sighed. He had already decided to trust Severus after the man's confession Sunday, but this was still going to be difficult. Hadrian started, then stopped and paused. "I'm angry, confused, and hurt all at once. I hate them for what they did, but at the same time I have only ever wanted to be normal and their approval." They continued on for about an hour, Severus listening and imparting words of wisdom on Hadrian as he continued to talk. Before he dismissed Hadrian for the night, Severus asked, "Can you draw or play music or exercise regularly?" Hadrian looked puzzled but answered, "I was pretty decent at art in primary school, not like a prodigy or anything, but pretty good. I sucked at music and singing, and at the manor or the Greengrass home I can exercise. Why?" "A technique used by many therapists is creative outlets. I want you to try drawing what you feel, and when you're upset, try to exercising as way to work out your frustrations and see if that helps." Hadrian nodded and said his goodbye, leaving for his dorm. The next week passed quickly. Aeolus, reported that Quirrell seemed to be getting more and more antsy. The group of 6 first years spent most of their free time in the library, reviewing and practicing for their exams the following week. Saturday, they took the day off and went to watch the final Quidditch match of the year between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. The 4 Slytherins wanted to watch and see where Ravenclaw and Gryffindor teams would end in points. Both houses had a chance, slim, but still a chance at beating Slytherin for the Quidditch Cup. Neville wanted to see how his house did, and to cheer on the Gryffindor chasers, as each of the girls had been rather helpful to him over the year in finding his way around the castle when his friends weren't with him. Hermione didn't really care about the match and wanted to study, but agreed with the others a break would be good for all of them. Hogwarts had a good day for the match, and it seemed as though everyone had turned out for it. Ravenclaw had a better seeker than Gryffindor, and the chaser lines were mostly equal, but the Gryffindor team had better beaters and keeper. The game was decent, but nothing memorable as Cho Chang caught the snitch 45 minutes into the game. Neither team had a run at beating Slytherin. It was turning out to be a Slytherin-dominated year, as they had now won the Quidditch Cup and were in first for the moment in house points. Sunday, the 6 friends met with Severus. Today I'm going to teach you a rather useful spell. When it was created, it was used for mostly pranks. Because of that, it is not shielded against. The arrogance of some astounds me occasionally. It is Levicorpus, Severus demonstrated on Blaise. Why me? Blaise asked, dangling upside down in the air. Potions are not useless, as you so quietly grumbled in class Friday, Severus replied with a smirk on his face. They practiced the spell for about an hour. Hadrian, unsurprisingly, was the first to master the new spell, followed by Hermione, then the others. Now I'm also going to teach you a simple healing spell, Epski. It will heal minor injuries. Tracy and Neville picked up the healing spell first, followed by Daphne, Hermione, and then Harry. Good as you no doubt have learned this year, some people and wands are better suited towards the different magics. Now, Hadrian, I'll see you after dinner for our session. The group of 6 had been practicing so long it was time for lunch. They made their way to the Great Hall, Harry and Hermione wondering why they were so hungry. Try to eat some meat and carbs, practicing magic-like that can take a lot of you, Daphne spoke. It's like exercising. Hey, why don't you guys sit with us? Harry suggested. Hermione nodded, but Neville looked a bit skeptical. Don't worry, Nev. If anybody says anything, I'll deal with it. Neville nodded in acceptance. The 6 made their way over to Slytherin table and sat down. Neville sat in between Harry and Daphne, and Hermione sat in between Tracy and Blaise, just in case. Many of the older Slytherins looked on in pride at the 2 non-Slytherin first years crossing house lines. Vasey came over and shook Neville's hand, jokingly wiping a tear from his eye, saying in an over-dramatic fashion, I'm so happy a Gryffindor finally braves the snake pit. The Quidditch team that sat around them laughed at his joke and snub at the same time. Even some of the rest of the hall laughed. However, there were still those Slytherins that sneered at the group of 6. Severus at the head table made note of those students before continuing eating. As the meal finished, Professor Snape made his way over to the group of 6. The worrisome Slytherins smirked, hopping their snarky head of house would put them in their place. 20 points to each of you for inter-house cooperation. The whole hall descended into a shocked silence, while Professor Snape smirked, walking the rest of the way out of the Great Hall. The 6 friends started laughing at everyone's looks. After dinner, Hadrian showed up to Severus's office with a notebook in hand. The door opened, and Severus called out from the back lab, "Shut the door, Hadrian." Hadrian walked in and shut the door. What are you working on? An invigorating draft. Crush the ginseng root, use the marble mortar and pestle on the counter. Hadrian nodded and got to work. They worked in silence, Severus breaking it every so often to explain some of the ingredients and the finesse of stirring. After they finished, they sat down for some tea. Have you tried drawing out some of your feelings? Yes, it has actually been helpful. I didn't think it would. Hadrian handed Professor Snape the notepad he brought with him. Do you want to see them? Severus nodded, knowing Hadrian would only offer if he wanted him to see them. Severus flipped through the book. Almost none of the pictures were done in color. They were all in pencil shading. One appeared to be the inside of his cupboard with a spider on the shelf. There were ones of a belt. Sometimes his uncle would appear holding the belt. One picture had the background shaded with the word freak erased into it. Not all the pictures were sad and disturbing. There was a picture of Aeolus draped over a tree branch floating in a river. Another of Aeolus draped over Daphne's shoulders. Then there was one of the image Harry saw in the mirror of Arist. Though Severus didn't know that, he gasped at the image of Lily. Hadrian noticed where he was at in the notebook and spoke up. I found this mirror in a used classroom. It showed your heart's desire. Until then, I hadn't even seen a picture of my parents until that. Severus looked up sharply. Please tell me you didn't go back to that mirror. No, sir. Severus, I didn't. Why? Severus looked towards the door and waved his wand and slithered Aeolus. Aeolus came in and wrapped around Hadrian's shoulders. That mirror is another of Dumbledore's mishaps and should never have been brought into the castle. The mirror feeds off the magic of those who stare at it for hours on end. Do not go looking for that mirror again. I promise, and Aeolus helped me to leave the first time. Good. Severus went back to looking at the photos. There were a few pictures of all his friends. He was down to the last 3 drawings. The third to last was of Severus himself working on a potion. Severus's icy heart warmed a little at that. Then there was the Greengrass family, Evelyn, Xavier, Daphne, and Astoria. The last, though, caused Severus to drop the notebook and stare at Hadrian, who looked down to his shoes. The notebook lay open on the desk, the picture staring out at them. The picture was in pencil like the others, but the image was from Hadrian's point of view from his crib on that fateful Halloween night. The picture had the only color in the book was the came from the green glow of the killing curse enveloping Lily Potter. Hadrian, Severus spoke softly, how long have you remembered this for? Since I was little, I've been dreaming about it, Hadrian replied softly. Severus stood and walked quickly over to Hadrian and gathered him in a hug. Hadrian started to cry softly, then it turned into sobs. Severus held him while he cried, wishing the child had a different memory of his mother. After around 15 minutes, Hadrian calmed down. Thanks, Severus. You're welcome. Now keep drawing, and if you need another notepad, let me know. Hadrian nodded and gathered his stuff, Aeolus sinking into his skin, feeling lighter than he had in a long time. When Hadrian left, Severus pulled out a jar of scotch from his desk and poured himself a glass. Lily, I'm sorry. Hadrian woke the next morning feeling surprisingly happy. Blaise looked at him kind of strange when he woke up smiling. Usually Harry's dead on his feet in the morning. Today was the start of finals. Harry, Daphne, Tracy, Blaise, and Neville had transfiguration and potions. Hermione had charms and astronomy. Harry breezed through the potions exam, but struggled a bit on the theory part of the transfiguration exam. At dinner, the 6 friends, this time sat at the Slytherin table once again. They were taking about the exams. So how were the exams? Hermione asked, a little excitable, showing her signature enthusiasm for all school-related things. Potions was easy. Transfiguration, the theory sucked, but the practical part was okay, Harry answered. Neville and Blaise rolled their eyes at potions being easy. How about somebody who's not a potions prodigy? Hermione asked, a bit sarcastically. It wasn't too bad, and you don't have to deal with idiots trying to sabotage your potion because you're in a different house, Tracy answered. Crabble the idiot tried to throw a lavender sprig into Weasley's potion. Not like anyone needs to try and make Weasley's potion worse. Hermione just shook her head in disgust. I mean, I don't like him, but potions are dangerous, Hermione said. Yeah, so how was charms and astronomy? Daphne asked. At this, most of the other Slytherin first years listened in. Not too horrible. Astronomy was mostly about the constellations, so just memorizing stuff would have worked. Charms was rather like the other tests we've had over the year. By Wednesday, everyone was celebrating the end of exams. Today, all the first years had their history of magic exam for the last one. The 5th and 7th years of all houses were ready to party and rejoice after their OWLS and NEWTS. The 6 friends met up by the lake after lunch. I wish we had a football or something, Harry commented as they were sitting out by the lake. We could go flying, Tracy suggested. Neville and Hermione both looked a little green at the suggestion. Come on, guys, you gotta get back on a broom at some point, Harry said with a smile. Since Harry's smile was a rarity, both Neville and Hermione agreed. They spent most of the day. Harry even got Neville comfortable on broom. He still didn't like the school brooms, but on Daphne's Comet 260 he was pretty comfortable. Hermione did fine on a broom, but preferred to keep her feet on the ground. They played tag on using the school brooms. It usually ended with Harry winning. That evening at dinner, Dumbledore was notably absent from the Great Hall. Apparently he had something to do at the Ministry. At least that was the rumor. Severus was also absent from dinner. Hadrian was a little worried as Quirrell kept staring at him. "Hey guys, can we go see Professor Snape before we play poker?" "Yeah, sure," Daphne replied, and the six friends left the hall in search of Professor Snape. They stopped by the dungeons on their way to an unused classroom to play poker. They checked the classroom, his office, and his quarters, but he wasn't in any of them. "Well, was it really important? Do you want to keep looking for him?" Hermione asked. "No, it's all right, let's go hang out." About an hour into the game, Harry had the most money, while Blaise and Neville were coming in a close second. Aeolus slithered into the room. "Youngling, he is going for the SS stone." "Are you SS sure?" Aeolus nodded. "She said Quirrell is going after the stone right now." "Dumbledore's gone, it makes sense, you know. Who feared Dumbledore?" Tracy commented. As they moved from the room, Aeolus moving on the floor next to them. "We need Professor Snape," Hadrian said, speeding up to a run. They searched through the dungeons, but once again couldn't find Professor Snape. "Well, guys, what do? We can't let Quirrell get that stone and give it to Voldemort." "We go after him." Surprisingly, it was Neville that spoke up with conviction. They looked back and forth from each other and nodded. Hadrian pulled out the invisibility cloak he had taken to carrying around with him. "Wait, you guys go. I'll see if I can find Professor Flitwick or McGonagall, and if not them, I'll keep looking for Professor Snape. You're going to need help," Hermione spoke. "I'll send Aeolus to search for Professor Snape," Harry spoke out to the group, then hissed. "I need you to find Professor SS Snape as fast as you can." Aeolus nodded at Harry before slithering down the hall, tongue flicking, picking up the potion Master's scent. The group of 5 arrived at the locked door on the 3rd-floor corridor. "Aloha, Mora." Harry unlocked the door and slowly opened it before sighing. "The Cerberus is asleep." They filed into the room where a harp was playing in the corner. "Damn, we have to move his paw," Hadrian whispered. "Why does it have to be a he? It could be a girl," Tracy whispered back. "Tracy, now is not the time," Daphne hissed. Blaise was busy laughing at Tracy's angry expression and Harry's incredulous one. Guys," Neville whispered shakily. "What?" All 4 turned to him. He pointed at the giant 3-headed dog that had just woke up. "Bugger!" Hadrian threw open the now uncovered trapdoor and yelled, "Get in!" Harry was the last one in, and just as he made it in, he heard the trapdoor shatter and the dog growl. Harry kept falling and falling until finally he hit something soft just after Blaise hit. "What is this stuff?" Blaise said just as the unidentified soft object started tangling around him. "Devil's snare," yelled Daphne, and Neville had the same time. "Stop moving." "Whoever can reach their wand needs to light a fire now." Harry, Tracy, and Daphne all yelled "Incendio." The devil's snare receded when met with the fire. Once they were all free, they continued down the stone passageway until they came to another chamber filled with winged keys. Neville looked up at all the keys, and then to the broom and door on the other side, and said, "How much you want to bet one of those keys is the only thing that opens that door?" "I'm with Nev on this one, and since that one has broken wing and the key's all rusty, I'm going to guess it's that one," Blaise said, while pointing out one of the keys. "You're the seeker, Harry," Daphne nodded towards the broom. "So unless anyone can do a summoning charm, you're on." Harry sighed and grabbed the broom and motioned to the other ones. "If you help, we'll be done faster." Blaise and Daphne grabbed a broom as well. The keys swarmed and started attacking. "Blaise, you go at from the left, Daph from the right," Harry yelled out. They closed in on the key from both directions. It swooped downwards into Harry's waiting hand. Harry, Daphne, and Blaze came back down to the floor, and Harry jammed the still struggling key into the lock and opened the next door. They looked in and could only see Black, shrugging and hopping not to die. They entered the room. Upon entrance, the room lit up, showing a giant chessboard. "So what now?" Tracy asked. Blaze spoke up this time. "I think we need to play across. On the other side, behind the white pieces, is the door. Look 5 black pieces are leaving the board." "Blaze, you're the best at chess. Want to take this one over?" Hadrian asked. "Sure, I guess," Blaze answered. "Way to instill confidence there, Blaze," Tracy bit out. "Shut up," Blaze said, giving them their positions. He placed Harry and Daphne as the king and queen. "Well, white moves first," and with that the game began. Harry and Daphne were largely kept out of trouble during the match. Blaze himself seemed to be in the most danger in his knight position. Neville was moved just in time to avoid a dangerous hit Tracy came into to danger twice. "Tracy, after I make my move, white will go, and then you need to check the king." "Got it?" Blaze asked. "Yeah, but why are you?" "No, oh no, you're not." "Yes, I am now. Just do what I told you." Blaze made his move. The White Queen moved slowly with an ever sense of building doom about it and struck Blaze on the head and dragged him aside, tossing him on the ground. Tracy and Daphne screamed. Tracy looked over to Daphne and Harry. "After I move, you two go on. Neville and I will get Blaze out of here." Daphne and Harry looked like they wanted to protest, but nodded. Tracy ran to the White King, who threw down his crown, ending the game. She and Neville ran to Blaze, while Daphne and Harry ran off the board to the other side. Daphne and Harry went through the door and up the next passageway to another doorway. "There's 2 chambers left, Quirrell and Professor Snape's," Daphne said as they stood in front of the door. Harry cocked an eyebrow at her. "Sprout was the Devil's Snare, Flitwick the keys, and McGonagall the chess match. That leaves Snape and Quirrell." Harry nodded and pushed open the door to the next room. They were immediately assaulted by a foul, disgusting odor that made their eyes water. They looked around the room, their eyes coming to rest on origin of the smell. In the middle of the room lay the huge carcass of a dead troll, even bigger than the one from earlier in the year. "Thank Merlin we don't have to fight another one," Daphne whispered. "Yeah, come on, I can't breathe with the smell." They quickly moved into the next room, expecting something terrible, only to find fire. One fire blocking the way they had just come from, that was purple, and another black fire blocking the way forward. In the middle of the room with them was a table with 7 vials of potions and scroll of paper. They walked up over to the table. Daphne picked up the scroll and read. "Danger lies before you, while safety lies behind. 2 of us will help you, whichever you would find. 1 among us, 7, will let you move ahead. Another will transport the drinker back instead. 2 among our number hold only nettle wine. 3 of us are killers, waiting hidden in line. Choose, unless you wish to stay here forevermore. To help you in your choice, we give you these clues for. First, however slyly the poison tries to hide, you will always find some on nettle wine's left side. Second, different are those who stand at either end. But if you would move onward, neither is your friend. Third, as you see clearly, all are different size. Neither dwarf nor giant hold death in their insides. Fourth, the second left and the second on the right are twins once you taste them, though different at first sight. It's a logic puzzle. This one is Severus's, Hadrian said. He and Daphne studied the puzzle for a minute before coming to the answer. The smallest one gets us through to the stone, the one on the right end gets us back. There's only enough for you, Harry, Daphne said, looking at the smallest bottle. Harry nodded and took out the invisibility cloak, handing it to Daphne. Go help the others. Daphne looked like she was going to protest, but Harry just shook his head at her. Go. Fine, Daphne huffed, but you had better come back alive. And with that she hugged him and gave him a kiss on the cheek, then took the other potion to get out. She glanced back at him as she was leaving, and he smiled at her. Harry gathered his courage and then downed the rest of the potion to get through the black flames and moved to the door with his wand out. He opened the door as quietly as he could and walked inside. Harry walked slowly down the chamber, seeing Quirrell looking into a familiar mirror. Just as Harry raised his wand to fire a curse, Quirrell snapped his fingers and ropes shot up, binding Harry. Did you really think you could take me, a servant of the Dark Lord? Quirrell spoke, turning around to face Harry, who was struggling. Quirrell turned back around and began muttering to himself while looking in the mirror. Damn the old fool! How do I get it out? I see myself giving the stone to my master, but how do I get it out? A whispering, shallow, hunting voice spoke. Use the boy. Harry looked around but could not see anyone else present. Quirrell moved over to Harry and unbound and grabbed him by his shirt, lifted him up and put him in front of the mirror. Harry looked in and this time saw only himself. He was holding the stone and then slipped it into his pocket. At the same time, he felt a weight in his pocket. Well, boy, what do you see? Harry didn't speak, so Quirrell shook him. Answer me. I see myself kicking your arse. Quirrell roared in anger and shoved him to the ground. Harry smacked his head hard on the stone floor, momentarily dazing him. As his head was clearing, he heard the start of the fatal spell, Avada. As Harry prepared himself for death, Quirrell was interrupted by the yell of, Reducto! Severus Snape came bounding into the chamber, his spell hitting Quirrell's legs, throwing him back, and causing his curse to go unfinished. Severus pushed Hadrian back further into the chamber behind him as Quirrell rose without his turban. Both Hadrian and Severus looked into the mirror in horror, seeing instead of the back of Quirrell's head a ghostly protruding second head. Quirrell's eyes adopted a look of utter hatred as the same whispery voice from earlier spoke. Well, Severus, my devious old friend, it seems I should have listened to the rumors. Severus didn't speak but fired off a silent defindo. The now fully possessed Quirrell simply blocked the spell and sent back one of its own. Crucio! Severus couldn't dodge as Hadrian was behind him and fell to the curse, but held in his screams, but jerked from the pain, knocking himself out on the harsh stone floor as Voldemort held the curse for over a minute. It seems as though you chosen your death, Severus. The whispery voice yelled out, completely focused on Severus. Avada Kedavra. Harry, who had gone unnoticed by Voldemort after Severus' betrayal, had returned to his feet despite bleeding from his head. At the start of the killing curse that played so large a part in his dreams, screamed, No! And lunged for Quirrell. Tackling him, he knocked the man's wand from his hand. Hadrian, fighting the pain from his early head wound and the pain brought on by Voldemort's presence, almost missed Quirrell jerk his own hands away from him as they burned and turned to ash at Hadrian's bare skin. Hadrian looked to his hands and noticed they were burned, just not as bad. Quirrell made a move to come closer to Hadrian, who sprung up and laid his hands on Quirrell's face, pressing as hard as he could. Hadrian watched as it disintegrated into ash. Hadrian fell to his knees, the pain from his head wound, his scar, and his hands, overcoming him. Just as he passed out, saw a black specter raise from Quirrell's body and flee the room. Harry opened his eyes and saw the white ceiling of the hospital wing. He blinked, confused, as it all came rushing back. He looked around and noticed it was night out, and at his bedside sat Severus sleeping. Hadrian moved in the bed and let out a hiss as he moved his hands. Severus jerked at the noise and shot up. Seeing it was just Hadrian waking up, he relaxed and sat back down. The two stared at each other for a moment before Severus spoke. Welcome back, Hadrian. Severus, what happened? How are the others? Where's the stone? Severus held up his hand to stop Hadrian. Slow down. Now you and your friends should never have gone down after the stone. Hadrian looked like he would interrupt, but Severus glared at him. I realize you looked for me and sent Aeolus to find me, but you should have waited. And failing I coming back, you should have gone with Ms. Granger to get help. Now, as neither of those two options would have worked out, as McGonagall did not believe Hermione and Flitwick waited for Dumbledore, who only showed up as you were knocked unconscious, I will not punition you this time. However, if you ever do something that foolish again, I won't be held responsible for my actions. Understand? Hadrian nodded and spoke up. My friends. Blaise required some minor medical attention for a concussion and left the hospital wing 2 days ago when he came in. The rest were fine. Hadrian nodded again and yawned as he fought with his eyes to stay awake. Severus retrieved a potion from the bedside and handed it to him. Drink and go back to sleep. Hadrian wanted to protest, but as soon as he finished the rather gross potion, his eyes closed. Hadrian woke again 3 days later, this time to see the white beard of Dumbledore above him. Hadrian shivered. Ah, Harry, my boy. It's Hadrian, sir. Hadrian cut in. Right, Hadrian, my boy. Hadrian mentally gagged when Dumbledore said my realization as I reached London that perhaps all was not as it seemed. Hadrian tried not to glare. It has been given to Nicholas, who has destroyed it. Dumbledore looked like he was going to continue, but Harry's friends burst through the hospital wing doors, causing Madame Pomfrey to come out. Seeing her patient awake, she made a beeline for his bed. Well, I'll take my leave now, Dumbledore said, leaving a bit annoyed at his moment to get Harry alone, having been interrupted. Good riddance, Harry muttered as the headmaster left. Harry, guess what? We won the house cup while you were out, Blaise shouted, while Daphne and Tracy smacked him upside the back of the head. He just woke up, and that's the first thing you say. Harry, Daphne, Tracy, Blaise, Neville, and Hermione all sat in their compartment on the train ride home. Harry looking considerably better than when he first woke up 2 days ago. So what did Professor Snape say to you yesterday when you met with him, Harry? Hermione asked. He gave me a photo album and told me to tell all of you that it would be beneficial to undergo the inheritance ritual at Gringotts this summer. The purebloods nodded at this, while Hermione looked puzzled. As Daphne explained to Hermione, Harry got lost in his memory of yesterday's meeting. Hadrian, come in, Severus welcomed him into his office. I have something for you. He took out a beautiful black and silver photo album. I wanted you to have some pictures of your mother. The ones of your father were donated by Professor McGonagall. Harry looked at the pictures in awe and whispered, Thank you, chalking up a bit on the words. Severus nodded, and they continued with their usual Thursday meeting. Earth to Harry, Tracy called out. Harry shook his head. Sorry, just thinking. We were talking about our exams. How did you do? Pretty good. I got an O in potions, defense, charms, and herbology. Then I got an E in astronomy, transfiguration, and history of magic. It said on the sheet I was 8th overall. How about you guys? I got an O on all the exams with an overall ranking of 1st. Hermione spoke a little quietly, not wanting to boast. Wow, nice job, Hermione. I got an O in herbology, charms, and potions, and EE in the rest. They ranked me 12th overall, Neville said proudly. Everyone in the compartment smiled at him, knowing how nervous and hopeless he started the year out. Daph, Harry asked. Daphne blushed a little and said, I got an O on them all but history of magic and astronomy. I'm ranked 4th. Harry smiled proudly at her, making her smile back. I got an O in astronomy, charms, transfiguration, and history of magic. EE in all the rest. Apparently I'm ranked 10th, Tracy commented. Well, Blaise, you're up. I got an O in defense, charms, astronomy, and herbology. I got an EE in the rest and ranked 9th. The train started to slow as he finished. Looks like we're at the station. Chapter 4, Summer PT1. The group of 6 made their way off the train with their trunks following behind them. Hey guys, my gran wants to meet you, Neville said, nodding his head towards a rather stately-looking old woman with a large buzzard on her hat. Harry stifled a laugh and nodded his head. The group walked over to the woman where Neville nodded to her. Gran, may I introduce Lord Hadrian Potter, Blaise Zabini, and Hermione Granger. You already know Daphne and Tracy. It's a pleasure to meet you, all 3 said. Neville's gran nodded and imperiously returned their greeting. Neville rolled his eyes at his friends, who smirked back. We'll see you over break, Daphne and the others said, wishing Neville goodbye. The other parents had made their way over to the group. Hermione's parents introduced themselves to Ms. Zabini and Mr. and Mrs. Greengrass, and then Hermione introduced her 4 Slytherin friends and pointed out Neville to her parents. After the Grangers left, Blaise stepped up to his mother and introduced his friends. Mama, I like you to meet Harry Potter. And you've met Daphne and Tracy. Harry took Ms. Zabini offered hand and did a little bow. Nice to meet you, ma'am. Likewise, Mr. Potter, my son has told me quite a bit about you. Please call me Bella. Ms. Zabini spoke with a bit of an accent similar to Blaise when he gets excited or angry. Tracy then took over and introduced her parents to Harry. Harry, these are my parents Marius and Addison Davis. Harry dutifully shook their hands, although by this point Harry was looking overwhelmed. Xavier noticed and stepped in. Sorry to keep this short, but we have an appointment at Gringotts, and then have to get back to Astoria. Xavier wrapped his arm around Harry, who managed not flinch. Of course we'll see you next week, Marius said in understanding. The Greengrass family plus Harry moved to an open operation point. Evelyn shrunk the kids' trunks, and Xavier put them in the pocket of his suit. Harry, do you have ALOs? Xavier asked. Yes, she's in her tattoo form. All right, grab my hand. Evelyn will take Daphne. This is going to be uncomfortable, but it will be over fast. Just remember to breathe. Harry nodded and took Xavier's hand, while Daphne smiled encouragingly at him. The next thing Harry felt was as if he was being forced into a tube and couldn't breathe. As soon as Harry heard a pop, he was able to breathe again. He sighed in relief. ALOs hissed in his head. Well, that was not pleasant. Harry unconsciously nodded his reply. Sorry, Harry, but the sooner you start side-along operation, the easier it is to get used to, Xavier said with an apologetic smile on his face. Daphne took his hand, and the four made their way to Gringotts. Harry walked up to the first open teller. Excuse me, I have an appointment with Ragnarok. The goblin looked up at him with a surprised look at a human being polite. Name, sir. Lord Hadrian Potter and my Graudians in the Muggle world, as well as my future in-laws the Greengrasses. The goblin nodded. Follow me, if you would. The goblin led them through the corridors to Ragnarok's office. The Greengrass family looked a bit odd at the ornate office before. Most humans have never seen it, including them. Walking into the office, Ragnarok stood and walked over to them. Hadrian, it is good to see you again, although I wish I had better news. Ragnarok spoke, bowing to Harry. Harry bowed back and with a half-smile, half-smirk returned the greeting in gobbledygook. It is good to see you too, and thank you for your work on my behalf. Ragnarok then did something that would cause most humans to faint from shock. He smiled, inwardly thinking about how he had always liked the Potters. The three Greengrasses tried hard and almost failed to keep their shocked looks off their faces. The goblins were never polite and cordial to humans. Granted, most humans either sneered at them or were scared of them, but still goblins by nature were rather hostile. And yet, despite that, the leader of the goblin nation was on a first-name basis with Harry and had just smiled at him. The Greengrass family snapped out of their daze as they were introduced by Harry. Ragnarok, I would like you to meet my betrothed, Daphne Greengrass, and her parents, Evelyn and Xavier Greengrass. Ragnarok bowed to them, and they returned the bow again, a bit shocked at the goblin's behavior, but they shook it off and attributed it to Harry's ability to draw people in. Both Lily and James shared that, Evelyn though wistfully. The four took their seats in front of Ragnarok's desk as he took his and brought out some files. Hadrian, after the reading of your parents, I looked into some discrepancies. Discrepancies? Hadrian asked. Yes, first you did not have your key and you knew nothing of your heritage. Then there was the mention of Peter Pettigrew in the will. At the mention of Peter Pettigrew, the Greengrass parents looked puzzled as he was dead, while Daphne looked like she was trying to place the name. She knew it, she just couldn't remember why. Harry looked murderous at the mention. He had studied the books on the Fiddle's charm in his family's library. Their betrayer, what about the bastard? The Greengrass parents looked at Harry, astonished. They had never seen him with a look of such hatred on his face. Hadrian, Sirius Black, was their betrayer. He killed Peter Pettigrew and 13 muggles to try and hide that he was. Evelyn spoke in quite but corrective tone. I don't know who Sirius Black was, but my parents' secret keeper was Peter Pettigrew. Can you show them the will, please, Ragnarok? Hadrian asked. Yes, here it is. Ragnarok handed the Greengrass family the document and then turned to Harry. Hadrian, in the wizarding world, it is accepted as gospel that Sirius Black was your parents' secret keeper. This was one of the discrepancies I looked into. By this point, the Greengrass family, with shock, turned back to listen to Ragnarok. It turns out your parents' will was sealed by Albus Dumbledore and Barty Crouch. Therefore, it has never been read. Here at Gringotts, the will be read only to those who are recipients. You were the only, so it wasn't read until you came in. Also, through our investigation, we discovered Sirius Black was never given a trial. Sirius Black is your godfather, as such you would have been raised by him if he had not been thrown into Azkaban. Harry sat there staring past Ragnarok with his jaw clenched and his eyes shut. Daphne stood up and moved over to Harry and sat on his lap, wrapping her arms around him. They sat there as Harry slowly relaxed into the hug. Daphne moved from his lap and into the chair next to him and held onto his hand. "What else is there, Ragnarok?" Harry asked with a sigh. "Dumbledore," he started, and Harry let out a small, almost growl at the name. Dumbledore had been using his access to your trust fund to empty it out every year and pocket it into his own vault, as well as fund an organization called the Order of the Phoenix. Harry's eyes glowed with power as his magic started to react to his anger. Objects in Ragnarok's office started to lift and move about the room, smashing into the walls. Xavier reacted the fastest and knelt in front of Harry and forced him to look at him. Harry, Hadrian, look at me. You need to calm down right now. You could do more harm to all of us than to Dumbledore. I promise you he will pay, but right now you need to calm down." Xavier spoke with restrained anger. Harry looked into Xavier's eyes, seeing the promise behind them and Daphne's reassuring hand, and felt himself calm down. Gradually, the objects in the room settled and returned to their places. Ragnarok looked on with sympathy for the boy in front of him. "If I may," Ragnarok cut in, "the money is easily returned, as we can just seize it back and charge Dumbledore under Goblin law." Here Ragnarok smiled viciously. "As for the matter of Sirius Black, I have taken the liberty to contact Madame Bones of the DMLE. She will be here in an hour. In the meantime, can Gringotts be of any assistance?" Xavier was about to decline when Harry and Daphne spoke up. "Actually, there is." The Greengrass looked curiously over at them. "Professor Snape suggested for us to get the inheritance ritual done here." "Ah, yes, that is one of the services we have. The Professor Snape would know all about, as he had it done when he was 11, Ragnarok replied. "Inheritance ritual?" Xavier asked. "It was commonplace until the Ministry outlawed it about 150 years or so ago due to its use of blood magic. However, Gringotts offers it, but only pure-blood families know of it anymore. Of those families most distrust goblins, your family, however, has always had an affinity for herbology. As such, your family never came in for it, preferring to just focus on what they scored the highest in at Hogwarts. The ritual test for things outside of the Hogwarts curriculum, though." "Excuse me while I go get the necessary materials." With that, Ragnarok left the room. "So were you two planning on telling us that?" Evelyn asked with her eyebrows raised and a bit of smirk on her face, showing Daphne she was only half serious. "Well, he just told Harry yesterday, so." Daphne trailed off and shrugged her shoulders. Ragnarok walked back in carrying 2 parchments and a silver dagger with runes on the blade. He laid one of the parchment sheets out on desk, which they could now see had runes on the borders of it. He turned back to the 4 humans and explained the ritual. "Now what you do is make a small cut on the palm of your hand, then you hold the tip of the dagger to it and the blood will flow over the blade. Once the blade fills over, you'll take the dagger and press the tip to the parchment. Now ladies first." He gave the dagger to Daphne. Daphne stood and moved so she was closer to the parchment on the desk and slid her palm about a centimeter, flinching a bit. As she held the dagger to the cut, she watched as her blood was pulled from her palm and covered the blade. The runes on the blade glowed, signaling that it had enough blood. Ragnarok motioned for her to place the tip of the dagger on the parchment. As she did, the cut on her palm healed, and the blood from the blade poured down on to the parchment, forming words. Daphne Ann Greengrass. Heir to Xavier Charles Greengrass and Evelyn Elizabeth Greengrass nee Warren. Magical affinities. Herbology. Prodigy. Runes. Prodigy. Potions. Mastery, attainable. Combat magics. Mastery, attainable. Magical abilities. Animagus. Ragnarok took the piece of parchment and gave it to Daphne. He then motioned for Harry to repeat the process. Harry took the dagger, which looked as good as new by now, and slit his palm, repeating the process. Hadrian James Potter. Heir to James Ignatus Potter and Lily Rose Potter nee Evans. Godric Gryffindor. Salazar Slytherin. Magical affinities. Potions. Prodigy. Charms. Prodigy. Combat magics. Prodigy. Care of magical creatures. Mastery, attainable. Magical abilities. Animagus. Parseltanu. Ragnock took in Harry's inheritance rather impassively. The Greengrasses, on the other hand, stared at the sheet in awe while Harry looked upset. Daphne turned towards Harry, intending to ask about the founders, but on seeing his look instead picked up his hand and asked, "What's wrong, Harry?" Harry looked at her rather depressingly and said in a whisper, "I just want to be normal." Harry, though he whispered, was heard by all in the room. Ragnock's respect for Harry went up again, as most wizards would shout from the rooftops they were related to two founders. The Greengrass parents looked a little ashamed for being odd and forced themselves to remember they were dealing with a young boy, or man really, with what he has been through. Daphne just hugged him again, and this time Harry returned it, immediately taking comfort from her. Ragnock cleared his throat, gaining the room's attention, and motioned for everyone to retake their seats. "Hadrian, nobody else has to know you're a descendant of Gryffindor and Slytherin. These rituals are private, only you can choose to share the information." Harry looked up in relief and smiled at that and asked, "How is it possible, though?" "Wizards do not teach history or remember it very well," Ragnock said, shaking his head in disgust. "Godric Gryffindor had one son, while Salazar Slytherin had a son and a daughter. Salazar's daughter, Catherine, married Godric's son Liam. After the feud, Liam and Catherine fled Hogwarts and settled in Wales, changing their name to Potter. One of the reasons the Potter family is so wealthy is they simply have had a very long time to accrue interest. The other is that every single generation of Potters has held a job. They didn't just stand on their wealth. Aside from the money, there really is nothing for you to inherit. You would inherit the sword of Gryffindor, but that has been lost for centuries." The Greengrasses and Harry took in Ragnock's story, Harry rather happy that there was nothing to openly tie him to either of the founders. "Now, as for the results of the ritual prodigy, means that you have a natural affinity for that subject area. In other words, it comes second nature to you. Where it gives you a level mastery, and then attainable, it means it will come rather easily to you, but you will still have to study and work for it. The magical abilities section is rather self-explanatory. Now I believe Madame Bones should be here, so if you'll excuse me, I'll let them know to send her in." "Well, Harry, that explains why every animal you meet loves you," Daphne teased. Harry very maturely stuck his tongue out at her. Ragnock walked back into the room, followed by a woman who looked to be a little older than the Greengrass parents. Her brown hair was pulled back into a severe knot, and she was dressed in a pinstriped business suit with red aura robes open. The Greengrasses and Harry stood facing the two. Ragnock gestured to them. Madame Bones, Lord Xavier and Lady Evelyn Greengrass, their daughter Daphne, and Lord Hadrian James Potter. "My lords and ladies, Madame Amelia Bones." The Greengrasses nodded in greeting to Amelia, who walked over to Harry. "Lord Potter, the last time I saw you was at your first birthday party. Your father was always very proud of you." "Thank you, ma'am. It's nice to meet you again. Please call me Hadrian," Harry answered her with a smile at hearing her speak about his father. "Now, Manager Ragnock, why am I here? I suspect it is for more than a social visit," Madame Bones asked. "We have some evidence that acquits Sirius Black of the crimes he is accused of," Ragnock replied, like he was discussing the weather. "Guilty of, you mean?" Madame Bones practically spit out. "He was never given a trial, therefore accused of not guilty, and as I said, we have proof he is innocent," Ragnock replied, unfazed by her tone. He picked up the Potter will and handed across his desk to the head of the Department for Magical Law Enforcement. Reading over the document, she gasped, "Why has this not been brought up before?" "The will was sealed by Albus Dumbledore. We believe he sealed it to keep Sirius in prison. As you know, he gave evidence as to Sirius Black being their secret keeper." "Excuse me, but who is Madame Bones and what's the DMLE?" Harry asked. "Forgive me, Hadrian, I thought you knew." Ragnock spoke sincerely. "We haven't had the chance to inform him about too much yet. The month before school was spent getting to know each other," Evelyn spoke up. Ragnock nodded in understanding. "Harry, the DMLE is the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Madame Bones is the head of the department," Xavier explained. Harry nodded, then turned to Madame Bones. "I would like to know how someone guilty or innocent gets thrown into prison with a trial for going on 12 years now, all at an old git's word." Harry was getting more upset by the longer he thought about the situation. Daphne squeezed his hand, reminding to calm down. Harry took a deep breath, hoping his magic wouldn't react again. Well, Hadrian, I would like to that as well. However, this happened before I took over the DMLE, and it was under the last administration in the ministry. Sirius Black, however, was not just convicted, accused, Madame Bones corrected herself, of the betrayal of your parents, but for the murder of Peter Pettigrew and 12 muggles. Everyone believed Sirius was your parents' secret keeper. He was James's best friend, and Sirius admitted to killing James and Lily when the Aurors came for him. Why would Dumbledore set him up? If I may, Xavier cut in, Manager Ragnarok has discovered that Dumbledore had been declared Harry's magical guardian. He kept his key and has been emptying Harry's trust vault every year, £250,000. He also dumped Harry with his muggle relatives, who have abused him since he can remember and were known to the Potter's circle of friends to loathe magic. They kept Harry in the dark about his magic. This year, he hired a servant of Voldemort who attempted to kill Harry and steal the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore provided the stone with protections that a group of first years overcame. We are under the impression he was trying to test Harry, and he seemed to be disappointed when Harry was sorted into Slytherin. We don't know for sure, but we believe he has some plan which features Harry, and so far it does not seem like it is in Harry's best interest. Madame Bones sighed and let it sink in that Dumbledore was behaving far from the paragon of good he paraded himself to be. This was the man that had defeated Grindelwald, who had stood for good, yet seemed to be destroying a young man's life. How do you propose we go about freeing Sirius Black, and something needs to be done about Dumbledore? I believe we need Minister Fudge's help, Evelyn replied, showing her dislike for the man. Manager Ragnarok, if we could owl him and have come here ASAP, would that work for you? Yes, I believe that will be fine. I'll have some lunch brought up for us. Xavier sent an owl off requesting Minister Fudge's attendance as matter concerning Lord Potter had come up. Lunch was served, consisting of sandwiches and chips. Lunch was eaten quietly amongst those gathered in Ragnarok's office. All were trying to come to grips with what they had found out. Harry was getting rather fidgety, and Daphne leaned over to ask him what was wrong. I just need to get out of here for a while. It's a lot to take in, Harry whispered back to her. Daphne nodded, and when they were finished, stood and walked over to her father. Daddy, do you think, Harry, I could walk around the alley while you have your discussion with Minister Fudge? She pouted at her father. Xavier looked like he wanted to agree but was worried for their safety. They were only 11, and Harry was the boy who lived. Ragnarok, who watched with amusement, eyed Harry, who was looking rather desperate to leave, said, I would be happy to provide them with a goblin warrior as protection. He can remain disillusioned as to avoid unnecessary attention. Xavier nodded his consent at that. Thank very much, Manager Ragnarok. He turned to Daphne and Harry. Keep your wands ready and try to avoid Nocturne Alley. They nodded in return, and Evelyn called Harry over to her. Since your scar can't be hid with a disillusionment charm, we're going to try this. With that, she pulled out some muggle cover-up. Harry pulled a face to which Evelyn just laughed and applied the makeup which covered his scar nicely. There we go, hopefully that will be good enough. We'll meet you at Ice Cream Parlor in 2 hours. Ragnarok called in a guard and told him the situation. The guard nodded and disillusioned himself. Harry and Daphne turned to Ragnarok. Thank you for your help today. And with that, they left the office for Diagon Alley. Outside the bank, Harry turned to Daphne. Thanks, Daph, it was getting to be a... Harry struggled for words. Overwhelming, Daphne supplied. Yeah, so where do you want to go first? Daphne adopted a look of great thought. As fun as it would be to drag you to Madame Malkin's, I think I'll save that for when we're actually married. She laughed at Harry's pleading look. How about Gamble and Japes? Have you ever been there? Harry shook his head no, and Daphne explained. They sell joke items, fireworks, and different games stuff mostly. Cool, let's go. Daphne took Harry's hand and pulled him left of Gringotts. They arrived at Gamble and Japes, Harry looking at the items in wonder that slowly turned to a smirk. I think I'm going to like this store. Daphne just laughed and pulled him in with her own smirk. Harry ended up buying an obscene amount of Dr. Filibuster's fabulous fireworks. He bought ones that exploded into leprechauns, dragons, and even famous Quidditch scenes. Harry, you know we can come back, right? MMMHMM. Yep, so what are you going to get? Oh, nothing much, just a fanged frisbee. Our last one ended up on the roof, and then a storm came. Not really sure what happened to it after that. Harry laughed, thinking about someone like Dudley ending up with a growling frisbee. He paid for his fireworks and Daphne's frisbee. The clerk graciously shrunk their packages for them. So where to now, my lady? Harry asked with Beau. He was starting to have fun and relax after the heaviness of the morning. Well, where would you like to go, good sir? Daphne asked, giggling and taking Harry's arm. How about quality Quidditch supplies? I mostly just stood in awe of the brooms the last time I was here. Sounds good, lead the way, Daphne replied, enjoying the fact that Harry was really starting to relax and have fun. While he had loosened up at school, there was always something holding him back from having fun. It started changing after Professor Snape's meeting with Harry, and Daphne was glad it happened. They arrived at the Quidditch store that always seemed to be jammed-packed. Really, the wizarding world need another sport. Oh, look, the new Holyhead jerseys are out, Daphne squealed as they entered the shop. Daphne headed straight for the Holyhead section, dragging Harry with her. I take it you like the team, Harry said with an amused look. Like it, I love them. We own a box at the stadium and go to almost every game when we're home for them. They're an all-women's team. They're the best and can make a run for the league champions this year. I guess this means I should study up on them, Harry said. You better believe it, Potter. You're coming with us to the games after all, and you're from Wales. It's appropriate that you're a fan of the team. They left the store with Harry buying Daphne the jersey of her favorite player, a chaser, Regan Bode. Harry bought himself a Holyhead Harpies t-shirt. Harry, you don't have to pay for my stuff, Daphne said as they were leaving the Quidditch shop. I know, but I like to. I've never bought anything for anybody before. Let's go in here real quick. I need another notepad for drawing, Harry said, pointing to a stationery store. Harry went in and picked out a couple drawing pads of varying sizes, and he got some charcoal to work with. Harry, we need to meet Mum and Dad at Florian's soon, Daphne said. You want to go over there now? Sure. They got to Florian's and took a seat at a table that allowed them to see the alley and watched for Daphne's parents. Harry scooted his chair over towards Daphne's and wrapped an arm around her shoulders. Daphne sighed in happiness, leaning into Harry to await her parents. Chapter 5, Summer PT2. Xavier, Evelyn, Daphne, and Harry reappeared in the entrance hall of the Greengrass home. As soon as Daphne and Harry appeared, they were attacked by small blonde Missile. You're back, the blonde Missile, better known as Astoria, screamed as she attached herself to Daphne's legs and then jumped on Harry. The rest of the Greengrasses looked on, waiting for the flinch, but it never came. Harry just flipped Astoria onto his back and laughed with her. Daphne smiled at them while her parents hid their surprise. Hey, Torre, what have you been up to? Harry asked, laughing. Nothing, she drawled out, adopting an innocent face. Evelyn walked over to where her youngest was perched on Harry's back. Yes, nothing except for stealing her mother's wand and turning the elves a stunning shade of orange. Harry laughed. Orange. Torre just shrugged. It seemed like a good idea at the time, but Toby and Dibby didn't care for it. So, Harry, are you staying for dinner? Afterwards we can talk about what we discussed with Fudge, Xavier asked. Sure, thank you, Harry replied, letting Torre down. I'm just going to flew home and drop my stuff off, and Mips and Nips will probably want to know how the rest of school was. When Harry arrived back at the Greengrass home, he was greeted by Daphne with a hug. They walked to the dining area in comfortable silence. Once there, the meal began with little fanfare. So how did school finish out aside from the obvious? Evelyn asked the two students. It was good. I finished 4th overall for the first years, Daphne answered, glowing, when her parents looked at her with proud expressions. So, Harry, how did you do your first year back in the wizarding world? Xavier asked, smiling encouragingly at Harry, who looked confused at having someone in a parental position ask him how he did. I finished 8th overall, but first in potions. We also won the Quidditch Cup, Harry answered with a small smile. I bet Severus was pleased with those results, Evelyn commented, and Harry nodded his head in confirmation. We meant to get out and see one of the matches, however. Schedules didn't match up for the Slytherin games this year. Hopefully we'll get to see you play next year. Xavier spoke in an apologetic tone while Tori looked incredibly happy at the idea. Did Daphne tell you about our box at the Holyhead Harpies Stadium? Knowing my daughters and wife, you'll be Harpies fan before the end of the summer. How's that sound to you? Great. I can't wait to see my first professional match, Harry spoke, taking a break from his dessert. After they finished dinner, Xavier led Daphne and Harry to his study to discuss the meeting with the minister. After Harry and Daphne took a seat and they had some tea, Xavier started. Minister Fudge showed up about 15 minutes after you left. Xavier adopted a frustrated look. At first he was quite insistent that Sirius Black could not be innocent. After presenting him with the evidence, I believe he would have still intended to do little with it had it not been for Madame Bones's presence. Xavier held up a hand to stop their protests. He's a politician and even more spineless than most. He's worried about what it might do to his ratings. Xavier spoke with contempt for the man leaking through his tone. Together with Madame Bones, Evelyn, myself, and Ragnarok came up with a suitable story to cover Fudge's arse. Basically, he's going to be seen as righting an 11-year mistake, so he'll come out smelling like a rose. Madame Bones is going to arrange for Sirius Black to be moved from Azkaban to the Ministry, holding cells quietly. She's going to have 2 of her Aurors she trusts to escort him. Then Minister Fudge is going to have an emergency meeting of the Wisengamot, at which time Dumbledore will be conveniently having a meeting with the goblins. From there, Sirius will have his trial under Veritaserum. This will take place in 2 weeks on July 4th. After that, you should have your godfather back. Harry looked pleased with the development and thanked Xavier for his help. Harry spent 2 more hours with the Greengrass family that night. The next 2 weeks passed rather quickly for Harry. He usually spent most of the day with Greengrass family. He and Daphne had gone horseback riding a few times. Harry was beginning to get comfortable on a horse. Oddly, he was more comfortable on the back of a hippogriff than on the horse. That was another thing they did. Harry invited the whole Greengrass family over to Potter Manor to fly on the herd of hippogriffs living in the forest at his home. He and Daphne had gone on picnic. They were each beginning to feel a deeper connection to each other than just friends. Daphne was a bit in awe of how, despite his upbringing, he could be so good with Astoria. Putting up with her pranks and jokes was not easy, especially when she stole someone's wand. Harry just pranked her back, though. One time he let off one of Dr. Filibuster's fireworks in Astoria's room instead of her alarm clock. He was also very sweet, although he had tendency to brood if you left him to his thoughts for too long. She also loved his drawings. Her favorite one so far was a charcoal one of what he saw in the Mirror of Arist. He gave it to her, and it now hung in her room. Harry, for his part, was learning to rely on Daphne more and more. He felt a certain comfort in her presence that he had never felt before in his life. He could tell her anything. He had even started talking to her about some of the milder abuse situations. She helped him through them by just letting him talk it out, or cry, or scream, or even throw things. Afterwards, she would just sit with him and run her hands through his hair, calming him. She always seemed to know when something was bothering him and knew exactly how to bring him out of it. Her parents could often been seen hiding smiles when they saw Harry and Daphne together. "Harry, what are you going to do when your godfather is released tomorrow?" Daphne asked, while petting Artemis. She and Harry were out riding the paths of the Greengrass estate, trying to relax before the trial. "I guess offer him his room back," Harry answered with a quirky smile on his face. Daphne rose an eyebrow at his statement. "I was looking around the manor and found my dad's old room. Next to it was a room with Sirius, my brother from another mother, on the door. Apparently he stayed there a lot." Harry spoke, laughing, while Daphne giggled. "My dad's head of house diary says Sirius lived with him after he ran away at 16. "Anything interesting in the rooms?" Daphne asked as she moved to sit next to Harry. They had stopped at a pond and let the horses graze. Harry pulled out his sketchbook and began to draw. "Quite a few interesting posters. I didn't know the Wizarding World had Playboy." Harry laughed as he continued to draw. Daphne blushed at the images that conjured in her mind, while Harry laughed at her and wiggled his eyebrows. Both him and my dad seem to have had thing for motorcycles, too. Motorcycle. Harry shook his head and snorted. Purebloods, you lot really should get out more. Whatever, Harry, Daphne said a bit snarky, then giggled. What did you draw? Harry showed her the drawing. It was of her sitting majestically atop Artemis. Do you want it? Daphne nodded, taking the drawing. Come on, we have to get back for dinner. Harry woke up the day of the trial to find one of the either Mips or Nips had laid out a suit for him to wear, all black with a green tie to match his eyes. After getting dressed, Harry walked down to kitchen to sit with Mips while he ate, as had become his routine, unless he spent the night over with the Greengrass. As he left the kitchen to flew to the Greengrass estate, he called out to Mips, After today you'll have another to fatten up besides me. Mips' eyes grew wide, and she started mumbling her plans for an enormous dinner, and bouncing up and down at the thought more work. Harry came out of flew at the Greengrass home, still shaking his head. What? Daphne greeted him with a curious look. I don't think I'll ever understand house elves, Harry said, completely serious, while Daphne just laughed, pulling him along to her father's study. Evelyn pulled Harry aside as he walked in and took out her makeup. Harry made a face which Daphne giggled at. He glared at her as her mother put the makeup over his scar and muttered, Stupid bloody scar, as he flooped down in a chair. Ahem, Evelyn cleared her throat and looked pointedly at Harry. Harry straightened up in his chair and apologized, glaring at Daphne, who was once again giggling. Xavier watched from his desk with a highly amused look on his face. Are we finished? He asked, attempting to sound stern, but failing as he was still smiling about Harry having a normal childhood reaction to Evelyn's mothering and not flinching. Now when we get to the ministry, we have to go through a security checkpoint there. They check your wand for identification purposes. From there, we'll take the lifts down to the courtrooms. I want you too. He looked towards Daphne and Harry. To stay close to Evelyn, and the ministry can be a very crowded place. Astoria will be staying here as we feel she is a little young yet for this trial. The only reason you two are going is because it's for Harry's godfather. Good, now it's 8:30, we need to leave. With that, Xavier rose from his chair and led them to the flue, where Astoria hugged them each goodbye. Harry, do you have Aeolus with you? Harry nodded, motioning to his shoulder. Good, make sure she stays in that form while at the ministry. Having a king cobra there could lead to some problems. Harry looked at the enormous fountain in the atrium for the Ministry of Magic. I'm actually surprised that was ever built, considering it shows other creatures on the same level as wizards. The quiet, silky, comforting tone of Professor Snape came from behind Harry. Severus! Harry turned and hugged the man, missing the surprised look Severus shot at the Greengrass parents, who simply shrugged. Severus managed to spare a hug in a risk ruining his reputation for the boy he had come to care about. What are you doing here? Xavier and Evelyn asked that I come, Severus replied, shaking hands with Xavier and giving Evelyn and Daphne a small bow. Shall we continue on then? Yes, we're to meet with Madame Bones in her office. From there she will escort us to the courtroom. Xavier spoke, giving his wife his arm and leading them to the lifts. Once they were in the lift, and the group was alone, Severus asked Harry, Have you kept up with your drawings? Harry nodded and asked, Are we going to continue meeting? Yes, but as it's summer, we'll only meet once a week. These past 2 were a break to let you get settled down. Professor, Daphne spoke up, are we going to continue meeting as a group also? We can, but you will have to be able to set up a time once a week at either your home or Hadrian's Manor. At Harry's look, he explained, The trace is relative only to Muggle-borns and half-bloods that live in Muggle areas. The ministry can tell the magic is being done, just not by whom, and the trace is mainly to prevent the statute of secrecy from being violated. Besides, most pure-blood family manors have wards that will interfere with them. If we continue during the summer, this will be especially relevant for Ms. Granger. Harry nodded. We'll write to the others and let you know if they want to continue for the summer. What day is okay for you? Wednesdays at 1 o'clock, and we'll do sessions afterwards. Harry and Daphne nodded as a voice sounded. Level 2 Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The party of 5 exited the list and made their way to Madame Bones' office. We're here to see Madame Bones, the Greengrasses, Xavier spoke to Madame Bones' secretary. The young woman nodded and left to notify Madame Bones. Xavier turned to and spoke so the two children could not hear. I know you dislike the man, but he is Harry's godfather. Try to keep an open mind for Harry's sake, and who knows, maybe Azkaban changed him. Severus snorted. Not bloody likely, probably just made him more insane. You can go in now. The secretary came back into the room. They walked into a meticulously neat office where Madame Bones sat behind her desk. There was another woman sitting before her who made Evelyn smile when the women turned around. Andromeda. Evelyn greeted the women, who bore a striking resemblance to a certain no-felon, although Harry didn't know that. Evelyn, Andromeda spoke, giving her longtime friend a hug and smiling at Xavier as he greeted her. Then she gave Daphne a hug. Daphne smiled at the woman and greeted her as Aunt Andy. Xavier then spoke up. Andromeda, I like you to meet Daphne's betrothed, Hadrian Potter. Severus gave Harry a nudge forward, as the lad was still waiting in the wings with him. Nice to meet you, ma'am, Harry spoke politely. Harry, I haven't seen you since you were a baby. It's nice to see you again too, and please call me Andy. Andromeda spoke with a kind smile on her face that put Harry at ease. Yes, ma'am, I mean Andy. Severus Snape, fancy seeing you here. Andromeda spoke, easily making the question heard in her greeting. Mrs. Tonks, Severus bowed his head in greeting. Hadrian is one of my snakes. Andromeda nodded. Having been in Slytherin, she understood the protection their head of house offered the largely alienated Slytherins. Good you all know each other, Madame Bones spoke after breaking the silence left by Severus. Andromeda here will be representing Sirius in his trial. Harry looked rather surprised at that. Given what he learned about Sirius's imprisonment, he assumed no one would help. Andromeda spied the look and said, Sirius is my cousin. I was very grateful to hear there was proof of his innocence. When Amelia here came to me, I was shocked to realize he never had trial. I always knew he would never turn on James. It feels great to know that for sure now. Harry smiled and nodded at her. Now, Sirius will be taking Vertiacerum, so this should be over and done with quickly, Andromeda said as they were getting ready to leave the office. The group walked into a large courtroom. Madame Bones and Andromeda separated from the group. Madame Bones went and sat next to what looked like to Harry a raised judge's platform. Andy went to sit at a table that was set up on floor near a chair with restraints on it. She pulled out some papers from a briefcase and started shuffling through them. The Greengrasses, Severus and Harry went and sat in the visitors section. As they were getting situated, Minister Fudge and his undersecretaries and the court scribe, the scribe and undersecretaries went and took their seats, while Minister Fudge walked over to the Greengrasses. Xavier, Evelyn, the Wizen maggot has been called. The trial should begin shortly, and this grave miscarriage of justice shall be corrected. Ah, who might this? Minister Fudge asked, glancing towards the children. Daphne turned towards Harry so the minister couldn't see her, and rolled her eyes at the minister's pompous attitude. Harry smirked in reply. This is our daughter Daphne and Lord Potter. Xavier introduced them. Harry Potter, my boy, where's your scar? Severus and Daphne both snorted at the minister's lack of tact, while Harry and Xavier both fixed him with a stare that made the minister feel a chill go down his spine. Muggle makeup has allowed me to hide it, and it's unwelcome attention, and minister. I detest the saying my boy or any other address with boy in it. Please call me Hadrian, Harry replied rather icily. Severus put his hand on Harry's shoulder to help calm him and not try to hex the incompetent government official. Right, well, yes, Fudge fumbled for words. You should have your godfather back in no time. Excuse me, I need to take my place now. Fudge hurried away while Harry smirked. Daphne giggled at his look, and Aeolus inside his head muttered, SS stupid human. Hadrian, it's not polite to make the minister wet himself in public. Evelyn giggled her reprimand. The courtroom started to fill up with all the lords and members of the Wizen maggot, as well as a few reporters that had been invited. Once everyone had arrived, Minister Fudge spoke. Welcome to an emergency courtroom session. Today, my lords and voting members, we will correct a great injustice. Please bring forth the prisoner. At that, the doors at the back of the courtroom opened, and in walked a rather gaunt, drawn-looking man with long, scraggly black hair and beard. He was dressed in black-white stripped clothes that had holes in them, and he was chained from his hands to his feet. He was escorted by 2 aurors, who both had patroni circling, and a dementor, but Harry hardly noticed the chill as he was staring into the rather lifeless eyes of his godfather, Sirius Black. The gray, lifeless eyes sparked as they landed on Harry's emerald green eyes. Harry nodded to the man as he was brought forth to the chair. As the chains clanked on the steel chair, Harry's attention snapped back to the courtroom around him. He heard many gasps as the crowd around him recognized the prisoner. Some shouts were heard, and one woman fainted. Harry rolled his eyes at the response. "The idiots, even if he was guilty, he's tied up." Andromeda stood. "Given the circumstances, I believe the presence of the Dementor is unnecessary." Minister Fudge nodded and signaled for the Dementor to leave. Harry's attention was for the first time brought to the foul, ugly black thing, apparently called a Dementor. The 2 patroni were circling it and led it out of the courtroom. Harry shivered a bit and faintly heard a woman's voice as the Dementor left. Daphne took his hand, and Severus placed a hand on his shoulder, a gesture that did not go unnoticed by Sirius Black. "My client has agreed to take Veritaserum and to be questioned by Madame Bones," Andromeda spoke out. "Mr. Shacklebolt, please." Minister Fudge gestured towards Sirius. A tall, bald black auror stepped forward and walked over to Sirius, producing a potions vial with a clear liquid inside of it. "Do you willingly consent to taking Veritaserum?" "I do," Sirius rasped out. Shacklebolt poured 3 drops of the potion into Sirius's open mouth and returned to his position near the back wall. "Madame Bones, you may question the prisoner." By this point, murmurs had broken out in the courtroom, but were silenced with a look from Madame Bones. Madame Bones started with a simple question to test the potion. "Who are you?" "Sirius Orion Black." The response came from Sirius, whose eyes had a glazed-over look. "What is your birthday?" "January 28, 1959. Madame Bones nodded to Minister Fudge that the Veritaserum took effect and began with the real questions. "Were you James and Lily Potter's secret keeper?" "No," gasps were heard throughout the courtroom. "Do you know who was?" "Peter Pettigrew. We switched." "Why did they switch?" "We felt that I would be the obvious choice, so we switched to Peter, and I remained as a decoy." "What happened the night of October 31, 1981? "I arrived at the Potter's home and raced through the home looking for survivors." Sirius paused and looked up with tears in his eyes. "I found James' body on the 1st floor. Upstairs, I found Harry crying in his crib, the wall blown out." Sirius chalked on his words. "Lily was in front of the crib. When I took Harry out of the house, Hagrid was there and told me on Dumbledore's order he needed Harry. I gave him to Hagrid. I should have stayed, but I was so angry I went after Peter." Sirius hung his head before continuing. "I tracked Peter down to that alley, and that's why he yelled, 'I killed them.' Then he blew up the street, cut his finger off, and transformed into his animagus form." "What form was that?" "His form is a rat," Sirius growled out. "Why did you confess?" Sirius barked out a harsh laugh. "I was grieving. It was my idea to switch to Pettigrew. Crouch took it out of context." Madame Bones nodded and looked to Minister Fudge, who also nodded. Madame Bones then addressed the court. "No further questions. Shacklebolt, the antidote." The tall auror walked over to Sirius and administered potion that was light blue in color. Sirius's eyes cleared at once. "Members of the Wisengamot, with this evidence, I hope you come to the right decision," Minister Fudge spoke. "Now let us vote. Guilty?" No one raised their hand. The use of the truth potion was hard to discount. "Innocent?" Every voting member raised a hand. Sirius had a rather shocked look on his face, figuring this day would never come for him. Minister Fudge stood and spoke. "By order of the Wisengamot, I pronounce Sirius Orion Black innocent on all charges. As compensation for your time in Azkaban, you will receive 5,000 galleons for each year you spent imprisoned. Thank you. Court is adjourned." The reports raced out the doors as soon as they cracked open. leaving their photographers to snap a photo of Sirius getting released before they too fled the courtroom as fast as they could to make it to print. Kingsley Shacklebolt unshackled Sirius and congratulated him. They had been in the same recruit camp for Auror training. As everyone filed out of the courtroom, most hurrying to spread the news, Andromeda made her way towards her cousin and gave him one of the strongest hugs he had ever been pulled into. "I knew it wasn't you," she stated simply. Sirius smiled brightly at her, and for the first time Harry got a glimpse of the handsome, aristocratic man Evelyn and his father's journal described his godfather to be. The Greengrasses, Harry, and Severus made their way over to Sirius, although Severus hung back, only staying close enough in case Hadrian needed him. Sirius and Andromeda pulled apart as the group walked up. Sirius looked straight at his godson as the group came near him, but before anyone could say anything, Madame Bones spoke up. "Why don't we continue this in my office? Sirius can get his things there, and it will be private." She spoke with a nod to the doors, where a blonde woman with horrendous green glass stood with a photographer. The group nodded, and passed the woman on the way out, where Madame Bones nodded to one of the Aurors on her security detail. The Auror moved away from the group and escorted the woman and her photographer to a different lift. The group arrived in Madame Bones' office 2 silent minutes later. Sirius taking note of one of his childhood acquaintances, one of the few he could stand, Xavier Greengrass. He noted the woman holding Xavier's hand, a recalled Lily attending their wedding, Evelyn he thought, and the girl that looked like a mix of them holding his godson's hand. And of course he noted Snape, who was standing ramrod straight with his jaw clenched. As they walked through the door to Madame Bones' office, Sirius waited back and let the rest save Snape go through. Sirius reached out and stopped Snape from going in. "I would remove your hand from me, Black," Severus growled out. Sirius did, but held up his hands showing he meant no harm and spoke in a quiet, rasping voice. "I have something to say to you." Severus raised an eyebrow for him to continue. Sirius sighed at the look. "I wanted to apologize." Severus looked shocked, but masked it quickly. The only one who noticed was Harry, who had been looking at the two. "For everything during school, especially the Shrieking Shack incident. I'm sorry." Sirius spoke with a sincere voice, only looking up at Severus as he said the last 2 words. Severus looked long and hard into Sirius's eyes and could see the man broken by Azkaban, his friend's death and betrayal, and his sincerity, and nodded his acceptance. The two walked into the room while Severus took a seat around Amelia's desk. Sirius walked over to Harry and knelt down to his level. "You probably don't remember me, but I'm your godfather. You look so much like your father, but with Lily's eyes." "I knew it was you as soon as I saw your eyes in the courtroom." Sirius spoke with deep emotion in his voice. Harry surprised everyone in the room by leaning forward and hugging the man and whispered quietly, "Pafoot." Sirius grabbed onto Harry harder and started silently crying, wishing he had never gone after Pettigrew. After their touching moment was over, Sirius stood and took the last empty seat. "So not that I don't appreciate it, but anyone want to tell me the hell's going on?" Sirius asked with a weary grin. The resulting hour was spent filling Sirius in on everything that had happened since he was imprisoned, Harry and Daphne's contract, Severus being his head of house, and Dumbledore being a jackass. By the end of the hour, Sirius was losing control of his animagus as large canines started to develop in his mouth, and a growling was being heard. He stood from his chair and started packing. He continued for a minute before grabbing Harry into a hug and apologizing profusely to him. Sirius finally calmed down after about 10 minutes and retook his seat. "Well, I think we've been here long enough. How about we go out and celebrate it?" Evelyn spoke. "Then after that we can figure out our next move." Everyone looked rather relieved when Sirius latched on to the idea of anything that wasn't prison food. "Sirius, here are your street clothes from when you were imprisoned, your money, and a form that states you are allowed a wand. Sadly, yours was snapped." Madame Bones spoke, handing them the items over. They stood to leave, and as they were approaching the door, Madame Bones spoke again. "Sirius, after you've gotten back on your feet and in better shape, your job as an Auror is still available if you want it." Sirius nodded his reply and made his way to the nearest bathroom to change. While they were waiting, Severus pulled Harry over to the side. "How are you doing?" "Okay, I remember him, well, partly, but still that much is nice. Severus nodded at him. Well, make my goodbyes, I have a potion to finish. Sure, Severus. Yes. You two don't like each other, do you? Harry said, nodding toward the bathroom. His godfather walked into looking a bit upset that the man who had and is helping him so much was in the position he was. Severus sighed, and knowing it would be important to Hadrian, replied, No, but Azkaban can change people. Harry smiled at that, and Severus left as he rejoined the group. Professor Snape had to leave, so where are we going? Well, Andromeda is going to get her daughter and her husband and meet us in 2 hours at the Vineyard, restaurant here in the alley. We are going to get your godfather some clothes and a wand. Sound okay? Evelyn addressed Sirius, who had reappeared during her conversation. Sirius nodded his consent. As they were walking out of the ministry, Sirius said, So Harry, how's the fiancé? As they walked into Hephaestus' shop, Harry and Daphne were still bright red from the ribbing Sirius had given them. I've never been here before, Sirius mentioned. Yes, the Black family lately has preferred the publicity Ollivanders gets due to being in the main alley, Hephaestus spoke, coming out of the back part of his shop. Sirius Black, even though this is Cockturn Alley, I still need paperwork. I believe my more rare ingredients would be at stake if I were to sell you one without ministry say so. Sirius produced the paperwork. Are all wand makers creepy, or is it just the British ones? I resent that. I'm not creepy like some unnamed wand makers. You just happen to be as famous as your godson, or rather infamous. Also, I am not wand maker. I am a wand crafter. Hephaestus spoke while looking over the paperwork. Fair enough, and what's the difference? Sirius shrugged. Ollivander makes wands and then fits them to the individual as best he can. I make wands that are perfectly crafted to the individual. Hadrian, Daphne, how are your wands working? Hephaestus asked, turning towards them. Great, they both answered with smiles. Hephaestus looked towards both Xavier and Evelyn. Evelyn had got her wand crafted here after their marriage. Both Greengrass parents nodded. Now run your hand over all the woods and see which one gives you the most inviting feeling. Sirius went through all the woods as requested before going back to a wood block that was towards the beginning. The block was honey-colored. Cypress, Hephaestus said simply. Now repeat the process with the core ingredients. Sirius ran his hand over the open jars. He ended up with 2 crushed fang of a grim and pixie wings. Sirius barked out a laugh at those. Lastly, the gems. Sirius went to the cases that held the gems and once again repeated the process. Sirius's magic chose a crimson garnet stone. I'll have the wand done in an hour, Hephaestus said before turning to Harry and seeing his interested look. Do you want to stay again? Can I? Hadrian replied, asking not only Hephaestus, but the adults with him. The adults nodded before Evelyn replied, Why don't you and Daphne stay here while we take Sirius to get some clothes? As Evelyn spoke, she looked towards Hephaestus, who nodded his consent. As they were leaving, Sirius let out a teasing, Have fun with the missus. Harry blushed, as did Daphne. Hephaestus raised an eyebrow at Hadrian, who answered, Daphne and I are betrothed. Hephaestus nodded, and as he turned to move them to the back of the workshop, muttered, Your wands are a good match. Harry and Daphne glanced at each other before following Hephaestus. How so? Daphne asked as Harry moved chair over so Daphne could sit. Harry sat by Hephaestus' work table. Hephaestus set up the wood and moved the core materials over with the garnet stone Sirius had chosen. They complement each other. He pulled out his carving tools. Daphne noticed the runes on the handles and on some the actual blades. As he started carving the wood, Harry spoke up, not taking his eyes from the work being done. How do you the length and shape of the wand? Hephaestus, who had started hollowing part of the wood for the cores. Magic helps guide my hands. When the elements are chosen, it transfers some of the user's magic into them. That magic helps determine length and shape. Harry nodded, engrossed with the process. He was seeing even more so than he was last summer, since he started drawing again. Daphne giggled to herself as she watched Harry and Hephaestus notice nothing else besides the wand, though she did admit Hephaestus was an artist with the wands he made. Hers wand was 8 inches long and featured a spiral vine design that reached down the wand to the jade stone. The hilt of her wand reminded Daphne of the rapier her mother taught her to fence with. Sirius's wand had some curves to it, the garnet stone seeming to grow out of the wood. The hilt looked like a rather vicious dog head with its fangs bared. Once Hephaestus finished, both Harry and he seemed to snap out of their artistic haze. Daphne smirked at Harry. "Welcome back." Harry blushed a little and turned to Hephaestus. "So if the wands you craft are better, why doesn't everyone come here?" Hephaestus smirked. "Money. Also, some just don't realize my shop even exists or look into wand lore." "What happens if the wand isn't bought here or at Ollivander's?" "You mean like using a parent's or someone else's wand?" Harry nodded. "If the wand accepts you, nothing, but it will never work as well as your own either from a shop like mine or Ollivander's. You see, the wand helps to channel your magic. Some are better suited to certain magics, just as some people are better suited to different magics. Having one that is adverse to your magic can inhibit you. I think I'll be bringing some friends here soon." As Harry spoke, the door opened to admit Xavier and Evelyn plus one freshly shaved and clothed Sirius Black. Sirius had shaved his beard off and cut his hair. It left him looking younger than before. "Your wand, sir," Hephaestus said, handing over the wand, hilt first. Sirius looked at the wand with awe as a warm, comforting feeling ran through him, one he hadn't felt in years. A smile spread over Sirius's face. The group left the store thanking Hephaestus for his. After a rather interesting dinner with Andy and her husband Ted and daughter, who shall be only called Tonks, after Harry mentioned, and got a death glare from said 17-year-old girl. "Oh yeah, you're the Hufflepuff who sent Flint to the hospital wing, for calling you a nymph." Sirius and Harry were sitting in the Greengrass family room discussing things. "Padfoot, do you want to stay with me? Your room's still there," Harry asked with a hopeful look. He wanted to get to know the man his father called his brother in the head of house journal and who was in a few of his memories. Sirius, after the look from Harry, smiled. "Sure, pup, I'd love that." Harry adopted a thoughtful look at the pup comment and then blurted out, "Are you a dog?" Sirius barked out a laugh at that, while the Xavier and Astoria laughed out loud. Evelyn snorted at the way that statement could be taken, and Daphne just looked at Harry like he was crazy. Sirius just stood up and morphed into a large black dog that made the Greengrass family gasped at what appeared to be a grim. Harry just smiled as the dog bounded over to him. "Padfoot." The Greengrass family smiled at the scene. Sirius morphed back. "So how did you know?" "One of the memories had you, and then a dog, but all the others didn't have a dog." Harry spoke like he was still puzzling it out. "Ah, that would be because your mum thought I was a bit too rambunctious as a dog to be around you in that form when you were still a baby. Something about being a perpetual puppy." "I guess this means you can teach us about our animagus forms," Daphne spoke. "I'll be back. I need to check on something in my old house." Sirius spoke as there was a lull in the conversation. About 10 minutes later, Sirius returned, and Godson and Godfather left for Potter Manor, the first home either of them ever knew. Chapter 6. Summer PT3. Daphne flew over to Potter Manor and called out for Harry without a reply. She walked to the kitchen where either Harry, Sirius, or Mips could be counted on to be, but found no one. She continued through the whole first floor but still found no sign of life. She decided to just go straight to Harry's room. She knocked, but still no one. Well, where else are they? The game room. As she made her way to the game room in the basement, she started to hear music. She didn't recognize it. As she got closer, it got louder and louder. As she was outside the door, she could make out the words. "Hey man, Droogie, don't crash here. There's only room for one, and here she comes, here she comes." Daphne opened the door quietly. Not that it mattered, she thought, as the full blast of music hit her. Then she took in the scene around the room, and her jaw dropped. Harry and Sirius were both dressed in pink button-down shirts, white shin-length socks, their underwear, and black sunglasses, jumping on the couches, singing at the top of their lungs. "Oh, don't lean on me, man, cause you can't afford the ticket. I'm back on Suffragette City, oh. Don't lean on me, man." Just then Daphne noticed all three of Harry's house elves in the same clothes, only house elf size, and rocking out playing air instruments. As Bowie continued playing in the background, Daphne lost it, fell to the ground laughing. Harry jumped off the couch he was on in the game room and landed on his knees in front of belting out the last line, "Oh." "Wham bam, thank you ma'am." Harry looked down in front of him and noticed Daphne, "DAPH," Harry squeaked out in a rather high-pitched voice, which just made Daphne laugh harder. Sirius cut off the couch and cut the music off, laughing at his godson's shocked expression at seeing his betrothed in front of him. Harry scrambled up to his feet and helped his laughing fiancé up. "You can stop laughing now," Harry deadpanned. As Daphne got herself under control, she looked at Harry, who still looked a bit embarrassed, and started giggling again. She looked to Sirius, who had a proud look on his face, and when she quirked an eyebrow at him, he simply shrugged his shoulders. "It's a good song." "Good song or not," Daphne looked to Harry, "yours and Neville's party is in a half hour." Harry nodded and took off to his room to get dressed, as did Sirius. Daphne looked around the game room and noticed a new telly, if she remembered that one right, and a stereo. She left the game room to go wait for Harry in the family room, thinking back on the summer so far. Severus had been merciless on their training and had upped it to twice a week for 2 hours once everyone in the group got a custom wand from Hephaestus. They could move through spells and work faster with them, especially Neville, who had been using his dad's old wand. It took a visit from Professor Snape to convince Augusta Longbottom that Neville needed his own wand, and that not using his father's wasn't a slight to the man's memory. Severus had gotten them through the first and second year spells that he said any competent teacher would have taught, meaning only he would have, Daphne thought with a roll of her eyes. Before Severus would move on to the next year, he tested them on casting the spells silently. If they couldn't, they wouldn't move on. Of course, some of the spells were a bit on the darker side, which led to an interesting pissing match between two men. They were getting along rather nicely for two people who had hated each other for the majority of their lives. Of course, every once in a while Sirius would slip with a snivelous, and Severus would throw out a flea-bitten mutt comment. But for Harry's sake, they generally kept things pleasant. One area where Sirius really excelled was aiming. He claimed when he was in Auror boot camp, that was an important aspect. He had them aiming at targets so far Harry, Blaise, and surprisingly Hermione excelled the most at aiming. Harry seemed like a natural at it, where Blaise stated his grandfather had him shooting a gun since he was 5. Hermione just shrugged and said her dad was in the army. Evelyn had taken to teaching the group fencing. Daphne, Tracy, and Blaise were far ahead of the other 3 in fencing, as they had been taught their whole lives. Harry was picking it up the fastest, as Daphne and Astoria often helped him with it, when they were bored. Hermione and Neville, though, were not far behind Harry. Hermione could often be found in the library of Potter Manor or the Greengrass one. It had gotten to the point where her parents and she had taken to staying the weekends either at Daphne's or Harry's. The group was also taking up running, as Harry could usually be found up at 6 in the morning, working out the routine he had started at the Dursleys. Sirius had started to run with him. He was seriously thinking of going back to the Auror department. Daphne just thought he was hot for Amelia Bones. Another interesting turn of events was Severus had been developing a potion to reveal someone's animagus form. He declared it ready last week, and the group was getting ready to try it next week. "Hey, you ready?" Harry said as he walked into the room, snapping out of her thoughts. "Yeah, and much better choice of clothing. Where's Sirius?" Harry blushed a bit at the clothes comment. She saw him in his underwear. "I know she's my fiancé, but damn, I'm 12, Harry thought while Daphne smirked at him. He was now dressed in dragon-hide boots, jeans, and a black dress shirt on. The party was going to be held at the Longbottom estate. "Sirius is primping. I swear that man spends more time in front of the mirror than you, your mum, and Astoria combined," Harry laughed out. Sirius walked into the room looking very dapper in a black dress slacks, dragon-hide boots, and a black dress shirt that had silver thread designs on it. He cuffed the back of Harry's head. "I heard that pup. Now tell the wifey she looks good. And let's go." Harry blushed but took a good look at Daphne, who was dressed in a blue summer dress that made her eyes stand out. "You look beautiful." MMHMM, he upgraded it to beautiful. "A keeper there, Daph," Sirius teased, making both kids blush. "All right, in we go," Sirius said, pointing to the flue. He let them go first and then followed. Sirius stepped out into the entrance hall of Longbottom Manor. and was taken aback by memories of Frank and Alice's wedding. "Sirius Black, I was happy to hear you were innocent," came the imperious voice of Augusta Longbottom. Sirius bowed to the woman and took her hand. "Madam Longbottom, I'm very sorry for what happened to your son and Alice." Sirius spoke with all the grace and manner of a seasoned pureblood lord. Madam Longbottom bowed her head momentarily at the mention of her son and daughter-in-law. "A shame about my Frank, but Neville is finally coming along," she stated, seemingly ignorant of the insult she applied to her grandson. Sirius clenched his jaw but responded pleasantly. "He is great kid and friend to Harry." They reached the back garden and Madam Longbottom took her seat lording over the party, while Sirius excused himself and walked over to the Greengrass parents. Sirius looked over the kids present, which included the normal group plus Astoria, Susan Bones, Hannah Abbott, Aaron Vasey, and the rest of the Slytherin Quidditch team, the 3 chasers from Gryffindor, and the Paddle twins. "Eclectic group," Sirius mentioned to the Greengrass parents, who so far were the only ones to approach him. The others, except for Amelia Bones, seemed to be looking at him like he was going to snap and kill everyone. "Augusta's doing, no doubt," Amelia Bones spoke from behind him. "She throws a party like this every year for Neville, unfortunately for him. Usually he's rather shy and withdrawn at them." "Amelia, you look stunning," Sirius said, and rather suavely kissed her hand. "You don't look too bad yourself," Amelia said a bit demurely, shocking both Xavier and Evelyn, who had never seen this particular side of the usually hard-as-nails department head. "Good food and no Dementors does wonders," Sirius barked out with a laugh. Evelyn and Xavier excused themselves to talk to the Vaseys and leave the 2 starry-eyed Aurors to themselves. "Happy birthday, Nev," Harry and Daphne said as they walked over to where he was talking to Blaze and Astoria. "You too, Harry. Sorry about all this, mate," Neville said, gesturing to the rather large party. No worries, man. I've never even had a cake before, so this is cool," Harry offhandedly commented, looking around at the decorations, not noticing his friends all getting rather hard looks on their faces. As he turned back around to them, they cleared their faces and smiled at him. "So are the others here?" "Well, the chasers you know from the matches. I added them to the list. They helped me out a lot when I was alone in Gryffindor. Angelina's dad was close with my dad. The Paddles are here mostly due to Gran. Knows their parents real well. Same with Susan and Hannah Abbott. The rest were your invites." As Neville was speaking, the Slytherin Quidditch team gave over and wished Harry happy birthday before going back to their in-depth discussion with the Gryffindor chaser trio on how playing hard isn't cheating. Although Aaron looked more interested in his side conversation with Alicia Spinnet. "Happy birthday, Harry," came from Hermione, Padma Paddle, and Tracy, who had walked over to join the others from their rousing conversation on what really caused the fall of the Roman Empire. It seemed everyone had arrived before Harry, Sirius, and Daphne. Harry nodded his thanks as Susan Bones, Hannah Abbott, and Parvati Paddle came over. Parvati seemed more interested in her nails than anything else and said nothing to the group. Her twin gave her a glare that went ignored. Hannah managed to say happy birthday, but still seemed a bit star-struck by Harry, while Susan said brightly, "Happy birthday." As the group continued to get to know each other, the party went on parents taking and making plans. Finally, the time for the cake came. Harry looked relieved that it would be over soon. He still didn't like being around large groups of people. The cake rather awed everyone when they saw it, was dead ringer for Hogwarts. Harry and Neville grinned at each other as it came out. After cake, they opened the presents. The Paddles gave both boys a collection of candy. The Abbotts gave Neville a rather nice set of self-cleaning gardening tools, and Harry got a pocket sneakoscope, figuring with him being the boy who lived it would come in handy. After that, both the Abbotts and the Paddles excused themselves from the party, Padma giving Hermione a hug as she left. Next came the gifts from the Gryffindor chasers. They chipped in and bought Neville a new authentic home jersey for Puddlemere United, while they got Harry a poster of Jess O'Reilly, the Harpies Seeker, recently dubbed Harry's favorite player, and a book on Holyhead Harpies history. The Slytherin Quidditch team got Neville a book on herbology titled Rare Magical Medicinal Plants of Great Britain. Plus, they got him a Slytherin green shirt that read, "I love snakes," in silver. That particular present got a laugh from everyone present. Flint got Harry a book on seeker tactics. Bole and Derek got Harry a rather interesting poster of the Holyhead Harpies that read open later on the tag. They smirked at Harry when he read it. Slytherin Chasers got Harry a book titled Wooing Witches and a new broom servicing kit. Amelia and Susan got Neville a mallowsweet plant and gave Harry a Jinxes for the Jinxed. Hermione gave both Harry and Neville books. Harry got one on broom care. Neville got one on different magical foci. Blaise got Neville a gold corno like he got Harry for Christmas. Blaise handed Harry a vial that others at the party recognized held memories and simply said, "Enjoy," with a rather twisted smirk. Astoria gave them both some stink bombs. Tracy gave Neville a book on his family history that she saw in her family's shop. She gave Harry a book on the history of wands. Daphne gave Neville a rare plant seed that had previously only been grown by her family, with her parents' blessing. To Harry, she gave a set of dog tags that had his parents' names and dates on it and his family crest on the other side. The other one had his name and birth date on it with a snitch on the other side. Sirius gave Neville an Auror handbook that had belonged to his father, Frank. He gave it to me once I entered the academy. He used it when he went through the academy. "Thank you, Sirius," Neville managed to choke out. Sirius nodded and patted him on the shoulder. "Harry, you got yours earlier." Harry nodded and smiled at his godfather. An hour later, the party broke up, and soon it was only the Greengrasses, the Bones, and Sirius and Harry. As Susan said goodbye, she glanced at where Sirius and Amelia were chatting quietly by the flue. "Something tells me we'll be seeing a lot more of each other." Harry smiled a little and nodded. "It was nice to meet you, Susan." Harry and Sirius were sitting in the Greengrass family room after the party discussing the day. It was nice to see that they could forget their house rivalries for a day. Evelyn spoke as they were talking about the Slytherin Quidditch players and the Gryffindor Quidditch. "Yeah, I never thought I lived to see that, especially with them all being Quidditch rivals on top of house rivals," Sirius spoke. Daphne spoke up from where she was watching Astoria and Harry play chess. "You can thank Harry for that. He was determined to get Neville included into the group after the flying lesson. Since the Quidditch players in Slytherin accepted him, nobody else said anything about a Griff hanging with us snakes." Harry laughed at that. "I hope he wears that shirt during the year." "I don't know, Weasel might have heart attack." Daphne laughed along with him. "Is he really that bad? Arthur, his father, was always nice and you could depend on him too," Sirius asked. "Well, the twins are fine, although they really like to prank us snakes. And Percy is okay, but he's a bit of kiss ours. Sorry, stiff." Daphne spoke, stopping herself from saying arse in front of her mother and little sister. "She's right, the other Weasleys aren't that bad, but Ron's bloody wanker. He complains about schoolwork nonstop. He made fun of Hermione so bad that she spent the Halloween feast in the loo crying. He glares at me and every other Slytherin like we're shite." Harry spoke heatedly. "Hadrian James, language," Evelyn spoke icily. "Sorry," Harry said with his head bowed in embarrassment. "He's just really irritating." Daphne nodded her in agreement, and Astoria giggled at the use of his full name. "Always means you're in trouble." "So, on a more pleasant note, I'm having Andromeda and her family over for a family dinner. Would you guys like to come?" Sirius asked with a smile. "Sure, what time?" Evelyn answered. 7. "Hey, Sirius, what did you get Harry?" Astoria asked. "Well, do you remember when I said I had to go back to my house? I was wondering about that your house was looted almost as soon as you thrown in prison," Xavier commented. "Yes, it was a sight, but before I found Pettigrew, I made a stop at my house to hide some things. Mainly Lily's spell book and diary. I found them when I was searching the house for Harry. When I went back, they were still there. One of Lily's charms that she invented allowed Muggle stereos and televisions to play on magic. So today I gave him the books, as well as a telly, stereo, and some music and movies." So that's what I walked in on," Daphne said, giggling. Harry turned red, and the Greengrass parents both looked to Sirius, who shrugged. "We were breaking in the stereo." Harry was in shorts, a muscle shirt and Nikes. He rolled up into a standing postion as spell impact where he was previously on the ground. He dodged right and moved a step forward. A spell went past his ear. He jumped over a low spell aimed at his legs and rolled forward as one impacted above him. He dodged left, still moving subtly forward. He was forced to his right and had to spin as he almost dodged into a nasty-looking crimson spell. He ducked a spell aimed at his head and pushed himself forward. He dodged left, stepping forward, swung his back, then forward, slamming into his opponent's head, breaking his enemy's nose. His opponent brought both hands to his face. Harry quickly struck out and took the man's wand, who looked at Harry shocked that he forgot himself in the fight and was now wandless. Harry smirked triumphantly and muttered, "A pisky." His godfather's nose healed instantly. Sirius had been drilling him on dodging, waiting for 7 o'clock to come around, plus Harry wanted to work out. They had been drilling for 2 hours. Harry had yet to win one. The point was for Harry to beat Sirius without using magic. As Sirius had told the group countless times, you can't always shield. "Nice one, now go wash up, pup, it's almost 6, Sirius said, looking at the clock. Harry smiled at him and took off for his shower, Sirius smiling proudly at his godson's back. "Sirius, you pillock," came Harry's voice from his room on the 3rd floor. Sirius smiled to himself from his seat in the family room. It was 6:45, Mips popped in with a shake of her head. "Use tea, sirs. Sirs, Harry's going to be getting you back." She popped out and Sirius just smiled and moved to the entrance hall where the flue was. Harry came into the room dressed in a pair of black cargo shirts and Holyhead t-shirt that clashed with his now shocking neon green hair that was pulled back into a ponytail. Sirius burst out laughing as soon as he saw Harry. Yeah, laugh it up, Tosspot. When does this wear off?" "A week if my memory is correct." "You're so gonna get it. That means I have to go to Diagon Alley like this." The flue roared and out stepped the Tonks family. "Whoa, nice hair, Harry," Tonks said and changed hers to match. Harry merrily glared at her. "Ah, come on, it's not that bad," she spoke, wrapping her arm around his shoulders and walking with him to the side of the hall. Ted Tonks laughed at Harry's put-out expression, while Andromeda glared at her cousin. "Really serious? You're still 5 on the inside, aren't you?" She laughed at the last part. Sirius just gave them a charming smile. Meanwhile, Tonks was talking to Harry quietly. "Why's this bothering you so much? Usually you're cool with the pranks and just get him back." "We're going to Diagon Alley with Hermione and her parents Monday to go to Gringotts, so she can get the inheritance test, and we're going to the Harpies game tomorrow. Daphne's gonna kill me." Tonks thought about it for a minute, then said, "She's not going to kill you. She's gotten caught in the crossfire of yours and Sirius's prank war. She'll understand. Plus, I think we might be able to do something with this. Like what? I'm not shaving my head. Besides, the last time my aunt did that, my hair grew back overnight. That's how much I hate buzz cuts. Well, that, and she made me look like a freak cause she left some bangs to cover my scar. That's another thing with my hair, long, my scars covered. Well, you're going to have to leave it up to make up to do that, for what I have planned." "And what's that?" Harry said, eyeing the older girl wearily. "See, we can work with the green even if it is rather blinding. We're just going to give you a bit of hair cut and then spike up all around. You'll look like the Stevio from that movie SLC Punk we watched a week ago, just instead blue, you'll have a neon green. And remember, Daphne thought he was cute, so you'll piss a lot of righteous, upstanding wizards and witches off," Tonks said with an extreme amount of sarcasm in her voice on the last part. "And Daphne will like. It's a win-win for ya." Harry looked thoughtful for a minute before nodding. At Harry's nod, Tonks started dragging him up to Sirius's bathroom. "Hey, where are you two going?" Sirius called out. "The greengrasses should be here in 5 minutes." "We'll be back in a few," Tonks yelled back, waving her hand dismissively. Andromeda just shook her head while Ted muttered, "She gets more like you every day," which earned him a smack upside the back of his head, causing Sirius to laugh. As they got to Sirius's bathroom, Tonks muttered, "I know the all-mutt has hair gel in here somewhere." "Oh, behind the mirror," Harry spoke up. "Found it, ooh, and it's the good stuff," Tonks said, brightly smiling. "All right, come, Harry, I'm going to cut your hair." As Harry moved over to her, he said, "Are you sure you know what you're doing?" Of course, it was either going to be the Auror Academy or hair styling, but I passed all my newts, so Auror Academy it is. Now sit down and let me work. 10 minutes later, Tonks had his hair cut and styled. "Well, what you think?" she asked, letting him see himself in the mirror. "Awesome tonks, thanks," Harry spoke, looking at himself in the mirror. "It looks like it was on purpose now. Sirius is gonna be peeved." He gave her a high five and they left the bathroom. "Well, I aim to please. Now all you need are some tattoos and piercings, and the lock would be complete," Tonks spoke, wiggling her eyebrows, causing Harry to laugh. As they walked into the dining room where everyone else was assembled, the jaws of the parents and Sirius dropped. Astoria giggled and Daphne just stared at Harry with her mouth forming an O. "Harry, what did you do to your hair?" Hermione shrieked as he and Sirius walked into the 3 broomsticks to meet her and her parents. Harry shrugged. "Blame Sirius." Hermione gave Sirius the stink eye and said, "Really, are you two ever going to stop pranking each other?" "Nope," came Sirius's reply. Hermione's mom goggled at both godfather and godson while her dad laughed. Oh, they'd love that in the army. Harry cocked an eyebrow at the man, who upon seeing the look explained further. Our officers in boot camp took a rather twisted pleasure out of shaving people's heads, especially if they had their hair dyed or styled. Hell, I had mine spiked just in the front, and the guy smiled like he won the lottery when he went to shave my head. "Dave, language," Mrs. Granger corrected. "Sorry, honey. Well, let's get this show on the road." And with that, the group of 5 made their way to Diagon Alley and then into Gringotts. All along the way, Harry got stared at, but for once it wasn't because of his scar, causing him to smirk. Hermione elbowed him when she saw the smirk. "Really, Harry," she muttered. Harry laughed. As they approached one of the tellers at Gringotts, Sirius explained the inheritance test to Hermione's parents, while Harry walked up to the teller and spoke in gobbledygook. "Excuse me, I have an appointment to see Manager Ragnarok." The goblin nodded and had the group follow him through the long hallways to Ragnarok's office. Hermione just looked at Harry expectantly. Harry sighed. "I'll give you the book on Wednesday." Hermione nodded, excited about learning a new language. Hadrian, I have everything ready to go for your friend," Ragnarok spoke as they entered the office. "Thank you, Ragnarok. This is Hermione Granger and her parents David and Elizabeth Granger. I think you may have met my godfather, Sirius," Harry spoke, introducing them all. "Pleasure to meet you, and yes, I have, but it has been a while, Mr. Black." Ragnarok bowed his greetings. Sirius bowed back and the Grangers followed his example. "Please sit." "Now, Hermione, this is a athame, used specifically for this ritual. Simply make a small cut and hold the tip to it. Once the blood has filled the runes on the hilt, touch the tip of the dagger to the parchment. It will not hurt at all." Hermione nodded and did as she was asked. She held the tip of the dagger to the parchment and watched awed as the blood formed words. Hermione Jean Granger. Heir to David Michael Granger and Elizabeth Lynn Granger Nee Wilkins. Hector Dagworth Granger. Magical affinities. Arithmancy. Prodigy. Runes. Prodigy. Transfiguration. Prodigy. Potions. Mastery, attainable. Charms. Mastery, attainable. Magical abilities. Animagus. "Who's Hector Dagworth Granger?" Hermione asked, looking towards her parents, and just generally asking. "Wow, you mean I know something you don't," Harry said in mock astonishment. "Harry." "Hold on, I wanna enjoy this feeling," Harry said, then seeing Hermione's look and reaching for her wand, quickly said, "He's the founder of the most extraordinary society of potioneers. Don't curse me." "Maybe, Hermione, Dad. I'll check the family tree when we get home, but I don't know." "That won't be necessary, Captain Granger. We can trace the line right here." Ragnarok spoke and tapped his finger on the name Hector Dagworth Granger. From the name, the family line from Hermione to Hector appeared. "Thank you, Manager Ragnarok, but I'm no longer in the military." "Yes, but we are a warrior race. You earned that rank, as such we honor that." David Granger nodded his acceptance. Now it appears Hector was an only son and had only one son, whose only son was a squib. He was cast out into the Muggle world for it and dropped the Dagworth part of his name. "He was cast out," Hermione said aghast. Both her parents looked upset at the news. You'll have to remember Hector lived 500 years ago, as did his son. It was still commonplace in my family to cast squibs out and banished me from the family tapestry, Hermione, Sirius said in a comforting tone. But it's not right, Hermione and Harry spoke at the same time. No, it's not. Family is family no matter what, and luckily the wizarding world has people who think like you two do. Hopefully more will as time goes on, Sirius explained. Yes, that would be beneficial to all, Ragnox spoke with a shake of his head. Now you have some entitlements as the Dagworth Granger heir. There is one vault here that belongs to the family and has been held as there is still money, and though he was cast out, the Squib son was not disowned, so the account remained open. They weren't very prominent before or after Hector. The vault holds 50,000 galleons and some potions books. Would you like to visit the vault? Not yet, Hermione's mum spoke up. I think we need to let this digest first. Right, well, if you'll excuse me, I have some other business I must attend to. Thank you for seeing us today, Ragnox, Harry spoke in gobbledygook as they were leaving. Well, Hermione, is there anything you need before we leave? Her parents asked. I would like to get a familiar, please, Hermione asked. You haven't gotten one yet, Sirius asked, a bit astonished. Familiars were very important to and loyal to their humans and their magic. Well, we've never had a pet, and I didn't see the importance of one until I researched it and saw Harry with Aeolus, Hermione explained. All right, I don't see why not, David Granger answered, figuring it must be important or his daughter wouldn't be asking. He glanced at his wife, and she nodded her agreement. The group trekked over to Magical Menagerie to look at the animals. As they were walking around the store, Hermione noticed over in a forgotten corner a large, bushy ginger cat. Hermione walked over too and heard a voice from behind her. I'll give you that one, cheap, nobody wants the thing, the clerk spoke. Well, I want him, Hermione answered a bit defensively and upset with the store clerk. 10 minutes later, the newly dubbed Crookshanks arrived at his new home with his human girl deliriously happy. That had better be gone by term, Severus spoke upon entering the study of Potter Manor, where Harry was waiting for him. It should be gone by Saturday, Harry replied, referring to his neon green hair. Or Sirius is really gonna get. Severus merrily raised an eyebrow and sat down across from Harry and motioned for him to start. Harry paused before continuing. I've been having nightmares again. Your parents or relatives? They started after the birthday party. It just kind of brought to the forefront some of the past birthdays and holidays. They usually made my birthday one of the worst days of the year for me. As Harry spoke, his voice steadily grew quieter until Severus had to strain to hear it. I drew some of the dreams. Severus nodded and took the offered drawing pad and started to look through it. The images rather surprisingly shocked a follow of Voldemort. One image stuck out through mostly because it was uncatalogued by Madame Pomfrey's injury report. It was a swath of skin that looked to be thoroughly burned almost to the bone. The skin was charred black and made Severus want to throw up. Harry, this last one, when did this happen? Severus asked, trying to control his voice from shaking and anger. He moved over to Harry's side and laid the pad open on the table in front of them. Harry seemed to go into a trance as he spoke. It was when I turned 7 I had asked my uncle why I didn't get presents. He didn't say anything but left the house. When he came back, he was drunk and told me what an ungrateful little shite. I was asking for presents when they took me in when nobody else wanted me. He turned the burner on the stove on when it was glowing orange. He picked me up and forced my arm on it. I screamed, but he covered my mouth with something I don't remember. I blacked out. When I woke up, I was in my cupboard and could smell this horrible burning, and it was me. When I looked down at my arm, I could see the bone through the black and red skin. I passed out again, and the next time I woke up, all marks of the burn were gone. I didn't know what happened, and because of it, my uncle looked me in the cupboard for 3 days. As Harry finished, he had tears running down his face, though he didn't show any other sign of distress. Severus, who had tears of his own in his eyes, picked Harry up and sat in his lap, wrapping him into a hug. Harry broke down into sobs and hugged back, not saying anything as Severus murmured comforting words. Aeolus slithered into the room, having felt Harry becoming distressed. and sunk into his shoulder and arm as a tattoo, and began comforting her human in his head, forcing the images out and ones of his friends and new family into the forefront of his mind. 30 minutes later, Harry had completely calmed down, and Severus suggested drawing some images of his friends to help take his mind off of things before the others got there for practice. Harry began drawing his friends, adding to the group Tonks and her parents. Severus took out a piece of paper and began writing ingredients and directions to a potion. 15 minutes later, Harry and Severus left the office, Harry feeling much lighter than before. Severus turned to Harry before they entered the practice room where Sirius and his friends were waiting. "I think this will be appropriate punishment for the Mutt's prank," and handed Harry the potion instructions he had written down in the study. "Your mother's lab should have the ingredients," Severus said to the now deviously smirking Harry. "Now you all have the ability to become animagus, as your inheritance states. The potion I brewed is very complicated and something of my invention. I invented it to cut the process of becoming an animagus in half," Severus stated. "Yes, half the time is finding your form, although knowing alchemy it would have taken you less time than it did Harry's father and I did," Sirius announced. "Now Severus and I put together a journal of notes. Harry already has half of it containing his father and my notes. The other half are Severus notes. They will help you to make your transformations." "Severus, what's your animal?" Harry asked. "This does not leave the room, as will your forms. My form is a raven. It made spying easier during the war, as most people do not think to ward against animagi." "Now get comfortable, as this will put you to sleep," Severus said, handing out vials of the potions to the group who had taken seats. As one, they took the potion that tasted surprisingly good, rather like peppermint. Neville awoke to find himself in a forest. Unlike the forbidden forest of Hogwarts, this forest was lush and green. It seemed to be a coniferous forest. As he was looking around, he heard the snap of sticks and turned to his left. He spied a rather large black bear. "Oh, bugger," Neville said as the bear stood on his hind legs and reached what Neville thought was about 7 feet tall. Neville, being Neville, ran for it. Unfortunately for him, the bear ran at about 25 mph. The bear lunged and tackled Neville, surprisingly leaving him completely unharmed. Neville sat up as the bear sat in front of him, looking at him. Suddenly, Neville was struck with the realization that this was his animagus form and committed every detail he could to memory. Hermione awoke to find herself high up in a tree. "Well, no time like the present to get over my fear of flying." As she sat in the tree looking for an animal to appear, the sun was setting. When it had gone down, Hermione could see only by the light of the moon from her left. She heard a hoot, and a huge owl swooped down onto the branch where it perched, staring at Hermione. Hermione stared into the owl's yellow eyes, feeling a sense of familiarity with the animal. The owl was a mix of gray and a brown that matched Hermione's hair color. From what she estimated, the owl had a wingspan of about 3 feet, and the bird had a height of a little over a foot. Hermione recognized the bird as a great horned owl and smiled happily. Tracy awoke to find herself in a desert-like area, although she could see some long, grassy and rocky areas. Looking around and seeing nothing, she decided to walk over to one of the grassy areas. As she sat on one of the rocks, she got the feeling she was being watched. Suddenly, a large cat pounced from behind her and forced her on the ground. As Tracy was waiting to meet her maker, she had her eyes clenched shut. When nothing happened, she opened her eyes to find a large but not too large cat perched on top of her, staring at her. When Tracy looked the cat in the eye, the cat licked the side of Tracy's face and then trotted a little ways away and sat staring expectantly at Tracy. Tracy moved over to it. "That was not funny," she spoke as she studied the cat. It merrily flicked its tail. Blaise found himself in a wide open savanna with small trees dotted among the area. Blaise could see no animals anywhere in the savanna from his position, so he started walking around. As he found himself about to walk under one of the small trees, a large snake dropped down and stared at Blaise. The snake opened its mouth, showing off the black inside and fangs. The snake was a gray gunmetal color, and it stretched out in front of him, easily being twice as long as Professor Snape was tall. Sweet. Daphne found herself looking at what seemed like never-ending wide open space of rolling hills, tall pine trees and fir trees. In background, she could see beautiful mountains. Out of the woods came a beautiful dark gray and white wolf. The beautiful wolf walked up to Daphne and sat in front of her and cocked her head almost as if studying her. The wolf was 3.5 feet long, not counting the tail, which added another 1.5 feet. The wolf had the same icy blue eyes Daphne had. Suddenly a howl was heard from the woods a little ways off, and the wolf circled Daphne, looking at her before taking off for the woods. Daphne ran after following. Harry opened his eyes to see a huge black, white, and gray wolf standing over him. When the wolf noticed Harry had opened his eyes, it sniffed at him, and then licked across Harry's scar, causing a pleasant feeling to run through Harry. The wolf backed up and allowed Harry to sit up and look at him. Harry took in his surroundings as he looked around and noticed he was in a wooded area, but to his left was a clearing with a beautiful waterfall at the end opposite him. The wolf was looked to be around 5 feet long and had a tail that was 2 feet long. The wolf was powerfully built and looked like he was the most majestic creature in the forest. Harry sat up and started memorizing his form and petting him when the wolf let out a howl worthy of any wolf. Harry waited for what was going to happen when a minute later he heard another animal coming. Harry stepped closer to his wolf for protection. Out of the woods came a beautiful gray and white wolf that looked smaller than his own form. The new wolf let out a small howl and trotted over to Harry's wolf, just as Daphne burst out of the woods. Harry was still focused on his wolf and the newcomer, both of whom had taken to rubbing noses and curling up next to each other on the ground. Harry's larger black wolf lying protectively around the smaller wolf. Only then did Harry and Daphne look up to see each other. "Harry." "Daph," Harry said as Daphne shouted his name. Harry looked from the wolves back to Daphne and said, "I guess you're a wolf too." "Yep," Daphne said, popping the pea and moving over to hold Harry's hand. The vision started fading away as they watched the wolves lay next to each other. All 6 of the preteens opened their eyes to see that they were back in the practice room of Potter Manor, with Severus and Sirius looking at them anxiously. They all smiled at the same time when it dawned on them they had their forms. "So how'd it go?" Sirius asked excitedly. "I'm a black bear," Neville answered, still a bit in awe of his beast within. Tracy was the next to speak up. "I'm some kind of largish cat," she said with a shrug of her shoulders. "I'll help you look for it," Hermione said, speaking next. Harry nodded also to show he would help look for the animal. "I'm a great horned owl." "Guess that means you're going to get used to heights, right?" Harry said, smirking. The rest of the group giggled a little at Hermione having a bird for animagus. She very maturely stuck her tongue out at Harry in return, making the group left some more and Severus clear his throat to bring the group back to attention. "Mr. Zabini," Severus prompted the widely grinning boy. "I'm a snake," Blaise rattled out excitedly. Severus grinned at the boy. "An ambush predator, how appropriate," referring to Blaise's fighting style of stealth over out-and-out fighting. "What kind of snake, Blaise?" Harry asked excitedly. "Maybe somebody else will speak parcel tongue now." Blaise shrugged in response. "Well, what did it look like?" Harry asked. "Well, I woke up on a savanna and walked around looking for an animal, and then when I walked under a low tree, it dropped out to show me it was there. It was gray and had a black mouth and fangs. It was also pretty long." At the mention of the black mouth and fangs, Harry let out a whistle. "Damn, Blaise, you're a black mamba. They're one of the deadliest snakes in the world and the fastest." Blaise smiled a bit psychotically at that news. Severus, upon seeing the look, "No scaring the girls once you've mastered the form." "Aw, come on, just once, please," Blaise practically begged. Severus merrily glared at him. "Fine." "So Harry, Daphne, what form do you have?" Sirius asked. Daphne and Harry looked at each other, and then Harry spoke while holding Daphne's hand. "We're both gray wolves, and we were in each other's visions," Harry half stated, half asked. "Severus, why don't you take them to the library? Harry has a large collection of books on animals that he brought." "I'll talk to these too," Sirius said, and Severus nodded his reply, ushering the others out of the room. "I'm guessing neither of you know quite what a marriage contract entails in the magical world," Sirius asked. "Doesn't it just mean we're going to get married and the bride price?" Daphne answered back. "Yes, that's part of it," Sirius said, motioning the two to follow him. They walked out of the room and into the study at the end of the hall. Sirius motioned for both of them to take a seat while he called, "Mips!" The little house elf popped in. "Can you bring us some tea, please?" "Of course, sirs," Mips replied and popped out and in with the tea in under a minute. "Thank you," all three of the humans in the room replied. Mips bowed and then popped out of the room. "Fix some tea, you're going to need it, probably," Sirius stated, while picking up James' copy of the Animagus notes that Harry left on the desk earlier and flipping through them. Finding what he was looking for, he stopped and marked the page. "Now first, marriage contracts are a bit different in our world than in the Muggle world. As long as each child is alive, be it unborn but in the womb or already present in the world, there is a rather complex charm that tells if the children will be compatible as adults. Don't ask me how to explain how, as I don't know," Sirius stated once Harry looked like he was going to say something. "If anybody knew or knows, it was either your mum or Professor Flitwick. Both were charms masters, or mistress in your mum's case. It may be in her diary," Sirius said to Harry, who nodded. "Now once the spell is cast, the families can still choose to betroth the couple in question, as was done frequently in the past, or they can dismiss the idea and try someone else. Your spell was read, stating you were compatible. See, your parents have a method to their madness, not that either of you two seem to mind," Sirius said teasingly, causing the couple to blush. "Why did we need tea for that?" Daphne asked, while Harry groaned, knowing his godfather saved the best or worst, depending on your point of view, for last. Sirius smiled. "The spell doesn't tell you exactly how compatible you'll be, just that you are. It could entail acquaintances, friends, or passionate lovers." Sirius wiggled his eyebrows at the two, who had their blush bulbs burning bright. "The reason for the tea is this." Sirius handed over the notes with page marked to them. They looked at the page, and one part stood out as James had written it in bold and underlined it a few times. "A wizard and witch with the same animal are soul mates. I always knew Lil's was it for me." Harry and Daphne both stared at the page for about a minute. When it finally sunk in, Daphne swooned a bit while blushing and Harry's cherry-red face formed an O. Sirius looked to be on the verge of tears from trying not to laugh at their faces, but lost it and fell to the floor laughing when he saw Harry trying and failing to form words. Finally, Harry got out, "Well, at least this saves time." Daphne was still too shocked to do anything but nod, thinking, "I'm engaged to my soul mate, I'm 12. They made it to the library 15 minutes later, where Severus gave them both calming drafts and glared at Black for the not-so-helpful delivery of the news. As Harry whispered what happened to him. "Double the ingredients on that potion," Severus whispered back. Harry told Daphne what that meant, only to get in reply a very Slytherin smirk. "Guess what?" Tracy shouted. "I'm a caracal." 2 days later, Harry finished the potion and gave it to Mips to add to Sirius's food. He then invited Daphne over for breakfast. Daphne and Harry gave nothing away as Sirius began eating. After the first bite, there was a flash followed by a "H-E-E-haw." Daphne and Harry fell out of their chairs laughing. Sirius spent the next 2 weeks as a donkey. Chapter 7, A Dragon's Interlude. "Mother, may I come in?" Draco Malfoy stood in front of the door to his mother's room. He had continued his research into his family history, particularly Augustus Malfoy. The man commanded respect from his peers not by bribery and fear, but by earning it. He was a powerful duelist and statesman, something he had previously thought his father was. That was until he looked more closely at the conversations he had with his father, and the conversations he had eavesdropped on that his father had with his mother and other colleagues. They didn't respect his father, they feared him. He was a criminal. Draco had searched through his family library and had finally found Augustus' head of house memoir. It looked as if Nero had tried to destroy it, but had to settle for burying it in the least used section of the library. Draco didn't even know it was there previously. He had read through the journal and had absorbed all he could from it. Augustus used knowledge to get what he wanted. Now he was still cunning enough to live up to the Malfoy name, something Draco had thought his father had done. But Draco had used the cunning he showed promise of when he was little and still listened to his mother, and convinced his father to bring him along to the ministry when the emergency meeting was held. He separated from his father and went to the archive department, where he charmed the elderly witch clerk and used a bit of the Malfoy name to gain access to the archives without her help or his father. He claimed a school project. Once he was past the clerk, he went straight to the court records and found his father's trial, if you could call it that. Even Draco at 12 could tell that it was a farce. His father claimed the Imperious Curse, something that Draco thought meant you were a spineless weakling if you were susceptible to. He also looked at other Death Eater trials and found their crimes horrifying. There were rapes, murders, and looting, and some of it was against half-bloods and purebloods. Draco had to stop himself from throwing up at the discovery of Evan Royser's crimes. No wonder Fitzroy gets upset whenever somebody brings up his father. "Come in, dragon," Narcissa Malfoy spoke in a loving tone. "What has been bothering you lately, Draco?" As Narcissa spoke, Draco came over and sat with his mother, picking up her hair brush and started brushing her hair, as he did when he was little. It was comforting. For years now he had been ignoring his mother at his father's behest. "I was given a book by another Slytherin when my arrogant attitude became a problem." Draco spoke with a rather wry tone, as if he understood. "The book talked about Augustus Malfoy." "Ah, so that explains the change," Narcissa spoke. When Draco paused brushing, she continued, "A welcome change, Draco." He continued brushing. "I don't want to be like father. I read the archives at the ministry." Narcissa faintly smiled into the mirror at Draco. "I will not become a Death Eater. I know father expects the Dark Lord to return, but I won't fight for him. I will not become a murderer and rapists. I will not bow to him." Draco had stopped brushing his mother's hair and had spoke with a conviction she had never heard in his voice. Narcissa turned around and pulled Draco into a hug. "Good, I will support you always." Chapter 8, Twinkle's Thoughts. Here's another small interlude on Dumbledore's thoughts throughout the year. I'm not sure if I'll do his thoughts again or not. Thank you to Sanbigolduhity, your comments helped. Albus Dumbledore sat in his office stroking his beard, contemplating the coming year. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, will come to Hogwarts this year, and I can start molding him to be the perfect little pawn. The Dursleys' treatment of the boy should make him perfectly open to all things magic, and more importantly myself, the grandfather they all love. Albus thought, smiling sardonically to himself. Dumbledore opened a drawer in his office and pulled out a picture of young man. The man in the photo appeared to be dressed in an early Victorian-era suit. The young man in the picture was very handsome and waved in the photograph. "Oh, Gellert, if only you hadn't cast that spell, we could have continued with our plans for the world." Dumbledore placed the photo back into the desk and thought of where he was now with his plans. He has subtly influenced the people of magical Britain to rely on him after he showed his power in defeating Gellert. He held the Elder Wand, and he presented an image of Merlin that no one doubted. He smiled to himself as he thought of the times he denied the position of Minister of Magic. With that, he had the Light families practically eating out of his hands. The boy would fit nicely into his plans. The Potter boy would take the fall, and then he would clean up the mess and once again hold sway in the wizarding world. The boy could have too much influence in the world without me to guide him. Dumbledore, in all his plotting, failed to notice Fawkes trill sadly in the background. Damn idiotic boy got sorted into Slytherin. Now Severus is going to befriend him now. Damn, I thought the Potter genes would win out. Damn, Dursleys must have pushed it too far. Damn, damn, damn. I need to get the boy on my side. Thankfully, that fool Quirrell is indeed possessed. Tom will seek out Harry. I will use that and the mirror. The boy got a gouging spell to work at 11. Not even I could do that, Dumbledore thought as he flew into his office in a rage. And he has Snake as a familiar. I'll watch him more closely as the year continues. I may have to push him down the same path I did Tom. Tom was easier, though he already hated people. Damn, I've lost Severus, and I can't even turn him as I vouched for him during the war. Luckily, the boy found the fluffy, ridiculous name, but now he should be intrigued. Now for a way to slip him information about the stone, perhaps the Weasley boy. He had a loud mouth time to use it. Yes, 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 Dumbledore thought while doing a happy dance in his office. The boy went after the stone. Though his friends prove less than desirable, and Severus saved him, not me, but I can work with that. Although he doesn't seem to like me, and I made it worse by calling him my boy. No matter, soon enough he will be. Goblins, worthless little creatures, what do they want? They already refused to hand over the Potter fortune. What do they want now? Dumbledore, dressed in his bright yellow robes and a floppy wizard hat, walked into Gringotts. I have a meeting with Ragnarok. He spoke with the twinkle in his eyes. That's Manager Ragnarok, human. Follow me, the goblin teller spat out. The teller led Dumbledore into Ragnarok's office and left him there with a smirk that caused Dumbledore to shiver. Ah, Dumbledore, did you really think you could outsmart us goblins when it comes to money? You are despicable, stealing from an orphan. Were you a goblin, I would have you killed. Dumbledore pulled his wand. Well, luckily I'm not a goblin. You cannot do anything to me. Ragnarok laughed, a truly frightening sight, and 4 goblin warriors appeared behind Dumbledore. One went for his wand arm, while another took his sword, used the flat of it, and forced the old wizard to his knees. The others held Dumbledore, forcing his head and chest to be pressed against Ragnarok's desk. Ragnarok spoke. You may not be a goblin, but you still under our laws when you steal from our client. Therefore, as manager of Gringotts and head of the goblins, I pronounce you guilty of theft, the punishment for which is the loss of a hand and the forfeit of your accounts. With that, one of the goblins took his axe and chopped Dumbledore's left hand off. Ah-h-h-h-h-h-h-h-h-h-h-h-h. Dumbledore screamed as the stump of his arm gushed blood, his hand falling to the ground. Blood started pooling on Ragnarok's floor. Ragnarok snapped his fingers and the blood stopped gushing out, and the wound sealed over, preventing Dumbledore from having it regrown. The blood on the floor disappeared, as did Dumbledore's misplaced hand. Oh, really, it's not that bad, Ragnarok said, and motioned to the goblins to take Dumbledore out. The goblin warriors dumped Dumbledore on the front steps of Gringotts. Dumbledore quickly paraded out and back to his office. Fucking goblins, Dumbledore growled out as he appeared in his rooms at the castle. He quickly took a pain potion and conjured an inflated glove to wear where his left hand should be. He never found out until it was too late to stop the trail of Sirius Black. In fact, when he found out, Sirius was already at Potter Manor with his godson. Dumbledore grumbled to himself after giving the defense against the dark arts to Gilderoy Lockhart. At least this is one more year they will have an incompetent teacher. He rubbed his arm when his hand was supposed to be. He couldn't bring charges against the goblins without ruining his own reputation. Instead, he was plotting ways to destroy Ragnarok subtly. While he was plotting against both Harry, the Muggle world, and Ragnarok, Fawkes trilled in mourning and disappeared from Dumbledore's office in flash. Dumbledore wouldn't even notice until Professor McGonagall pointed out the missing phoenix. Chapter 9. Pixies. Sirius and Harry were getting ready to meet the rest of Harry's group of friends and their parents, plus Amelia and Susan Bones, at the Leaky Cauldron for lunch, and then their school supplies. Harry dressed in Muggle clothes, as was his norm. He had dark jeans on, Doc Martens, a NX shirt that read "Coins rule everything AROUDME," and he had Tonks spike his hair into a mohawk. Looking in the mirror, Harry smirked. I wish I could have ALOs out instead of a tattoo. Then I could really make somebody piss themselves. Is it your goal in life to scare the poor, isolated purebloods to death? Sirius sarcastically asked, coming to stand in Harry's doorway. No, that would just be a bonus. I'll settle for shock and awe. Harry laughed, looking at his godfather. Ready. Sirius nodded and led Harry to the flue. Diagon Alley. Harry and Sirius stepped out of the flue, Sirius bringing out his wand to clear them of soot. They made their way over to a table where part of the group was chatting. Hey, Harry, Sirius, was heard all around the table. So we're waiting on Hermione then, Harry spoke as he sat down. Hello, Amelia, Sirius said, taking the head of the DMLE's hand and giving it a kiss. Ah, the true matter of the suit comes out, Harry whispered to his friends, referring to Sirius being dressed in a finely tailored black suit with a red shirt. The girls giggled while the boys rolled their eyes. Hey, you had better be dressed to impress when we eventually go out, Daphne said from her place next to him. Of course, dear, Harry replied a bit teasingly and gave her a kiss on the cheek. As this happened, a chorus of hellos was said to the newly arrived Hermione. They then ordered. So how have you been, Susan? Daphne asked the lone Hufflepuff at the table. I've been good. Auntie's been busy, though. The misuse of Muggle artifacts office has been doing more raids, so she hasn't been home as much, so I've been spending time at Neville's. Neville blushed a little at that. I think Sirius is going to go back to his job. He wants to be off during the summer, though, so that he can spend time with me, Harry said in understanding. She'll probably make him a reserve Auror then, so what have you guys been doing? Has your aunt been going on any mystery dates lately? Harry asked, looking back to the parents' table, where Sirius and Amelia looked rather cozy. Yes, actually she has, Susan said now, looking curiously over at the two lovebirds at the parents' table. I take Sirius has too. MMHMM, Harry replied, looking to the other friends who nodded. Susan, do you know occlumency? Yes, Auntie's job sort of requires it if she wants to tell me anything. Why? Well, you asked what we've been doing, and since you're spending so much time with Neville, we feel you should know we're getting extra help from Save, Professor Snape, and Sirius. You guys don't need extra help collectively. You're like the smartest group in school. We'll tell you more later. Are you and your aunt coming to my house for dinner with the rest of us? Yeah, all right, we'll fill you in then. The parents sans Augusta Longbottom, who had stayed home, and the Granger parents who had to leave because of a previous work commitment were trying to decide where to go first. All right, how about we take Harry, Daphne, Astoria, and Blaise? Xavier spoke, motioning to himself, Evelyn, and Bella. And Sirius, Amelia, Marius, and Addison take Tracy, Neville, Susan, and Hermione. They nodded in agreement. My group all need new robes except Daphne. We'll go to Twilfit and Tadding's, Hephaestus' shop, and Magical Menagerie. You guys can go to Slug and Jigger's apothecary, stationery shop, and Smith's cauldrons. Then we'll meet up at Flourish and Blots to get the books for the texts books, and whatever others they want. I feel like we should say break, Harry muttered to the group, who started laughing, while the parents treated the outing like a military operation. All right, let's go. They walked into Twilfit and Tadding's, and were served right away. Astoria needs her Hogwarts robes, Xavier spoke as Madame Twilfit came up to them, and Harry here outgrew his. Madame Twilfit smiled kindly at the newly turned 11 Astoria, and then glanced at Hadrian and was a bit shocked. Why, I believe, Lord Potter, you've grown more in a year than anyone I've ever met. Thanks to his potions and non-abusive home life, Harry now stood at 51, and he was no longer scrawny, but had a lanky build and the beginnings of a six-pack, something Daphne appreciated when they went swimming. Harry smiled in reply to Madame Twilfit, who then turned to Blaise and raised an eyebrow. Apparently my son and potions don't mix, so he'll be needing new Hogwarts robes too, Bella Zabini spoke with a teasing tone directed at her son. Blaise just muttered about stupid combustible ingredients. In no time at all, they had the new robes and moved on to Hephaestus' shop. Astoria has turned 11, Hephaestus spoke, looking up from sorting wand cores with what looked almost like dragon hide gloves on. Astoria smirked in reply. Now I won't have to swipe somebody else's wand. Merlin, help us, muttered Evelyn, causing Belladonna to laugh at her friend's discomfort. Now I believe you know the drill, Hephaestus said, gesturing to the woods. Astoria bounced over to the woods and started running her hands over the woods. After all of them, she went back to the beginning and picked out one. This one. Applewood. Fitting Tori, Harry commented at the others' looks, and a nod from Hephaestus. He continued. It's supposed to symbolize youth, innocence, beauty, and happiness. Astoria smiled in response and moved on to the cores. Hephaestus looked contemplatively at Harry while she searched. Astoria picked up one jar and handed it to Hephaestus. Manticore venom. Sweet, now Gem's right, Astoria asked, getting a nod from Hephaestus. Moving over to the gems, she repeated the process, ending up with Alexandrite. Hephaestus had the wand finished in under an hour once again, with Harry watching fascinated. They entered Flourish and Blots, having sent Astoria's new tawny owl onto Greengrass Manor. They quickly found the other group. The kids dispersed throughout the packed store trying to get to their school books. What is with the store today? Harry asked. Did you read the sign? Hermione asked a bit condescendingly. If I did, I wouldn't be asking now, would I? Gilderoy Lockhart is having a book signing. That pillock who would want his bloody signature, Tracy replied. Apparently our defense professor look at the defense books, Hermione answered. Great, one of his idiotic skanks is going to be teaching us. This will be a productive year, Harry groaned. The rest laughed but were interrupted by none other than the weasel himself. Oi, you calling my mama idiot? The red-headed boy asked, his face slowly turning as red as his hair. Anyone else notice he only picked up on the idiot part? Blaise asked sarcastically as the group walked away ignoring the weasel. The weasel, never being a smart one, got so angry at being annoyed that he jerked Harry's arm around, ready to do some serious harm, he thought, but came face to face with 7 wands. Harry didn't pull his wand like his friends, but leveled a glare on the weasel that would freeze the devil and hissed out, "Never lay your hand on me." At that point, Aeolus rose out of Harry's skin and wrapped around his shoulders with her hood flared. Ron looked ready to piss himself until his twin brothers came over to see what was wrong. Then he looked smug. "Problem?" one of the twins asked subtly, drawing their wands. Harry motioned for his friends to lower theirs, and all but Daphne and Astoria did. Harry contained his anger and looked at the twins and simply said, "I was speaking only to my friends when your brother happened to eavesdrop on my opinion that only an idiot would be a fan of that fraud Lockhart." At the fraud comment, the twins smiled, sharing the opinion. "Your brother apparently is one of those idiots," Harry replied, feigning sadness at that turn of events. The twins, without letting Ron speak, "Well, little Ronikins here isn't known for brains." They started pulling their brother away when one of the twins turned and said, "Oh, by the way, nice job with Mrs. Norris last year." With that conflict temporarily resolved, the group picked up their books and left Diagon Alley. Harry, Daphne, Blaise, Tracy, Neville, and Hermione sat in their compartment on the way to Hogwarts for their second year. Astoria had chosen to sit with Aoife Vasey, Aaron's little sister, who was also going to be a first year. "So what house do you think Astoria will be in?" Neville asked. "Personally, I'm hopping for Gryffindor. She could give the twins a run for their money." "Slytherin. She likes pranks and not getting caught," Hermione spoke, looking up from reading Voyages with Vampires. "Slytherin," Tracy answered simply while still looking at the chessboard where she was playing Blaise. "Ravenclaw," Blaise spoke after taking Tracy's rook. "She's too innocent for Slytherin, and she likes books as much as Hermione." "Hermione, why are you reading those books again? He's a fraud," Daphne asked, not moving her head from Harry's lap, where he was running his hands through her hair. "Oh, in Slytherin she may seem innocent, but she's evil when it comes to pranks." Harry chuckled at the reminder of Daphne spending yesterday with purple hair. "I'm not going to ruin my average just because we have another incompetent professor," Hermione spoke with a sigh at the thought of not learning anything useful. Harry once again chuckled. "Hermione, I have no doubt you'll be first in the year again. And definitely Slytherin, she's sneaky with her pranks. Plus, she said, and I quote, would light the stupid hat on fire if it didn't put her with us." The whole compartment started laughing at that comment, imagining little Astoria gleefully lighting the sorting hat on fire. "She would too," Neville said in between laughs. Daphne stood up from her seat. "Speaking of Astoria, I'm going to go check on her. Make sure she and Aoife are okay." Harry stood up with her and took her hand and led her out of their compartment. Astoria and Aoife were settling into the compartment when the Weasley twins and a young girl their age knocked on the door. "The littlest Greengrass. How are you this fine day?" the twins asked, speaking back and forth, making Astoria and Aoife giggle and the other young girl laugh. "This is our sister, Ginny. She's thirsty too. Mind sharing your compartment?" The twins continued their unique speech, making Ginny roll her eyes and elbow them in the stomach when she saw the other 2 girls getting confused. "Do you mind?" Ginny asked a bit shyly. "No common on in," Astoria spoke with a wide smile. "If you're anything like the twins, I have a feeling we'll get along real well." The twins, seeing Ginny was in good hands, left the compartment with a wave. "So do you ever get one up on the twins?" Aoife asked. Ginny grinned a rather Slytherin grin. "Occasionally they're hard to get, but since I'm the youngest and didn't have a wand, I never got blamed. I started a 2-year war between the twins and my brother Charlie. How do you guys know so much about the twins?" "Their reputations precede them," Aoife said with a laugh. "Oh, by the way, I'm Aoife, and this is Astoria." "That and Aaron, Aoife's older brother, and Daphne and Hadrian, my older sister and her betrothed, happen to be great fans of the twins. Just don't tell anyone you know Slytherins have a rep to protect," Astoria finished with a grin. "Slytherins? Oh, please don't tell me you buy into all that crap about Slytherins being evil. We're 11 nobodies evil at 11, Astoria said, with a roll of her eyes. "Well, unless you're a sociopath. Isn't that what Hermione's mom called it?" Aoife asked, referring to Daphne's birthday party in August, where they had explained the prejudice against Slytherin to the Granger parents. Astoria nodded her head in confirmation. "No, it's just a bit odd hearing that Slytherins praise my brothers. After all, my family is rather anti-Slytherin," Ginny answered. Aoife and Astoria nodded. "So what house do you think you'll be in?" Ginny shrugged. "Well, all Weasleys have gone to Gryffindor, but maybe I'll break the tradition. At least my diary thinks so." "Your diary thinks so," Astoria answered with a raised eyebrow. Ginny pulled out an old worn-looking diary. "I think one of my parents got it for me. It writes back." "You mean like those mirrors that comment on how you look?" Aoife asked. "Sort of. Here, watch." Ginny wrote in the diary, "Hi, Tom." The ink faded into the diary and new words appeared. "Hello, Ginny. It's good to talk to you again. Have you made any new friends?" Ginny wrote a reply, "I think so. Astoria Greengrass and Aoife Vasey." The ink faded and a minute passed before a reply appeared. "Are you sure they're your friends? They could be using you." Ginny looked up at the two who appeared to have taken offense to the diary's comment. "It's never said anything like that before. It's usually rather charming." "Ginny, close the book," once she did, Astoria continued. "I don't think you should write in that book anymore. Something doesn't feel right about it. Do you mind if I show it to my sister?" As Astoria spoke, the compartment door opened, admitting Daphne and Harry. "Show me what?" Daphne asked as she and Harry entered. Astoria looked to Ginny, who looked a bit awestruck at Harry and his scar, so Astoria nudged her. Ginny's shock her had a little. And Aoife leaned over and whispered, "He's completely normal, well, most of the time." Ginny gave Astoria the notebook. "This is creeping me out," Astoria said, holding the book, turning it over in her hands. At those words, Harry moved swiftly to Astoria's side with Daphne and took the book from Astoria and looked it over. "It's a diary. I thought one of my parents gave it to me because it was with my stuff from Diagon Alley. It talks back, and its name is Tom. He's charming." Ginny spoke up. Daphne looked concerned at the diary having a name, while Harry frowned at the book, not liking the feeling he got from it either. "I'm going to hang on to this, if you don't mind, Ginny. It shouldn't be talking back." Harry spoke, looking up at the girl, who paled a bit then nodded. "So besides this book, how are you guys doing?" Daphne asked, looking towards her little sister. "Good. We've made a new friend in Ginny, as you can see. She seems to be a prankster too," Astoria said, with a smirk causing the other two firsties to smile. Daphne groaned in response. "How about you guys focus on pranking Lockhart? We're going too. Maybe we'll force him into early retirement." Harry grinned in response, just as the trolley lady came about. "Anything from the trolley." Harry looked at the first years and bought 3 of everything, giving it to them. He then bought Daphne a pumpkin pasty and himself a box of Bertie Bott's every flavored beans. "Well, have fun, don't fall in when you get in the boats," Harry said as they were leaving. "You know Harry Potter," Ginny said after the 2 second years left. "He's Daphne's betrothed, and he doesn't like people starring or talking about his scar," Astoria said, with a bit of warning in her voice. "Just remember his parents died that night, and he doesn't believe he's anything special." Ginny nodded and looked contemplative. "So how are Astoria and Aoife?" Hermione asked as they came back into the compartment, where Susan Bones had joined them. "Good, they've made a new friend in Ginny Weasley, who seems nothing like her brother Ron. Although she was kind of starstruck by Harry, so hopefully that ends quickly, Daphne answered. The only bad part was this diary someone gave Ginny. It talks back and has a name. Plus it gives off a really nasty aura when I hold it, Harry spoke up. Any of you know of any books that talk back? No, but any object that is sentient enough to have name worries me, Hermione said, taking the book from Harry. Do you know whose diary it is? Susan asked. No, only the first name Tom and there are initials on the back that say T.M. Riddle. It's not familiar, Susan started to say, but Hermione interrupted. Wait, there was a Tom Marvolo Riddle who won special award about 50 years ago. It was in Hogwarts, a history. It didn't say what for, though. He was a Slytherin. I think we should turn it over to Severus, Harry stated. If Tom was a Slytherin, maybe he'll know more. Can somebody else take it, though? I really don't like holding it. Blacy said he would, so Hermione handed it over to him. He put it in his trunk with a shudder. So has anybody made any more progress on their animagus form? Hermione asked. I think I will be able to make the full change soon. Blaze spoke excitedly. Nice, Harry said, giving his friend a fist bump. Yeah, it helps being able to study ALOs. At that, Harry heard "You're welcome" in his head. She says you're welcome, Harry relayed to Blaze, who nodded. The compartment door opened, showing Draco Malfoy and Theo Knott. The groups exchanged hellos amiably, not really having any problems with each other. Hadrian, may I speak with you? Draco asked politely. Harry nodded and pulled his wand, muttering, Muffliato. You can speak freely now, no one will overhear, and they usually know everything I know, Harry said, gesturing to his friends. Draco nodded. My father is planning something for this year. I'm not so sure what it is. He is smug about it, though, and has been saying things like soon the Dark Lord will return and the Mudbloods will pay. Sorry, Hermione, Draco said, looking at Hermione after the Mudblood comment. Thank you for the warning, Draco, Harry said, standing and shaking the blonde's hand. Draco nodded. Please give this to your godfather. It is from my mother. She thought it would be better not coming directly from her. Harry nodded and took the offered letter as Draco and Theo left the compartment. So where were we? Animagus, right? Harry asked, sitting down. I've finished the body and paws. It's the head and tail that are leaving me with problems. Same here. Sirius said it was the hardest part, Daphne said. I've been able to get the claws and fur on my arms and hands, but nothing else, Neville said. I've gotten about as fair as Neville, Tracy said. How about you, Hermione? I'll be able to transform all the way on the next try, I think. That got cheers all around like Blaze's did. Sue. Not too far, I just got claws to form, Susan said. The night after Diagon Alley, Susan had taken the potion Snape made. She ended up being a panda bear. The train started to slow as they ended their conversation. The guys left the compartment as the girls changed, Susan leaving to go back to her original compartment. Then the guys changed. As they got off the train, they waved to Astoria, Aoife, and Ginny before making their way over to the carriages. Greengrass Astoria was called by Professor McGonagall. Astoria moved up to the stool where the Sorting Hat sat. Astoria put the hat on. It slipped over her eyes. After a minute, the hat shouted out, Slytherin. The Slytherin table cheered as their newest member made her way over to the Slytherin table and sat with the two other first years of Slytherin, Malcolm Baddock and Connor Franco. Daphne gave her sister a smile from her spot beside Harry. The sorting continued on with a Harper, Kate going to Hufflepuff. About 5 minutes later, Vaisy, Aoife was called at the hat shouted, Slytherin, about 20 seconds after the hat landed on her head. Slytherin once again burst out into cheers. Aaron Vaisy whistled so loud you could hear Fang bark out by Hagrid's hut. Right after Aoife took her seat at the Slytherin table, Weasley, Ginevra. Ginny stepped forward and made her way to the sorting hat. Once it was placed on her head, the whole school waited for the shout of Gryffindor, but it never came. 3 minutes later, there was still no shout from the hat. Finally, it shouted Slytherin. The hall went dead quiet, except for Astoria and Aoife, who started cheering, followed by Harry and company, then Slytherin and the rest of the houses. Well, that was with the exception of Ron Weasley. My sister isn't no dirty, rotten snake, he shouted. All of Slytherin, including Professor Severus Snape, leveled a death glare on the idiotic boy. His brothers shook their head at him and pulled him down from where he had stood. Percy Weasley stood up and moved to sit next to the youngest Weasley brother, forcing Seamus to move down a seat. Percy managed to get his brother to shut up while Professor McGonagall ended the sorting and made her way to the Weasley boys and dragged Ron out by his ear, causing the school to laugh. "So how do you guys like Slytherin?" Harry asked Astoria, Aoife, and Ginny. Ginny had had a rough day so far on the first day of term. Her brother Ron was being a prat, calling her a slimy snake whenever he saw her and glared at her. Her mother sent her a howler at lunch, demanding she be resorted or she would not be welcome home. She went to Dumbledore's office after that, and he had told her a parent could demand resorting and place the hat on Ginny again, only to have it refuse to place her in another house, stating it had done its job correctly the first time. It had only gotten worse when she received a letter at lunch from her father that said he would try to change his wife's mind. "No, you can home, just he'll try." Ginny spent most of the first day of term crying. The only hypant had been Draco, setting aside his family's blood feud with the Weasleys, and welcomed her to Slytherin House formally. "It's been great, a lot better than even I thought it would be," Astoria answered, smiling widely from the game of gobstones the 5 Slytherin first years were playing. "Professor Snape isn't quite the hard ass he's painted to be," Malcolm spoke up. "Yeah, he is rather protective of us snakes," Connor agreed with him. Harry laughed. "Wait till potions." "Why, what happens then?" Aoife asked with a weary smile. "Just make sure you read the book, and if you have it with the Gryffindors, guard your potion," Blaise answered. "Ginny, how have you been?" Tracy asked, coming up and putting an arm around the younger girl. "I got kicked out of my home. So shitty," Ginny said, a bit surprised she just cursed, but really the situation warranted it. You haven't tried to kill anyone. I would have," Tracy said, making the girl laugh. "So buck up, you've always got Slytherin House behind you." Ginny looked thoughtful at that comment before turning back to the Gobstones game as it was her turn. "Hey Harry, can I borrow Hedwig for a few days? I need to send a letter to my brother Bill in Egypt." "Yeah, she should be back tomorrow morning." "Thanks." The group of 6 plus the newly joined Susan arrived outside Professor Snape's classroom for their meeting. Blaise carried the offending diary in his backpack, not wanting to touch the foul thing. The door opened, and the group of 7 was ushered in by Professor Snape. "Today we're going to practice the gouging spell. The spell was invented by a construction worker, but has been used in duels for over 100 years. Hadrian used it last year to end the troll. Now, I believe you can all do this spell, however, it may take a while. Hadrian, if I am correct, that was the first time you had used the spell." Harry nodded. "It worked because Daphne was in danger and your emotions were high. You will often find spells come easier in situations like that, where your emotions are high. Until you are able to perform the spell easily, I want you to call up your emotions to make it easier to cast the spell. Eventually, it will come naturally to you. Any questions?" "Professor, we have something you need to see," Harry spoke up, and Blaise dumped the diary out of his backpack onto Professor Snape's desk without touching it. "Ginny Weasley had this on the train. She has had it for only a week, but it talks back when you write in it. It freaked Astoria, Aoife, and Ginny out on the train with what it said. The book gives most of us a bad feeling when we hold it." "It said its name was Tom when Ginny wrote in it," Hermione spoke next. "I think it might belong to Tom Riddle. He was a Slytherin and head boy in 1944. There are initials on the back of it, T.M. Riddle." As Hermione spoke, Severus became increasingly pale. "Ginny Weasley had this." "Yes, she had it since her family went to Diagon Alley. She thought her parents bought it for her. She said she found it in her cauldron later when she got home," Daphne spoke. Severus nodded. "I will look into this. When I know more, I will let you know. However, if you ever find anything else with these initials, bring it immediately to me and try not to touch it with your bare hands. Now practice the spell." "Mr. Zabini," Severus called over Blaise and handed him 2 books, both rather ancient-looking. "I looked in the Prince Vault and found these 2 books. They both mention illusionists." "Thank you, Professor," Blaise said excitedly, taking the books. On his inheritance test under magical abilities, there was listed animagus and illusionist. Nobody had been able to tell him or find any information on illusionists yet, though. I will see you all next week at the same time. Keep working on the spell in the meantime. Daphne, Hadrian work on casting it silently. They nodded and stared to leave when Severus called them back. Oh, and feel free to make Lockhart's time here miserable. The group walked out laughing at the disgusted look on their professor's face. When they were gone, Severus looked down at the diary with a curious look. He picked it up and immediately noticed the dark aura around it. He walked into his office and poured himself a glass of whiskey and sat staring at the diary. Finally, he opened the diary, picked up his quill and wrote, "My Lord Voldemort." The ink faded into the diary and Severus waited, finally writing a servant, "I have a job for you." Severus slammed the diary shut. Damn it. Severus stuck his head into his flue. Potter Manor, Sirius Black. After a minute, Sirius's head appeared in Severus's fireplace. "Severus, is Harry okay?" "Hadrian is fine. I require your assistance now, if you can come." "Amelia is here with me. Do you want her to come also?" Sirius asked. "Yes, that's fine." Sirius and Amelia stepped out of Severus's flue and into his office. Severus had 2 more glasses of whiskey ready and waiting for them. Amelia raised an eyebrow at the glasses, but Severus just gestured for them to sit. Once they were seated, Severus began. "I called because of an artifact belonging to a certain not-so-dead Dark Lord." Severus nodded his head towards the diary on his desk. "It was discovered by Hadrian and Daphne in the possession of Ginny Weasley on the train to Hogwarts. The littlest Weasley has befriended Astoria and Aoife Vasey and is now in my house." "Oh Lord, what did Molly do?" Amelia said with a sigh. "Miss Weasley has been banned from her home, but this diary is more important right now," Severus said, picking it up and handing it to Sirius. Sirius almost dropped the diary as its aura presented itself. Sirius passed it to Amelia so that she could feel it. "That is the Dark Lord's aura. I have been in its presence enough to know it. The diary seems to contain a part of him. It writes back to those who write in it. I suspect that is not all it will do, but I do not know for sure. I confirmed it is the Dark Lord, but that it is all I will do. I do not think anyone should write in it anymore." Sirius and Amelia nodded. Sirius spoke. "What did you want us to do?" "I wanted to know if you ever came across anything like this in your days as an Aurors." "I never have," Sirius spoke, and Amelia nodded in agreement. "I would be willing to check my family's library at my ancestral home. I claimed the headship and title last week," Sirius continued. "If it involves dark magic, it should be in there." Severus nodded. "Do so as soon as you can. We need to find out what this is, and fast. The Dark Lord tried to come back last year. He will do so again." Sirius nodded in agreement. Amelia spoke next. "I have a contact in the Department of Mysteries. I can ask if they have ever ran across something like this." "Good. In the meantime, I'm going to keep this looked away in my office." Severus, Amelia, and Sirius all down their beverages before leaving, each hopping. They could find something out soon. A first-year Hufflepuff was running through the halls being chased by Filch for being out after hours. She had gotten lost and had heard stories about Filch and didn't think to stop. She found herself on the 7th floor packing back and forth, looking for a place to hide, when suddenly a door appeared in the middle of the wall. Hearing Filch, she ducked into the room. She looked around the room, seeing stacks and stacks of, well, stuff. She found herself fascinated by the stuff and walked down the makeshift aisles. Finally, she came to a stop in front of a magnificent diadem. It seemed to call out to the girl. She reached up for it, and it seemed to jump into her hand. She put the diadem on her head, not aware of the voice in the back of her head that almost seemed to hiss. She left the room of hidden things in a daze, not really knowing where she was or what she was doing. "So what's on the agenda for today?" Tracy asked as Daphne pulled out her schedule at breakfast. Today was the first day of classes. "We have double herbology with the Ravens, transfiguration with the Puffs, and oh joy after lunch defense against the dark arts with the Gryffindor." "Damn, it's not enough that we have Lockhart, we have to have it with the Gryffindors," Tracy groaned. "What's so bad about having classes with the Gryffindor?" Ginny asked from her spot next to Tracy in honest curiosity. Well, it's just that when we get paired with them inevitably, some idiot Gryffindor or Slytherin tries to sabotage somebody and everything goes to hell, especially in potions. Ginny nodded. As they were eating, a beautiful snowy owl swooped down and landed on Harry's shoulder, giving his ear a nip. "Hello, Hedwig," Harry said, giving her a piece of bacon. Ginny handed Harry her letter. "Hedwig, I need you to take this to Ginny's brother Bill in Egypt, as fast as you can." Hedwig took the letter and, surprising the first years, nodded her head and took off. "Thanks, Harry." "No problem. We'll see you guys at lunch." Harry and the other 3 Slytherins met Hermione by the entrance to the Great Hall. "You guys ready?" "Yep, let's go. Which greenhouse are we in?" Blaise asked. "Greenhouse 2, Hermione answered, as she waved to Neville and Susan, who were leaving for Charms. "So how is Ginny taking it?" Hermione asked. "Like a Slytherin, except for the first outburst. She's been holding it together," Daphne answered. "I can't believe her mum did that in front of the whole school, too." Harry wrapped an arm Daphne's shoulders. Aeolus slithered up to Harry from the grass. Checking around them, Harry hissed out, "Hello, Aeolus." "Hatchling, I will be with the potion master. He would like SSS some venom," Aeolus answered back. Harry nodded. "You have a follower, you know." Harry gestured with his head to Crookshanks, who was following Aeolus. Aeolus nodded her head. "He is a good judge of character and hunter." "Okay, well, try to stay out of trouble," Harry hissed, as the unlikely pair of Aeolus and Crookshanks started on their way to the castle. Harry noticed his friends' looks. "Severus wants some venom, and apparently Aeolus and Crookshanks went hunting together," he said with a shrug of his shoulders. Hermione laughed a little at that. They arrived at the greenhouse, where some other ravens were milling about, waiting for Professor Sprout to arrive. Following Harry, Daphne, and Blaise was Draco and Theo. Now they were just waiting on the pug and her followers, better known as Pansy and Crabble and Goyle. Finally, they arrived, sneering at everyone except for one pureblood Ravenclaw that Harry thought was named Corner. Just as they arrived, the door to the greenhouse opened and allowed them to enter. "All right, class, line up at a station and place your bags behind you. Today and for about half the year, we will be working with mandrake roots. After half a year, the 3rd years will be taking over. Now who can tell me about mandrake roots?" "Ah, Miss Granger." Mandrake or mandragora is a powerful restorative and is used in both the magical world and muggle world. Also, the cry of a mandrake root can kill a human, Hermione answered. "Good, 5 points to Ravenclaw." The other ravens smiled at Hermione. "Anyone else?" Harry raised his hand. "Mr. Potter." "It is the main ingredient in most restorative potions and antidotes." "Good, good, 5 points to Slytherin. Now you all need to wear the earmuffs in front of you. As Miss Granger said, their cry is fail. However, the ones we will be working with are seedlings, so they are not fatal but can knock you out for an hour or 2. Now I want you to grasp your mandrake. Pull firmly like so," Professor Sprout said, pulling the mandrake in front of her out. The ugly-looking baby thing started wailing loudly. Crabble, who didn't get his earmuffs on in time, passed out. "Leave him there. He'll be fine in an hour. Now, after you have it out, I want you to replant your mandrake and make sure to cover it up so it's warm." The class did as instructed. They could see the mandrake roots squealing, but couldn't hear them. It made for a rather interesting image. Draco, who was one station from Blaise, started tickling his mandrake, which in return bit his finger. Harry and some others around him laughed. "Nice, Draco." Draco, who had finally gotten his finger out his mandrake's mouth, shot Harry the bird in response, which elicited more laughs from the class. "Ah, come on, Draco, I think it likes you," Blaise said, pointing to Draco's mandrake that looked like it was trying to escape the repotting. "I hate this class," Draco muttered. "Why can't we just dice the stupid things up?" Theo, next to him, laughed at his friend's plight. "Today you are going to change a beetle into a button," Professor McGonagall spoke. "The incantation is as follows. Mutoncto, you may begin." After 10 minutes, Harry was ready to squash the stupid beetle. He had so far only made the beetle scurry from one end of the desk to the other. Daphne groaned. "I think we're going to need to go over our notes from last year tonight." So far, she had managed to make holes appear on the beetle, which was a little disturbing. Blacy and Tracy in front of them were having about the same luck with their beetles. "I hate bugs," Tracy muttered. "I'm sure it loves you to Miss Davis, now move along," Professor McGonagall said as she walked past the Slytherins. "Mutoncto," Draco said. The beetle changed into the button. 5 points to Slytherin, Mr. Malfoy, Professor McGonagall said, even though it looked like it pained her to do so. Draco grinned at her expression. "Draco, care to share your expertise?" Blaise asked. "If I must," Draco sighed dramatically. "Try to visualize the button the whole spell. Focus more on the button, don't think about a beetle at all." After Draco's explanation, most of the Slytherins and Hufflepuffs in class completed the spell. McGonagall was so impressed, she gave Draco 10 more points. The Slytherin second years made their way to the Dada classroom for the first class with Gilderoy Lockhart, the blonde poofter himself. They arrived in a group and found the door open. They walked into the classroom looking at the changes around the room. "Well, it's better than garlic," Tracy commented on the Daker. "I don't know, how many pictures of yourself do you need?" Blacy asked sarcastically. The Slytherins chuckled as the Gryffindors walked in led by the Great Weasel. The majority of the Gryffindors' second years glared at the Slytherins who glared right back. "Well, this is lovely," Gilderoy Lockhart said, coming into the room, stopping anything before it could start. "My students are already here." "Where else would we be?" Harry muttered to Neville, who he was sitting next to him for the class. Daphne sat in front of him with Tracy, while Blaise shared a 3-seat with Draco and Theo behind Harry. Neville chuckled in response. "Welcome, welcome," Lockhart said with a flourish of his arms while standing in front of the class. "Now first we're going to test how well you all read my books." Lockhart started passing out parchments with the test on them while the class collectively groaned. Harry got the test and let out a snort. "You've got to be kidding." The first question on the test was, what is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? He heard Neville next to him laughing quietly at the questions. Harry smirked to himself as he answered the questions. "Favorite color shite brown." "Secret ambition, to perform at Chippendales Live." "What is my greatest achievement tying your shoes?" "What is my ideal birthday gift?" "A new wig." "Time," Lockhart called. "Ah, and Mr. Potter, why don't you collect the exams for your side and Mr. Weasel, your side, please." The Slytherins started laughing, and even a few of the Gryffindors chuckled. "It's Weasley," the rapidly turning red boy stated and angrily collected the tests. Lockhart went through the test tusking and sighing at the lack of correct answers. "Well, it seems like some of you are going to need to study harder, but at least Miss Parkinson knew my favorite color was lilac. And Miss Paddle was the only one to get my ideal birthday gift right, which is peace between all magical and magical peoples." The Slytherins, minus Pansy, and the Gryffindor boys looked disgusted that anybody actually read those books that well. "Well, on to my first lesson," Lockhart said pompously, flicking his hair. "Now I must warn you not to scream," Lockhart stated dramatically as he pulled out what looked like a rather large birdcage covered with a sheet. "They will not harm you as long as I'm around." Some snorts could be heard among the students. Lockhart with a flourish ripped the sheet off the cage, revealing the birdcage packed full of pixies. "Cornish pixies," Seamus Finnegan laughed out with the rest of the class. "Freshly caught Cornish pixies, they are devilishly tricky little things," Lockhart said, attempting to gain face. "Now simply remember pesca pixie pester nomi." And with that, he opened the cage doors, letting a torrent of blue little pixies flying. The pixies quickly flew around the room, causing chaos. 2 of them flew at the weasel and pulled by his ears up onto a lighting fixture and left him there as they flew away laughing. Pixies went flying towards books and started throwing them around the classrooms. One pixie decided to nest in Lavender Brown's hair, making the girl shriek like a banshee and Pavarti paddle to try and get the pixie out, but she was quickly attacked by a pixie that seemed to be attracted to her very shinny hair clip. Those 2 ran out of the classroom screaming, causing a mass exodus of students. Lockhart tried his spell once, and when it didn't work, he tried one more time, causing a pixie to take his wand from him. The now armed pixie flew up to the skeleton of the dinosaur and quickly showed it was more adept at magic than Lockhart by shattering the chains, holding it, causing it come crashing down on the turned over Gryffindor desks and the back of the classroom. The armed pixie then turned to look at Lockhart with what looked like a grin fitting for the Joker. Lockhart took one look at the pixie and grabbed his serving portraits and ran into his office and slammed the door shut. While all of the pixies rained destruction upon the classroom, Tracy and Daphne were hiding under their desk, while Blaze was one of the students who took off. Harry and Neville, however, were both laughing like hyenas. At the very beginning, one pixie had flown over to Harry and perched on his books, watching the carnage of his brothers and sisters wrecked on the classroom. Another had flown over after Ron was hung on the light fixture and started to ball up paper and throw it at the weasel, laughing gleefully whenever it landed a face shot. When the pixie ran out of paper, Harry opened his notebook for the pixie to have more paper. The other pixie, who looked to be a girl from the little dress it had on, took Harry's quill and made a score sheet as more and more pixies flew over to join in the throw paper at the human boy game. Harry and Neville just kept on laughing, especially when the armed pixie turned on Lockhart and chased him into his office. Daphne and Tracy slowly came out from under their desk as they stopped hearing things crashing into the walls. As they came out, they glared at the Harry and Neville, who sobered up a bit at the glare. Then they glared at Weasley Boy, who stopped yelling and looked like he was going to pee himself at the glare. Harry, in all your greatness with animals and magical creatures, you could have helped us out instead of laughing like a damn hyena, Daphne growled out at her fiancé. Sorry, Harry laughed as the one-armed pixie whistled, and the other 15 pixies lined up with military precision in 3 lines of 5. The armed pixie placed the wand on his right shoulder, well right side, and the pixie stepped forward together and then bowed to Harry and his friends. Harry and Neville had started chuckling again, while Daphne and Tracy just stared in wonder at the pixies. After the pixies bowed, they started flying out the open window. The pixie with the wand set it down in front of Harry with a grin. Then he too flew out the window. There was still one little pixie left, who flew up to Harry's shoulder after writing with the quill. I'm needed. Chapter 10. Transformations, Pranks, and a Voice. The next 2 days passed without incident for Harry and his group of friends. The female pixie, which turned out to be named, she had taken off from Harry's shoulder as soon as Ginny was in sight and flew over to the youngest Weasley. The little pixie was never seen away from Ginny and seemed to be forming a familiar bond with the girl, which worried some of the professors, as anyone who said anything negative towards Ginny ended up on the receiving end of a pixie pranks. She seemed to raise the disowned girl's spirit while she was waiting to hear from her older brother. The Slytherin Quidditch team was dressed and walked out onto the pitch, disrupting the Gryffindor practice. Behind the Slytherins stood the many hopefuls to make the team, among them Draco Malfoy. Oi, what gives? I booked the pitch for Gryffindor, Gryffindor's keeper and Captain Oliver Wood yelled as he came down to land. Save it, Wood. I have permission from Professor Snape and Hooch to use the field, Flint said, tossing a piece of parchment at the Gryffindor captain, who was now surrounded by the rest of Gryffindor's team. Vasey smiled from Flint's side charmingly at Alicia Spinnet, who waved back rather shyly for her, causing Angelina and Katie to roll their eyes at their friend. I, Professor Severus Snape, request permission for Slytherin to have the pitch owing to the need to select a new chaser, signed by Snape and Hooch, Wood read out loud. Chaser? You already have Vasey as a replacement chaser. We have the pitch, so bugger off, Flint said, not wanting to explain to the Gryffindor captain their need for the pitch any further. Wood and Toller stomped off the pitch, expecting the rest of their team to follow, only they didn't. Angelina and Katie exchanged hellos with the Slytherin Quidditch players, having taken a liking to them at Harry and Neville's party, before walking off the field. Vasey and Alicia chatted a little off to one side. Fred and George motioned Harry over to where they stood off to the side. Fred, George, Harry greeted as he shook their hands in hello. Hadrian. Good. To see you. The twins started speaking in their normal way of trading off. What's with the Shanghai? Bo graduated and Bletchley decided not to play. So Aaron's going to move to keeper instead of taking over the open chaser spot, hence the tryout. Nothing major. Marcus probably just wanted to piss Wood off by taking the field, Harry explained. The twins grinned, He's always been good at that. The twins spoke, referring to Flint's inane ability to anger their captain. They stopped grinning then, and a serious look came over both their faces. "How's Ginny doing? We've stopped talking to our parents." Harry frowned. "She's doing good, better than expected, according to Astoria, that is. But a lot of the older Slytherins have taken her under their wing. The Howler brought back some not-so-fun memories for some of their own sortings." The twins nodded, developing thoughtful looks, having never thought about the damage the Slytherin house reputation can do. "She'll be taken care. We stick by our own," Harry said with finality. "We should get going. Oliver's probably having a coronary," the twins said, still alternating their speech and waving goodbye to Harry. Harry walked over to where his team and the others were waiting. "I think I have whiplash from them." He earned laughs from everyone for that one, most people having experienced the Weasley twins' unique brand of speech. "All right, Harry, you can treat this as a practice. Focus on some of the seeker moves like you're faint," Flint said, looking towards Harry, who nodded. "The rest of you are going to drill. This is a tryout for chasers. We're set with keepers in Vasey. Anyone who doesn't want to be a chaser, maybe next year." With that, a few of the hopefuls left. "All right, in the air now." The tryout lasted for an hour. Flint and Pusey drilled the hopefuls mercilessly. Surprising many, Draco Malfoy was holding his own against Flint and Pusey. At the moment, the chaser hopefuls had been narrowed down to Draco, a fifth year named Doyle O'Reilly, and a fourth year, Jard Rowell. Harry had a particular disdain for Rowell, as he often bragged about his father having served Voldemort and his blood status. The only drill left was one-on-one with the keeper. They each got 10 shots. Whoever scored the most would get the spot. Flint had them pick numbers out of hat to see who would shoot first. It would be Rowell, O'Reilly, and finally Draco. Rowell arrogantly stated to Draco and Doyle, "You won't need to go." Flint looked ready to take a beater bat to the arse's head. Regardless of what Marcus Flint's beliefs may or may not be, when it came to Quidditch, he expected the best, and so far Draco and Doyle were on par with Rowell. Vasey looked determined to not let his mini-Death Eater year mate to become part of the team. Rowell arrogantly took off on his first shot and flew straight at Vasey, not even attempting to disguise what he was doing. Vasey blocked the shot and had to hold in a laugh at Rowell. Harry was observing the tryout now with Flint and Pusey, while Bowl and Derek took up positions to retrieve the quaffle. "Has he always been like that?" Harry asked Flint and Pusey. "He actually used to be worse," Pusey answered. Harry raised an eyebrow. "Slytherin House is known for pureblood supremacy." "Yes," Flint asked, speaking rather seriously about a topic that wasn't Quidditch. Harry nodded and made a face in disgust. Flint saw the look and gave a false laugh. "It used to be worse. When I was first year, there were still kids that were raised during the later years of the war. Most of the Slytherins then were raised on pureblood supremacy. A lot still are raised by that. Some thought like us have lost parents in the war don't buy into it, at least not completely. Thank the gods he done, and he only made 5. O'Reilly, you're up." O'Reilly had a near-perfect run, only missing 2. Draco flew up into the air and grabbed the tossed quaffle. Draco banked right and pushed his broom as fast as it could go. At the last second, he pulled to his left and shot the quaffle at the left hoop at the last second, scoring on Vasey. Draco continued to impress and managed to make 9 out of 10 shots. "Malfoy, welcome to the team," Flint said to the group of 3 hopefuls left as the rest of the team landed. Malfoy grinned in reply as the members of the team started congratulating him. Doyle nodded to him while Rowell walked off to pout. "Practice again on Monday at 6, Flint said. Harry, Blaise, Daphne, and Tracy made their way back from dinner, having separated from Neville, Hermione, and Susan already. The 4 Slytherins had left supper early in hopes of going over their transfiguration notes from last year before the common room got too loud, it being Saturday night. "Rips kill rip it here." "Did you hear that?" Harry asked. "Hear what?" Daphne asked. "Kill rip it here." "That," Harry replied. They all looked at Harry and shook their heads, looking at him like he was off his rocker. "I heard a voice saying kill and rip and some other disturbing things." "What did it sound like?" Daphne asked. "Out of breath and not very, smart, I guess. It was one word and then nothing for a pause before another word. Harry explained with a confused look on his face. Let's go to Professor Snape's office. Hearing voices isn't normal even in our world, Tracy suggested. The four changed directions for Professor Snape's office. Do you still hear it? Daphne asked. No, it sounded like it was moving away from us. What was moving away, and from who? Came the silky tones of Professor Snape from behind the four as they arrived at his office door. I heard a voice that was talking about killing while we were walking to the common room, Harry explained. No one else heard it. In, Severus said, opening the door and following them and shutting the door, sealing it. The group sat down around Severus' desk and Severus ordered some tea for them. Harry gratefully took the tea and drank. Now none of you could hear this voice, Severus asked. They nodded. Hadrian, what did it sound like? Breathy and not very smart is the best way I can put it, Hadrian answered. It would say one word and pause before saying another. I think you may have heard a snake, one that has not been around humans, Severus answered. Why do you say it hasn't been around humans? Harry asked. The lack of speech. You probably heard one who ended up by the castle. I wouldn't worry about it, but tell me if it happens again. Hadrian nodded, and he and his friends left for the common room. Harry was waiting for Aeolus to return to him. He had sent her to see if she could identify the voice he heard. Harry, Daphne called softly as she walked into the common room. It was past midnight. Over here, Daph, Harry called back. The common room was rather dark, the only light coming from the fireplace and rather dim candle next to the chair where Harry was sitting. Daphne came over and sat with her back resting on Harry's legs. She reached up and took his hand in hers. Waiting on Aeolus. How did you know? Harry asked. She's usually curled around your shoulders when you decide to sulk late at night, Daphne said with a teasing tone to her voice. I do not sulk, Harry said with monk affront. I brood much more manly. Daphne laughed. Sorry, my mistake. You better be, Harry said as he reached down and started tickling her. Daphne started laughing uncontrollably, trying to swat his ends away. Hatchlings, Aeolus hissed as she slithered into the common room. Harry stopped tickling Daphne as Aeolus wrapped herself around Harry's shoulders. Daphne stood and sat in Harry's lap. SS Severus was right, it was a SS snake, but not one that I know. Thanks, Harry hissed to Aeolus and then spoke to Daphne. It was a snake, though. Aeolus doesn't recognize it. Its trail lead away from the SS school to the chicken coop the half-giant keeps. They are all dead, and then the trail goes into the Forbidden Forest. She said, the snake ate all the chickens and roosters are all dead. Harry spoke rather solemnly. That had to have been a large snake, Daphne said with a worried look. Harry rested his cheek against hers in comforting way. Don't worry, Aeolus said the trail disappeared into the Forbidden Forest. We should go to bed. I'm not particularly looking forward to waking up with Vasey staring at me again. Daphne giggled in response and gave Harry a kiss on his cheek and moving to the door for the girls' dorms. Harry blushed a bit, causing Aeolus to chuckle. Bedtime Romeo. I think it's time to prank Lockhart, Harry announced to his friends as they were studying in the library. A week had passed, and so far Lockhart showed no improvement. In fact, Lockhart seemed to hold the fact that pixies like Harry against him and his friends. Harry and Neville were frequently called up to help Lockhart with his ridiculous reenactments of his daring feats. Neville grinned, rather sadistically for a Gryffindor. What did you have in mind? I was thinking a potion to cause his hair to fall out, Harry said, handing over a piece of parchment with Harry's newly invented potion. Daphne and Neville looked it over and made some minor changes to the ingredients. If you use more sneezewort, you can cause him to lose all of his hair. They handed it back to Harry, who nodded. It'll take about 2 hours to make. I'll get one of the house elves to put it in his food. It should take an hour to work if it works like I want it to, so they won't know to look at the food. How long will it last? Susan asked, giggling at the image of Lockhart without hair or eyebrows. About week, Harry answered. Hermione groaned. You do realize that Vane Pratt will probably cancel classes for that week. Harry just smirked and quickly sketched a picture of Lockhart completely bald and handed it to Hermione, who couldn't help but laugh. Fine, I guess it'll be worth it, Hermione sighed out. The next day, Harry was at Quidditch practice after breakfast when a girlish scream was heard from the castle all around Hogwarts and its grounds. Some said you could hear it in Hogsmeade. Harry, who was up in the air chasing after the snitch, stopped abruptly, as did the rest of the team, and Blaise, Tracy, and Daphne, who were in the stands, looked up from their card game as they heard the scream followed by "My hair." Harry almost fell off his broom laughing when he realized it was Lockhart who screamed. In the stands, Blaise fell over laughing, while Tracy and Daphne fell into uncontrollable giggles. "Potter, focus before you fall off," Flint shouted to Harry across the pitch. Harry, laughing, still raised his hand to acknowledge Flint and shot off looking for the snitch. As Hermione predicted, Lockhart canceled classes for 3 days, and nobody saw him at meal times. However, after 3 days, Dumbledore told him he had to continue classes. Lockhart protested, but showed up to his first class, which happened to be the second-year Slytherins and Gryffindors. Lockhart had a wig on and had obviously penciled on some rather ugly eyebrows. At the exact same time, all the second years in the classroom burst out laughing. Instead of trying to control them, Lockhart pouted and tears welled in eyes, and he ran back to his office, dismissing the class. The group of 7 met later, that night, in front of Professor Snape's office door, that as usual opened with nobody touching it. "Tonight I want to see how far you are with the gouging curse, and then we're going to work on your animagus forms. Blaise, hopefully you'll be able to finish yours tonight." Severus Snape spoke, coming out of the back room in his office. He waved his wand and conjured targets for them to cast on. Harry's first try was non-verbal and successful. Daphne got hers to work non-verbal on her second try. The others, bar Susan, who had mastered it as well as Daphne and Harry, were moving on to non-verbal use of the spell, but they weren't having much success yet. "All right, keep working on it. Now start working on your animagus forms. Blaise, over here, if you will." Blaise walked over to Severus and sat in front of the man. Severus started speaking quietly to Blaise. "Blaise, when you fully transform, it is important to take control of the animal within. You must suppress the animal instincts and then transform back. If you do not, you risk staying stuck in your form forever." Blaise nodded before he stood up and closed his eyes in concentration. Blaise closed his eyes and focused on envisioning his Mamba form. As he brought the image to the forefront of his mind, he started to focus his magic on surrounding the Mamba. His magic, which had a purple tint to it, surrounded the tail end of the Mamba and slowly worked its way up the snake. Blaise could feel himself transforming as his magic started to work over the snake. Finally, the magic surround the head of the snake. Blaise completed the transformation as the magic worked its way over the head of the Mamba. Blaise felt the rather strange feeling of being on his stomach and looking up at everyone in the classroom. He saw Professor Snape standing over him, but his first thought was SS Strike. His inner snake was recognizing the professor as a threat and lunged for the man's ankle, fangs bared. Blaise, in his mind, yelled out and managed to stop the strike midway through it, and the next thing he knew was he had transformed back. "Congratulations, Mr. Zabini, you defeated your inner animal." Severus smiled at the boy with pride clearly showing. It was a rather unusual sight for the 6 of the 7. By now, Harry had received a few of the elusive smiles. "You will be able to transform now without worry. Each time you transform, your speed of transformation shall increase." "Now, Hadrian, I believe you are ready to transform," Severus spoke. It had taken Blaise about 10 minutes to transform. "I'll tell you the same as Blaise, take control, and then transform back or risk being stuck." Harry nodded. Harry brought up the image of his gray wolf and his magic. His magic was rather bright emerald green, although some of it had a blackish tint, but Harry put it out of mind. His magic worked rather quickly, enveloping the gray wolf. Harry became aware of every scent in the room. It made for a rather rank smell, considering Professor Snape's lab was also part of his offices. His mind quickly focused on his mate. He let out a menacing growl as he noticed the scents of 3 other males in the room around his mate. "Wait, not mate. Daphne, who's human." With that last thought, Harry transformed back into his human form. "Well done, Hadrian. Why, may I ask, did you growl?" Severus asked. Harry blushed bright red. Looking down, he muttered, "There were too many guys in the room." "What was that? I couldn't hear you." Severus said, with a smirk that clearly showed he could indeed hear Harry. Harry groaned and spoke louder. There were too many guys near Daphne. The girls in the room giggled while the other two boys laughed at his plight. "Oh, you just wait," Harry growled out to Severus, who smirked in reply. "Miss Granger, your turn." Hermione closed her eyes in concentration and thought of her magic. The orange-tinted swirling magic enveloped her owl. Slowly it worked its way all around the owl, leaving Hermione standing on talons with her wings folded in. She spread her wings out and gave them a flap. She rose off the ground a bit before landing again. She spread her wings once again, thinking of the free open skis. Just as she was about to take flight, she thought, No, must not fly. I need to change back." Hermione reappeared in the room. "Nicely done, Miss Granger," Severus spoke. "I believe that is all for the night. The rest of you keep working. Mr. Potter and Mr. Zabini change back." Hermione looked over to see Blaise in his snake form chatting with Aeolus, who had been watching in the corner the whole night. Aeolus looked to be showing Blaise how to move better as a snake. Harry, she noticed, was in his wolf form, curled up in front of Daphne, who sat there petting him and studying his form. She noticed Harry's wolf still had his green eyes, and probably to Harry's dismay his scar was present in his fur. Before Harry changed back, he gave Daphne's face a lick, causing her to giggle. Severus went to the room at the back of his office, where he took out some tests he was planning on grading. He was interrupted by a head in his flue. "Severus, can I come through? I have some information," came the voice of Sirius Black. Severus replied in the affirmative, and Sirius stepped through the flue with 3 rather old books under his arm. "I found something in my family library. I think there are 2 possibilities that we're dealing with in the diary, and both are bad. One possibility is something referred to as imprint of a memory, but I ruled that out, as you said this diary can think and refer to things happening now as opposed to the past like it should. The more likely possibility is something called a Horcrux. There's a book in the restricted section that refers to them, but only states they are evil and shall not be mentioned any further." Severus interrupted him. "Would that be magic most evil?" Sirius asked, setting down a copy of the book that was one of the 3 books he brought. Severus nodded, picking up the book. "That piqued my interest when I was looking through my library. I found 2 other books that mention it. One is the Journal of Elidora Black. She spent some time in Egypt. That seems to be where she found out about Horcruxes." Sirius opened the small book to a marked page, where he pointed to a word in Egyptian hieroglyphs it translated to Horcrux. It read, "Horcruxes are vile even for a black. They contain a piece of a wizard or witch's soul in order to achieve immortality. I managed to find a book on them, however. It is in ancient Sumerian." Sirius handed over the other book, which had runes on it. "The only problem is I don't know ancient Sumerian, and I don't know anyone who does, so there is no way of knowing until that book is translated if we're dealing with a Horcrux," Sirius spoke with a shake of his head. Severus spoke up after turning the book over in his hands. "I'll see what I can do. The tricky part is going to be finding someone that can translate it that we can trust." "Happy birthday, Hermione." The group of 7 was in an unused classroom having a small celebration for Hermione's 13th birthday. Harry had had Mips bring a cake from Hermione's favorite bakery near her house. The cake was chocolate raspberry with chocolate frosting. Mips had also stopped by her parents' house and picked up their presents for her. As they were cutting into the cake, Astoria, Aoife, and Ginny came in with their own presents for Hermione. Hermione, unsurprisingly, received many books for her birthday, all of which she was delighted to have. From Harry, she was given Most Potent Potions. Daphne gave her Beginner's Guide to Runes. Tracy gave her autobiography of an Irish sorceress named Cleodne. Neville gave her own copy of Magical Theory. Blaise a book on Italian architecture. Susan a book on Hector Dagworth Granger she had found in her family library, and her parents gave her a collection of Shakespeare's plays. Astoria and Aoife gave her an assortment of Honeyjuke's chocolates, while Ginny gave her a card. Inside the card was a slip of paper that read, "Good for one pixie prank on Ronald Weasley." Hermione laughed at that, thinking she had never had a birthday where so many people cared. As they were celebrating, a knock came on the door, which opened, showing Professor Snape. "Miss Weasley, you have a visitor." Severus announced, opening the door all the way, showing a young man with red hair that was pulled back into a ponytail, and had dragon tooth hanging from a piercing in his ear. "Bill!" Ginny squealed and ran to her favorite older brother, who grabbed her up into a hug. "You two may use my office," Severus offered, leading the brother and sister from the room. "I hope Bill can do something," Astoria said as the door closed. Ginny came back to the Slytherin later that night and made her way over to her friends. "So what did he say?" Astoria asked. "He said he was sorry it took so long, but he had to get clearance from work and then arrange for an international flu. He talked to Mum, who isn't changing her mind, and Dad like always won't stand up to Mum. Bill said he almost cursed her," Ginny said, wiping tears from her eyes. "Bill talked to his bosses, and they're going to transfer him at the end of the school year to Scotland so he can work on the tombs here and in Ireland. He's going to buy a house on the outskirts of Hogsmeade so I can stay with him. He's going to take care of me from now on." Ginny was smiling by the time she finished her tale. The Slytherins around them who heard her story smiled happily at the young girl. Some had older brothers and sisters who spoke highly of Bill Weasley from when he was head boy. "Harry, Draco, get over," Flint yelled as they were running around the pitch doing their laps before practice. "All right, I'm going to show you two how to do a sloth grip roll," he said as they came over with their brooms. Vazey came over and conjured 2 large pillows. Flint, Draco, and Harry hovered about 5 feet in the air. Marcus demonstrated once so they could see it up close, and then began explaining. After it's rather simple, the hard part comes in timing and making it fluid. "Oh, and don't forget to hold on." Harry and Draco practiced without any bludgers of flying, just hovering over the pillows Vazey conjured. Draco managed to do it without falling off, while Harry forgot to hold on once and fell, landing on his back. Luckily, the pillows Vazey conjured were sufficient. "All right, over here, you two," Flint called out. "Stay 4 feet above the ground and only do the maneuver when you're over the sand. It's cushioned for a reason." Draco and Harry raced back and forth across the pitch, trying out the sloth grip roll. They would switch off, and on watching the other perform the move, offering tips. After 20 minutes of success, Flint called them over again. "Now let's see how hard you were working. Bowl, Derek, you're up." The next 30 minutes of practice was spent with Harry and Draco running the gauntlet. They once again took turns flying the length of the pitch, but this time Bowl and Derek were hitting bludgers at them the whole way. On one particular pass, Draco didn't get out the bludger Derek sent fast enough, and it clipped his should and dislodged him from his broom. He hit the pitch with a rather large thud. Instead of pouting about, Draco got up rather quickly and back on his broom, determined to finish the run. On another of Harry's passes, Harry changed his grip and left himself open to the bludger, which slammed into his ribs. Harry kept going with the pass and avoided the next bludger from Derek. All in all, they had a productive practice with learning the new move, and they managed to do it without breaking any bones, although they both had some rather nasty bruises. Once they were in the lock room, Marcus handed both of them some bruise paste with a grin. They were a week away from Halloween when Daphne, Tracy, and Neville managed to make their animagus transformations. For Daphne's, though, Severus had all the girls leave the room so as not to have a repeat of Harry's transformation. Professor Snape had deduced that Harry's wolf was reacting to having his mate close to so many males. That, combined with it being the first time he would have to control his instincts, had made Harry let out the fearsome growl. Daphne's transformation went over much smoother. She was the only transformation that went over without any problem with the animal instincts, so far. The others had mastered the gouging curse non-verbally. Harry was rather relaxed. So far he was having a good year aside from the idiot Lockhart. Lockhart couldn't decide whether to hate Harry for the pixies or try to take him in under his wing as a celebrity, something Harry despised. The 7 friends were enjoying a free weekend. They had finished their homework already, and Flint had given the Quidditch team off. They were passing by a rather large tree that they hadn't noticed last year. Daphne stepped a little too close to it, and a huge branch came down. Harry's seeker reflexes pulled her out of the way in time to avoid being crushed. "What the hell was that?" Harry asked as they all backed up from the tree. "It's a homping willow. I thought it was just a willow until it tried to kill Daphne," Hermione spoke up. "Who plants a whomping willow tree at a school? It's completely idiotic, Daphne yelled in anger. Well, probably the same senile old man that authorized the three-headed dog last year, Tracy rolled her eyes. The group decided to move on to a different location and ended up by the stone circle. They sat around mostly chatting. Eventually, they ended up deciding to come up with another prank for Lockhart. I've got one, except it isn't for Lockhart, more like the whole school. Surprising everyone in the group, it was Hermione that spoke up. My cousin told me about a prank her and her friends pulled at school once. They took 3 pigs and wrote the numbers 12 and 4 on the pigs, then they set the pigs loose in the school. The officials eventually caught the pigs, but they canceled classes and spent the whole day looking for the 3rd pig. What would we use for pigs? Just as Harry asked that, a crack of thunder was heard, and it started pouring rain. The 7 friends took off towards the castle. As they ran, they passed Hagrid's, and Harry noticed 3 small piglets in his yard. As they entered the entrance hall, they unknowingly tracked mud across the floor. Hey, what are you doing befouling my castle with your filthy shoes? Filch shouted at them. Suddenly, the bloody Baron appeared and moaned at Filch. Enough, Filch! Filch backed off but kept muttering about useless kids. As the group turned the corner, Harry grinned. Hagrid has piglets. After midnight Monday morning, Harry and Blaise were waiting for outside the Ravenclaw common room for Hermione. She came out and looked around. Harry and Blaise took of the invisibility cloak off, showing themselves. Hermione joined them under the cloak, and they made their way out of the castle and over to Hagrid's where the piglets were kept. As one they muttered, Petrificus totalis. The piglets went still and silent at the curse hitting them. They each grabbed a piglet and got back under the cloak. They got to the school and went to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Hermione sent a weak compulsion charm at the piglets to make them run around. They then marked the piglets with the numbers 12 and 4 before leaving. I'll come back in the morning and let them out, Hermione said as they made their way first to Ravenclaw's common room to drop her off. Next morning on her way to breakfast, Hermione stopped off at the bathroom and let the piglets out. They immediately started squealing and running through the halls. Hermione continued on her way, no one the wiser. By lunch, only one of the piglets had yet to be caught. Turns out they were rather fast, and their small size helped them to get away. Most of the students had heard of the 3 little pigs, but had yet to see them. Suddenly, those gathered in the Great Hall for lunch were disturbed by a loud squeal. Then a piglet with the number 4 on it ran into the Great Hall, followed by a sprinting Filch. Filch was totally focused on chasing the piglet when suddenly the pig came to an abrupt halt, sending the still-running Filch tripping over it and straight into a bowl of pudding. Filch looked up, covered in chocolate pudding, making the whole school laugh. Some swore they saw the man's cat laughing too. The piglet just turned and trotted out of the room, making everyone laugh once again, when Hagrid simply picked it up and took it back outside. Filch got up and stared, looking for pig number 3, only to finally ask Hagrid for his help and realize there were only 3 pigs to begin with. Halloween was once again upon Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry and his friends were meeting in the same unused classroom on the 2nd floor as they had for Hermione's birthday. So Sirius was telling me stories about my dad, him, and their friend Remus. They called themselves the Marauders. They would pull pranks, and they were all animagus. They had nicknames based on their forms. How about we revive them? Harry asked. Sure, they all agreed, and Susan was excited as she just made her first transformation. Well, I've got one for you, Harry, Blaise said, smirking. Bay. Harry blushed a little but agreed the name fit his animagus. How about Onyx for Blaise? Hermione suggested, for his black mouth. I've got Susan's, Tracy spoke, Kai the London Panda. Susan nodded her head that she liked it. Daphne spoke up next. I have one for Hermione, Strix. It's Latin for owl, Daphne said to Hermione. Hermione looked rather proud at her new nickname. How about Beorn for Neville? Susan asked. Oh, that's from The Hobbit, Hermione exclaimed. That's by the Lord of the Rings guy, right? Harry asked, receiving nods from both Susan and Hermione. It's the name of a guy who can change into a bear in the story, Susan said. Neville nodded his acceptance of the name. Daph, how about Snow for your fur? Harry asked, and Daphne nodded. Cinnamon for Tracy, Daphne spoke. It matches your fur. Tracy accepted the nickname and suggested, "How about we go for a run in the forest as our animagus forms?" They all looked excited at the prospect and left the room on the way out. Harry heard, "Rippy kill, I must kill blood." "Harry, did you hear that?" Blaise asked. Harry nodded as the voice kept on speaking and moving away from them. "I'm following it," Harry spoke and took off running before anybody could stop him. They chased the voice down the hallways when Harry and Blaise came to a stop in a flooded corridor. The water was ankle deep, but they all focused on the writing on the wall in blood. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air beware." Harry was the first to notice Mrs. Norris hanging by her tail from a wall fixture completely still. As they were looking at the Mrs. Norris, students started to converge on them from both sides of the hallway. They all paused and broke out into whispers at the message on the wall. Suddenly Filch pushed through the crowd. Move it, move along," he muttered, then stopped short at the sight of his cat still and unmoving. Harry, standing the closer to the cat, was quickly zeroed in on by Filch. You murdered my cat. I'll kill you." "Argus," came the voice of Headmaster Dumbledore. Filch stopped at the voice. Twinkles, Professors McGonagall, Snape, Lockhart, Sprout, and Flitwick came to a stop at the sight of the blood on the wall. "All of you back to your common rooms now," Twinkles announced, and the prefects started to assemble their charges and cleared from the corridor. "Except you 7, Dumbledore said as he noticed them turn to leave. He murder my cat. I want some justice," Filch ranted at the professors and pointing to Harry. "He is Point Potter and his friends weren't at the feast," Lockhart answered. "His parents were murdered on this day, imbecile. Why would he want to celebrate?" Severus answered scathingly. "Argus, Mrs. Norris is not dead, simply petrified. As soon as the solution is brewed using Professor Sprout's mandrake crop is ready, Mrs. Norris will be returned to normal," Dumbledore spoke. He then turned to Harry and his friends. "You may return to your dormitories." Chapter 11, A Parcel Myth. The next day found the group of 7 in their unused classroom. Hermione pulled out a rather large book. Harry recognized it as Hogwarts, a history. "I wanted to go over the legend again," Hermione said, noticing the curious looks. "Well, I've never heard it to begin with, so fill us all in, please," Blaise said. "It's referred to in the story about the founders," Hermione answered, flipping to the page. "The only historical facts are from the story we already know, that the 4 most powerful of the age came together and built Hogwarts 1,000 or so years ago and ran the school in harmony. Then it mentions how a disagreement over which students should be allowed into Hogwarts drove the founders apart, eventually ending in Salazar Slytherin and Godric Gryffindor, having a serious argument in which Salazar abandoned the school. From there it deviates from fact into legend. After Salazar left, rumors of a hidden chamber called Surprise, the Chamber of Secrets, started to surface. It is said that Slytherin sealed the chamber when he left, and that only his true heir would be able to unleash the horror within to purge the school," Hermione finished. "What is the horror within?" Blaise asked. "It's supposed to be some sort of monster," Tracy answered. "My father said that numerous heads have searched the school and found nothing of the chamber." "What did Professor Snape say about hearing the snake?" Neville asked. "He said next time if we run after it, he'll use us for potion ingredients," Harry said with a slight shiver, knowing the man was probably serious. Over the next week, Harry was getting some odd locks, but nothing he wasn't used to. After all, at the beginning of each year, he had to deal with firsties meeting their idol, the boy who lived, idiots. One particular first year from Gryffindor this year asked him for an autograph. Harry cursed him with the leglocker curse. He earned a detention with McGonagall for it, but he detected a hint of a smile on her face when she heard why he cursed the little lion. Today was the first Quidditch match of the season, Gryffindor versus Slytherin. Harry was with the rest of the team in the Slytherin locker room when a house elf walked in with a bundle of what looked like broom packages following him. "Courtesy of Lucius Malfoy," the house elf spoke. "Young Master Draco a word." Draco and the house elf moved over to a corner of the room. "Dobby," Draco greeted. The house elf had taken to respect Draco more after the discussion with his mother over the summer. In fact, The little elf had helped him to avoid his father over the summer, earning Draco's gratitude, as Lucius was not above using some torture curses to punish his son. "Master Draco, sir, you's father was here rather early and near the Quidditch balls," Dobby spoke before bowing out of the room. While Draco was talking with Dobby, the members of the Quidditch team made their way over to the packages and opened them. "Holy shite!" Marcus Flint managed to get out as he opened the package, revealing 6 new Nimbus 2001s. The team stared in awe at the gift, which cost a small fortune. Draco came over when he was finished with Dobby. "Did you know about this?" Adrian Pusey asked. "No," Draco said, frowning as he noticed only 6 brooms. "Here, this was with the package," Flint said, handing over a handwritten note to Draco. Draco instantly recognized his father's writing and opened the card. "You had best live up to the Malfoy name. Potter doesn't get one." Draco sighed as he quickly read the message. "Sorry, Hadrian," Draco commented. No sweat, I don't need it," Harry said with a grin. "Damn right you don't," Flint said with a smirk, "although it would have been nice to have even more of an advantage. All right, let's go." With that, the Slytherins vacated the locker room and took to the air. It took the announcer saying something for everyone in the stands to notice, and all of Slytherin except Potter appear to be on the new Nimbus 2001. Lee Jordan, the announcer, shouted the last part. The crowd gave a simultaneous gasp as they all noticed the new brooms. The Slytherin team simply smirked, as did Lucius Malfoy and the staff and visitors box. Professor McGonagall looked like she ate one of the headmaster's lemon drops. "And the quaffle is released," Lee Jordan. Flint's the first to grab the quaffle and rockets down the pitch towards Wood. Flint's arm pulls back to shoot, but he passes back to Malfoy, hidden by Flint's body. Malfoy goes right and lays it in for an easy goal. Slytherin 10, Gryffindor 0. The match continued on in the same fashion, Slytherin dominating Gryffindor on the pitch. The Slytherin chasers were working together seamlessly, while no one at Hogwarts could match the Weasley twins at teamwork, and finesse. The older Bowl and Derek were faster to the bludgers and had more power behind their hits. Vasey was having a great game as starting keeper for his first time out. The Gryffindor chaser line had only managed to 3 to Slytherin's 10. Harry was lazily floating around the pitch, looking for the snitch but mostly grinning, irritating the Gryffindor seeker, Toller, to no end. Lucius Malfoy in the visitor's box muttered something intelligible as Wood blocked a shot. Harry, circling the pitch, sensed something coming up on his left, and just in time managed a perfect sloth grip roll as the bludger sailed over his broom and down before turning still with speed and flying back at Harry. Harry shot off forward and the bludger gave chase. Harry turned and went down, the bludger still following. He pulled up and the bludger followed, but Bowl was there to redirect it. Harry ended up at the top of the pitch where he started. "Having trouble there, Potter?" Toller mocked as flew about 3 feet away from Harry. Harry was about to reply, but saw the snitch just past Toller's ear and shot forward toward the snitch, almost dislodging Toller from his broom as Harry chased after the snitch. The snitch was steadily moving lower. Harry chased with the snitch, lowering with it, eventually ending up in the bottom rafters of the pitch. Toller had finally caught up with Harry, but was still a bit behind. They both heard a sickening crunch behind them and glanced back to see a bludger chasing them. The rafters had wood crossing in every direction. The snitch would dive in between and around the beams, Harry and Toller following. The bludger was gaining on them, smashing through wood beams behind them. Toller glanced back again at the bludger, and then back in time to see the snitch, and Harry shoot up. Toller tried to follow, but his broom clipped a beam and shot him over the barrel and forced him into the splits as he hit the pitch. The bludger kept on after Harry, although it took a curve instead of following straight after. Harry reached out for the snitch, only to have the rouge bludger smash into his arm. Harry gasped at the pain and pulled his broken arm back in and hooked it around the broom handle. He reached out now with his left and lunged for the snitch, catching it but flipping him off the broom. He landed hard in the sand on his back and was about to raise the snitch when he saw the bludger come crashing down. Harry moved his legs apart and it impacted the sand before it flew back up and was about to come down when he heard "Reducto," and bludger blew up. Harry, you need to stay awake," he heard the same voice that shouted the spell say. Harry opened his eyes, which had somehow closed and were now fighting to close again. Standing above him was Adrian Pusey. He was still taking, so Harry tried to focus on listening. "Back off," Adrian was shouting at someone. All Harry could see through his teammates was Lockhart's head. Harry groaned. "We need to take him to a healer, not fraud, now move." At this point, Flint, Bowl, and Derek all drew their wands and pointed them at Lockhart. Lockhart, seeing the glint in all three of the Quidditch players' eyes, finally ran off murmuring about self-important teenagers. Suddenly, Professor Snape appeared above him and picked him up and started off towards the hospital wing. "Put on the bed over there," Madame Pomfrey said, pointing to a bed on the left side of the room. Severus put Harry on the bed and forced him back down when Harry tried to sit up. "Madame Pomfrey needs to check you over first. Mr. Pusey mentioned you momentarily blacked out. You could have a concussion. So for right now, lay down," Severus Snape said in a quiet voice to Harry. Just then, the hospital wing doors opened again, admitting the Slytherin Quidditch team and Harry's friends. All four of the girls looked rather upset, but Daphne looked not just worried but pissed off. "What the hell did I tell you about suicidal catches last year?" Daphne shouted. Harry looked a bit sheepish and shrugged his shoulders. "We won." Daphne looked ready to start in again, but was interrupted by Madame Pomfrey coming over to examine Harry. "Well, Mr. Potter, you have a shattered right arm and a concussion. Unfortunately, the shattered bone requires skill grow, so you'll be staying the night." As Madame Pomfrey spoke, she summoned 2 bottles. One held a light blue potion, which she poured about a shot worth into a glass for Harry. "First for the concussion," Madame Pomfrey spoke, handing him the small glass. She then opened the skill grow bottle, letting out steam as the cap was unscrewed. She poured a dose out for his arm and handed it to Harry. "Regrowing bones is nasty business." Harry looked wryly at the steaming potion, before lifting the glass in mock cheer and downed it. He almost coughed it back up. The potion burned his mouth and throat going down and tasted like a cleaning solution he drank once on accident. As he coughed, Severus appeared by his side with a glass of water that Harry gladly took. "Brilliant catch, Harry," Flint spoke up and then shrunk back as he noticed the looks he was getting from the girls and Professor Snape. The rest of the Quidditch team snickered before wishing Harry luck and leaving the hospital wing, as did Professor Snape. Harry's friends were moving some chairs over to sit when Madame Pomfrey came back out and told them to leave as he needed rest. Daphne gave him a kiss on the cheek before she left and had to restrain herself from giving him a smack upside the back of his head. Harry awoke sometime later to sharp knife-like stabbing sensations in his arm. Harry sat up a bit and reached over for a glass of water. He was breathing heavily due to the pain in his arm and was trying to put it out of mind when he heard a commotion outside the hospital wing doors. Harry lay his head back down and slipped his wand out his holster and next to his side. The hospital wing doors opened, causing Harry to tense and poke his wand out from under the blankets. Harry relaxed somewhat as he saw the teachers. He relaxed further when they didn't notice he was awake. "Bring him over here," Madame Pomfrey spoke softly. "He's been petrified," Dumbledore spoke. "Who is he?" Madame Pomfrey asked. "One of my first years, a muggle born, Colin Creevey." Professor McGonagall spoke sadly as she pulled the camera from his hands. "Do you think he managed to get a picture of his attacker?" Madame Pomfrey asked. There was some noise from their side, and then a click. Harry guessed it was the camera. Then the acrid smell of melted plastic floated through the room. "Albus, what does this mean?" McGonagall spoke. Harry could hear the worry lacing her tone. "It means that the Chamber of Secrets has indeed been opened. Again." Dumbledore spoke in his grandfatherly tone, but with a more serious edge to his voice. Sleep found the exhausted Harry before he could hear any more. "So this has happened before?" Hermione asked. "That was what Twinkle said, but I fell back asleep before I could hear any more," Harry answered with a disappointment. Daphne rubbed his shoulder and said, "It's all right, Harry. So please tell me none of you have bought one of those stupid talismans," Daphne asked. "No, but the twins tried to sell me one earlier," Neville said with a laugh. "Those two will make money off of anything." "Swindling the stupid seems rather beneath their talents," Tracy said, giggling. Ah, they deserve it if they actually think there's anything they can do, Blaze said. You're right, there is nothing anyone can do. The air will cleanse the school, and with any luck your little mudblood will be next. Pansy Parkinson sneered out at the group as she, Crabbe, and Goyle walked past where Harry and company were sitting. Crabbe and Goyle laughed at her comment, while Pansy continued to sneer at Hermione and looked like she was going to continue speaking, but instead found herself facing 7 wands pointed at her. Surprising the group, it was Neville who growled out, "Leave, Pug." Pansy looked shocked that the quiet Neville Longbottom actually said anything to her, that she nodded her head dumbly and left. Hermione muttered, "Limex Edier," at Pansy's retreating form. Pansy froze while she was walking and started to retch. A group of first years near Parkinson let an EWE as a rather nasty-looking green slug came out of Pansy's mouth. Pansy let out a squeal and ran into the school, vomiting slugs as she went. "Damn Hermione," Blaze commented. "What did she call me?" Hermione asked. Harry looked confused also at the term. "I know by your reactions it's bad, but not what it means." "It means dirty blood," Susan answered. "Purebloods use it to refer to Muggleborns and sometimes half-bloods. Self-important RCs is what Auntie calls those who use it." Hermione looked rather pleased. She cursed Parkinson after the explanation by Susan. Harry was sitting in the Slytherin common room late at night. It was after midnight, and Harry was running his hand along Aelo's scales as he stared into the fire that was still burning. "Hatchling, what worries you?" Aelos asked. "I'm an heir of SS Slytherin. This chamber is SS supposedly only opened by an heir. Is it SS somehow me, or is there another who knows they're an heir? He lived over 1,000 years ago, Hatchling. An heir could be anyone." Harry nodded his head and continued staring into the fire, and jumped when someone sat on the couch next to him. Harry laid his head on Daphne's. "How do you always know when I need help?" "Just a feeling. It doesn't go away until I see you," Daphne replied and started running her hands through his hair in a calming way. "It's not you. We would notice something was wrong, you would notice. Now, relax." Harry, Blaze, Daphne, and Tracy were potions class with the rest of the Slytherins and Gryffindors. They were working on a swelling solution. So far the class was going well for the Slytherins at least. Gryffindor was having some issues if Snape berating Dean Thomas was anything to go by. Harry, though, had been subtly eyeing Ron Weasley the whole class. He had been acting shifty. Harry was in the second lab table from the front of the row with the Slytherins. In front of Harry and Daphne were Draco and Theo. Blaze and Neville were behind them, while Crabbe and Goyle were next, and then Pansy and Millicent. On the right side of the room, the first lab table that usually remained empty now held Pavardy and Lavender Brown. Harry thought was her name. The second table was empty, and the third held Thomas, Finnegan, and Weasley. Usually the first 2 tables were empty, and a Slytherin pair would usually sit there, but the Gryffindors arrived early and took their seats first. Another unusual table configuration was Weasley sitting in a chair that was on the aisle and closets to the Slytherins. Weasley usually sat at the back, and as far away from the Slytherins as he could. Professor Snape continued to move around the classroom. He finished with the Gryffindor side and moved on to the Slytherins. As he moved down their row, Crabbe and Goyle got sneers at the dismal potion's ability. Millicent's got a nod of approval, while Pansy's got a muttered prayer from Snape. Neville and Blaze both got a nod, although Snape looked like he held his tongue a bit. Daphne and Harry both got smiles, which shocked a few of the students in the class, and his second smile to Draco and Theo made it a day that would become myth. Severus Snape the Bat in the dungeons smiled twice. As he made his way back over to the Gryffindors, Lavender Brown screwed up her potion to the point where it was starting to bubble over. Severus rushed over to take the potion off the heat and threw a balancing ingredient into the potion. While Severus was busy dealing with the potion, Ron Weasley reached into his pocket and pulled out a firework, lit it, and took aim. Harry, watching from his station, saw the weasel's arm pull back. He was looking towards Draco's cauldron and released the firework. Harry drew his wand up and yelled, "Impedimenta!" The firework slowed to a halt in midair. Severus Snape straightened up at once at the jinx. "Bottle your potions, class dismissed." "Mr. Weasley, where do you think you're going?" Professor Snape bit out, grabbing Weasley by his ear. "We have an appointment with the headmaster." Severus led the boy out by his ear. "You'll be expelled if I have anything to say about it." The seven were waiting for Professor Snape to appear for their weekly session when Severus came stalking through the hallway and threw open the door and made his way to his desk. The seven looked at each other, a bit scared, before Harry just shrugged and walked in. "Unfortunately, Mr. Weasley is still with us," Severus started, but was interrupted by disbelieving noises from the 4 Slytherins in the room. "But he could have killed us and everyone else in the room," Harry said, his voice rising above the others. "Try telling that to Dumbledore," Severus bit out. "The old man is convinced the boy didn't know what he was doing or the consequences." Hermione let out a snort. "Yes, that was my reaction also. Mr. Weasley will be given a month's detention with a loss of 150 house points." Neville groaned. "That'll put us back to 50 points. The 6 others chuckled, and Susan said, "Maybe we should send him a thank you card." Professor Snape cracked a small smile that disappeared in seconds. "Today we're going to work on the impediment jinx. Mr. Potter used it to much success this afternoon. It can slow down or halt objects or people and can be very useful in a duel." "Oh, and 20 points to Slytherin, Mr. Potter." Harry smiled. "The incantation is impedimenta. You can cast on each other tonight. I want one person to dodge while another casts. Mr. Potter, you will work with myself." By the end of the night, Harry, Neville, and Hermione could cast silently, while the others were able to cast it successfully verbally. "They're starting a dueling club," Hermione spoke as she sat down at the group's table in the library. "Do you think we should go?" Tracy asked. "We might as well. Maybe some of the older kids can teach us a spell or two," Neville said. "Yeah, Professor Snape will probably want us to go," Harry answered. "Are you working on the transfiguration?" Hermione asked. "Yeah, although Trevor looks to be getting disgruntled." Daphne laughed as Harry transfigured Trevor into a rather Slytherin-looking water goblet. "You know, if you manage that on the test, McGonagall might give you extra credit." Blaise spoke, looking at the snake designs etched into the goblet. "So in charge of the dueling club?" Neville asked. "Our esteemed Professor Lockhart," Tracy answered, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "You're kidding, right?" Tracy shook her head in the negative. "But we have Professor Snape, and my gran says Flitwick was a dueling champion," Neville replied exasperatedly. "Yep," Susan said, popping the pea. "But we get Lockhart, thanks to Dumbledore." Just as she finished, the bell tolled for curfew. "Well, see you guys tomorrow night," Susan said, gathering her things up, as did the rest of them. Neville and Hermione waved to the other 5 as they departed the library. Once by the Great Hall, Susan separated from the 4 snakes. As the 4 Slytherins were walking through the dungeons, they stumbled upon Crookshanks and Aeolus, who appeared to have something cornered. As they went closer, they saw it was a rat, and not just any rat, but Ron Weasley's rat. "Hey, that's the Weasel's rat," Blaise said, drawing his wand. The panicked rat appeared even more frightened by that action. "Hatchling SS, something isn't right about this rat," Aeolus hissed out. "How SSSO?" Harry hissed back, causing the rat to still. "Its SS smell is off." Harry looked at the rat closer and saw his front right paw was missing a finger. "Blaise, bind the rat," Harry hissed to his friend, hoping he would be understood. Blaise subtly pointed his wand at the rat, having understood the whole conversation Harry and Aeolus had. The tip of the wand glowed as the spell was cast, silently hitting the rat, causing it to go stiff and lie flat as a board. "Aeolus, can you carry the rat without poisoning him?" Harry hissed. Aeolus nodded her head and picked the rat up in her jaws, clamping down securely. "We need Severus," Harry spoke aloud in English. The girls nodded, and the group started towards Severus's office. "What is it, Harry?" Daphne asked as they were walking. "I'll tell you in Professor Snape's office. I don't want to be overheard." Daphne nodded and took Harry's hand as they were walking. They knocked on Severus' office door. The door opened, showing Severus. "To what do I owe the pleasure of your visit after curfew?" First, could you conjure a cage for the rat, Aeolus, as it needs to be unbreakable?" Harry asked. Severus looked down to Aeolus, noticing the rat in her mouth, nodded, and conjured a steel cage for the rather fat rat. He then placed an unbreakable charm around the cage and Aeolus deposited the rat into it. "I need mouthwash," Aeolus hissed, causing Harry and Blaise chuckled at the serpent's joke. "Please feel free to explain to all the non-Parselmouths," Severus said, raising an eyebrow. "Finally," Tracy muttered. "She said she would like some mouthwash," Harry answered. Severus looked puzzled at the joke, and Harry started his explanation. "We were coming back from the library when we came upon Aeolus and Crookshanks, who had the rat cornered. When Aeolus felt our approach, she said there was something off about the rat's smell." "It's Weasley's rat, sir," Blaise interjected. "Yes, but I looked more closely at the rat and noticed it was missing a toe on his right front paw." Severus looked at Harry sharply and received a nod from Harry in return. Daphne and Tracy gasped as they caught on. "Homnum Revelio." Severus cast the spell. The rat lit up red like the others in the room. "He's in a full body bind, sir. Will that hold?" "He may fight it, but in the unbreakable cage it will do him no good." Severus stood and moved over to the fireplace in his office. Bones' residence, Amelia Bones. About 2 minutes later, Amelia's head appeared in the fireplace. "That still creeps me out," Harry muttered to his friends, who chuckled in response. "Severus, is everything okay?" "Susan is fine, as are the others, but I need you here in your full capacity as head of the DMLE." "What's happened, Severus?" Amelia asked, her face hardening. "Peter Pettigrew has been captured," Severus replied. "What, that rat bastard?" Everyone in the room heard come from the fireplace, though it wasn't from Amelia Bones. Then Amelia's head disappeared, and Severus moved away just in time for Sirius Black come through. "Where is the little bastard?" Sirius shouted, only to be hit with an incarcerous and silencing spell by Severus Snape. "Really, Severus?" Amelia asked as she stepped through into Severus' office. "He was ranting. Do you want your boyfriend to go back to jail so soon?" Severus quipped. Surprising all, Amelia blushed a little. "Shut up, Severus. Now I assume that would be him," Amelia answered, pointing to the rat in the cage. "Yes, I've done the reviling spell, and it is indeed an animagus." Amelia picked up the cage and nodded to them. "I'll take him in, and we'll do the necessary spells to make sure then he'll have a trial. I would suspect it will be public. Cornelius will want to flaunt this." With that, Madame Bones disappeared into the flue with the rat cage. Sirius looked rather pissed off, lying there on floor, but there was nothing he could do considering he forgot to bring his wand with him. Severus looked at him with a small bit of contempt, but mostly understanding. "Are you going to calm down?" Sirius nodded, and he was unbound and unsilenced. "So who caught him?" "Crookshanks and Aeolus," Harry answered. Sirius let out a belly laugh at the thought of Peter being surrounded by a cat and snake while in his rat form. "Can I ask you a question?" Blaise said, looking at Sirius. Sirius nodded. "I don't mean to be disrespectful or anything, but why would you ever trust someone whose animagus form is a rat? I mean, that's synonymous with traitor." Sirius looked thoughtful at the Blaise's question before shrugging. "We never thought of it that way, and Peter was never seen as a threat to anyone." Harry, Blaise, Tracy, Daphne, and Neville were making their way through the crowded Great Hall where the dueling club was being held. They were meeting Hermione and 2 of her year mates from Ravenclaw, Padma Patil and Sue Lee. Susan elected to spend some time with Hannah and some of the other second-year Badgers. As the group was making their way over to where Hermione and her 2 friends stood, Harry accidentally bumped into a Hufflepuff by the robes. "Oh, sorry, I wasn't watching," Harry said apologetically to the Hufflepuff. "'S all right, I don't think we've met. I'm Justin Finchfetchley," the Hufflepuff introduced himself. Harry held out his hand. "Hadrian Potter." "Oh, I know who you are. All of us do, even us Muggleborns," the Hufflepuff spoke rather excitedly. I need to catch up to my friends," Harry answered, frowning at the way the boy seemed interested in him for his fame. "See you around." The Hufflepuff boy said his goodbye as Harry met up with his friends. "Fanboy," Harry said to his friends at their looks. Gather round," Gilderoy Lockhart announced his presence as he stepped up onto the raised platform. The idiot was wearing large plum-colored robe that looked difficult to move in. "Can you all hear me? Can you all see me?" "Good, excellent," Lockhart said pompously, strutting about the platform. "Now Headmaster Dumbledore has given me permission to start this little dueling club after recent events, as I was most qualified for the job." There were snickers around the room as he said that. "I was put in charge. Now my assistant will be Professor Snape, who tells me he knows a tiny bit about dueling himself." Severus stepped up on the platform with a look that would have put Lockhart 6 feet under, if looks could kill. Lockhart seemed oblivious to it all, continued on jovially. "Now no need to worry, you'll have your potion master back when I'm through with him." Severus' lips curled back. "Now we'll begin back to back," Lockhart said as Severus, and he moved back to back in the middle of the platform. Severus looked like he was resisting the urge to kick Lockhart's legs out. "Then you take 10 paces. They moved the required paces and then turned to face each other. Severus and Lockhart brought their wands up in front of them and back down to their sides. "Now we take our stances," Lockhart spoke, standing the side and placing one hand on his hip, the other with his wand out in front, rather like a fencing position, although Lockhart made it look rather flamboyant. Severus also moved to stand sideways, one hand over his head and the other with his wand out in front. All of Harry's friends knew this stance and knew Severus wasn't going to hold back against the Ponce. They collectively winced at the smirk Severus wore. "On the count of 3 we will cast," Lockhart spoke. 1, 2, 3. As soon as Lockhart finished, Severus fired off his first curse, Expelliarmus. The scarlet spell rocketed towards Lockhart and blasted him back into a wall, making him fall in a lump. Severus merrily smirked and held up Lockhart's wand in his hand. The Slytherins and some of the older students, mostly males, from the other houses cheered. "Well, it was pretty obvious you were going to do that," Lockhart spoke as he slowly made his way back to the platform. "I could have blocked you if I chose to, but I thought it would be good for the students to see the effects of the disarming charm." Snape sneered at him. "I believe this is yours." Severus threw the wand at Lockhart's feet. "Right, well, pair off and we'll start." Harry paired with Blaise, Daphne with Tracy, Hermione paired with another Ravenclaw. All at once the great hall turned into pandemonium. Students were casting spells at each other left and right. Students were stuck in leg locker curses. Some had boils, others were turning colors they weren't supposed to, and a few pairs had resorted to fisticuffs. Severus let out a loud bang with his wand. "Perhaps we should teach the children to block unfriendly spells." "Right, how about a volunteer pair? Malfoy and Weasley." The two got up onto the platform. Lockhart tried to explain the shield charm, but failed miserably if the look on Weasley's face was anything to go by. Lockhart counted down, but on 2 Malfoy fired off a spell that sent Weasley flying backwards. Weasley stood up and fired of the tickling charm at Malfoy, who laughed uncontrollably until he shook it off and fired out. Serpentsortia. Out of Draco's wand came a large black snake. Girls shrieked and stepped back. Severus moved to get rid of the snake since Weasley looked like he was going to wet himself, but Lockhart got there first. "Allow me," Lockhart said, and waved his wand, causing a loud bang followed by the snake flying 10 feet in the air. The snake landed with a thud and began hissing angrily and twisting around. The snake struck out at who was closest to it, which happened to be Justin Finch-Fetchley. Harry yelled out, "SS stop," in Parseltongue. The snake stopped dead and turned back towards Harry. Harry held out his arm. "Come here," he hissed out. The snake moved towards Harry, making students jump back from its path. It slithered up Harry's arm and onto his shoulders. The students from the 3 other houses looked at Harry in horror. Justin looked like he was a cross between angry and dead scared. Severus Snape sighed when he heard Harry shout in Parseltongue, but moved over to his student's side. Most of Slytherin House took exception to the way the other 3 houses were looking at their Star Seeker and genuinely nice, but quiet second year, and moved to stand behind him, as did Neville and Neville. So did Susan. Daphne took his hand. Blaise, thinking quickly, moved towards Harry and offered his hand to the snake, scratching under its head, and hissed, "That's a good SS snake." Harry, after realizing what he had done, nodded appreciatively towards Blaise. "That's enough for today, I think," Lockhart said, his voice squeaking as he spoke. The Slytherins left together. Vaisy, who had been dueling with Alicia Spinnet, kissed her hand goodbye as the Slytherins left. "I'm an idiot," Harry said as they were walking. "Harry, if you wouldn't have stopped the snake, It would have taken that Hufflepuff's head off, Marcus Flint said with a nod towards the fairly large snake that was still around Harry and Blaze's shoulders. What are you going to do with it? Set him loose, Harry said as they walked past a window which Blaze opened, and Harry allowed the snake to slither down and out the window off into the forbidden forest. The next day was hellish for the Slytherins, and not just Harry. While most looked at them with suspicion usually, it had lessened when Harry had been sorted. Now they were back to fear, and suspicion only it was worse. People actually ran from Harry when they saw him, and they ran from some of the older years. Susan had complained that her year mates were idiots. Ernie Macmillan had convinced them all Harry was the one petrifying people. Harry was just trying to hold it together until he could get away from it on Christmas break. Unfortunately for him, it was about to get worse before it was over. Harry was on his way back from the library where he had to return a book. He was by himself as he wanted time to think. As he was leaving the library, he glared at Ernie Macmillan, who was arguing with Susan about Harry himself. Susan, seeing Harry, gave up and joined Harry leaving the library. Sorry, Harry, I'm trying. It's all right, Sue. People always want a scapegoat, and I'm it. I'm surprised they're not blaming Blaze, too. As Harry spoke, they came across a rather gruesome sight, nearly headless Nick petrified. As they looked past Nick, Susan let out a cry, Justin Finch-Fetchley petrified, laying on the ground with books around him. Harry wrapped Susan in a hug as she looked shocked. Peeves came around the corner and started singing a song about Harry being the heir, which attracted the attention of students and teachers alike. The group of Hufflepuffs from the library among them. Got in the act, Potter, Ernie spoke loudly. Harry turned with Susan in his arms, crying, glared at the boy. Shut up, Ernie. Harry didn't do anything. I was with him, Susan yelled through her tears. Harry just hugged her tighter as she cried. Ernie looked properly chastised by Susan. Professor McGonagall stepped out of the crowd with Professor Sinistra. Aurora, please take Justin to the hospital wing. Macmillan, make yourself useful. She conjured a fan and handed it to him. Blow Sir Nicholas to the hospital wing. Ernie nodded. Hermione stepped forward and wrapped an arm around Susan also. The rest of you go to your common rooms, now. Harry and Hermione passed Susan off to Hannah and the other Hufflepuffs. The group of 7 found a compartment and took their seats. All of them were headed home for the Christmas break. In the 2 days since Justin had been petrified, Harry had gotten even more looks of fear despite having Susan as a witness. Susan was rather ticked at everyone who even glanced at Harry in fear. She had snapped at more than few people. She was starting to think of Harry as a brother and didn't appreciate that her word wasn't good enough for everyone. So Ginny is staying with you over break? Hermione asked Daphne. Yeah, Bill is working on getting a house in Hogsmeade over break, so she needs a place to stay. Bill said he was going to bring her to look at some of the houses to get her opinion. So Sirius is throwing a huge party on the 23rd. He already sent the invitations, and I know you all got one, Harry said. I think he's planning something. Yeah, Gran already told me about it. At least it'll be fun knowing Sirius, Neville said with a laugh. Hopefully all this air crap blows over while we're on break, Blaze said. Now, Harry Deal, I am feeling lucky. The rest of the ride was spent with the 7 playing cards and having fun together. Harry had been on break for 2 days now and was loving the fact that there was no one whispering about him or staring at him. So far, he and Sirius had hung out at Potter Manor by themselves. They watched a few movies, rocked out to some music, and slept until noon. Harry felt re-energized from just doing nothing and hanging out with his godfather. Today was the day of Sirius' Christmas party. The elves had went all out and decked the halls of Potter Manor in every Christmas decoration they could find. Sirius and Harry had gone and picked out a Christmas tree from the forest around Potter Manor. Decorating it was about the only productive thing they had done so far. They cut down a monstrous fir tree that was about 20 feet high. They had done surprising well with decorating the tree, according to Mips. The Christmas tree was decked out in silver and gold ornaments belonging to the Potters and scarlet-red colored garland. Harry had convinced the fairy colony in the forest to severe as the lights not only on the tree, but on the outside of the house. The tree resembled a muggle tree excepting for the fairies. Harry thought it was brilliant and fitting for his first real Christmas. Mips was tidying up the manor in preparation for the guests the Greengrass family plus Ginny, as well as Amelia, and Susan Bones were coming over early and were staying until after Christmas morning. Unbeknownst to Ginny, Sirius had also invited Bill. It was 8 a.m. when Potter Manor's flue lit up depositing Bill Weasley. "Hello, Bill," Harry and Sirius greeted the eldest Weasley son. "Harry, nice to see you again. And Sirius, nice to meet you," Bill said, holding out his hand to Sirius, who took it in greeting. Bill let out a low whistle. "This some place you got here, Harry." Harry grinned. "If you get lost, call for Mips or Nips. I had to few times when I first got here." Bill laughed at that. "So when do the others get here?" "Well, the Greengrass family and the Bones family will be here in about an hour," Sirius said. "We figured this would be a nice surprise for your sister. The rest of the guests will be here around 4 this afternoon." "Thank you for inviting me." "No problem. Have you eaten? Mips is an insanely good cook," Sirius said, clapping Bill on the back and leading him and Harry to the kitchen. "So, Bill, what is it you actually do? I mean, I know you're a curse breaker," Harry asked as they were eating some scones waiting for the others to arrive. "Well, I work for Gringotts, which is well known to be the best in training curse breakers. Now for what I do, you know I was working Egypt." Harry nodded, and Bill continued. "Ancient Egyptian tombs of pharaohs, priests, and nobility are warded and cursed against intruders. I'm one of the ones who dismantles those curses and wards." Harry was now looking at the older male in awe. "So you're the first in those tombs?" "Yep," Bill said, guessing what Harry was thinking about. "The jewels, tomes, and other relics are incredible." "What classes did you take at Hogwarts for it?" "Ancient runes and arithmancy. At Gringotts, they go more in depth on both subjects." "Hey, you two, the others should be here in a few minutes," Sirius spoke, coming back into the room, his hair gelled. Harry rolled his eyes at the older man, and Sirius returned the gesture by messing Harry's hair. Harry sighed and pulled his hair back into a small tail now that Sirius had ruined it, again. Bill chuckled at their antics as they moved to the entrance hall. Susan and Amelia arrived first. Amelia greeted Sirius with a kiss which made the two preteens smirk and think about pranks needing to be pulled. They were introduced to Bill, who greeted them with a smile. Then out of the fire came the Greengrass parents, followed by Astoria and Ginny, and then Daphne. Ginny, upon seeing her brother, squealed and jumped into his arms. Astoria and Daphne both hugged Harry in greeting, as did Evelyn. Sirius and Harry showed everyone to their rooms, the children separated from the adults going to watch a movie. While the adults were discussing who was coming to the party tonight and Peter Pettigrew. "Pettigrew's trial is set for the 28th at noon," Amelia said to the Evelyn, Xavier, and Sirius. "What have they been doing with him so far?" Xavier asked. Sirius had a rather deadly look on his face. Amelia took his hand, trying to calm him. "We've been interrogating him. He says yet to give up anything useful except that he believes that he, who must not be named, will return, and soon." Xavier looked contemplative. "We already know that." "Yes, but the minister does not. Dumbledore refuses to budge on school issues even with the petrifactions at the school this year. He will not let the ministry interfere. And he is within his rights. The school charter states that the ministry can only appoint a professor if none is found within 2 weeks of the start of a new term. Anything else is allowed only by the leave of previous headmasters or the Board of Governors." "And now that Pettigrew has been brought in," Sirius asked. "He's scared and claiming Pettigrew is delusional from his time as a rat. However, during the trial he will be given Veritaserum, and I will be questioning him. It will not be announced publicly even if he does admit it under Veritaserum. Also, the trial itself will not be public, and only the minister, myself, Scrimgeour, a scribe, 2 Aurors, the Dementor, and Harry, Tree, Daphne, and Blaze as witnesses will be allowed in, and of course the parents. The press will be given partial transcripts." Sirius sighed and excused himself from the room, while Evelyn, Xavier, and Amelia continued talking. Only this time, it was about Sirius and Amelia's relationship. Xavier enjoyed getting to tease the head of the DMLE. As a member of the Weisenmaggot, he was hardly ever in position to do so. Sirius found the kids in the game room. They had finished watching the movie and had moved on to playing pool. Astoria and Ginny were playing foosball. Bill was busy studying the runes and charms required to make the Muggle equipment work. It was actually quite simple. Instead of running off electricity, Lily used the energy from magic to run the equipment. "Harry, Susan, can I talk to you two for a minute?" Sirius asked. "We'll be back in a second." Harry and Susan followed Sirius to an empty sitting room next to the game room. "So I wanted to ask you both a question." Sirius started rather unsurely. "Ooh, okay," Harry and Susan said, looking at him like he was off his rocker, which occasionally he was. "Good, so, how would you feel if I asked Amelia to marry me?" Harry and Susan looked at each and tried to decide if they should draw out serious, obvious discomfort or end his misery. Harry winked at Susan. "You mean like tonight?" At Sirius' nod, Harry continued. "It's awfully short notice." Susan caught on to Harry and said, "Yes, I mean we might not even like each other. Did you think about us at all?" But you and all of them hang out," Sirius stuttered out along with some other unintelligible words before he realized they were having him on. "Oh, you two are so going to pay." Sirius got up and left the two laughing 12-year-olds in the room. "Did you see his face? I thought his jaw was going to actually fall off," Susan said, laughing, as they left to rejoin their friends. "So what's up?" Daphne asked as they came back into the room. "Sirius is going to ask Amelia to marry him tonight," Harry said. Daphne, Astoria, and Ginny said at the same time. Bill leaned over to Harry and muttered, "Women." Harry was about to laugh before he realized in a few years that Daphne would probably want him to propose. He gulped instead. Harry was seated at one head of the table with Daphne on his right, and Sirius was at the other head of the table with Amelia seated on his right, Susan next to her. Among the guests were Neville, his gran and great-uncle who Harry had glared at when they met. He was still livid at the man for hanging his nephew out the window and dropping him. Tracy and her parents were there, the Tonks family, Blaze and his mother who was suspiciously placed across from Severus, the Vasey family including Alicia Spinnet who came with Aaron. Bill and Ginny rounded out the rest of the guest list. The formal party made Harry a bit uncomfortable, especially with his godfather being on the other side of the. Harry was dressed in a black Hugo Boss suit and had only stopped fidgeting when Daphne took his hand, and he felt Aelo's curl up around his feet. He was further relieved when he saw on the name cards that Daphne's family and the Tonks family were closest to him. "All right, Harry," Xavier asked when everyone had started talking. Harry nodded and shrugged at the same time. "I've never been to anything like this, let alone host it." "Just remember outside in for the silverware," Xavier said quietly. "What's the one on the top for then?" "Dessert." "Right, dessert." Before dessert was served, Sirius tapped his knife against his glass. The guests quieted down and Sirius stood. "While you're all here to celebrate Christmas, I'm hoping when I get done that there will be something else to celebrate. Amelia Susan Bones. You gave me a chance when most still look at me like a crazed murder, and saved me from my own mind after Azkaban." Sirius kneeled in front of Amelia. "Will you marry me?" Amelia, not trusting her voice, nodded and smiled at Sirius, whose face broke out in blinding smile. He slid the ring onto her finger as the guests applauded the happy couple, well except for Severus, who was doing a kind of golf clap that made Harry laugh. The ring was platinum band and had a 2-carat ruby and had a smaller diamond on either side. Christmas morning arrived, and the occupants of Potter Manor were woken by 2 excitable 11-year-olds. Astoria and Ginny woke Daphne, Harry, and Susan by jumping up and down on each of the beds. Daphne, in return, kicked Astoria's legs out from under her, so she fell on the bed, and tackled her, tickling her, until Astoria cried out she would be on Daphne if she didn't stop. Ginny fell on the floor laughing on the serious look on her friend's face. The adults, including Bill, made their way down to the family room with the tree at a more sedate pace, as did Harry, who still wasn't used to there being presents for himself. Mips arrived with hot chocolate for everyone and some biscuits. "Thank you, Mips. I have a gift for you, Nips, Dips again," Harry said as the other 2 elves popped into the room. Like the year before, all had tears in their eyes as Harry presented them with their presents. Harry gave Dips an ivory-plated brush for the horses in the stables. Inlaid in the ivory was the Potter crest. Nips received a gold pocket watch that had belonged to Harry's grandfather, whom Nips had personally served. Harry hadn't known that until Sirius filled him in on. Mips, the motherly house elf Sirius, and Harry adored received necklace that said world's best house elf. They decided to start opening presents youngest to oldest, so up first was Ginny. Ginny, who had she on her shoulder, was rather surprised by how many gifts she had gotten. Her favorite had to be the signed Gwenog Jones jersey from the Greengrass family. Astoria went next. Her favorite gift ended up coming from Sirius. He got her a spastic little owl that Harry swore had been doused with speed. Daphne went next and loved the triquetra Celtic knot with a circle ring. In the middle of the knot was a gemstone that matched her eyes perfectly. Harry was next, and his favorite present came from Professor Snape. It was a set of potions tools in the highest quality Harry had ever seen. He remembered seeing Severus use the same set. Susan went after Harry and was enamored with a book on the Bones family history from Sirius. Most of her family's books had been destroyed with their manor in the First War. Bill was up next, and like Ginny was surprised by his gifts. His favorite was from Harry, who gave him a runespore fang for his earring. Next up was Evelyn, who received from her husband a week's vacation at her favorite spa. After Evelyn, Sirius was next, and his favorite was tie between Amelia saying yes and Harry's gift to him. They had to go outside to the garage for Harry's present to his godfather. Harry went over to a covered object, and with a flourish pulled the tarp off, revealing a 1953 650cc Triumph Thunderbird. It was painted a midnight black and had gold-colored decals on it. Sirius ran and picked his godson up and twirled him around until Harry threatened to puke on him through his laughter. Xavier was next and received a Mimbulus Mimbletonia plant from his wife. Amelia was the last to open gifts, and her favorite was also a tie. It was between the proposal and Sirius' next gift to her that was ruby necklace that acted as an emergency portkey to Potter Manor. The day for Pettigrew's trial arrived with a prelude that Sirius had dubbed the mother of all snowball fights. Harry had invited all his friends over, including Tonks, over the weekend leading up to the trial. A snowman building contest had somehow turned into a snowball fight that pitted Harry, Tonks, Daphne, Blaise, Ginny, and Amelia against Sirius, Susan, Tracy, Hermione, Neville, Astoria, and Bill. Harry's team won, although it was contested by Sirius, who claimed they cheated. Harry's team had built up a fort rather quickly. It was about 2 feet high and was circular, hiding his whole team from Sirius's team, who had built a fort that was straight across. Harry had paired with Blaise, while Tonks and Amelia made for the another pair, then Daphne and Ginny. Tonks and Amelia, though of using magic before anyone on Sirius's team did, and collapsed a part of the opposition's fort, leaving Sirius, Hermione, and Neville open to attack from the other 4. Sirius' team ended up waving a white flag after their fort was completely demolished. Harry was dressed in a gray suit for the trial. He pulled his hair back and put some makeup on his scar so he wouldn't attract attention. Sirius joined him by the flue, dressed in a navy blue suit. They arrived at the ministry and were met at the lifts by Blaise and his mother Bella, Daphne and her parents. Ginny had gone with Bill to look at houses, and he had graciously taken Astoria with him, and Tracy and her parent Addison and Marius. They made their way to the courtroom. Without any problems, most people still tended to stay far away from Sirius. They were met at the courtroom door by 2 aurors who Sirius knew, a Dawlish and Robards. Said aurors allowed only them through. The trial was called to order by Minister Fudge. It seemed that Pettigrew wasn't given an attorney, as Harry didn't see one, or Pettigrew for that matter. Minister Fudge, Amelia, another man he didn't recognize, a woman who looked like a walking bottle of Pepto-Bismol, and the scribe Harry recognized from Sirius's trial. Fudge called Amelia to start the trial. As I have recently become engaged to Lord Black, I will excuse myself from the questioning. Head Auror Scrimgeour is here to question the witnesses and the accused. Madam Bones retook her seat. Fudge nodded. Auror Scrimgeour, you may proceed. I call witness Mr. Blaise Zabini to the stand. Blaise stood and moved over to the stand and was sworn in and questioned by Scrimgeour. This continued for Harry, Daphne, and Tracy as well. Finally, they got to the part they were all waiting for. The doors at the back of the courtroom opened, and Peter Pettigrew wrapped in magic-suppressing chains. He was led in by two Aurors. Harry recognized them from Sirius's trial as Shacklebolt, and the other was Proudfoot, according to Sirius. Harry paid more attention this time to the cloaked figure that was floating next to Pettigrew. Harry found the figure disturbing. He could only see the hands of it, but they looked pale. They seemed to have a sheen to them and were scabby. Harry was reminded of a zombie movie that his cousin watched late one night. He noticed the temperature dropped in the room, and that the black-cloaked figure's breath was noticeable. Harry began to hear a faint voice screaming. Then out of Amelia's wand shot a large silvery dog, and it circled the cloaked figure, forcing it back, and the effects and the faint screaming vanished. Shacklebolt administered the Veritaserum, and the questioning began. "What is your name?" "Peter Pettigrew." "When were you born?" "August 30, 1960. Scrimgeour, satisfied that the Veritaserum was working, began the real questions. "Were you James and Lily Potter's secret keeper?" Peter looked like he was struggling, but his answer came out. "Yes." "Are you a Serpent of he who must not be named?" Harry rolled his eyes at the hyphenated name. "Yes," Pettigrew squeaked out. "How long were you a servant of him for?" "I still am. My lord will rise again, and I will be rewarded." Sirius looked like he was going to hop the visitor's box and strangle him. Harry, too, looked like he would kill the man. Daphne grabbed Harry's hand, and Xavier put his hand Sirius's shoulder to keep him still. "When did you begin serving him?" Rufus amended his question. "In my 7th year. He promised me I would no longer be in James, Sirius, and Remus shadows." "You sniveling little rat." Sirius growled out and stood, but Xavier forced him down into his seat. "You said he will rise again. How do you know this?" "My mark is still present. He tried last year at Hogwarts, but I was too late to help." "Shacklebolt the antidote and his arm." Scrimgeour looked disgusted and motioned to Pettigrew. Shacklebolt gave him the antidote and reached for his arm, showing the faded mark to the room. Pettigrew, now that he had been given the antidote, looked extremely worried and scared. He was even started shaking. "By the power granted to me as Minister of Magic, I sentence you to life imprisonment in Azkaban. Aurors, take him away." Fudge announced and banged his gavel. A picture of Pettigrew being led away was taken for the papers. The minister looked rather pale, and the Pepto lady looked strangely pleased. Her smile made chills run down Harry and his friends' spines. They vacated the court as fast as the minister could move. Amelia waved to Sirius, and the others before she and Scrimgeour followed the minister out. "Hey, Harry, what are these?" Daphne asked, holding up a book. Two more were on the ground. Daphne couldn't read anything as it looked like squiggles. Harry came over from where he was packing his trunk. "Oh, I forgot about these," Harry shouted excitedly. "They're in Parseltongue, and these too," Harry said, holding up the two journal-type books, "were written by Salazar Slytherin. The other was written by Lycurgus, a Greek." Harry pointed to the last one that was parchment bound together by some twine. "I found 2 of them in Nocturne Alley. The other was the one Tracy gave me." "Do you think it has anything about the chamber in them?" Daphne asked Harry as he flipped through the book she somewhat remembered from last Christmas now. "I'm not sure. I never got the chance to read them," Harry finished with a shrug. "Well, put them in your trunk. We need to leave for the train station." Chapter 12, The Chamber. "Has Sirius and Amelia set a date yet?" Tracy asked Harry and Susan. They had been back a week and were currently in the library working on a transfiguration essay about which law of transfiguration was used when doing animal to water goblet and other animal to things transformations. Harry looked at Susan to see if she had an answer. She shook her head. "No, just that it's sometime in the summer. They'll probably have a date soon, though. I would think for invitations and everything." "Any progress on the Slytherin books?" Hermione asked as she put the finishing touches on her essay. She, like most of the time, finished before the others and was proofing her work. "Well, the Lycurgus book and the Slytherin book Tracy gave me are about Parseltongue and using it with spells and some that are exclusively Parseltongue spells. The other is a personal diary, it looks like. I'm reading the whole thing and am only at the beginning, and it begins with the 4 getting meeting, so soon hopefully we'll know," Harry finished. Well, one thing we do know is that I can speak the language and understand it when spoken, but not when it's written, Blaze disappointedly added. Did anybody actually use their brain over the break? Neville asked, as a group of Ravenclaws passed them looking at Harry fearfully. Neville, as a pureblood, you should know by now the wizarding world never does if they can avoid it, Daphne joked. So the team ready for the game this weekend? Tracy asked Harry. Well, you should have it easy, Harry. Cho's afraid you'll petrify her if she flies near you, Hermione said with a snort. Harry groaned. I thought Ravenclaws were supposed to be smart. The table chuckled. I thought Cho proved last year she wasn't exactly Ravenclaw material, Daphne said, referring to Cho pulling on Harry's broom the year before. I mean who tries to cheat a Slytherin and think nothing's going to happen. The game, as Hermione predicted, was not much of a game at all. Cho stayed on the opposite end of the pitch from Harry for the whole game. Whenever Harry flew down around the players, instead of circling above the ravens, would scattered away from him, often forgetting the quaffle. Harry at one point, trying to make them see how ridiculous they were being by flying over next to Chambers, Ravenclaw's keeper. Chambers left the goal Harry was near wide open. Finally, Davies called a time-out and yelled at his players for about 5 minutes until Madame Hooch called for them to come back to the pitch. Harry vacated his position near Ravenclaw's goals and caught the snitch within 2 minutes later. Slytherin won 420-10, putting them firmly in the lead for the Quidditch Cup. Wood looked like he wanted to strangle the Ravenclaw players. Harry was sitting on his bed with Salazar's journal in his hands. Blaze was already out, and Aeolus was curled up on the end of his bed. September 992. The semester has began once again. I tire of teaching students who have no desire. In my subjects, it has been 14 years since we've started. I find myself missing the apprentice style. The apprentices have much more enthusiasm over subjects. I've been arguing with Godric lately over the students. Those that do not have magic parents or come from the peasantry are often barely able to speak the common tongue, let alone write or understand the Latin used. I feel that they need to be educated before they can come to Hogwarts. Another problem is the prejudice being brought in by the common raised. As the church spreads, so does the hatred and fear of our kind. It has the potential to put our school in danger. Godric and the others cannot see it by I can. The common outnumber us. If their fear continues, we could easily be exterminated. It is not the children I fear, but their common families. Some are not receptive to us, and one of my prized has returned injured this year. His family wished him a not-so-gentle goodbye. As Harry continued on with his reading, the struggle between Salazar and the others intensified. Violence from parents and villagers against the students continued at their homes when they were away from Hogwarts. Salazar seemed particularly concerned for his prized student William, who was also close to Salazar's son Stavros. It seemed William's father was devout Christian and believed his son to be evil. Junius 4/992. I have received an urgent owl from William. My wife Aurora, myself, and Stavros are going to check on him and bring him with us if need be. There was a pause in the writing, as if he stopped and picked it up later. The parchment he noticed had wet spots on it. The writing was harder to read also. We got to the village. There was fire burning in the middle of the town. The smell of burnt flesh was easily identifiable. I had sinking feeling as we entered the village. We moved closer to the center of town. There was a pyre built. It had already been lit. Strapped to the pyre was a body horribly burnt. The stench was unbearable for Aurora, who moved to the side and vomited. Stavros and I walked closer, unable to look away. We pushed through the gathered crowd. The body was sickening red and black charred. It was William. Stavros let out a yell at the realization that this was his friend, almost brother's body. He had been burned by his own father. Stavros lashed out and started throwing spells. He burned the village down. I helped. We killed some of the villagers, but in our rage we forgot Aurora was not with us. William's father called out to us. He Aurora by the throat, a knife to her throat. He screamed death to evil and slit her throat. My wife, she fell lifeless to the ground. I heard screaming and realized it was me. I cast the Cruciatus curse for an undetermined amount of time. When the man was just about to leave his sanity, I stopped and then killed him in the most painful way I could think of. I cast the Fiendfire curse and watched him burn like he did William. Stavros retrieved his mother's body and we left. Harry could almost feel the sadness and pain Salazar felt as he was reading the entry. Aeolus came up the bed and around Harry's shoulders and licked his face, offering comfort to her human. Harry thanked her and continued reading. He couldn't put the journal down. As he read, the conflict between Slytherin and the other three founders, Godric the most, became more pronounced. Salazar and Stavros went downhill quickly. Their feelings turned to hate towards all common people as they referred to them. Catherine turned to Liam, but both Salazar and his son turned inwards. Salazar became almost fanatical, and it eventually led to the blowout with Godric and Salazar leaving the school. Martius 993. I am leaving the school. I cannot stay here anymore. My differences are too great. I have built a chamber in secret with Stavros. It shall house my familiar and a potions storeroom. Basil shall live within the chamber and guard the school, for though I may favor purebloods, once you are in my house, you are under my protection. The common whom so chose to attack us will face Basil, the king of serpents. He will protect the school when need, but may only be called on by one of my tongue. That was the last entry in the journal. Harry closed the journal heavily. He let out a shaky breath and took out his wand. Tempus! Harry thought the spell, and out of his wand came 10 formed by a purple wisps. Harry ran his hand over his face. Aeolus, do you know a SS snake that is called the king of SS serpents? That would be a basilisk, hatchling. Very deadly creature, but one hasn't been SS seen for centuries. I'm afraid I know no more. Thank you, Aeolus. Harry blew out the candle and tried to fall asleep. Eventually, sleep found him. Harry, you look dead on your feet, Neville commented as he joined the 4 Slytherins as they walked into the Great Hall for breakfast the next morning. Thanks, Nev, Harry commented dryly as the lone Gryffindor went to separate from them. Tracy grabbed Neville by the arm and pulled him over to sit with them. Daphne nodded her head towards Hermione and then their table. Hermione got the message and stood up and walked over to the Slytherin table where she sat down. Neville, who was still standing, sat down after Hermione did. Susan entered the Great Hall and, seeing her friends gathered at the Slytherin table, walked over and joined them. At the head table, Professor Snape had a proud look on his face that only increased when Alicia Spinnet got up from Gryffindor and sat next to Aaron Vasey. The school stared in awe at those non-Slytherins at the table of the snakes. Susan, Hermione, Neville, and Alicia remained indifferent to the stares of the other students and continued chatting with their friends. Severus was about to stand when through the hall doors came Gilderoy Lockhart in magenta robes, followed by some rather offended-looking dwarfs. The dwarfs were dressed as cupids, and Harry thought it made for a rather offensive sight, considering some of the dwarves had beards and were rather fat. He looked at Daphne and saw a disgusted look on her face that made Harry chuckle. She elbowed him for good measure. Lockhart moved to the front of the Great Hall and amplified his voice. Today is a wondrous day, Valentine's Day. Lockhart spoke with glee and smiled his award-winning smile. I have arranged for these cupids to deliver you valentines throughout the day. I would like to thank the 46 people who have sent me cards. Now, if you really want to get into the spirit, why not ask Professor Snape for a love potion or Professor Flitwick for entrancing enchantments? As Lockhart ended his impromptu speech, confetti exploded, and the Great Hall's decorations changed to a rather horrifying pink and red. Snape and Flitwick both had looks on their faces that made Lockhart flee the Great Hall rather quickly, followed by the students who fled in hopes of avoiding the dwarves. Harry had been accosted by dwarves at least 4 times throughout the day and had been given 20 cards. Daphne was rather upset with the dwarves and cards. They were on their way to Charms when Harry was once again accosted by a dwarf. This one was rather persistent, as Harry tried to escape. It pulled Harry around by his arm. Oi, you, stay still. I've got a singing card to deliver. Harry looked for an escape, but his bag split open, spilling his stuff across the floor. A crowd had gathered around Harry and his friends. Then the dwarf burst into song, badly. His eyes are as green as fresh pickled toad. His hair is as dark as a blackboard. I wish he was mine. He's really divine. The hero who conquered the Dark Lord. Harry looked like he was going to die of embarrassment. Daphne, who had looked rather pissed off when the dwarf first arrived, was now rolling on the floor laughing with Tracy. Blaze looked like he was holding his laughter in. The crowd of first years surrounding him was laughing, and the dwarf looked rather pleased with itself. Harry gathered his things, muttered a reparo for his bag, and walked away with as much dignity as he could manage. As he was walking away, he saw the twins walking away laughing and looking entirely too pleased with themselves. Later that night, Harry and his friends were in their unused classroom, which was devoid of all Valentine's Day crap, as Harry put it. "So the twins need to be pranked and pranked again," Harry stated. "Are you sure it was them?" Neville asked. "Nope, but does it matter?" "No, should be fun to prank them. What did you have in mind?" "Well, Hermione, Susan, I'm going to need your help. You're the best at transfiguration. I'm going to spike their drinks with a compulsion potion. I need you two to transfigure their clothes into diapers and wings. Can you manage that?" "It shouldn't be a problem," Hermione said, looking towards Susan, who nodded in agreement. The next day came, and Harry was ready for his payback. He gave the potion for the twins' drinks to one of the elves who was a friend of Mips, and Hermione and Susan were sitting at the Hufflepuff table to get a shot at the twins. The twins walked into breakfast late as usual, which made Harry's prank all the more better. The whole school would witness it. "So you added something," Blaze said. Daphne asked Harry. "Yeah, you'll see. I made another potion." As soon as the twins took a sip, Susan and Hermione cast their spells. There was a loud bang, and the twins floated up towards the clouds in the Great Hall and started singing Endless Love. Hermione and Susan brilliantly transfigured the twins' clothing into an overlarge diaper and fairy wings. They had even added winged sandals. The best part was the twins' horrifying looks on their faces when they realized what happened. The whole school lost it and was falling out of their seats laughing. Even the teachers were laughing. Well, McGonagall was smiling and Severus was smirking, but that was as close as they were going to get. In between laughs, Daphne got out, "How long it last?" 2 hours, Harry replied with a smirk. "Oh, damn," Harry said, closing most potent potions. "I forgot to tell you guys. I finished Salazar's journal." It had been over a week since the prank, but between Quidditch, sessions with Snape, and classwork it had slipped Harry's mind. The monster in the chamber is Salazar's familiar, Basil, a basilisk. At Harry's announcement, there were gasps around the classroom the friends were in. "A basilisk? But if it's a basilisk, why hasn't anyone been killed? Though Hagrid's roosters getting killed makes sense." Hermione spoke as if she was thinking out loud. "How so? I don't actually know anything about basilisks," Harry asked Hermione. Hermione pulled a book down from one of the shelves. They had taken to keeping some of their stuff in the classroom. It was in the dungeon, and Severus said he would make sure their stuff was safe. "Do you have book for everything?" Blaze asked with a teasing tone. "Yes," Hermione answered, completely missing Blaze's small joke. The others chuckled. "Now here we go," Hermione said, flipping through the pages of ancient creatures. "The basilisk is one of the most feared beasts in the world. It is known as the king of serpents and is believed to be the most dangerous snake to ever live. The snake can live up to 1,000 years under the right conditions. Its hide is nigh impossible to harm with magic or weapon alike. They have 2 main weapons, their fangs, which hold the deadliest known venom. It kills within a minute. The only antidote is Phoenix Tears, although it is untested. Its other weapon is their deadly gaze. If looked upon directly, the gaze kills instantly. If looked upon indirectly, it can petrify the gazer. The only known method of killing is to somehow penetrate the brain through the mouth, or the Avada Kedavra curse. Also, the crow of a rooster can kill it. As a side note, it is believed that they can be controlled by Parselmouths. Hermione read aloud the passage on basilisks. "So there's another Parselmouth in the school besides Harry and Blaze," Daphne concluded. "There's another thing, guys," Harry said with a shaky tone of voice. "If it's been alive this whole time, it's been growing. It would have to be like 60 feet long by now." "So we've been insanely lucky," Blaze said. The others looked at him questioningly. "Well, think about so far only the roosters have been killed. Mrs. Norris saw it through water, Creevy through his camera, and Justin through Sir Nick. Sir Nick is already dead, so he can't be killed again. Sooner or later, it's going to kill someone." "We need Professor Snape," Tracy said. They 7 friends arrived at Professor Snape's office moments later. Harry knocked on the door. They waited for a minute or two before Professor Snape opened the door. "Come in," Severus said when he saw who it was. After they were seated, Harry spoke. "We know what it is in the chamber and petrifying the others." Severus rose an eyebrow and Harry continued. "It's a basilisk, Salazar Slytherin's familiar bosul to be precise." "And how did you figure this out?" "I bought his journal in Nocturne Alley. The store owner wasn't sure what was, but I could read it. He wrote it in Parseltongue. The last entry talks about Basel, but it doesn't say where the chamber is located." Severus leaned back in his chair with a contemplative look. After a few minutes he spoke. "I want you all to be very, very careful in the school. We do not know who it is that is opening the chamber and controlling the basilisk. Until we do, I'm afraid there is little we can do, especially since we do not know where the entrance is located. And carry something reflective with you and Harry if you chase after this snake if you hear it. I will use you as potion ingredients. Do you understand me?" Severus finished, staring directly at Harry, with a look that promised pain if he disobeyed him. "Yes, sir. But why am I the only one to get a warning?" Harry sulked. "Because you can hear it, and whose idea was it to go after Quirrell? Now stop sulking. I believe I assigned a rather long potions essay." They got up to go. "I wasn't sulking." Sure you weren't," Daphne said, consoling and teasingly at the same time. "Now let's go finish our essay on hair-raising potions." The others laughed and Blaise made a whipping motion towards Harry. Harry was out practicing for the upcoming match against Hufflepuff. Despite being in the lead for the cup by 300 points, Flint still had them practicing 4 nights a week. The group of friends rarely went anywhere alone and was generally checking corners with mirrors before they would turn the corner. They were getting some strange looks from other students, but that really wasn't anything new. So far they couldn't tell if Severus had informed anyone else of their discovery. As Harry was coming back, he met up with Daphne, Tracy, and Blaise, and they continued on to the Slytherin common room. "So the twins still have no idea who pranked them," Blaise said as they walked into the common room. "They were talking about it after lunch. They're not sure if they should bow to the prankster or prank the living daylights out of them." Harry's smirk was decidedly Slytherin and completely prideful. At breakfast the next morning, Blaise received a letter, and then started banging his head on the table. "What's up, Blaise?" Harry asked, stopping his friend from doing permanent damage. "My mum is dadding Professor Snape." "So?" Tracy asked, stressing the O. "I suck at potions and he's my teacher. He has my grades and detentions." "Yeah, and Sirius is going to marry the head of the magical law enforcement. I win for who's worse in deep shit if they ever get in trouble." The Slytherin Quidditch team had suited up, and Marcus was giving them a pre-game lecture, pep talk, and last-minute details. "Harry, last game better not have made you complacent. Cedric can compete with you, and unlike Chang, he isn't stupid enough to believe you're running around petrifying people in your spare time." "Like he has any," Vasey commented. The team laughed, knowing Harry was usually busier than Bowl and Derek, and they were in their NEWT year. "All right, let's head out." With that, the Slytherin Quidditch team made their way out to the pitch. They were interrupted by their head of house. "I'm afraid the match and the rest of the Quidditch season has been cancelled," Severus Snape stated. Harry got a sinking feeling in his gut. "What?" Flint yelled, starting to protest, but one look from his head of house silenced him. "You all need to return directly to the common room. Mr. Potter, you're to come with me." Severus's tone broke no opposition from anyone. Harry followed his head of house, who led him to the hospital wing, where Blaise, Daphne, Tracy, and Susan were waiting. As they approached, so did Neville, who was being led by Professor Vector. Together, the group walked into the hospital wing to find 2 new additions to the petrified students, a Ravenclaw prefect and Hermione. The group rushed their friend's bedside, then turned to look towards Severus. "They were found outside the library," Severus spoke. They were allowed a few minutes with their friend before they were escorted to their common rooms. Severus took his snakes back. They were quiet the whole journey, and Severus couldn't find words to say to his favorites. They entered the common room, where all of Slytherin was waiting. The look on their fellow snakes' faces knew someone else had been attacked. There have been 2 more attacks, Miss Clearwater and Miss Granger, both of Ravenclaw. They are currently petrified in the hospital wing. In light of the attacks, new rules will be going into effect. All students must return to their house common room by 6 o'clock in the evening. No students are to leave the dorms after that time. You will be escorted to and from classes by a teacher. No student is to use the bathroom unaccompanied by a teacher, and all further Quidditch matches, practices, and all other evening activities are cancelled. Some of the Slytherin students mumbled and groaned. Severus raised his eyebrows, silencing them, and he spoke once more. If any of you pay attention, you will note Miss Clearwater is a pureblood. These rules apply to everyone. The next day at breakfast, it was clearly evident that Harry Potter was not the heir of Slytherin. He and his friends were visibly depressed. Susan, Daphne, and Tracy had tear tracks on their faces, while Blaise and Harry's faces took on a stoic, blank look that was haunting. Neville looked angry. Nobody had ever seen the shy boy with that expression on his face. "Hadrian," Draco whispered from his spot at the Slytherin table. Harry looked over. "I know you've looked into the chamber legend, or if you haven't, you will now." Harry nodded, and Draco continued. "My father told me the chamber was opened 50 years ago and that a student was killed, but that's all he told me." Harry nodded his thanks. Harry turned to his friends who were gathered at Slytherin table. "This is personal now. Tracy, can you contact your father, find out what he knows? Nev, you too, your gran knows almost everything, and she might have been at school then." They both nodded their agreement and brought out a piece of parchment from their bags and began writing their letters. Tracy's owl Hermes flew down from the rafters of the Great Hall and took her note off. Neville was about to ask to borrow one of his friend's owls when Hedwig swooped down and landed in front of him. Harry smiled at his owl and gave her a piece of bacon before she flew off with Neville's letter. When Harry, Daphne, Tracy, and Blaise returned to the common room that night with the other Slytherins and Professor Snape, a notice was posted for the second years to sign up for next year's classes. They had 5 choices: Muggle Studies, Divination, Ancient Runes, Arithmancy, and Care of Magical Creatures. Harry already knew one of his classes. Care of Magical Creatures. He was trying to decide his other classes. He knew he wanted it to be either Ancient Runes or Arithmancy. "So we can't drop classes?" Harry asked his friends. He thought History of Magic was a waste of time with bins. He could study on his own and still make an OWL. "Yeah, we can't drop until after the OWLs at the end of 5th year, Blaise commented disappointedly. "I wouldn't mind dropping a couple." "What classes would you drop? You need the basics of them for most jobs," Tracy pointed out. "Well, history for 1 bins is better than a sleeping potion and maybe defense. We haven't had a decent teacher yet, and if Lockhart is a sign of what's to come, a 5-year-old could teach us more." Tracy nodded, conceding he had point. "Daph, what are you signing up for?" Harry asked. "Ancient Runes and Care of Magical Creatures or Arithmancy. I'm having trouble deciding," Daphne answered. "How about I take Arithmancy and teach you it while you do the same for me with Ancient Runes?" Daphne smiled at Harry and nodded in acceptance, and they put their names down on the lists. Tracy signed up for Ancient Runes and Arithmancy, saying she would help too with catching them up on the other subject they weren't taking. Blaise signed up the same classes as Harry, stating he had no wish to endure pointless class like Divination or Muggle Studies, considering you have to be seer for one, and he already spends time in the Muggle world. They found out the next morning Susan signed up for Ancient Runes and Arithmancy, while Neville signed up for Care of Magical Creatures and Ancient Runes. A week passed without word from either Tracy's dad of Nev's gran. During the week, Slytherins in all years stuck together more closely as they noticed the dirty looks all of them were getting from the other houses. They were the only ones without a victim, yet. Although surprising most everyone, Ernie Macmillan apologized to Harry for accusing him, citing that he knew he would never do that to Hermione. Harry wasn't sure if he wanted to accept the apology or sucker punch him. Another aspect of note was the rumor that Dumbledore had been sacked by the school governors. Indeed, Dumbledore was no longer present at meals, and McGonagall had taken his seat in the Great Hall. This did little to ease the fears of the students who felt vulnerable without the defeater of Grindelwald and greatest wizard alive. The others didn't see the difference in him being there or not, after all the attacks had been happening all year. Hagrid was also missing from meals, and his hut was empty. Another week passed without much happening, except some of the students now said Hagrid went to Azkaban, though they weren't sure what, for some speculated it had to do with a dragon. Finally, Neville had a reply from his gran, who said she had been a 7th year then, and that all they knew was a girl had died in a bathroom. They weren't told anything else, and surprisingly this was one time the rumor mill at Hogwarts didn't have any other information. "Well, that wasn't very helpful," Neville commented. "I wonder what took so long." "So a girl was killed in a bathroom," Neville nodded. "Well, hopefully my dad has something else," Tracy said as they walked towards potions. "As you all know, finals will begin next week." Professor McGonagall started only to be cut off by various moans and groans coming from the class. Harry and his friends minus Susan and Hermione were in their last class of the day, Transfiguration. The groans came from almost everyone in the classroom. "We're still having exams," Seamus Finnegan exclaimed. The weasel sitting beside him was nodding his head furiously in agreement with his friend, and then held up his broken wand that was taped. "Dumbledore wants the school to run as if things were normal," Professor McGonagall stated. Harry and his friends looked upset. They were worried about their friend, not exams, not to mention a potentially 60-foot snake petrifying them. "Yes, well, I hope you have all been studying. Now I will escort you all to the Great Hall for dinner." Daphne looked pensive at dinner. She was just pushing the food around her plate, not really eating. "Daph, what's wrong?" Harry asked, his voice laced with concern. "I just feel like there's something missing with the chamber. It's there, but I just can't name it, and it's bothering me," Daphne said with her face scrunched in frustration. Harry had an errant thought that she looked rather cute like that. "We'll figure it out," Tracy said. "We still need to hear from my dad." Harry nodded in agreement with Tracy and took Daphne's hand beside him in his and smiled at her, hopping to ease her worry. "I have good news," Professor McGonagall announced Friday morning. Shouts followed this. "No exams. Professor Dumbledore's coming back." "You caught the air." "Silence," Professor McGonagall called out, stopping the random shouts. "Now Professor Sprout has informed me the mandrakes are ready for cutting, which means by tomorrow night all those who have been petrified shall be returned to us." Most of the students cheered, although there were a few who looked upset, including Pansy Parkinson and her stooges. Harry and his friends at the Slytherin table had bright smiles on their faces that surprised the rest of the school. Whoever saw a Slytherin actually smile and not smirk? Even some of the older Slytherins looked happy as they were found of the Granger girl. She often proved herself to have a Slytherin streak, when she would outdo Weasley at the exact moment it would have the most impact. "Maybe now we'll find out who the heir is now," Susan said as they left for their first class for the day. As they were walking to Charms, Tracy's owl flew down with a letter for her from her father. "It's from Dad," Tracy said excitedly, but as she was about to open it, Professor Flitwick came in to start his lesson. "After class," she whispered. After class let out, and the group was on their way to lunch, Tracy pulled out the letter and read it. "So he says sorry it took so long, but he was trying to find information on the event. It seems like as now the story was repressed, but he was able to find out some information. He states that a 4th-year Muggle-born Ravenclaw, Myrtle Doe, was killed in the girls' bathroom. The culprit was identified to be an acromantula brought into the castle by Rubeus Hagrid, a then 3rd-year Gryffindor. He was expelled when he was caught with the spider by a 6th-year Slytherin prefect, Tom Marvolo Riddle, after the school was threatened with being shut down. That's all he could get." Tracy finished as they were sitting down with the others for lunch. "Well, we know it's not Hagrid since it wasn't an acromantula," Neville stated. "Are you sure your father said it was Tom Riddle that caught Hagrid?" Harry asked with a worried look on his face. "Yeah, why?" "The diary Ginny had. Remember, it belonged to Tom Marvolo Riddle," Harry stated in a flat voice. "Guys, I know what I was trying to figure out. The girl who was killed 50 years ago, she never left the castle," Daphne said, receiving weird looks from her friends. "There's a ghost in the 2nd-floor girls' bathroom." "Isn't that the one you told me not to go into?" Tracy asked her friend. Yes, and it's because of the ghost, Moaning Myrtle. She certainly earns the nickname, too. She cries and yells at everything she perceives to be an insult, and she frequently floods the bathroom. I told you not to go in there because of that it's hard to pee when you have someone wailing and sobbing one stall over. I think that might be the entrance, Blaze spoke with a look of deep thought on his face. Think about it. All the attacks have happened either on or below the third floor, the first one right outside that bathroom. The corridor was flooded that night. And that was the only attack 50 years ago she must have seen it come out of. Well, my guess would be a pipe. That's the only way I can think of that a snake could get around without being seen if it's huge. Where's Professor Snape? Harry said, motioning to the head table. I don't know. Go ask McGonagall, she should know as interim headmistress, Daphne answered. Harry got up and walked to the head table, where Professor McGonagall was sitting. Yes, Hadrian, Professor McGonagall asked. I need to talk to Professor Snape. Do you know where he is? Yes, he is in his lab, brewing the restorative for those that have been petrified and not to be disturbed, McGonagall stated in a tone that told Harry he wasn't getting to see Severus today. Harry nodded and turned, going back to his seat. She's not going to let us see him. He's brewing the restorative. Harry, Neville, Daphne, Tracy, and Blaze were all sitting in defense waiting for it to be over. They were also anxious to get to Professor Snape and tell him they had figured out where the chamber was. They figured they could convince a prefect to take them to his office since it was so near to the common room. A knock came on the door, interrupting Lockhart's rather obnoxious retelling of another passage from his book. A Hufflepuff prefect came into the room. Harry couldn't think of her name. Professor Sprout needs to speak with Daphne Greengrass. I'm to escort her. Lockhart, being the idiotic arse that he was, didn't even bother to check if the girl had a slip with her and sent Daphne with the Hufflepuff. Harry looked a bit worried. He was feeling like something bad was going to happen again. The class ran down with, and Professor Lockhart moved to escort the students to the Great Hall. As he was doing so, the idiot tripped and fell, smiling at his reflection as he passed a suit of armor. Come on, Harry whispered, pulling his friends away from the line of students. Something doesn't feel right. I want to check on Daphne. They nodded and started to follow Harry. They had turned the corner when they ran into Professor McGonagall. And just where do you think you are going? McGonagall spoke, raising an eyebrow at the students. We were just trying to visit Hermione. Blaze spoke without missing a beat. Tracy added on, We've missed her and we just wanted to let her know we were thinking about her and tell her about exams. As Tracy spoke, tears welled up in her eyes, and Harry and Susan both put on sad faces. McGonagall's expression softened. Oh, I hadn't even thought about how the petrified students' friends were taking all this. You four go on, I'll let Poppy know you're coming. Thank you, Tracy said tearfully. Once McGonagall was gone, Harry turned to Tracy. Nice touch with the crying, but now we need to stop in on Hermione since Madame Pomfrey's waiting for us. How did you learn to cry like? Blaze asked. I'm a girl. We all know how to cry on que, Tracy said with a laugh, Susan nodding in agreement. Harry and Blaze rolled their eyes as they walked into the hospital wing. They made their way over to Hermione's bed, where Madame Pomfrey muttered something about petrified people not being able to hear before leaving for her office. Blaze, Susan, and Tracy were focused on Hermione, but Harry's attention was drawn to another bed. The other three followed his eyes to the other bed and gasped. There was the Hufflepuff prefect that had escorted Daphne. Susan, Tracy, go get Professor Snape and tell him where the entrance is. I don't care if you have to blow his office door to pieces, just get him there. Harry barked out, and Susan and Tracy nodded, leaving the hospital wing at a dead sprint for the dungeons. Blaze, you coming with me? Damn right I am. Harry turned to his friend and nodded his thanks. They both took off running. As they were about round the corner to the corridor with the bathroom in it, an announcement rang out. All students are to report to their common rooms immediately. All available teachers to the second-floor corridor. McGonagall's voice rang out, but Harry and Blaze could hear it as if she was near them. They poked their heads around the corner and saw McGonagall. As they did so, they heard footsteps, and Harry pulled them into a nearby broom cupboard in time for Professor Flitwick to pass without noticing them. What is it, another attack? They heard Professor Sprout ask. Worse it is, as we feared, a student, actually 2 students, have been taken into the chamber by the monster. The school will be closed now. They heard more footsteps as Professor McGonagall talked, and then they heard Professor Lockhart's voice. So sorry, dozed off, what have I missed? Oh good, you've arrived. Students have been taken into the chamber. Weren't you saying last night you knew where it was? Oh, right, yes I did, Lockhart stuttered out. Well then, we'll leave you to it, Professor Flitwick said. Harry and Blaise could hear the condescension in the professor's voice, but apparently Lockhart couldn't because his next words were, right, well, I'll just go prepare. Lockhart scampered off immediately. Who did the monster take Minerva? Sprout asked as they were passing by the closet that hid Harry and Blaise. Elizabeth Wayne and Daphne Greengrass. McGonagall, her tone as distraught as anyone had ever heard it. Harry and Blaise exited the cupboard quietly. They saw the message on the wall as they passed to the entrance of the bathroom. Their skeletons will lie in the chamber forever, was written in blood. Once they entered the bathroom, Harry was livid. They're just going to leave it up to that motherfucking fraud who can barely even cast a damn shield spell. Blaise grabbed Harry by the shoulders. Harry, calm down. We're going down there, and with any lock we'll be able to control it. Not Lockhart. Now let's find the entrance. What are you doing yelling in my bathroom? Came the annoying voice of moaning Myrtle from behind them. Harry turned towards her, and in no mood to try and charm the answer out of her, simply growled out, Where exactly did you die in here? And if you don't tell me, I swear to everything in this world, I will find a spell to get rid of you. Myrtle looked shocked while Blaise tried to hide a smirk, but failed miserably. Myrtle pointed to a sink and yelled back, Over there if you must know. Then she left the room crying. Nice Harry, Blaise chuckled. Harry growled at him, sounding very much like Fang even in though he wasn't in his form. Blaise held up his hands in surrender and moved to examine the sink. Aeolus, Harry hissed out. Aeolus rose out of Harry's arm and shoulder and slithered down to the ground. Harry, I found it, Blaise said, fingering the snake carved into the marble sink, then hissing. Open to the sink. Harry turned, as did Aeolus, and watched as the whole sink feature receded back into the structure, and then the structure moved down out of the way, leaving a tunnel. Aeolus guard the entrance. Nobody, except Professor S.S. Snape, McGonagall, or Flitwick goes down. Harry hissed to his familiar. Be on guard, hatchlings, Aeolus hissed back. So who wants to go down the creepy dark tunnel first? Blaise asked sarcastically. Harry smirked at his friend before he replied, making Blaise regret his sarcasm. How about you go down first in your snake form and check it out? Blaise eyed the tunnel with speculation before transforming into Onyx, before starting down the side of the tunnel. He hissed back to Harry, You know, if I die down here, my mum's gonna kill you. Harry shivered a little at the thought of an enraged Belladonna Zabini and crossed his fingers. From the bottom of the tunnel, he heard Blaise yell up, All clear, move your arse, it's nasty down here. Harry slid down the pipe for quite a ways before popping out and landing on some bones of what looked like animals of various kinds. You know, you're like a chick sometimes, Harry commented to his friend, who punched him in the arm for the comment. Harry smirked as he rubbed his arm. Damn, Blaise whistled. This is gonna be one big snake, he said as they came across a shed snake skin that looked to be 40 or so feet long. They kept walking with their wands out and ready. They arrived at a round vault-like door. Along it were 7 snake locks and 1 snake that crossed them. Open, Harry hissed out. The 1 snake appeared to slither back, and the 7 others began to unlock. Blaise, transform and stay hidden for now. We know whoever it is expecting me, not you. Blaise nodded and transformed into Onyx as the door opened, and Harry climbed down into the chamber. Onyx slithered into the shadows, and Harry started moving further into the chamber. As he walked, fire lit up in statues of snake heads. The snake heads had glistening emerald eyes, and the statues reached about 10 feet high. As Harry got closer, he looked at the statue of what he presumed was Salazar's head, and raised an eyebrow in contempt. He could also see the younger Hufflepuff girl across the floor of the chamber. Harry resisted the urge to run to see if the girl was okay. Although once his gaze moved past the younger girl, Harry dropped into a dead sprint. He saw Daphne tied up bloody and bruised. She didn't seem to be conscious. As Harry ran and kneeled in front of Daphne, he dropped his wand without even realizing it. Daphne, Harry spoke as he knelt in front of her, running his hands across her face, carefully avoiding the bruises and cuts she had. She was breathing, but she wouldn't wake up. Harry moved to the Hufflepuff girl and to at least check if she had injuries. She's not going to wake, and you, our fiancé, will just long enough to watch you die. A chilling voice spoke from a dark corner of the chamber. A man stepped out of the shadows. Well, Harry guessed he was a man. He was deathly pale. Harry doubted even a vampire could outdo him. His face seemed oddly distorted, and the whites of his eyes were blood red. The man gave off a dark aura that Harry remembered distantly. Voldemort, Harry growled out. In the flesh, Voldemort replied. Well, not yet, but soon enough the poor mudblood Hufflepuff will cease to exist, and I will return very much alive, Voldemort yelled out. Harry made to move, but Voldemort let out a gruesome laugh and held up Harry's wand. Harry froze in place, not out of fear, but Voldemort's spell. Harry figured it was the body-bind spell from the effects. However, he could slightly move. It seems his wand wasn't working for Voldemort. Now, Voldemort began with a twisted smile on his face, you shall meet your doom, Harry Potter. As unfortunate that it won't be by my hand, I find myself not caring. Basilisk venom is rather more painful than the killing curse. Voldemort's sickening rasp of a voice had a gleeful tone to it. You see, I knew you would come for your little betrothed. Voldemort was going to continue before Harry interrupted. Ha, some dark lord, you are picking on 11 and 12-year-olds. Yeah, you're real fearsome, Harry laughed out. Crucio. The curse hit Harry, but he only felt pain for a moment, and it was nothing that he hadn't experienced at his relatives. It did confirm his thoughts, though, when Voldemort seemed to flicker before he ended the spell quickly. The shade of Voldemort, Harry now realized, as did Blaise, couldn't cast anything that required power. It seemed to barely holding on to Harry's wand now. Harry had even broken completely free of the body bind. The ire the shade of Voldemort felt was clearly evident as he spun around to face the statue of Slytherin and hissed out, SS, speak to me. SS Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four. Harry looked at the statue with a momentary look of panic before his face blanked. The mouth of Salazar Slytherin was starting to open. As it did, Harry heard a burst of song. Fill the chamber, it continued, growing louder. Both he and Voldemort turned, looking for the source. The music had a lifting affect on Harry. His panic and fear lessened, while his hope and courage surged throughout his body, making him smirk at Voldemort, who seemed to cringe away from the music. As the music reached its crescendo and the mouth of Slytherin completely opened, though nobody was looking, a burst of flame appeared, and a magnificent scarlet and gold bird appeared, landing on Harry's shoulder and dropping at his feet the Sorting Hat. Harry thought, you've got to be kidding me. But Harry picked the hat up, as Voldemort let out a booming laugh that echoed throughout the chamber. A hat! Voldemort laughed, spinning around, seeing the basilisk come forth. Harry could hear the great snake slithering out and dared not turn around. Parseltonage won't help now, Potter. Kill the boy, Voldemort hissed to the basilisk. Harry took off running as the phoenix on his shoulder flew off towards the basilisk. Harry ran until he hit the back of the chamber wall. From there he turned, but kept his eyes closed. He placed his hand along the wall and ran the length of the wall, Sorting Hat clutched in his hand. Suddenly Harry heard a great booming noise followed by a swoosh of air. Harry was hit by something incredibly heavy and went flying through the air. Harry tucked his body right before he smashed into the wall of the chamber. Harry managed to avoid most of the potential damage by tucking, but he had cut the side of his face and forehead, leaking blood into his eyes. Harry ended up blinking them open. His eyes now open, Harry looked down immediately, trying to avoid the basilisk's eyes. As he did, he could see the shadows from the fire play on the wall next to him. He noticed the basilisk was facing away from him and towards something else that Harry couldn't make out in the shadow. Harry lifted his eyes to see a battle between the phoenix and the basilisk being waged. The phoenix was darting around the basilisk's head, distracting it from Harry. The basilisk let out a deafening shriek as the phoenix dive-bombed its left eye, rendering it useless. The basilisk flayed wildly in pain and attempted to strike at the phoenix, its long, thin fangs poised. It missed the lightning-fast phoenix that made another circle around the basilisk's head. As the phoenix came around, it clawed out the basilisk's right eye, effectively blinding it. Dark blood poured from the basilisk's open wounds onto the chamber floor. Voldemort was screaming in rage at the basilisk. "No, leave the bird, leave the bird. Kill the boy, you can still smell him, damn it. Kill him." Harry wished he had his wand so he could shut the wanker up. The basilisk, confused, angry, and wounded, reared away from the phoenix. Harry forced the sorting hat on his head and thought the word, help, effectively screaming it in his head. He was standing now and jumped the basilisk's tail as it swooped by him again. As he did so, he felt something heavy hit his head, almost knocking him on his arse. He took the hat off his head, a gleaming silver broadsword with a hilt encrusted in rubies. The size of eggs fell into his hand. "Kill the boy, leave the damn bird. The boy's bhndywu. Sniff, smell him." Voldemort was yelling orders, completely focused on the basilisk and Harry. Onyx slithered over to where the two girls were unconscious. As he slithered over the Hufflepuff, he felt something on the girl's arm but couldn't see anything. He guessed something was disillusioned and picked the object up with his mouth and slithered hidden behind Daphne. He could practically taste the evil on the object in his mouth. The basilisk turned towards Harry. It hardly had to move from its fight with the phoenix. Lowering down to the ground and flicking its forked tongue out, it zeroed in on Harry. Harry saw as the basilisk focused on him its poisonous green body, enormous eye sockets that were still oozing blood, and it opened its mouth wide enough to swallow Harry whole. Harry stared at the beast, more importantly its fangs. They were as long as the sword he now clutched, and dripping a sickly greenish black venom. The basilisk lunged for Harry, but Harry moved just fast enough to avoid it. He brought the sword up ready to strike. The basilisk reared back once more and struck out again. Harry at the same time thrust the sword up and into the roof of its mouth. Pain unlike anything he ever felt shot through Harry's arm right before the elbow. He cried out in pain as he pulled the sword back out, and with it the fang in his arm. The basilisk jerked up into the air before its gigantic head landed on the chamber floor with a dull thud. A searing pain was shooting through Harry's arm as he staggered over the snake's body and into the middle of the chamber. As he fell to his knees, no longer able to walk due to the pain spreading through his body, the sword clattered down next to him. As the room started blurring, he heard footsteps coming closer. He looked up and saw Voldemort coming towards him. "You're dead, Harry Potter," the shade of Voldemort said in its cold, rasping, almost whisper of a voice. Harry wrenched the fang out of his arm and clutched it in his hand. He felt a brush against his cheek and looked down away from Voldemort to see the phoenix from earlier. "Thank you," Harry managed to rasp out. "Please help Daphne." Harry spoke, trying to gesture to his fiancée, but unable to. He watched as tears started to well up in the phoenix's eyes. Voldemort noticed also and went to scream a spell only to hear another voice. "Expelliarmus!" Blaise shouted at the shade of Voldemort. Harry's wand came flying into Blaise's hand as the shade of Voldemort turned in shock to see a 12-year-old boy holding his only weapon and defense. Blaise also held the diadem he had dispelled, and Daphne was sitting up behind him with tears in her eyes as she looked at Harry. Harry, throughout Blaise's interaction, was looking towards the phoenix as tears dropped from its eyes on to Harry's arm, where the gaping, ugly green-tinted wound was. Harry watched amazed as his wound shrunk until there was only the faintest bit of a scar, which you could barely make out. "No," Voldemort's shade screamed out in frustration. He had no weapon. The diadem was in the boy's hand. He barely had enough strength to even cast spells with a wand, as it seemed the Hufflepuff was still fighting him even unconscious. Harry smirked at the shade and then looked to Blaise. "What's that?" Harry asked, pointing to the diadem. "Not sure, but it was on the Hufflepuff Disillusioned, and it has the same aura as that damn diary, and he has," Blaise said, pointing to the shade, who looked like a cross between agitated and worried. Harry took the sword up in his hand and watched as the basilisk venom on the sword disappeared into it. Harry pointed it at the shade and walked over to Blaise, who gave him his wand. Harry holstered his wand and gave the sword to Blaise to hold, and taking the diadem from Blaise. Harry smirked at the shade. "You're dead, Tom Marvolo Riddle." And with that, Harry stabbed the diadem with the basilisk fang he still held. The shade of Voldemort let out a horrifying shriek as it seemed to wither in pain before it simply vanished. The diadem was stained from the venom, but otherwise remained in fairly good condition. A gemstone was cracked in half, though. Just then they heard a gasp as the Hufflepuff girl sat up, frightened beyond belief. Harry turned towards the two girls and, seeing Daphne sitting up, ran to her. Daphne stumbled up and was caught in a hug unlike any other Harry had given. He seemed to be holding on to her as if she was the reason for existence. Daphne, for her part, was crying and hugging him just as fiercely. Blaise tended to the Hufflepuff girl as best he could. As Harry and Daphne were about to start speaking, they heard footsteps. Harry grabbed his wand, as did Daphne and Blaise, and spun towards the entrance. Professor Snape appeared in the circular entranceway and seemed to sigh in relief at the sight of the four students. Well, that was until the Phoenix intervened. The Phoenix let out a burst of song as it flew in front of Harry, who had lowered his wand. The Phoenix grabbed the basilisk fang from the floor where Harry left it next to the diadem. The Phoenix let out another song that seemed to tell all those in the chamber, "Trust me." The Phoenix then took the fang and pointed it towards Harry's forehead where his scar lay. Venom dripped from the point as the Phoenix traced the scare with the fang. The others watched in horror as Harry clutched his head and let out a shriek before passing out. Severus sprinted towards his students and came up to them just as the Phoenix let out another song, which relaxed them a little, but overall did nothing to ease their worry as a black mist rose up out of Harry's scar, and another horrifying shriek was heard before it to vanished. The Phoenix, who Severus recognized as Fawkes, let out a trill and grabbed everyone, flashing them to the hospital wing, where Madame Pomfrey was administering the first restorative. Madame Pomfrey, startled by the sudden appearance, almost dropped the restorative she was giving to Mrs. Norris. "What do you think you're doing making that racket in my hospital wing?" Madame Pomfrey scolded before she even turned around. Severus cleared his throat, making Pomfrey turn around and gasp. "Lay Mr. Potter on the bed over here. Miss Greengrass the one next to him." Madame Pomfrey snapped into healer mode and barked out her orders similar to a drill sergeant. "Miss Doe." Madame Pomfrey turned to face the girl who had yet to stop clinging to Blaise. Madame Pomfrey knelt down and gently dislodged the girl's fingers from Blaise's robes. "Miss Doe, come now," she spoke softly. "We'll get you fixed up right." Madame Pomfrey coaxed the obviously traumatized girl into a bed near the other petrified victims. She nodded to Professor Snape and then motioned her head to a cupboard. Professor Snape took the hint and moved to the cupboard and took out a calming potion. He then walked over to the girl. He rather enjoyed in class as she knew her potions, and knelt down in front of her, coaxing her into drinking it. They watched as the girl drank the potion. Professor Snape laid the girl down, and her eyes closed as her breathing evened out. "Blaise, Susan, and Tracy are still in the bathroom guarding the entrance. Close the entrance and bring Aeolus with you." Blaise nodded and took off out of the hospital wing. "The entrance? You mean they found it?" Madame Pomfrey asked across between awe and disapproval. "Yes," Snape said in a tone that told Madame Pomfrey he wasn't going to talk about it. "Now these two need your treatment," Severus said, gesturing to the unconscious Harry and Daphne, who was sitting on her bed looking at Harry. Madame Pomfrey moved over to Daphne and ran a diagnostic test. "She has 2 cracked ribs, cuts and bruises on her face and arms, all easy enough to fix, and a concussion. She'll need the potion for that, Severus." Severus nodded and moved over to retrieve the potion and bruise paste. Madame Pomfrey healed the cuts and Severus gave her the potion. Madame Pomfrey applied the bruise paste. Daphne looked better with the blood and cuts healed. She looked more clear-eyed, though she still hadn't taken her eyes off Harry. "Miss Greengrass, I need you to tell me what happened. Then I can attend to Mr. Potter." Daphne slowly turned towards Madame Pomfrey. "The prefect came to escort me from class, and when we got out into the hallway, after walking a bit, I noticed her eyes were glazed over. I stopped walking and backed away, but she was stunned, and I was bound before I even noticed anyone. The younger girl came into my sight, but her eyes were red, and she levitated me to the chamber. She ran me into few things along the way. When she finally spoke, it wasn't her voice, it was quiet, rasping male voice. It was hissing like how Harry sounds when he talks to Aeolus. Then she laughed like the guy in the chamber did. She came back over me and said something about knowing Harry would follow me down here, then she kicked me in the head. I don't really remember much. When I woke up, Harry was holding a sword and killed the basilisk. Then Blaise disarmed Voldemort. Harry called him Voldemort, and Blaise gave Harry the headpiece. Harry stabbed it with the fang and Voldemort disappeared. Then the phoenix, she pointed to the bird above Harry's bed, picked up the fang and traced it with the venom along Harry's scar. Daphne let out a sob as she spoke, and the hospital wing doors opened, admitting Tracy, Susan, Blaise, and Professor McGonagall entered. Tracy and Susan ran to their friend and both wrapped an arm around her. Madame Pomfrey looked like she wanted to protest but silenced them at Professor Snape's look. Harry, he let out a scream of pain. It was horrible. Then he clutched his head, and this black mist came out of his scar and he passed out. Daphne finished with a sob and turned back towards Harry. Her two friends just wrapped her in a hug. Severus handed another calming potion to the girl, who took it and downed it. Madame Pomfrey turned to Harry and called Severus over. Severus, I have not checked his scar over since he was 1. I barely had time then with Albus hovering over, but his scar was not a normal curse scar. It somehow contained a part of you-know-who. I do not know what I may find now. I would like you to stand in front of me while I check his scar, Minerva. Pomfrey spoke to the other professor who had come over to them. Please also assist Severus in this, so his friends aren't aware yet. And if Albus comes in, make sure he does not get near young Harry. The two professors nodded, Minerva a bit surprised at her friend's tone regarding the headmaster, who just this evening had been reinstated. Madame Pomfrey and the other two professors moved to Harry and shielded him from the others as Madame Pomfrey ran a diagnosis scan of his before checking his scar. He has a minor concussion and, Madame Pomfrey gasped, exposure to the Cruciatus curse, but very limited. It seems to have failed to work. Severus nodded and summoned 2 potions vial from the open cupboard. One was the familiar potion for concussions, and the other was an orange-colored potion, a Cruciatus relief potion of Severus's making. The potion helped to reduce the shaking and aches that arose in the aftermath of the Cruciatus curse. He spelled both potions into Harry's stomach. Madame Pomfrey then cast a complicated diagnostic curse in Latin on Harry. She gasped and had an errant thought that she had been doing quite a lot of that since Mr. Potter arrived at Hogwarts. The piece of you-know-who is gone, and any basilisk venom in his blood has been negated by phoenix tears, she said, looking towards Fawkes, who was sitting on the headboard of the bed, who trilled with pride. Madame Pomfrey snorted as the bird preened in front of them. Negated? Professor McGonagall asked with a confused look on her face. Yes, it is still present in his blood, but the tears have taken away the poisonous effect. Draw some blood, Poppy, and I'll test it. Hadrian will not mind me having it. Severus stated. Madame Pomfrey nodded and summoned a blood vial to her and drew the blood with a nifty little spell that Muggle doctors would love when it came to little kids. She handed the vial over to Severus. When will he wake up? Severus asked. McGonagall looked interested in the answer as well. I am not sure. The only problem I can see that we haven't treated is his magical core is unstable at the moment. As you know, there is nothing we can do to stabilize it. He has to do that on his own. They nodded and moved on to unpetrify those students while putting curtains up around Harry's bed, but allowed his friends, even Daphne, to sit inside the curtains. They were even allowed to eat their dinner with him, since Daphne was also going to have to stay the night in the hospital wing. As they were eating dinner, Hermione joined them, as did Neville, who Professor Snape had gone and gotten. Hermione was welcomed back to the waking world with hugs all around. Though both she and the others were upset that Harry was unconscious, they enjoyed having the bookworm of their group back. After dinner, the others, besides Daphne, were told they had to leave the hospital wing. They did so unwillingly after giving Daphne a round of hugs. Daphne, instead of going back to her own bed, slipped into Harry's and just laid her head on his chest, listening to his heart. Madame Pomfrey came back a half-hour later to find Daphne asleep and Harry having wrapped an arm around her, and even as he laid there unconscious, he had a smile on his face. She decided this once to let it slide. Really, they were too young to even think about doing anything except sleep. Harry awoke the next day to find himself looking up at the hospital wing ceiling. He was about to bolt upwards to look for Daphne when he realized someone was in his arms. He smelt the familiar scent of jasmine and smiled before he looked down and confirmed his thoughts that it was indeed Daphne. He watched her for about 15 minutes studying her and thanking the gods she was all right. She was his closest friend, not to mention future wife. Her eyes started to flutter open. She looked up into Harry's eyes and, surprising him and herself, leaned forward and gave him a kiss. It was sweet, short, innocent kiss, but both felt a shock go through themselves as it happened. When Daphne pulled back, they simply stared at each other with smiles on their faces and both blushing a small amount. After a minute or so, Daphne whispered, "Thank you for coming after me, for saving me." Harry smiled and replied in his own whisper, "Always." "How are you feeling?" she asked. "Other than a headache, I'm fine. You?" Harry asked, searching for any signs that she was still injured, only seeing a slight bruise on her cheek. "Fine. A headache, and the bruise, I assume, looks worse than it feels, since I don't feel any discomfort from it," Daphne replied as Harry traced her face with his hand. The curtains surrounding his bed opened, revealing Madame Pomfrey. Harry smirked up at her and said, "You, despite how much time I seem to spend in here, I really hate all things hospital-wise." Daphne giggled, and Madame Pomfrey muttered something about being just like his father before speaking aloud. "Well, I'll take that as a sign that you're feeling better." "Actually, never better, though I think that may have something to do with my magic," Harry replied as the hospital wing doors opened, admitting his friends and Professor Snape. "Hermione, you're awake," Harry explained, happy to have his friend back. "Since yesterday, thanks to Professor Snape here," Hermione replied, giving both Harry and Daphne a hug. The others followed suit. "What was that about your magic?" Severus asked. "When I was unconscious after the pain, I ended up in my magical core, like when we first worked on occlumency. This time, though, the black tint and segment to my magic started to turn emerald green like the rest of it. Right before I woke, it had all turned to emerald green. I feel better, lighter," Harry said, his tone turning questioning as he tried to explain, but apparently he did because Professor Snape nodded. "Somehow your scar contained some of the Dark Lord's magic. My guess is that the basilisk venom purged that from you. You feel better because he is no longer a part of you." Severus explained part of it, leaving the rest for when they figured out exactly what a Horcrux was. He now suspected that was what Harry's scar was. It showed just how strong the boy was, considering the diadem managed to possess the first-year Hufflepuff in no time at all. All of Harry's friends and himself shivered at the thought of the part of Voldemort being inside Harry. "Well, Miss Greengrass, I'll apply the bruise paste one more time, and then you are both free to go, as both your scans came back fine." Madame Pomfrey spoke as Daphne sat up. Madame Pomfrey applied the paste, and then they all allowed Daphne and Harry privacy to change out of the provided hospital wing pajamas. Separate privacy, that is. As they entered the great hall for breakfast, Harry groaned when he noticed Tinkles was back at the head table. "I thought they got rid of him," Harry growled. None of his friends had to ask whom he was referring to. Apparently, Lucius Malfoy blackmailed the other governors into sacking him in the first place. "He uncovered the evidence yesterday and was reinstated," Neville answered, as he was the only one who was not involved directly with the chamber incident and had been around to hear the rumors. "Draco's dad got sacked for good measure, too." "Well, at least that's one good thing," Harry sighed as they all sat down at the Slytherin table. They got welcome back greetings from most of the table. Pansy glared at him fiercely. In return, Daphne very maturely stuck her tongue out at the look-alike pug. As Pansy was about to reply, Dumbledore stood up and called for silence. "I would like to thank Professors Sprout and Snape, as well as Madame Pomfrey, for their help in the Mandrake restorative potion." Our round of applause went up before he spoke again. "And in light of recent events that have struck the school," damn did he know how to understate, Harry thought, "end-of-the-year exams have been cancelled." This time, an even great cheer of applause rang out through the great hall as the students stood and celebrated. The following weeks passed rather quickly for the group of 7 friends. Aeolus was very glad to have her human back and okay. The majority of their spare time went to catching Hermione up on all the work she had missed while being petrified. There were also a few parties to welcome back the petrified victims. Harry received a letter from Sirius saying they had set the date for the wedding, June 21st. They had sent the invitations out at the start of February, but forgot to tell Harry and Susan the date. Sirius also said a phoenix had arrived at the house with the sword and placed it in Harry's room. Apparently Sirius noticed it had Godric Gryffindor inscribed in the blade. Another thing of note was Harry's asinine meeting with Twinkles, where said headmaster tried to pump information from Harry, and the chamber which Professor Snape deflected, as he went with Harry to the meeting on behalf of Sirius. The headmaster was also most interested in why Harry's scar had faded to the point where one could barely see it, when before it had been as vivid as if it just happened. Harry merrily shrugged, and Severus' quirked eyebrow causing the headmaster to almost lose his genial grandfatherly guise. But at the last second, he stopped himself from yelling and demanding answers like a petulant 5-year-old. Both Harry and Severus, though, noted the rage in the old man's eyes as they left the office. Probably the most talked about event was Gilderoy Lockhart losing all of his memories. Apparently the weasel had walked in on Lockhart while the man was toothless and brushing his dentures. Lockhart grabbed Ronald Weasley's broken wand and attempted to obviate him, only to have the spell backfire on himself. Thus, the man was now without his memories, toothless, and in a straitjacket at St. Mungo's. Harry, meanwhile, was just happy to be on the train with his friends and headed to Potter Manor, his home. Chapter 13. Wedding bells are a commit. The 7 friends rose as the train came to a stop and pulled their trunks down from the luggage rack above them. They walked to the front of their car to meet with Astoria, Aoife, and Ginny, who were sharing a compartment with the other Slytherin first years. "Hey guys, you ready?" Daphne asked the 3 girls after exchanging pleasantries with the other Slytherin firsties. The 3 girls nodded. The rather large group got off the train and started looking around for their parents. As they were looking, the twins came over to them. "Ginny," Fred started off, the twins' usual manner of trading off when they speak, "we want you to contact us if you need anything. Screw Mum and Dad." They both gave their baby sister a hug, which she returned with tears in her eyes. They turned and saw their mother with Percy and Ron glaring at Ginny when she was spotted. As Ginny's eyes started to well, every single person in their group turned to glare at the Weasley mother, startling her. They then saw Bill make his way through the crowd and pass his mother without a second glance. He wrapped Ginny in hug. "Ready to go, Firefly?" Bill asked his little sister. She nodded in return and hugged her friends goodbye before her. A Bill apparated off the platform. "Well, this is going to be unpleasant." Fred and George spoke as they said goodbye to Harry and the others and made their way over to their fuming mother and brothers. "I see my gran," Neville spoke up. "See you guys at the wedding." "Well, I'm meeting my parents on the other side," Hermione said as she hugged them all goodbye, declining their offer to see her through the barrier. "Hey, there they are," Blaise said, spotting his mother and the others' parents. They were greeted with hugs all around by the parents, although Amelia was absent. "Susan, you're coming home with Harry and I. Your aunt got called in," Sirius spoke. Susan nodded. One by one, the families left the station. So how was the end of term? And there had better be an explanation for the sword of Godric Gryffindor in it, Sirius said as he, Harry, Susan, and Amelia sat down for a family dinner their first night back. It's a long story," Harry started, and Susan nodded along with him. "You know how the Chamber of Secrets was opened?" "Yes," Amelia said, her tone rather angry. "How Dumbledore managed to cover it up is beyond me. He should have called in the Aurors." Sirius nodded at Amelia's comment. "Yeah, well, Hermione was attacked and petrified. Lucius Malfoy blackmailed the governors into getting rid of Dumbledore. Anyways, it was a Hufflepuff first year being possessed by Voldemort. She kidnapped Daphne and took her down to the chamber. I went after her with Blaise since Severus was unable to be contacted, and the other adults seemed to leave it up to idiot Lockhart. Long story short, I killed the basilisk. That was the monster in the chamber, with the sword. The phoenix, Professor Snape told me it was Fawkes, healed me from the basilisk venom and then did something to my scar. Somehow I get the feeling you're understating this," Sirius said with a smile, to which Susan laughed and nodded her head. "Harry, are you sure you want to go back there? There are other magical schools," Amelia asked with a concerned look. "Somehow I think trouble will still manage to find me," Harry said with a smirk that made Sirius let out a bark of laughter. Sirius," Harry started as they were on dessert. "Yes, pup." I don't know how to dance, Harry mumbled out. Sirius looked like he was contemplating a joke, but refrained at his godson's face. He looked rather distraught. No problem, Harry, I can teach you. It's part of a pureblood education. Amelia and Susan nodded along. Yeah, don't worry, Harry. I'll help you and you can surprise Daphne at the wedding, Susan said with a smile. Harry smiled brightly back. Thanks, Sue. Hey, what are soon-to-be pseudo-godsisters for? Amelia and Sirius smiled at each other. After dinner, they started Harry's dance lessons right away. Sunday arrived, and the time for Amelia and Sirius's hen and stag parties. Harry and his friends were gathered at Potter Manor, while the adults went out and partied. Finally, the wedding day was here. Harry was excited to see his first wizarding wedding and was standing as best man for Sirius. The elves were setting up for the wedding. Amelia and Susan's elf Misty came to help as well as the Greengrass elves. The ceremony itself was being held in a clearing in the forest. The clearing was off the main path in the forest. The clearing was beautiful with a small waterfall in the background and spacious enough to hold all the guests. The reception was being held in Potter Manor's ballroom. The guests had been sent one-way portkeys to get to Potter Manor. Dips would collect the portkeys to ensure nobody would have access to the manor afterwards. Mips was cooking up the wedding feast with Misty, while the other elves were working on the clearing and ballroom. The guests were arriving at 2 o'clock, and it was now 10 o'clock. The Tonks family had arrived, as Andromeda was the matron of honor. The Greengrass family was also here. All the women were sequestered in Amelia's dressing room. Why it takes 6 other women and 4 hours to get ready was beyond Harry's understanding. He was currently helping the elves get the clearing ready for the wedding. Sirius and Xavier were both nursing hangovers and were helping in the ballroom. Aeolus, Harry hissed from where he was currently floating in the air, placing a ribbon on the gazebo that was erected in front of the pool of water and waterfall. Sirius and Amelia would be standing under it for the ceremony. They had chosen green and orange for their wedding colors. Harry was hanging some chocolate-brown ribbon on the gazebo. How's it look? Harry hissed. Looks, I'm a SS snake. Yeah, but you're also a girl. SSSO how's it look good or no? Harry hissed again. Aeolus sighed. A little higher on the left. Harry nodded and did as he told. That completed the clearing. There were light brown chairs with white seats. Every other row had a small vase with orange roses and green hydrangea hanging from the aisle seat. The aisle was decorated with orange rose petals. The gazebo was white as it always was serious, and Amelia would be standing in with the officiator. Harry, Xavier, and Kingsley Shacklebolt would be standing off to the side in front of it opposite Andromeda, another Auror named Emmeline Vance, and Nim. It was almost 1 o'clock, so Harry headed up to the house with Aeolus draped around his shoulders. Harry got to his room wondering when he was going to see Daphne today. Harry dressed in his tux, which according to Sirius were so much better than dress robes. Harry personally agreed with him. Amelia just said they watched too many Bond movies. Harry, dressed in his tux, went to Sirius' teenage room. He and Amelia had moved into one of the master suites, used last by his grandparents. Harry knocked on the door and Sirius answered. We need to get going to welcome guests, Harry said as he walked into Sirius's room. Sirius was dressed in a similar tux as Harry, except where Harry's vest and tie were black. Sirius's were white. Sirius nodded but didn't move to put his jacket on, yet he was staring at a picture that hung on the mirror. Harry walked over to him and put a hand on the man's shoulder as Sirius was leaning with his arms on the dresser. The picture was of the Marauders plus Harry's mother, Lily, and another young woman Harry didn't recognize. What's up? Harry asked. Out of all of us, I never thought I would marry, Sirius said, reminiscing. Who are the others in the picture? Harry asked. The 4 of us guys, we were friends from the first train ride to Hogwarts. It's me, your dad, Pettigrew, and Remus Lupin. The girl next to your mum was Lily's best friend, Abby Armstrong. She was your godmother. I had wondered about that if I even had one, Harry commented. Abby was killed right before your parents went into hiding. Neither of them felt right about nomming another godmother. She and your mum were the only ones who never took any crap from us. Who is Remus? I've never heard of him before, just seen him in some pictures around the manor, Harry said. He was the fourth one of our group. He was the reason we all became animagus. He was werewolf. He was one of our best friends. Did he die in the war too? Harry asked, trying to be polite. No, Sirius growled out. Harry looked at Sirius in confusion. Sorry, it's just when I remember the Dursleys and what they did, he should have been there for you, taken you away. I've been trying to find him but haven't been able to. It's like he's fallen off the map. It would be nice to have one of my friends back, at least, after I get some answers as to why he wasn't there for you. Have you tried the Muggle world? Harry asked. He also wanted answers from the man, and another friend of his parents would be welcomed. Yes, I think he may have gone underground or left the country. Sirius shook his head and rolled his shoulders. Well, that's enough of that. Let's go get me hitched, Sirius said with a smile and took his jacket off a hanger and led his godson out of the room. Harry and Sirius arrived at the clearing where the other two groomsmen were waiting to welcome guests. A few minutes later, Daphne, her mother, and her sister came down the path to the clearing. Harry's eyes widened as he took in Daphne. Daphne was wearing a sliver dress with an empire waist that had a navy blue sash across it. She was wearing the necklace and ring Harry had given her. Harry cursed the school robes for hiding puberty, and he was suddenly a lot more nervous. Harry showed them to their seats and blushed as Daphne smiled at him. They hadn't talked about their small kiss or anything else that had to do with their impending relationship. And truthfully, Harry didn't know where to start. More and more guests arrived, diverting Harry's attention. All of Harry's friends and their families were there, including Severus, who came with Belladonna and Blaise. Sirius's cousin Narcissa Malfoy came with Draco. Apparently Lucius had a business trip to go on. Sirius looked concerned at that, but Narcissa brushed him off, and they took their seats. There were a lot of ministry employees at the wedding. Harry thought it looked like the whole Auror department was there. He wasn't sure that was a good thing. Bill and Ginny were invited and came with the twins and her other older brother Charlie. This was certain to cause a problem the next day since they were invited, and not Molly and Arthur. Sirius, though, was rather pissed at Molly for throwing Ginny out. It reminded him too much of his own. Overall, there were about 150 guests. The ceremony was ready to start, Harry, and the men took their places at the front. Professor McGonagall was officiating the ceremony. The music started. It was harp playing itself. The bridesmaids walked down the aisles one by one. They were all in pistachio green, all different styles. They were carrying small bouquets of fire calla lilies. Then Amelia appeared at the end of aisles, dressed in a beautiful white dress with a bouquet of orange roses, flame calla lilies, and burnt orange hypericum berries. The ceremony passed without any problems. When it came time to exchange the rings, Harry had a moment of panic when they weren't in his pocket. Until he remembered, he put them inside his jacket in a pocket. He gave Sirius a wry grin, to which Sirius just laughed. The happy couple shared their first kiss as husband and wife to the applause of the guests. The huge ballroom was decked out with tables draped in chocolate-brown tablecloths, and fairies were once again in use for lights. The elves had really outdone themselves with the room. Sirius and Amelia had their dance to Frank Sinatra's Come Fly With Me. Harry, when others started to take the dance floor, walked over to Daphne. "Would you like to dance?" Harry asked, trying not to stutter. Daphne flashed him a brilliant smile. "I would," Daphne replied. Harry took her hand and brought her over to the dance floor. They started spinning around the floor, rather well considering one of them just learned to dance. "I didn't know you could dance," Daphne said with surprise. "Well, Sirius and Susan and Amelia have been drilling it into me since we got home. Once I mentioned I didn't know how. I still have a way to go," Harry said with a laugh. Daphne smiled back and laughed a little. "As long as you don't step on my toes, we're good, Harry. So I'm kind of surprised there haven't been any pranks today." Andromeda made everyone promise that today was prank-free for Amelia. Harry and Susan were currently staying with the Greengrass family as the newlyweds were on their honeymoon. They were a week into it and had a week to go. Sirius had kept the destination a secret from Amelia, but the rest knew where they were going: to the Aeolian Islands, Italy. Harry, Susan, Daphne, and Astoria spent the majority of those 2 weeks in the Greengrass pool. Almost every day, at least one of their friends would be over to join them. They weren't training during the 2 weeks Sirius and Amelia were on their honeymoon. The only thing that was still going on was Harry's dance lessons. They had the added bonus of improving Harry's balance. The only downside to the 2 weeks that Harry could see was puberty was a bitch. Daphne more often than not spent the time in a bikini. "So, Myoni, where's this place you're taking us to again?" Blaise asked as he, Harry, Daphne, Tracy, Astoria, Ginny, Aoife, Neville, and Susan sat around or in the greengrass pool. "It's called Pleasure Beach Blackpool. It's the best amusement park in the UK, according to my cousin." "Well, it looks bloody brilliant on the telly," Harry said from his position on a raft in the pool. "So I looked it up, and there's a wizarding pub with a flue in Blackpool only 5 minutes from the park. It's called Peeves Pub." "Peeves like Peeves at Hogwarts?" Daphne asked with a look of disbelief. "Yep," Hermione said, popping the P. "We'll meet there at 9:30. The park opens at 10. "So it's going to be myself and Xavier, your parents and Bill and Tonks, right?" Evelyn asked as she came out to join the kids by the pool. "Yeah, my parents said to remind you to get plenty of Muggle money. Things tend to be overpriced at amusement parks. Oh, and wear jeans or shorts. Skirts would be bad on some of the rides." Friday came, and with it the trip to Blackpool. Harry got dressed in gray cargo shorts and another t-shirt from J.N.X. that read Black Knight. Then there was a picture of medieval knight holding a claymore and underneath reliable bridge security since 932. He put on low-top black chucks and went downstairs, where the only ones ready were Astoria and her parents. The Greengrass parents were both dressed in jeans and t-shirts, something Harry had never seen them wear. Astoria snorted, and cereal came out her nose when she read Harry's shirt. Xavier shook his head, and Evelyn smiled. "Where do you get those shirts?" Evelyn asked, smiling. "I ordered them online at the library in Little Whinging, or I went to Spencer's in the London Mall. I'll take you guys next time we got to London," Harry answered as Susan and Daphne walked in and sat down to eat. Harry's eyes widened a little and he cursed at his hormones. Daphne's mum chuckled and Xavier smirked and laid a hand on Harry's shoulder, leading him over to the table to eat. Daphne and Susan were both wearing jean shorts. Daphne had a tank top on that was the blue and brought out her eyes. She also had her hair up in some fancy twist thing that Harry had no idea what it was called. Susan had t-shirt on with the Superman symbol on it. Daphne and Susan were both developing faster than most others. They already could outdo the 5th years at school. Harry's eyes were permanently fixed on his plate. Xavier and Evelyn couldn't stop smiling as Daphne tried to get Harry to look up when he was talking. Xavier pulled Harry aside before they were leaving. "Harry, you need to relax." Harry gaped at the man, thinking, "How the hell am I supposed to do that? She's beautiful." Xavier laughed at Harry's expression, having long ago come to terms with his daughters taking after their mother. It helped that Harry was a good kid. "Harry, did I ever tell you that Evelyn and I started dadding in 3rd year?" Harry shook his head no. "It was pretty bad. I couldn't do anything but stutter at first. I thought she was never going to talk to me again." "Luckily she did, but she still teased me about it. So relax and enjoy each other as you two already know you're meant for each other. That takes half the pressure off." Harry nodded. "Can you give me a minute?" "Sure, I'll wait for you by the fireplace." Xavier said the others had already left. Harry willed himself to relax. It's just Daph," he repeated to himself and walked out. "Ready?" Xavier said, laying a hand on Harry's shoulder. Harry nodded and Xavier threw the flue powder into the fireplace. Peeves Pub. 10 children at an amusement park is insane, as the group soon found out. The first ride they went was the Pepsi Max Big One, the tallest roller coaster in the UK. The ride was insanely awesome in the eyes of all the children, including Bill and Tonks. Evelyn and Xavier rather disliked it and wondered if the goblins invented roller coasters. David and Elizabeth felt like they were back on a date. They spent the whole day at park. Harry, Blaise, and Daphne's favorite ride was Valhalla. Tracy, Neville, Astoria, and Ginny's favorite was the Urn Brew Revolution. Tracy, Aoife, and Hermione was the Infusion. Bill thought Valhalla was the best and commented on the accuracy to the Norse myths. Tonks was with Tracy, Aoife, and Hermione, with the Infusion being the best. The Greengrass parents preferred the Alice in Wonderland ride. Harry felt that ride was one giant boggart. When the Greengrass family arrived home, at 7 everyone was ready to sleep until noon the next day. Harry and Neville's birthday party was today. This time Harry chose what they were doing, and Harry chose to take his friends to Muggle London. Sirius was off during the summer, but Amelia had taken the day off from work to spend time with them, something that made Harry feel warm and fuzzy inside. In the weeks leading up to Harry and Neville's joint birthday, and the return of Sirius and Amelia, they had been training, as always. Only this time, Severus added in hand-to-hand combat. Evelyn continued to train them in sword fighting. Harry, Blaise, and Neville used broad swords like the sword of Gryffindor, while the girls used rapiers. Harry had discovered during a practice duel with Severus that he could summon the sword to himself when he was in need. They also discovered the sword would reflect minor curses and absorb for a limited time some of the major curses. When the sword absorbed the curse, the next time Harry's sword made contact with an object or person, the absorbed spell acted. However, Harry was not allowed to summon the sword or use it during practice fights due to the basilisk venom. A minor scratch from Gryffindor's sword was now deadly thanks to the venom. Severus was training them in Krav Maga, an Israeli combat style. Severus had been taught by a Muggle neighbor of his that had found out his father was abusive. Severus continued on with the training once he became a Death Eater and then spy. It had the added bonus of being completely unexpected by Death Eaters. Harry took to the hand-to-hand training the fastest. He was well on his way to mastering it. Harry trained with Severus every other day in the morning for 2 hours. On the opposite days, the whole group of friends trained together. Severus had taken Harry under his wing for the training, since he was already showing so much promise. Severus figured when Harry mastered it, he could take over training his friends while Severus introduced something new. When his friends asked him about how he developed so fast in Krav Maga, Harry shrugged and said, "It's similar to how I would fight off Dudley and his friends." Unexpectedly, Hermione was second to Harry in hand-to-hand combat. Her father had taken to teaching her self-defense after a rather cruel attack in primary school. Her father, being formerly a SAS member, taught her his style of hand-to-hand he learned in the military. Severus had the idea to bring David Granger in to mix the two techniques. All in all, picking a fight with Harry and his friends would be rather suicidal for the other students. They had been running and working out. Severus told them the better shape their body was in, the better their magic would be. As a result, Harry and Blaise now looked like most 6th-year Quidditch players, lean and muscled. Neville, who had a different body type, was bulkier but not in any way fat, more like a rugby player. The girls were sleek, slim, and deadly, and in Daphne and Susan's cases buxom. They had a tendency to curse their boobs during hand-to-hand and other workouts. Hermione and Tracy just cursed them for having boobs this early. Their rather hilarious arguments on boobs v. no boobs had a tendency to leave the boys resembling lobsters. They would be so embarrassed. So far, Severus, Sirius, and Amelia had taught them 2 new healing spells, Saner Vulnus and Consutum, and 3 new battle spells, Glacis Clavis, which sent 3 deadly spikes of ice, Ignis Flagellum, the fire whip, and Deprimo, which was a blasting curse that could blow holes through walls and people. Harry was dressed in black jeans and a white muscle shirt with a short-sleeve green and white plaid shirt. He tied his hair back in a low ponytail and put on a pair of green high-top chucks. He grabbed a pair of aviators and left his room, meeting up with Susan, who was in Bermuda shorts and short-sleeve Holyhead Harpies shirt. "You ready?" Susan asked, throwing her arm around her pseudo-brother. "Yep, I've only been into London a few times myself, so should be pretty awesome." Harry and Susan met Amelia and Sirius by the fireplace and flew to the leaky cauldron, where they met up with Daphne, Tracy, Hermione, Blaise, and Neville. "All right, you guys ready? We're going to use the underground," Amelia said. The group nodded, and they made their way to a black Tahoe out front that had been magically expanded to fit everyone comfortably, although you couldn't tell from the outside. "So what's up first?" "The tower," Harry said. They arrived at the tower, and Harry and Hermione were excited to find out there was a magic-guided tour that showed both the Muggle parts and the magical aspects. The women loved the Crown Jewels exhibit. They ended up seeing the elusive ghost of Anne Boleyn and chatted with her for a bit. Turns out she really did love Henry VIII and didn't use a love potion. She seemed to rather abhor the use of love potions. The little princes made the girls cry and Sirius laugh uproariously when they played a prank on an unsuspecting Muggle couple. For Neville and Daphne's favorite place of the day was the Royal Botanical Gardens, while Harry's favorite was the London Eye from which they got to watch the sunset. Harry promised to draw it for Daphne. After the Eye, they head back to the Leaky Cauldron and flew to the Greengrass home for a small party with the Tonks family and the Greengrass family. Harry's favorite gifts were a tie between the ones from Sirius or Daphne's. Sirius presented him with a new Marauders map that now featured the Chamber of Secrets. This map, unlike the old one Sirius had told him about, listed Harry and his friends' nicknames. The second gift was a set of two-way mirrors. He had one for each kid and he himself had one. To get in touch with one another, they just had to speak the person's name into the mirror, and the corresponding mirror would heat up. There was also a command that activated all the mirrors. He figured with them being in different houses, it would help them if they were separated. Daphne gave Harry a pair of silver dog tags with his parents' names, birth dates, and wedding date on one side, and on other side of the tags was a stag for James and a doe for Lily's, their animagus forms. "Sirius, what spell did you use on the mirror?" Hermione asked with a thoughtful look on her face. "It's a variation on the Protean charm. Why?" "Just curious," Hermione answered with a look that told them all she would be researching it. Neville opened his gifts after Harry and found that his favorite was from the Greengrass parents who had got him a rare plant from the Amazon rainforest. A few days after Harry's birthday, Amelia came home from work with a despondent and angry look on her face. Harry, Susan, and Sirius had just come in from where Sirius was teaching them how to drive his motorcycle when they saw her and knew something was wrong. Sirius immediately went over to Amelia and wrapped his arms around her. "Sweetheart, what's wrong?" Sirius said in a loving voice. "You may want to sit down. All of you, I have some bad news," Amelia said and waited for them all to sit before she began again. "Auntie," Susan prompted Amelia. "Peter Pettigrew has escaped from Azkaban," Amelia stated in hard tone. "What?" Susan shrieked out. Sirius looked murderous but remained seated while Harry's look could have frozen a Dementor in place. "How?" came an even tone from Harry that worried Amelia and Sirius. Susan, knowing Harry's temper was about to flare and fast, left the table unnoticed and flew the Greengrass family. Xavier and Daphne immediately came over. When Susan returned to the room, her aunt and Sirius were staring at the visible green aura surrounding Harry, while his magic was starting to make objects float. Daphne shot to Harry's side and knelt in front of him. She grabbed his head in her hands and forced him to look her in the eye. They stayed that way, staring at each other for 2 minutes before Harry's aura calmed and the objects went back to their original places. Daphne leaned forward and gave Harry a quick kiss on the lips that showed her pride in him calming himself. "Harry," Amelia spoke softly, "can you continue without any problems?" Daphne answered for him, "Yes, we'll be fine, just finish quickly, please." Amelia nodded and smiled at the girl who would soon be family. "Pettigrew injured himself significantly. The cause hasn't been identified yet. The injury, though, required for him to be brought to the medical wing of Azkaban." Here Amelia's face became hard, and she bit out. The Auror on duty did not take magic-suppressing cuffs with him, just regular ones. The suppressors are used when you are dealing with a known animagus. Pettigrew managed to blindside the Auror and transformed. After that, it would have been relatively easy for him to leave the island as a rat. There are so many there. Amelia walked over to Sirius and put a hand on his shoulder for support and to help calm him. "Any ideas where he has gone?" Xavier asked from his place by his daughter and Harry. "Yes," Amelia said, followed by a pause. "He's going after Harry." Sirius shot up from the chair, spun and leveled a vicious punch at the wall, which broke his hand, not that he noticed. Amelia did and healed it with a quick spell. Daphne sucked in a breath at Amelia's statement and clutched Harry's hand tight. Harry moved Daphne so that instead of sitting next to him, she was now in his lap. Harry wrapped his arms around her and put his chin on her shoulder. His face was set in a determined look. "He'll try for me at Hogwarts," Harry spoke. "It would be the easiest place, and he knows the layout and passages. But it also has twinkles, and as much as I dislike the man, it makes Hogwarts one of the hardest places also. Considering he spent years there under Dummel's nose, he will likely think he can do it again, giving us the advantage. He'll be cocky. I'll be ready, as will Aeolus." Sirius, amazing all of them, had wry grin on his face. You've been spending too much time with Severus. That was entirely too quick for a 13-year-old to outsmart me, Amelia, and Xavier. The others managed to laugh, and some of the tension dispersed. I think we should move up our plans to visit the alley sooner, Xavier said. If we are able to go when it's less crowded, it will be easier security-wise. We just need for Severus to get their supply list if he can. Amelia nodded in agreement. We wouldn't be expected, and if Severus can get the supply list by this week, it is likely that Pettigrew would not get that far in the short amount of time. Does he know where Potter Manor is? Amelia asked, turning to Sirius. No, he was never here, and if he was, James took everyone but Harry, Lily, and himself off the ward list when they went into hiding. Plus, it would take Voldemort himself hours to tear the wards here down. Sirius answered. Good, now shall we contact Severus? Amelia asked, and Xavier moved from the room to flew the professor. He returned minutes later with the potion's master in tow. Severus nodded his greeting. Pettigrew escaped, using his animagus, and is after Harry, Sirius said to catch him up to speed. Severus raised an eyebrow and Amelia cuffed Sirius across the back of his head. Pettigrew managed to injure himself, enough to need the hospital. The Auror who came to escort him did not use suppressors. He is suspended without pay and may be fired pending investigation. He was said to have been muttering in his sleep about Harry and revenge. Amelia spoke. Severus nodded, taking it all before he spoke. That rat will try at Hogwarts. That caused the group to laugh, making Severus give them a look that said they were all mad as a hatter. Hadrian spoke with a smirk. That was my thought. Severus smiled at his prized student. Yes, but we were wondering if it's possible for you to get the supply list for the 3rd years this week. It would give us better security options at the alley if we went now. Amelia spoke. Severus nodded. I'll see what I can do. When is it being released that he escaped? With any luck tomorrow, but fudge. Amelia trailed off only to have her thought finished by Sirius, Xavier, and Harry all at the same time. Is a idiot? Yes, Amelia said dryly. As soon as it's released, I'll approach Minerva for the schedule. That way, if it should somehow come up in conversation with the headmaster, it'll have been public news when I bring it up. He still assumes I'll do his work, and for now I want to keep it that way just in case. Those gathered nodded, and Severus left the room. Can I go to Hannah's? I've been kind of neglecting her, Susan asked. Amelia nodded, and Sirius got up to open the flu connection to the Abbotts so Susan could flew there. Daph, Xavier asked, looking towards his daughter. Daphne looked Harry in the eyes and then turned back to her father. I'm going to stay for a while if that's okay, she said, looking from her father to Amelia. Both nodded their acceptance. Xavier and Amelia walked to the entrance and met Sirius. They shared a grim look before Xavier flew back home to fill in his wife. How about we sit out on the swing for a while? Amelia asked her husband. Sirius nodded and put his arm around her waist and led her outside to the Potter's deck. They saw Daphne and Harry riding down one of the paths as they sat. Daphne stood when the adults left the room and pulled Harry up. Come on, let's go for a ride. Harry allowed her to pull him along to the stables. They arrived and went to their usual horses. Harry's was a black stallion named Odin and Daphne's was a painted mare named Rhea. Harry pushed Odin to his limits with Daphne hard on his tail. They stopped about 1.5 miles into the forest, on one of the trails. It opened into a small clearing with a creek running throughout where the horses could drink. Harry and Daphne dismounted, and Harry led Odin and Rhea over to the creek to drink. Harry walked to the middle of the clearing and laid down facing the clouds. Daphne came over and sat next to him where she could look down at his face. What are you thinking? Daphne asked, brushing Harry's hair from his face. Harry was silent for a bit before he spoke. I'm thinking I would like nothing more than to hunt the rat bastard down and practice some of our spells on him. Daphne looked Harry in the eye and spoke. Trouble finds us enough as it is. I know, but if he comes for me, I will fight him. And win. Harry spoke, his eyes flashing with his magic. Daphne lay across Harry's chest with her face in his neck. You will, but now I think we need to talk about us, Daphne said. Harry wrapped an arm around her. "You're already my best friend, Daph," Harry said, looking down at her. "I couldn't imagine you not being in my life. When you were taken into the chamber, I panicked inside. I wouldn't be able to function if you weren't in my life. You were the first friend I ever had." Daphne smiled at him, her eyes gleaming with happiness. "Harry, I've known about this marriage my whole life. I was worried, and I know my parents were when you disappeared from the magical world and our life. I didn't know how I would react to you, if you were a spoiled or what. I'm happy you're who you are. I wouldn't change you at all, though I would have killed for the chance to join Blaze's grandfather's men when they went after the Dursleys. Especially that bitch with the dogs." Harry chuckled at that and got a thoughtful look. "Will you go to Hogsmeade with me, as a date?" "I would love to," Daphne said, sitting up with a smile on her face. "Hatchling SS Sirius wants to SS speak with you," Aeolus hissed as she slithered over to them. Harry picked Aeolus up and started to stroke her before she moved to sink into Harry's skin as a tattoo. "Sirius wants to talk to me," Harry clarified for Daphne. They walked over to their horses, Harry stroking Odin's mane, whispering to the horse. Odin neighed and shook his head. Harry turned to Daphne and Rhea. "How about a race?" Harry smirked at Daphne. Daphne turned to Rhea, who neighed. "You're on," she said with her own smirk. They mounted and counted to 3. On 3, they took off down the path back towards the stables. Harry and Odin led for a while until Daphne let out a laugh and Rhea put on the speed. As they raced into the stable, Dips appeared. "Mistress Daphne wins," he spoke as he took the horse's reins as the two dismounted. Daphne smirked victoriously while Harry shook his head and patted Odin on the nose. "We let him win, didn't we?" Odin neighed and seemed to agree with Harry's assessment. "Whatever," Daphne said with a laugh as they started towards the house. Daphne walked to the flue and gave Harry a kiss on the cheek before leaving. Harry walked into the family room where Sirius and Amelia were sitting. "Hadrian James," Sirius said, leaning forward, "I want you to promise me you will not go looking for Pettigrew, and I will do the same." Sirius held his hand out to Harry. Harry nodded and shook his hand before speaking. "I will defend myself, though." "Oh, we have no doubt," Amelia said. "And we expect you to, we just do not want you to go actively searching for him. Even the Muggle authorities will be looking for him." She spoke with belief in her voice that they would find him. Harry nodded, and Sirius and Amelia both enveloped him in a hug. Harry was filled with a sense of comfort and parental love. He had never felt that before. He liked it. He realized that he now had friends and family that would never desert him and would always support him. "Severus, any news?" Sirius asked as he joined the group after their Krav Maga lessons. They were taking a short break before they would begin their magical training for today. "Yes, I was able to procure their book lists for the students. Hermione, you'll have to pick too. However, if you study the subjects on your own, you will be able to take the OWLs and any WTs if you want to. The schedule can't be worked out." Hermione nodded. "I'll take ancient runes and arithmancy then." "Hadrian will be more than able to help you with magical creatures," Severus answered. Harry nodded his acceptance. "All right, we can go to the alley Friday. You guys ask your parents if they want to take you, join us, or just send you with us," Sirius said. "Bill is going to be bringing Ginny with us on Friday. We already spoke about them joining us." "I'll be joining you as well," Severus spoke. Sirius nodded to the man. "I want you all to work on the fire whip today," Severus spoke. "I want you to be able to produce a decent length of fire before school starts. Also, Sirius and I will be working on your dodging and shielding." Severus walked over to where Sirius had been drawing a circle on the floor with his wand. "This is something we devised. It works on the same premise that Aurors are trained, only harder, as you will be confined to the circle. You are to doge, but if you get stuck, throw a shield up. However, do not rely on it. If you do, Sirius and I will up the ante, so to speak. Hadrian, you're first." Harry took his place in the circle, while Severus and Harry prepared to cast. They would start with minor stinging hexes, and move on from there depending on how often Harry shielded. Sirius took up a position in front of Harry was standing. Severus took one off to the side. They counted to 3 and began flinging hexes. Harry dodged both by ducking to the left and low. Harry was dodging for the first minute but lost track of Severus in the process. Severus was now facing Harry's back, and waited for him to dodge Sirius's spell before sending his own at Harry. Harry at the last second sensed the spell coming but threw up a silent Protego spell, a variation of one he learned in the Potter library. The spell encompassed Harry's body in a blue circular shield that repelled Severus, and Sirius' next spell were rebounded off the shield. Harry was still able to dodge and shield at the same time as Severus and Sirius upped their spells to a bone breaker. Harry's shield held until Sirius called time 3 minutes later. "Very good, Hadrian," Severus spoke. "What was that spell?" "I found it in the Potter library. It's a variation on Protego. The incantation is Orbis Protego. You can't cast out of it, though, but it works for as added protection when dodging." Blaze went next and did almost as well as Harry, only he forgot to keep moving while he was shielding. As a result, his shield fell after 3 bone breakers, and the 4th hit him in the ankle. Sirius healed him, and they moved on to the next. Daphne did almost as well as Harry, coming out only having been hit by 1 stinging hex, avoiding all the others. Hermione used the same spell Harry did and came out without getting hit. Neville demonstrated the circle was more than a boundary line, as when he stepped out momentarily, the side of the circle gave him jolt of similar to an electric shock. Harry and Susan both managed to produce a potent length of fire and establish control over it. Hermione had the best length of fire after theirs reaching about 5 feet, but she had little control over it. The rest had either the same length and no control, or a shorter length with no control. Tracy had the shortest length of fire, reaching only 3 feet, but she was able to control it and wield it like a whip as Severus had shown them. On Friday, they were all able to meet at the Leaky Cauldron. Blaze came with his mother Belladonna, who gave Severus a kiss. The students couldn't resist and started to sing and make kissing noises at the two. Severus silenced them with merely a look, which made him smirk proudly when they all gulped. Sirius was with them, as was Bill Weasley and Ginny and Asatria. The Greengrass parents also came. Tracy, Neville, Hermione came without their parents, or in Neville's case, his gran. Tracy parents, though, wanted them to stop by their store and meet them for lunch. "All right, first stop is the Cauldron Shop. I need some new ones for the lab, as this last batch of first years was rather impotent when it came to potions." Ginny and Astoria snickered, thinking of the class they shared with the Gryffindors. "I need another one, too," Harry spoke. "I would recommend one lined with copper. They seem to be the best for experimenting with new potions, like your prank ones." Severus spoke to Harry and picked out a size 4 copper cauldron. "Thanks," Harry said, and took the cauldron over to the counter to pay. It was 4 galleons for it. Severus bought 10 new pewter cauldrons and had them sent to Hogwarts. They stopped into Slug and Jiggers to restock their potion ingredients. Blaze and Neville ended up needing the most. Harry bought more exotic ingredients, intending on experimenting at Hogwarts. Once again, Severus ordered in bulk many ingredients and had them sent to Hogwarts. "Harry, do you need anything at the Quidditch shop?" Sirius asked. "Yeah, I need new arm guards. Mine took a beating last year." Harry said. They turned and went it while Belladonna and Severus took Blaze, Hermione, Tracy, and Susan to get some more parchment and quills. The rest went into the Quidditch shop. "Harry, over here," Bill called out. Harry walked over to where Bill was in front of some of the more expensive guards. "Charlie, he's a seeker too." In a letter, he was going on about these guards. "They're made of Antipodean opali skin. Carly won't wear them on principle, but he said they're the lightest, strongest, and flexible guards yet. The gloves probably wouldn't be too bad for potions either." Harry nodded and picked up a pair of arm guards, fingerless sickles. While he was checking out, the owner of the shop, who was working the register today, reached down and brought up a picture of a broom. The back had the broom's stats on it. "You might be interested in this, Mr. Potter. It's a brand new racing broom made by an up-and-coming company, and it's called the Firebolt. It's the fastest broom ever to be made and is already being coveted by the professionals. I've seen some of your games. This would definitely be put to good use in your hands." "Thank you, I'll keep it in mind." Hadrian spoke and left the man a galleon in thanks. "What's that?" Daphne asked, pointing to the picture. "A new broom. Its stats and the shopkeeper's endorsement are making me want to empty my vault if I have to just to get it, but my Nimbus is still good," Harry said. Daphne put an arm around Harry's waist and smiled proudly at him. They met back up with the rest of the group at Flourish and Blots. I'll write your defense books from first year are the same. Ginny and Astoria will need a copy, though. Arithmancy needs numerology and grammatica. The standard book of spells grade 3 and 2 for Ginny and Astoria. Intermediate transfiguration. For runes, ancient runes made easy and rune dictionaries for Egyptian, Norse, and Latin. For care of magical creatures, the monster book of monsters. Severus said the last one with a bit of disdain, and as he did they looked at once to the piles of books that were fighting each other in a cage. What is the point of that? Harry asked. Your guess is as good as mine, Severus said, eyeing the books with an eyebrow quirked. The others nodded in agreement. Hermione had the same confused look on her face as Harry. Wizards, she muttered under her breath, and Harry nodded. The others could do nothing but shrug their shoulders. Any idea how to get them to stop fighting? She asked, looking towards Harry. Nope, who's the teacher for this year? He asked Severus. Hagrid, since he's been cleared, Severus answered. Well, he knows more about animals than anyone else at Hogwarts, however. He fails to remember not everyone is as big as him or has the same skin considering he's half giant. There has to be something, though, Harry spoke, leaning down by the cage. He studied it and saw one book was flipped on its spine and moving backwards and forwards. The book was perfectly docile. Harry opened the cage and pulled out a book and quickly stroked the spine. The book calmed immediately and fell open. Harry pulled out 3 more books and repeated the process. They found the rest of their books easily after that. Severus looked for a book on Sumerian runes, but didn't have any luck. Is that it, or do any of you need any new robes and such? Sirius asked the group. Harry, Blaise, Neville, Daphne, and Susan all needed new robes. Well, damn, Harry, you outgrew the growing charms again, he asked. Harry nodded. He had shot up this summer to about 5'4", and his shoulders and arms grew as well. Blaise was at the same height, and Neville was a bit shorter but had more muscle mass and was just generally bulkier than both Blaise and Harry. The girls had grown too, but the only ones who outdid the growing charms were Susan and Daphne. So after another visit to Madame Twilfit, they stopped in at Tracy's parents' store. Marius greeted them at the front of the store. How did it go? They all responded back in the positive. Good, Addison will be out in about 5 minutes, then we can go eat. They spread out and looked around the shop. Harry saw Daphne eyeing a pearl and sapphire necklace from the 1920s. Harry bought it for her. When she wasn't looking, figuring he would give it to her for Christmas. Severus and Sirius both looked for ancient rune books on Sumerian, but only found a rather old journal that belonged to an English explorer who went through the region. There were only a few translated runes, nothing that would help them. Damn, Severus muttered. Do you need something in ancient Sumerian translated? Bill asked quietly. Severus turned to him and gave him a deep, penetrating look. Can you? Yes, it's one of the reasons the goblins put me Egypt. Severus looked to Sirius, who nodded. Stop at Potter Manor tonight, so we can give you the book. Bill nodded. All right, you guys were ready to go, Addison said, stepping out from the back room. They moved down to a restaurant in the alley called the Crystal and ate lunch before they went back to Potter Manor to hang out and watch movies for the night. Bill, Severus, and Sirius were in a study in Potter Manor after Sirius got a copy of the Sumerian book. Well, it was more like pages of papyrus strung together, but that constituted a book back then. This is on a rather sensitive subject. After you translate it, I plan on locking it in the Black Vault or destroying it, Sirius said. Bill looked at the book in curiosity and nodded at Sirius. It deals with the Dark Lord and how he managed to survive. He made several of these objects, Horcruxes. Severus spoke slowly. Bill looked startled. Survived? Yes, he survived as Wraith and is trying to find ways back as we speak. He will eventually succeed unless it can be stopped, which is why we need this translated as soon as possible. Even if he rises again to power, we'll need that information to stop him for good. Bill nodded and excused himself to get Ginny. I'll see what I can do. We have a problem, Severus spoke as he entered the practice room to Potter Manor. They had 2 weeks before school was set to arrive, and so far Pettigrew had been sighted once in Glasgow, Scotland. They have decided to bring Dementors to Hogwarts. What? Sirius shouted. Yes, that was most of the professor's responses to it. Minister Fudge has decided it is in the best interest of the students. They will not be allowed in the castle, just at the boundary line and Hogsmeade. And the Missistry has that much control over them? Sirius asked with a raised eyebrow. No, which is why we're going to teach them, Severus said, pointing to the 7 of them. The Patronus charm. Can you conjure one? Severus asked. Before Azkaban I could. I haven't tried since then, Sirius sighed. Expecto Patronum, Sirius shouted. Out of his wand came a silver mist, but that was all. You need to work on it, we'll need it, if the Dark Lord rises again. Expecto Patronum, Severus said in a small, sliky tone of voice. Out of Severus' wand came a burst of silver mist that formed into dough. Lily, Sirius whispered. Severus nodded and cancelled the spell. This is a spell destined to combat Dementors, and it works against Lethifold. It acts as a guardian against the Dementors. It contains the caster's positive memories, thoughts, and feeling, but none of its caster's despair, which is what drives it away. There are fully qualified adult wizards that cannot perform this charm, so it may not work for you. The charm takes a shape unique to the caster. While you say the incantation, you need to focus on a single, very happy memory. You all are going to learn it by the start of school. I want you all to practice non-stop. The Dementors do not recognize one person from another if they find you on your own, or if they're particularly drawn to you, they will try to give you the kiss. The Dementor's kiss sucks out the soul of the victim and leaves behind an empty shell of a body. It is not something you want to experience. Dementors suck the happiness out of you. If you have a strong reaction to them, they bring your worst memories to light and make you relive them, and it is also possible to pass out from their effects. I want you all to be able to cast a full Patronus before school, as it is harder to cast in front of a Dementor. Now can I borrow a house elf? Mips, Harry called. Mips appeared with a pop. I need you to go to Honeyjuke's and purchase 3 pounds of chocolate, Severus told the elf. Mips poked out and after a minute returned with the chocolate. Thank you, Mips. We'll take some now. She broke off a chunk and placed it on the table with a spell to keep it cool, then bowed and poked out again. The incantation, like you heard, is Expect Patronum. There is no wand movements, just focus on your happy memory. Begin. The first to cast was Hermione, although nothing happened. Blaise cast next and was able to produce a fine silver mist, but it only held for 10 seconds. Neville and Susan both got the tip of their wand to light up silver for almost a minute, but it never progressed past that. Tracy produced a mist for 15 seconds. Daphne managed to produce a mist for a minute. Harry's was the same as Daphne's. You all need to pick a happier memory, Sirius and Severus said at the same time. Harry closed his eyes and ran through his memories since attending Hogwarts. The ones before definitely weren't happy. He ran through his memories and tried to remember the feelings that went along with them. Harry settled on the day they found out Pettigrew escaped. Harry focused on how loved he felt laying on the ground with Daphne, holding her smiling at him, racing back to the barn. He let the feeling fill him, and then focused on the hug from Sirius and Amelia, and the feelings of security and wantedness. Harry simply smiled at the feelings and spoke. Expect Patronum. Out of Harry's wand shot a brilliant white and silver mist that formed into a wolf. Harry opened his eyes and smiled at the wolf, which looked remarkably like Daphne's animagus form. Harry held the spell for a good minute before canceling it. By the end of the 2 weeks, all the students managed to complete the spell. Hermione and her parents had stayed at Potter Manor to allow Hermione time to practice the spell. Hermione's took on the form of an otter. Tracy's was a small kitten that, when let loose, tended to run around the room and pounce on the other Patroni. Neville's charm was a panda bear, something that made him blush. Susan had a large bear. Blaise had a snake that looked like his animagus form. Daphne had a large male wolf that looked like Harry's animagus. Daphne and Harry shared a smile whenever they would conjure their Patroni. As they boarded the train and left the station, Amelia turned to Sirius. Why did you two drill the Patronus into them? The teachers know it, I believe. Severus suspects that Harry's past will draw the Dementors to him. He wanted them all prepared, Sirius said as they watched the train disappear from sight. Chapter 14. New Classes and Boggarts. So did Severus ever say who the new defense professor is? Hermione asked the others. No, they were still looking, I think, Harry said. Despite Quirrell being incompetent, the book he used was pretty good, so they probably just reassigned it. Well, hopefully this one isn't an idiot, Blaise said. Third time's a charm, right? Neville asked with a laugh. All right, Harry said, bringing out his deck of cards. Susan groaned. Something other than poker, please. Well, if you would let me finish, I was going to say bullshit. Excuse me, Daphne said. It's a card game. You deal the deck and then start with the 2 of clubs. Whoever has the 2 of clubs starts. Then the person to the right of them lays their 3s down and so on. The goal is to be the first without any cards. And if you don't have any 3s or another card when it's your turn? Tracy asked. You try to bluff, but if somebody calls bullshit, you have to take the pile. If they call bullshit and they're wrong, they have to take the pile. It's simple and fun. Even you poor unfortunate purebloods should be able to get it. Harry said, teasing his friends, who took his statement as a challenge. It always works, doesn't it? Hermione said to Harry with a laugh at how riled her friends got when Harry teased them. Yep, Harry said, popping the P. The group played for the rest of the trip. They got so into the game that occasionally other students came by their cabin, thinking there was a fight. Bullshit, Harry yelled as Neville tried to put down 2 kings. Unfortunately for Harry, the trolley lady took that moment to open the door and ask them if they wanted anything. Well, I never, the trolley lady said, astonished. Harry looked up with a surprised look on his face. Oops, Harry said quietly as the trolley lady looked like she was about to start in on them. No, we're playing a card game that wasn't directed to you, Harry spoke fastly. Seeing the lady's dubious expression, Harry added, I could never say something like that to you. You provide us with happiness on this long journey to Hogwarts every year. The others hid their giggles and smirks from sight, while the lady let it go. Harry, for good measure, bought one of everything for him and his friends. Nice, Harry, Hermione said, rolling her eyes. The others laughed and went back to the game. 5 minutes later, they were stopped again by the train abruptly jerking to a halt. Hermione looked at her watch. We too early to be at Hogwarts. Things on the train got eerily quiet. There's something out there, Neville said in a whisper that matched the quiet that had descended. The train became cold. Ice started to spread on the windows. Harry slipped his wand out, as did Daphne and Blaise. The cold dropped to freezing and their breathing became visible. They heard something moving down the hallway from the compartment. The lights went out. They froze and could feel the cold down into their bones. Harry started to hear a faint screaming. Harry, not recognizing the signs from the trial, focused on the screaming. His grip on his wand loosened. The screaming got louder, and with it Harry's vision clouded and tunneled, and he passed out. No, please, not Harry. Not Harry, not Harry. Please, I'll do anything. Stand aside, you stupid girl. No, not Harry. As Harry heard his mother's last scream, he heard another voice screaming. Harry, Harry, Daphne shouted as she shook him. Harry opened his eyes slowly and looked around, seeing his friends looking concerned at an older man with scars that looked familiar. What happened? Harry asked quietly, not moving his head from Daphne's lap where she was stroking his face. It was Dementor, Hermione spoke quietly and a bit apologetically. We froze, but it zeroed in on you. It was trying to take your memories. Daphne and Neville got their patroni to work and drove it off. Here, eat. I'm your new defense professor. The familiar, scarred older man spoke, handing Harry a rather large hunk of chocolate. Eat all of it. I need a word with the conductor. With that, the man left. Eat, Harry, Daphne whispered to him. Harry started nibbling on the chocolate and was surprised to feel better almost instantly. Harry took some bigger bites. We're researching Dementors as soon as we can. Hermione spoke in a tone that they all knew meant no questioning. We should check on your sister, Harry said with half the chocolate left. The group nodded, and Harry, Daphne, and Neville were decided upon to check on them. Neville conjured his patroness to walk in front of them just in case. As they moved to the car in front of them where Astoria, Ginny, and Aoife were, they passed Draco and Theo. Draco looked worse for the wear, and Harry broke off a piece of chocolate and gave it to him. Draco nodded his thanks, and the trio moved on. Astoria, Ginny, and Aoife were in the last compartment of the car. Oh, thank the gods you're here, Astoria exclaimed, hugging her sister and nodding her head towards Malcolm, another second-year Slytherin in their compartment. The boy was shaking and had his arms wrapped around his knees. Neville moved his panda patronus to the boy, and it surprised them by sitting around the boy like it was hugging him. The boy stopped shaking, but still looked rather pale. Harry gave the boy the rest of the chocolate. Malcolm took the chocolate, ate it, and smiled in thanks when he noticed it helped. "That thing came in here, what was it?" Aoife asked. "A Dementor, one of the guards of Azkaban. They're going to be at the school this year. The professor booted them from the train, though, so no more visits for the rest of the way." "Harry, Draco, Quidditch this Friday night," Flint said as they took their seats. Draco and Theo were behind Tracy, Blaise, and Daphne. "Already?" Draco asked. "I wrote to Hooch and got the pitch resevered. We need to new beaters that can either match the Weasley twins or outmuscle them," Flint answered. Harry and Draco groaned at the manic look in Flint's eyes. "This is going to suck," Harry said, leaning past Daphne so Draco could hear. Draco nodded. "So we shouldn't be expecting you for the whole weekend," Daphne said teasingly. Harry groaned and decided for retaliation to tickle her side with causing her to let out an embarrassing squeak. "Oh, you'll pay for that," she said. Harry was going to reply, but Dumbledore stood raising his arms for silence. "Before you all go getting befuddled with our excellent feast, I have a few announcements. First, and the most important, as you'll no doubt have noticed after their search of the Hogwarts Express. Hogwarts is currently playing host to the Dementorts of Azkaban prison. They are here on Ministry of Magic business. They will be stationed at every entrance to the grounds. I need to make it plain to you all that nobody is to leave the school without permission this year. Dementors are not fooled by tricks, disguises, or even invisibility cloaks," Twinkles said, looking towards Harry. "It is not in the nature of a Dementor to understand pleading, therefore none of you should put yourself in a position where you run afoul of them. Now, on a more happier note, I am pleased to introduce 2 new professors this year," Dumbledore said while smiling happily. The whole school looked at him like there were a couple screws loose in his head. "For defense against the dark arts, please welcome Professor Lupin." The man with the scars stood to a scattered applause. But really, who claps after being told soul-sucking fiends are going to be staying at the castle? Harry, though, gasped and set his jaw. "What is it?" Daphne asked Harry quietly, as Dumbledore introduced Hagrid as the Care of Magical Creatures professor. "I know why he looks familiar. Lupin was one of my dad's friends. He in some of the pictures around the manor, and Sirius has been trying to contact him. He wants some answers from him." "Answers?" Tracy asked. "I'll tell you in the common room." "Hey, look at Snape," Blaise said as they loaded up their plates. Snape was glaring at Lupin with a look that could freeze hell over. "Any ideas why he hates our new defense professor already?" "Yeah, common room, though," Harry said, indicating they would have to wait to hear the story. "So you guys looking forward to Hogsmeade?" Aaron Vasey asked from his seat on the left of Blaise. Harry and Daphne blushed a little. They were slowly losing all the embarrassment around their relationship. Do I detect something going on?" Vasey said in a teasing tone. "Daphne and Harry are using it as their first date," Blaise replied in a lovey-dovey voice. Vasey developed a calculating look. Harry caught it immediately. "You do anything to ruin it, and it's open season on your ass, and not just but serious," he growled out. Vasey gulped, and a brilliant smile lit up Daphne's face at Harry's protectiveness, and gave him a lingering kiss on the cheek. "Thank you," Daphne whispered to Harry. Harry just grinned at her in return. "So we're in the common room, Harry?" Tracy prompted. The 4 Slytherins were in a corner of the common room at a small table with a chess set in front of Daphne and Harry. Harry moved and took Daphne's knight. "Professor Lupin is Remus Lupin. He was the 4th Marauder." "One of your father's friends?" Blaise asked. "Yeah, he's also a werewolf." The others gasped, but Harry glared at them, shutting them up. "If you're going to dislike the man, wait till we have a class, not because he turns into something he can't control 3 days out of a month." The others looked rather ashamed of themselves when they heard it spelled out like that. "Wait," Daphne spoke. "If he was one of the Marauders, where has he been, and how come he never checked on you?" She was getting more irate by the second. Harry took her hand under the table to help calm her. I don't know, neither does Sirius. He's been looking for Lupin, wanting the same answers and some of his own. I think Sirius wanted him to be at the wedding, but Sirius couldn't find him. So why does Professor Snape hate him? Blaise asked. Besides him being a marauder, well, do you remember why Sirius apologized? Remus was the werewolf. I assume it's nothing personal, but he tried to take a bite out Severus, so he's a bit justified. So what do you have first? Daphne asked, seeing her schedule open first thing today. Arithmancy, yours is open, Harry asked, receiving a nod. So that leaves you and Nev free. Yeah, we'll probably go to the library and look up Dementors, Daphne said, before being interrupted by Neville. I was hoping you could go over potions with me, Neville asked. Yeah, that's fine. Want to try and get through this year without blowing up a cauldron? She teased him. The others laughed. Neville flipped them the bird in return, and the group split up to attend their first arithmancy class. Harry, Tracy, Blaise, Hermione filed into the arithmancy classroom on the 4th floor. Susan came in with Hannah, and the Hufflepuff that was petrified last year, Justin. Harry waved them over, and they took the seats next to where Harry and Blaise, Hermione and Tracy were sitting. Hannah for once didn't blush around Harry, and Justin apologized to Harry for his reaction to Parseltongue. Good morning and welcome to your first ever arithmancy class. I am Professor Septima Vector. The class, which consisted of 4 snakes, 6 ravens, and 3 puffs, answered with their own good morning. I have reviewed your files and all of you show exceptional talent. However, this class will not be easy, and you will all have to work for your grades. Now to begin, open your books to Chapter 1. The class continued on reminding Harry why he disliked math in primary school. All right, your first assignment is to complete the number chart at the end of Chapter 1. Hermione separated from the group as Harry, Blaise, Tracy, and Susan with her 2 friends made their way to Transfiguration. So what did you guys think? Harry asked the group. I have a feeling it's going to be the cause of many future headaches, Tracy answered. You should have signed up for divination. I think you're right, Susan said, causing the group to laugh. They were met at the Transfiguration classroom by Daphne. McGonagall gave them a lecture on animagi. Unfortunately for the Harry and friends, they didn't pick up anything new from her lecture. What do you think Hagrid will have for our first class? Harry asked his friends, all of which were around him. They were sitting at the Ravenclaw table. Nobody seemed to mind. Considering he gave you a book that bites something just as insane, Hermione answered. Yeah, Harry, I'm pretty sure you were the only one who figured out how to open the book, Neville said, chuckling. At least nobody in Gryffindor has figured it out. You haven't shared, Daphne asked with a smirk. Weasley's been annoying, Neville said with a shrug as he finished off his lunch. All right, we'll see you 3 later. Harry, Neville, Blaise, and Daphne left for magical creatures. On the way out, they met up with Draco and Theo. So why aren't your books bolted like the rest of us? Theo asked. Stroke the spine and they calm down, Harry answered. Who in their right mind assigns a biting book? Draco mumbled under his breath. I don't think anyone's ever accused Hagrid of being in his right mind, but you gotta admit he knows his animals, Harry answered with a laugh. You're going to be just as insane as him in this class, aren't you? Draco asked. Harry smirked in reply. Yeah, well, just remember, anything happens to you and Marcus is liable to kill you if you're not dead already, Draco said with his own smirk. Daphne smacked him upside the back of his head. Oh, woman, I was kidding, Draco exclaimed. The others laughed while Harry gave Daphne a kiss on the cheek. Hey, Draco, weren't you in a contract like them? Blaise asked, referring to Daphne and Harry. Draco gave a shudder. Yeah, to Parkinson, but my mum finally got it cancelled. I'm not sure how and I don't really care. I'm just happy I'm not in it. The other boys shuddered too at the mention of Parkinson, and Daphne made a face. They came to a stop in front of Hagrid's hut where the other students were gathered. It was large class with all the years. Crabble and Goyle had also signed up for it. The Weasel and his 2 friends Thomas and Finnegan were the Gryffindors, Terry Boot, Michael Corner, Morag McDougal, and Mandy Brocklehurst were the Ravens. And there were 4 Puffs too, Wayne Hopkins, Zacharias Smith, and Megan Jones. All right, today I have a real treat for you all. Hagrid started class in his booming voice. "Just follow me now." Hagrid led them down a path into an alcove of the forbidden forest where there were too many of the students' strange horse-like creatures that had the head and talons of a bird, and wings. Harry, Daphne, Neville, and Blaise recognized the creatures as hippogriffs. Hagrid moved over to the hippogriffs and brought one of the larger ones over. "Now can anyone tell me what these beautiful creatures are?" Harry looked around, and seeing no one answering, raised his hand, saying, "Hippogriffs." "Right ye are, Harry. Hadrian, 5 points to Slytherin," Hagrid announced with a smile. At that the Slytherins brightened while the Gryffindors glared. "Now first thing ye need to know about hippogriffs is they're proud. Easily offended, hippogriffs are. Don't never insult one, 'cause it might be the last thing ye do." Most of the students were now slowly backing away from Hagrid and the hippogriffs. Now with hippogriffs, ye always want to let 'em make the furs move. Ye need to be polite. Now ye walk toward him and wait. If he bows back, ye or tur touch him. If he dose and bow, then get away from him sharpish, 'cause those talons hurt. "Right, who's up furs?" Hagrid asked. The hippogriffs behind Hagrid reared up on their hind legs, and some shook their heads in protest of being tethered for the lesson. The class immediately stepped back, except for Harry, who stepped forward. "Hadrian, good man," Hagrid exclaimed. "Now come on up and bow." Harry walked forward towards the hippogriff Hagrid had brought forward and bent in a sweeping bow to the hippogriff, keeping his eyes on the hippogriffs. "Good, good. Now ye have to do what Hadrian here's doin', keep your eyes on the hippogriffs and don't blink. They don't trust yer if you're blink." The hippogriff eyed Harry for a few seconds before stepping back and presenting its own bow. Harry moved up to the hippogriff and started to pet him. Harry marveled at the feathers, as he often did with the pack of hippogriffs in the forest at home. "What's his name?" Harry asked. "Buckbeak, and I think he'll let yer fly." With that, Hagrid picked Harry up and set him on Buckbeak's back, and before Harry was settled, he slapped Buckbeak and the hippogriff took off. Harry lurched forward as Buckbeak started his run and wrapped his arms around Buckbeak's neck. Buckbeak's wings flew out as he launched off the ground and soared into the air. Buckbeak flew Harry around the top of the forest over the Black Lake. Harry threw his arms out as they flew over the Black Lake and felt the breeze go through him. Buckbeak banked left, and they made their way back to the paddock where they began. Harry braced himself for the rough landing as Buckbeak touched down. The class was clapping when Harry dismounted Buckbeak. Harry gave the hippogriff another pat before Hagrid came over and threw the creature a small ferret. "All right now, no more than 3 to a hippogriff, and remember to be polite." "So how was it, Harry?" Draco asked. "It's brilliant, but the landing is a little rough," Harry said with a grin. The rest of the class passed without incident until Weasley mouthed off. The Slytherins plus Neville snickered every time Ron Weasley tried to bow to his hippogriff. The hippogriff seemed rather offended by the weasel's mere presence. Seeing people snicker at him, went red and muttered, "Stupid overgrown turkey." The hippogriff took offense and reared up, while Hagrid yelled to settle it, but it ignored the Hogwarts gamekeeper and came down talons ready to claw the little weasel when Harry flicked his wand out of its holster. "Depulso," Harry muttered. The weasel went flying out of the way and landed with a thud 15 feet on his arm, breaking it. The hippogriff looked like it wanted to charge after the redhead, but settled for the weasel Hagrid threw to it. "Class dismissed. No assignments," Hagrid said, moving over to pick the now whining redhead up. "I'm taking Ronald here to the hospital wing. Hadrian, you need to come with me." Hadrian sighed. No good deed goes unpunished. "Well, you could have used a cushioning charm on the landing," Daphne said with a smirk. Blaise finished off with, "Why waste a perfectly good spell?" Those around them chuckled, and Harry picked up his bag, going with Hagrid. "You're pretty good with Buckbeak there, Hadrian," Hagrid commented, ignoring Ron's whimpering. "Thanks, we have hippogriffs at Potter Manor. They're really fascinating," Harry said, with contained enthusiasm, mindful of the Gryffindor in Hagrid's arms. "Animals have always been a favorite of mine," Harry said, remembering Sirius's comment that Hagrid was a friend of his parents. "Really, you should come down and visit me sometime. You know I knew your folks. I got some pictures if you want to see 'em sometime," Hagrid said as they arrived at the hospital wing. "I'd like that, thank you," Harry replied. Hagrid flopped Ron down onto a bed, and Madame Pomfrey came over tutted and fixed him arm with a simple spell. It'll be sore for a day or two, so we'll keep it in a sling for the rest of the day. As she spoke, Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape entered the hospital wing, having been alerted by their students. Professors, Hagrid stated. He attacked me, the evil little snake, Weasel shouted, pointing at Harry. Harry, having many years of practice getting yelled at by Vernon, simply stood there like nothing happened. Severus sneered at the red-faced boy and bit out, 10 points from Slytherin for insulting a fellow student, in front of 3 professors no less. Ron looked like he was going to argue, but McGonagall shut the boy up fast. Enough, Mr. Weasley. Hadrian, would you care to explain your actions? She asked, politely shocking Weasley. Professor McGonagall rather respected Hadrian, even though he was a Slytherin, and their seeker at that. She knew transfiguration wasn't the easiest subject for him, yet he managed to study hard and pass the class with an outstanding last year, despite ending up in the hospital wing. Harry looked towards Severus, who nodded and started. Professor Hagrid had a brilliant class today on hippogriffs. He brought several into class and instructed us all on how to approach them with respect and to not insult them. Everyone in the class was doing well under Professor Hagrid's supervision when Weasley insulted the hippogriff his group was working with. The hippogriff reared back and was about to strike out with its talons, so I pulled my wand and cast a banishing charm at Weasley. I knew the hippogriff would probably be put down for attacking a student, even though said student was told not to insult them, and did so anyways. I thought the charm would be worth it. Harry explained in a calm, smooth tone that reminded Professor McGonagall of James Potter, one of her former favorites. Well, Mr. Potter, I think you can go now. Professor McGonagall spoke, looking to Professor Snape, who nodded in agreement. Harry nodded his goodbye to the professors and smirked at Weasley with his back to the other professors. As he was walking out, he heard. Oh, and 10 points to Slytherin for quick thinking, Severus spoke. Then McGonagall spoke. Mr. Weasley, I think a detention for insubordination and insulting a fellow student is in order. It was Monday morning, and Harry and Blaise had a free period as the others had their first Ancient Runes class. They were in the Slytherin common room reviewing their notes from charms at the end of last year. Blaise put his notes away and looked towards Harry to find his friend studying a book, Curses and Counter-Curses. What are you planning for your date with Daphne? Blaise asked. Harry set his book aside. Well, I talked to both Sirius and Amelia about Hogsmeade and decided to do a whole day thing. I'm going to take her to the Raven's Nest. Sirius told me about it. It's a small cafe that most students don't visit in favor of the 3 Broomsticks or Madame Puddifoot's. I was thinking about Madame Puddifoot's until Sirius described it to me, and I think Daphne would kick my acres if I took her there, Harry said with a grin. Blaise laughed at that. Amelia agreed. She said it was like a coffee shop-type place, run by a Muggle-born. After that, I figured we just go around Hogsmeade to the places she wanted to visit, then probably meet up with you guys at the 3 Broomsticks. Blaise nodded. Instead of meeting up with us, take her to Ambrosia. It's an upscale restaurant my mum told me about. You'll have to make reservations. Not meeting with us just makes it a little more special. Harry looked thoughtful and then nodded. How do I reserve things in the magical world? And I'll have wait until they announce the date for Hogsmeade. You can just send Hedwig with a letter or flew the restaurant. Come when we need to get to charms, Blaise answered, gathering his stuff. Harry stood with his bag. Who do we have charms with? The Ravens. Harry and Blaise met up at the charms classroom with Daphne, Tracy, and Hermione. Hermione's hair was surprisingly tame, something Blaise thought was amazing, and was about to say something incredibly stupid, but well-intentioned when Harry elbowed him in the stomach. Daphne had told Harry when he got back from Quidditch tryouts that Hermione asked if Daphne would help brew some potions to tame her hair. The girls walked into the classroom, followed by Blaise and Harry. What was that for? I wasn't going to say anything bad, Blaise whispered to Harry. Made unless it's I like your hair, every one of them will kill us, Harry said with a laugh. Charms class passed with Flitwick outlining some of the charms they would be working on for the year, followed by a lecture on the Confundus charm. The group made their way down to lunch after charms. "So who made the team?" Daphne asked. As they were gathered at Slytherin table for lunch joined by Neville and Hermione, Susan was at Hufflepuff with Hannah and the other third-year puffs. "It's between Millicent, Jess Urquhart, and Chad Warrington. Chad's got the most power out of all them and is decent on the broom, and the Nimbus 2000, one will make up for any problems. Jess and Millicent have about the same power, but Jess is more consistent on his broom. Flint still needs to decide, though." "What's to decide sounds like it should be Warrington and Urquhart," Blaze asked. "Warrington has a problem with me being a half-blood, and he showed it. Flint's worried he might not do his job on the pitch if, say, I'm up against Cedric or Chang," Harry said with a frown. "Oh, he is a bit of an arse in the common room, now we know why," Tracy answered. "Yep," Harry said, popping the pea, not worried about it. He could handle himself on the Quidditch pitch, and Flint wouldn't tolerate someone on the team purposely not doing their job. "We'll find out tonight at practice." Harry walked down to the pitch an hour early with Daphne. Harry went into the boys' locker room and changed into his practice clothes. For him, that consisted of Nike shorts and t-shirt with Under Armour he found in silver and green over the summer, and Nike tennis shoes. He threw his pads in a bag and moved out to the pitch where Daphne was waiting. She had changed into jeans and wore a Slytherin green hoodie. "You ready for this?" Harry said, walking over to Daphne. Daphne smiled. "I missed flying with just you this summer." Harry mounted his broom, then Daphne sat behind him and wrapped her arms around him. "It was rather crazy this summer," Harry said as he kicked off and shot into the air. Harry began slowly circling the pitch before speeding up and taking off higher into the air in a steep climb. Daphne tightened her hold on Harry as he kept climbing. Harry banked left and started flying figure-8 patterns in the air. Harry then all at once dipped down into a dive. Harry showed no signs of slowing as the ground came closer and closer. With about 10 feet until they plowed into the ground, Daphne shrieked, "Harry!" Harry's response was to let out a deep laugh before pulling up with 5 feet left and shooting straight back up into the air. Daphne thumped Harry on his chest. That was not funny. But she was smiling anyway. She loved when Harry was carefree and laughing. He was more often than not serious or just smiling to appease someone. Harry slowed after a while and made lazy circles around the pitch, once more enjoying the view and having Daphne's arms around him. He found that he still wasn't quite used to people touching him, but with Daphne, it felt normal and he never flinched from her. "Potter, let's go," Flint yelled up to him. Harry signaled that he heard him and took Daphne over to the stands. She wanted to watch tonight. Harry suspected that she wanted to be on hand to curse the fifth-year Warrington if needed. And indeed, Warrington was there along with the other fifth-year Jess Urquhart. Harry greeted Urquhart and simply gave a nod to Warrington. Practice for the night was focused on getting Urquhart and Warrington together. Solo, they did rather well. It was setting up plays that they needed work. Flint was relentless, and by the end of the 2-hour practice they had improved, but Harry could tell there were going to be some tough practices before the first game. Thursday came and Harry was excited. They had double potions and their first Dada lesson of the year. The older years had nothing but praise for the excellent but shabby defense professor. The Slytherins were waiting outside the potions classroom when the Gryffindors swaggered up, glaring at Harry. Well, except Neville, who laughed at his fellow Gryffindors. Neville walked up to Harry and his friends. "Weasel has convinced them you tried to kill him and have brainwashed the teachers." Harry snorted, as did the other Slytherins near him. Theo thought it particularly funny and almost dropped his books he was holding. "Weasel, if a Slytherin tried to kill you, you'd be dead, especially if it was Hadrian," Theo barked out in a manner reminiscent of Sirius. Some of the Gryffindors looked a bit panicked at that statement, while Ron turned cherry red and was about to say something when Severus came down the hall, robes billowing behind him. "Well, what are you waiting for? The door is open," Professor Snape commented sarcastically as he passed the students. The Slytherins waited for the Gryffindors to storm through the door before they entered calmly. This year, Harry was going to pair with Neville instead of Daphne, and Daphne would pair with Blaze, in hopes that neither Neville nor Blaze would blow up a cauldron. Tracy paired up with Millicent, who seemed to be less inclined to listen to Pansy this year. Severus began the double class with a lecture on shrinking solutions. Severus began in his silky tone, but as always there seemed to be a threatening undertone. Most students failed to realize one of the reasons Severus was so critical was because of the number of accidents, even deaths, that could be caused by a potion's mishap. Shrinking solutions, if brewed properly, are able to shrink objects to original sizes, smaller, of even decrease the aging process on animals, not humans. Severus said with a sneer towards the students who were either not listening or not taking notes. He had visions of destroyed potion labs. "We'll demonstrate a correct potion on Neville's toad, Trevor, at the end of the lesson," Severus said with a smirk towards Neville. Neville gulped and Harry chuckled. The class started on their shrinking solutions. Harry sent Neville to get their supplies, while Harry started his cauldron. "All right, Nev," Harry started when he got back to their table. "First we'll start your cauldron. Now take some calming breaths. If you're restless when you start the burner with your wand, it can cause the flames to be too high or too low." Harry set out the ingredients while Neville relaxed and started his burner. "Good," Harry said, checking the temp with his own wand. "All right, this should be the easy part for you, Nev, chopping the daisy roots. Now make sure you chop them evenly, that's a key part. The way you treat the ingredients in potions tends to either make or break the potion in some cases." Harry was completing his potion as he was quietly helping Neville through his own. "Wait!" Harry called out, seeing Neville ready to add the rat spleen. Harry pointed to the textbook he had open. It read, "Wait 2 minutes before adding 1 rat spleen." Harry had added the line under 1 over the summer. As they waited, Hadrian explained, "Adding more than 1 or adding it before the daisy root dissolves can make it poisonous. Rat spleen can only be used in moderation in any potion, unless of course you want to make a poison," Harry said with a smirk that made Neville shake his head at his friend. They added the rat spleen and used the correct amount of stirs for the potion. "Okay, now I hate this part. What in Merlin's balls dose a dash equal?" Neville spoke, shooting an annoyed glare at the offending direction in the potions book. Harry laughed. "All right, I learned this cooking for my relatives." Harry took the bottle of leech juice and put his thumb halfway over the top of it. "Just put your thumb over the opening so it blocks about half of it and give it a shake over the potion." Harry did so. "That usually equals a dash." Neville did so, and to his and Trevor's relief, the potion turned the bright acid green required. Neville sighed and Professor Snape called time with 5 minutes left before the bell would ring. Severus walked over to Neville and Harry's station and took a look at the 2 potions. Severus took out a dish of water and placed Trevor in it. "Now, if brewed correctly, Trevor should become a tadpole. If not, well, Trevor will need replacing." Neville was standing by a bit unsure, but Harry was confident, and the other Gryffindors and Pansy, Crabble and Goyle were snickering, knowing Longbottom's abysmal potion skills. Severus took a dropper out, and the class collectively held their breath as they waited. Severus dropped about 4 drops onto Trevor. Trevor shrunk down to a tadpole in a matter of seconds. Neville smiled and Harry clapped him on the back. Severus nodded and took out the antidote and poured it on the tadpole, reverting the tadpole back to Trevor. "Potions bottled and on my desk. Class dismissed. Hadrian, Mr. Longbottom, stay for a moment." The class bottled up their potions, and Neville and Hadrian waited behind and moved to take their potions to Severus's desk. "I would like for Hadrian to continue being your partner in potions, Neville." Harry and Neville nodded their consent. "Neville, I chose you today to demonstrate because I believe you have enough talent to perform at least and exceeds expectations level. You just need proper motivation, and Hadrian will now be there if you lapse in the directions." Neville nodded his understanding with surprise showing on his face. 5 points to Gryffindor and Slytherin. Now I believe you have lunch to attend." "So what did Professor Snape want?" Daphne asked as Harry and Neville sat down at the Slytherin table for lunch. "He wants me to stay as Neville's potions partner. He gave us 5 points each," Harry said. "How was the defense class?" Harry asked Hermione and Susan. "It was great. We're not allowed to tell you, though, and Professor Lupin would like it to be a surprise," Susan answered. "Yes, and Professor Lupin really knows the subject, unlike the last 2 professors," Hermione said while the others looked at her and shook. She insulted not 1 but 2 teachers. Hermione just rolled her eyes at her friends who laughed. "Did you find out anything about his scars?" Draco asked from the other side of Harry, Daphne, and Susan. "Real subtle there, Draco," Daphne snorted. Draco just shrugged. Nope, he didn't mention them. The rumor going around is that he used to be an Auror or an unspeakable, but I doubt it, and if he was, we wouldn't find out anyways, Hermione said. Why not? Neville asked at the same time Harry asked. What's an unspeakable? Daphne answered both questions. His robes, both Aurors and unspeakables, make more than enough money. An unspeakable works in the Department of Ministries. No one really knows exactly what they do. However, we do know it's dangerous and experimental most of the time. Harry just nodded and went back to eating thinking on unspeakables. Hey guys, we need to get to defense, Tracy said. The Slytherins and Neville said their goodbyes to Susan and Hermione and left for the defense room. When they arrived, the door was open, and thankfully, the room was devoid of all things Gilderoy Lockhart. Instead, there were images of the Mosters that frequent the wizarding world. There were also pictures of curses with their wand movements explained and being performed. Harry and the others liked the changes to the room for this year. The Gryffindors came in rather noisily and sat down. The Slytherins pulled out their parchments, quills, and books. Professor Lupin came into the classroom with his shabby briefcase and set it down on the desk. Hello, welcome to your first defense lesson of the year. You may put your books away, you won't need them for this class, only your wands. He waited for the class to put their things away and then began speaking again. Now if you all will follow me. Professor Lupin led them down the corridor and turned a corner where they saw Peeves hanging upside down chewing gum into a keyhole. When Peeves saw Professor Lupin, he broke off what he was doing and cackled with glee. Loony, loopy, Lupin. Loony, loopy, Lupin. Peeves sang, cackling the whole time. Peeves, I don't think Mr. Filch will appreciate that. Please remove the wad of gum. Professor Lupin said calmly, while Peeves ignored him and continued to sing and shove gum into the keyhole. Professor Lupin turned to the class with a sigh. This is a rather useful spell to remember. Waddy-wassy. And with that, the wad of gum shot like a missile into Peeves' nose. The poltergeist snorted and took off flying down the hall. The respect for Lupin increased. Lupin continued to lead them down the hallway and into the teacher's lounge, which was emptied for this particular day except for a large wardrobe. The wardrobe was rocking back and forth, rather violently, making booming sounds. Now can anyone tell me what this is? Professor Lupin asked. That's a boggart, Dean Thomas spoke up from the back. Correct, 5 points for Gryffindor. Now I ask the other professors to leave this one be for a lesson. Who can tell me about boggarts? Ah, Miss Greengrass. Boggarts are shape-shifters and classed as a dark creature since they feed off a person's fear. 5 points to Slytherin. Boggarts prefer to live in dark, confined spaces. Now who can tell me why they can be difficult to get rid of? Mr. Knott. They take the shape of the thing a person fears the most. Another 5 points to Slytherin. Now today, I'm going to teach you how to defeat one. We already have an advantage over it today. Harry, have you spotted it? Harry was rocking back on his feet and talking to Daphne when he was called on. He didn't particularly like where this lesson was going. It's Hadrian, and because there are so many of us, it will be confused. Good. Professor Lupin was taken aback by Harry's abrupt tone. Now what really finishes a boggart is laughter. The charm you use is ridiculous. Professor Lupin made them practice saying the spell. It takes great force of mind to repel a boggart. You have to force the boggart to assume a form that you find funny. Seamus, if you would please. Seamus came forward. Now line up behind him, and remember, force it to assume something funny. Professor Lupin opened the wardrobe, and out came a hideous-looking woman with bluish skin and long, gangly white hair. She opened her mouth and was about to let out a shriek, when Professor Lupin said, "Wand, Seamus." Ridiculous, a clown appeared. Good, next, Professor Lupin said. Ron Weasley step up next, and the clown turned into a giant spider. Weasley cringed. Ridiculous. Roller skates appeared on the spider legs. The spider tried to find purchased on the floor, but his legs kept rolling out from under him. Parvati stepped forward, and a giant king cobra appeared. The Slytherins smirked. Ridiculous. The cobra turned into a rubber hose. Thea stepped up the first of the Slytherins, and the boggart turned into a man in Death Eater garb. The man sneered out underneath a silver mask with a large snake on the left side of it. Theo froze before Harry, who was behind him, whispered, Do it prove him wrong. Ridiculous! The Death Eater turned into a man in a giant pink bunny suit and started dancing. Theo stepped back and Harry stepped forward. The bunny spun and turned around a long black-cloaked creature that darkened and froze. The room appeared. Lupin jumped in front of Harry and a silvery orb. Ridiculous! A white balloon deflated, making farting noises, and the balloon was directed into the wardrobe. All right, that's enough for today. Class dismissed. Severus, who had entered as Theo was stepping up, glared at Lupin with fury. As the Slytherins left, they heard Severus berating Lupin about making students air their fears in front of other students, not to mention some people actually have real fears. The Slytherins smiled at their head of house's concern. Chapter 15. A Hogsmeade First Date. Harry woke up earlier than usual as today was his first date with Daphne and their first Hogsmeade visit. Harry got dressed in a pair of dark jeans and an emerald green dress shirt with a black tie. Harry tied his hair back and took out his dad's cloak. He wrapped himself in it and made his way to the common room. No one was up yet, so Harry continued to the girls' dorms and covered the sensors like Sirius had told him about, and made his way to Daphne and Tracy's dorm using the new map Sirius gave him over the summer. Once he was inside their dorms, Harry went to Daphne's bed and left a note on her bedside table. He concentrated and thought. Lilidius, a beautiful fire lily, appeared out of Harry's wand. Harry set the lily on the table with his note and quietly left the room. Daphne woke not 5 minutes later to Harry's scent still in the air. She breathed deeply and smiled to herself. She sat up and caught sight of the fire lily and the note. She picked up the lily and smelled it, smiling, and then read the letter from Harry. Daphne, a beautiful flower for my beautiful girl. Love, your Hadrian. Daphne was smiling goofily at the short but sweet note from Harry when she was hit by an incoming pillow. You two aren't going to be so sickening all the time, right? Tracy teased. Daphne's grin faded into an evil smirk as she took a pillow and dive-bombed Tracy. You almost ruined my flower, Daphne said as she hit Tracy with the pillow, laughing. And it wouldn't be so sickening if you had your own man. I've seen you eyeing Anthony Goldstein, she teased her friend. Tracy gasped, pretending to be mortally wounded, and then picked up another pillow and whacked Daphne in the head with her own pillow. Now you're dead. The girls ended up covered in feathers at the end of their impromptu pillow fight that lasted about 5 minutes. What should I wear? Daphne asked Tracy. Well, a little birdie told me you may be going to Ambrosia, Tracy replied. Daphne nodded and moved over to her closet and looked over her clothes. She settled on a black skirt that ended above her knees with a long black shirt and a shorter blue wrap-around sweater on top. She added a pair dark blue ballet flats to match and had Tracy help her style her hair. She wore it up with a few strands framing her face. She put on a necklace her parents gave her for her birthday this year. It was a silver chain with a sapphire pendant. She was about to exit the room when she looked over at Tracy, who was wearing jeans and a hoodie, laughing on her bed. What? Daphne whined to her friend, who kept laughing. Tracy, damn it, this is important. Tracy continued laughing, stood up from the bed, and walked over to her friend, who was pouting. Tracy delicately plucked a remaining feather from her friend's hair. I should have let you leave with that, Tracy said, laughing, and walking out the door, followed by an embarrassed Daphne. Shut up, Daphne said petulantly. Tracy kept laughing as they walked down into the common room where Blaze and Harry were waiting. Wow, Daph, you look beautiful, Harry managed to get out as he stared at Daphne. Daphne looked down and said, You don't look too bad yourself. All right, lovebirds, we still have to go to breakfast before you two can go on your date, Blaze said with a smirk, snapping Harry and Daphne out of the trances they seemed to be in. Harry took Daphne's hand and they left for the Great Hall. So where do you want to go first? Harry asked. He and Daphne had separated from the others on the way into Hogsmeade. Let's go to the Shrieking Shack first. I've wanted to see it since my parents told me about it, Daphne said, pulling Harry forward and turning back to look at Harry with a smile on her face. Come on, let's get closer, Daphne said as she moved Harry forward towards the dilapidated old house that was supposedly the most haunted place in Scotland. Daphne apparently wanted to get very close. She used an Alohomora on the fence and pulled Harry forward into the house. The door creaked open, rather eerily reminding Harry of the horror movies they watched over break. Daphne remembered those movies, too, as her hair started to stand on end. Or maybe it was the overall atmosphere of the creepy house. Everywhere she looked there were what looked like claw marks and slashes. She moved throughout the house, assuming Harry was behind her, only to turn around and find him gone. Harry. Harry, she called again, louder. The only reply was a snapping sound heard behind her. She spun around, but nothing was there. She couldn't sense anything either. Harry, she called, her voice unsteady. H. Daphne screamed as something came up behind her and blew across her neck. Harry let out a deep laugh, and Daphne reached out and pulled the cloak from her laughing betrothed. You arse, Daphne said, and punched Harry in the shoulder. Harry laughed and pulled Daphne into a hug. So you want to know the real reason for the Shrieking Shack being the most haunted place in Scotland? Harry teased as he held Daphne in a hug. What prats like you scaring their girlfriends? Daphne teased. Well, possibly, Harry said, teasing back. But it's actually because of all the racket my dad, Sirius, and Lupin made while he transformed, Harry said, holding Daphne close to him, still keeping his teasing tone. So does Lupin still transform in this godforsaken building? Daphne spoke, her tone turning weary as she eyed the rundown building. Dummels wouldn't allow Lupin to transform in a place that wouldn't hold him. Even he's not that insane. And remember, Severus only got close enough because he was set up. Harry's tone had changed from teasing to comforting at Daphne's worry. Come on, we can hit Dervish and Banges before lunch. Harry led Daphne out of the house and back into Hogsmeade proper. Daphne and Harry walked down one of the side streets and into the main street where Dervish and Banges was located. Harry and Daphne entered Dervish and Banges, talking quietly about the school year so far. Did you write Sirius about Professor Lupin? Daphne asked as she looked with Harry over the items in the store. There were other Hogwarts students milling about. To Daphne kept her voice low. Yes, I wrote to him and Amelia the first night. I suspect Amelia is calming Sirius before she'll let him come. He was rather upset at Lupin, seemingly abandoning me to the Dursleys. Daphne's fist clenched at the mention of his relatives. Harry, look at this, Daphne said, motioning to a Muggle CD player that somehow ended up in Dervish and Banges. You could use your mum's spell on it, and we could listen to some actually decent music. Harry nodded and agreed with her. He picked up the CD player and moved it to the counter. Daphne was looking around the store while a jewelry case at the counter caught Harry's eye. In it was a pair of necklaces with wolf pendants. The wolf had 2 clear gemstones for eyes. Ah, good taste, young man. A clerk appeared behind the counter where the jewelry case was. He brought the jewelry stand the wolves were sitting on out and laid it on the counter. These are warning pendants. You key them to each other by blood. When one wearer is in danger or great need of the other, it heats up. I'll take them and the radio, sir, Harry replied as Daphne came to stand next to him. How do they work? The clerk conjured a small pin. Prick your finger and let your blood drip on the right eye of each. Harry took the pin and did so. The blood soaked into the gemstone and swirled around the inside of the gem. The blood turned from its red color to the green color of his magic. Now she does the same on each left eye. Daphne repeated the process, and the left gemstone turned to the blue color of her magic. The eyes of the wolves were rather hypnotic as the colors continued to swirl. Harry put Daphne's necklace on, and she put his on, and they each cast an unbreakable charm on the necklaces. The necklace warms when I'm or you're in danger, Harry explained. Daphne nodded, and they left the shop after paying a total of 5 galleons for both the radio, which cost next to nothing, and the necklaces. You ready for lunch? Harry asked. Yeah, where are we going? Daphne asked, hoping it wasn't Madame Puddifoot's. There's a little cafe of High Street that Sirius told me about, Harry said, leading Daphne to the cafe. The cafe resembled a bookstore cafe Harry's aunt had visited once when they were forced to bring him along to London once. Harry and Daphne took a booth that was nestled in a corner of the shop. They ordered some sandwiches, and to Harry's joy they had Coca-Cola on the menu. Daphne tried it and declared it better than butter beer. They ate in a comfortable silence. We'll have to come back here and bring the others, Daphne said as they left the cafe. How about Zonkos next? I could use a restock on dung bombs. Didn't you have 10 at the start of the year? Harry asked in shock. He hadn't noticed any dung bomb attacks recently. Well, let's put it this way, Daphne smirked. Pansy is learning the hard way not to insult you in front of me. Harry threw his head back and laughed. Daphne walked into Zonko's with a wide smile on her face at seeing Harry enjoy himself. They went straight to the dung bombs, and Daphne picked up a box set that had 10 more in it, and Harry picked up a bag with 3 in them. Though he picked up a box with 10 stink pellets, he preferred them as they didn't leave your hands dirty. You could also slip them in people's pockets, something he planned on doing. He bought some cans of Silly Sting, the magical variety that acted as paint, so it lasted even after the string was taken care of. The paint from it also lasted for a day. He bought some in blue and bronze. He bought a bundle of fake wands, fake snakes that moved and hissed like real ones. The charm on the snakes lasted 5 minutes, and then the snake would explode, leaving confetti and more paint. You are planning on including me for whatever you're planning, right? Daphne asked, eyeing all of the products Harry was buying. Yeah, and the others, don't worry, Blaze should have gotten the rest. Do you want anything else? Harry asked. Nope, I'm good, Daphne replied, and they went over to the counter to check out. They paid a total of 10 galleons with Harry purchasing Daphne's dung bombs. The clerk went to bag the items, but Harry stopped him and pulled out a small bottomless bag and tossed the stuff in, smirking when the clerk laughed, having guessed his plan for getting past Filch. Honeydukes? Harry asked. They had spent about an hour in Zonko's, and it was now 4. Harry had reservations for them at 5:30. Sure, are you paying for me there too? Daphne asked a bit snarkily. She could pay for her stuff on her own. Harry, guessing her mood, turned and wrapped her in a hug. I know you can buy your own, but this is a date, and since I did the asking, I do the paying. Next time, if you want, you can pay, but really, I just like buying you stuff. Harry pulled back after telling her that and ginned at her that half-crocked way he usually does. Daphne sighed and hugged him back. Sorry, just a bitch moment, as Tracy would say. Harry gave his crooked grin and gave her a quick kiss before letting her pull him to Honeydukes. You ready to pay? 'Cause I'm milking this, I asked. I pay thing. Daphne asked as they arrived at Honeydukes, which amazingly was still packed with students, though mostly older years. Daph, I have more money than I could ever need for 20 lifetimes, especially since I've never been good at being idle. I would buy Honeydukes if you asked me to, Harry said, completely serious. MMHMM, good to know. Daphne flashed him a smirk. Daphne picked up a basket on the way into the store. She started down the first aisleway and picked up 5 chocolate frogs. Harry added 3, a box of assorted chalk balls. She also picked up 2 bars of Honeydukes' finest chocolate, milk chocolate, 2 bars Honeydukes' finest chocolate, almond, 1 bar Honeydukes' finest chocolate, raspberry-filled, and 1 bar of Honeydukes' finest chocolate, strawberry-filled. Harry just smirked and grabbed a couple of the milk chocolate ones, figuring with the Dementors around he could use them. They also bought some pepper imps, licorice wands, and sugar quills in various flavors. When they got to the counter, the lady behind it just stared at them for a minute before ringing them up. Their total came to 10 galleons and 15 sickles. Harry paid for it, added the candy to his bottomless bag, and added a cooling charm to them. It was 5, so Harry took Daphne's hand and started leading her out the store. They arrived at Ambrosia off High Street, and Daphne gave a small squeal of excitement. Harry smiled at Daphne and led her into the fancy restaurant. The restaurant was tastefully decorated, which rather surprised Harry from his experience in the wizarding world. Harry and Daphne enjoyed a rather succulent meal. Is Ancient Runes living up to your expectations? Harry asked over dinner. It's great. Professor Babbling really knows her runes. She's also keeps it interesting rather than just memorizing symbols. She's having us write a paragraph of what we today in Latin runes. I wish Vector would make class more interesting, but let's face it, numbers aren't interesting. Harry had almost fallen asleep in a few of his arithmancy classes, but luckily Hermione behind him would kick his chair, keeping him awake. With all the introductory information and lessons in the class, hardly anything they did was really interesting, just necessary. Do you think it was the Weasley twins that super-glued Filch's office shut? Daphne asked with a laugh. The week before, Filch had arrived at his office door, only to find it wouldn't open. The teachers had tried every unlocking spell they could think of, but the door wouldn't budge. Finally, Professor Burbage studied the door and found glue. She melted it, and Filch could finally get in his office, but it was dinner time and pointless. Nah, I think it was a muggle-born. He gave that fourth-year Ravenclaw, Danny Santo, a detention for muddy shoes. Hermione said Danny's pretty good with pranks in the Ravenclaw common room. It was definitely good. No one thought it was anything but magic. I don't know if the twins even know what super glue is. Their dad's obsessed with muggle things, Daphne pointed out. True, but usually they take credit for their pranks. Would you care for dessert? Their waiter asked, coming up to their table. How about strawberry cheesecake? Daphne said, looking towards Harry, who nodded. The waiter smiled and left to get their order. Daph, since we've had 2 summers now of muggle music, what's your favorite band now? Harry asked, the beautiful girl sitting across from him. Well, let's see, it's definitely not the Weird Sisters anymore. I think it would have to be The Cure. Daphne said, thinking of the band Tonks had introduced them to. What about yours? You didn't have one during first year. The Beastie Boys or AC/DC, I'm not sure which one's my favorite though. Harry said just as the waiter brought over a huge piece of cheesecake with strawberries and syrup on it. Harry and Daphne split the cheesecake. Daphne moaned when she tasted it, causing Harry to wish he had a cold shower. They finished the dessert, and Harry paid, and they left the restaurant. The walk back to Hogwarts was quiet. Most of the students already headed back for the feast. There were a few other stragglers heading back to the castle along the path. Harry had an arm wrapped around Daphne's shoulder, and she was tucked into his side. They were coming up to the castle when Harry turned his head down towards her. Harry started and then stopped again nervously. Did you have a good time? Daphne turned her head up and smiled at Harry. She moved her arms up from his waist to his neck and pulled his head down further and initiated a kiss. Harry moved his head down to hers and met her lips. The kiss gradually deepened into a heated embrace as the two kissed in the shadow of the castle for 15 long seconds. Daphne slowly pulled back, giving Harry's lips another quick kiss as she did so. They stood there still, their foreheads touching, breathing deeply. Harry caught his breath and opened his eyes and smiled at Daphne, his eyes shining with mischief and glee. Is that a yes? Harry teased. Daphne pulled him back in for another long, languid kiss. Yes, Daphne said with a smile when she pulled back. Harry had a rather dazed look on his face. Come on, if we're any later, we're going to be in trouble. She teased and pulled Harry along by his hand as he had a goofy smile on his face. Harry, Daphne, Hermione shouted as she ran up to them. It got the attention of Severus, who sighed in relief, though no one saw except perhaps Minerva. Hermione, what's wrong? Daphne asked, urgently, hearing her friend's tone. Pettigrew tried to break into the Slytherin common room. He was wandering the dungeons, well as a rat. The Weasley twins found him, but he escaped. He cursed one of them pretty badly. George is in the hospital wing. We're all supposed to go to the Great Hall, and I was on my way there. Professor, Harry asked as Severus walked over to them, as McGonagall escorted the other students coming back from Hogsmeade to the Great Hall. You're the last ones. We need to go to the Great Hall, and the students will be locked down there while we search the castle. Although it's rather futile at this point, he has probably fled the castle itself. You will all be safe there, and if anything else happens, I'll inform you later, Severus said, bringing them to the Great Hall where sleeping bags were laid out. They separated from Professor Snape and moved to their friends. Harry stopped by Fred, who was sitting up. Are you okay? How's George? I'm okay, thanks, Hadrian. George is pretty bad. He lost a lot of blood fast, but Professor Snape found us fast and sealed the wound. We went to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey's working on him. Fred said all of this in a shocked tone, not really comprehending seeing his twin fall with 3 gaping wounds across his chest. Harry put a hand on Fred's shoulder. George will be okay. Severus knows what he's doing, and Madame Pomfrey is the best at what she does. She served during the war, you know. George will be fine, and you two lived up to the Gryffindor name, taking on Pettigrew. Be proud of yourself and George. Harry spoke with conviction, looking Fred in the eyes. In that moment, Hadrian reminded McGonagall, who was watching, of his father. Fred sat up straighter and looked infinitely prouder of himself and his brother. Those around who had listened and sat up straighter and took notice of the commanding tone he spoke with. Harry nodded to Fred and the Gryffindor chasers before moving to his friends. He greeted his friends and Astoria, Ginny, and Aoife, who were in the same area despite the different houses. Susan got up and shot into Harry's arms. He hugged his pseudo-sister to him and tried to comfort her. He also pulled Daphne into the hug knowing she would need comfort too, but would not admit to it. Hours later, Harry was up with Fred Weasley, who could not sleep either. They were playing war with cards to pass the time. Harry had even told Fred to call him Harry instead of his formal name. They were talking of different pranks they had pulled, and Harry included some from his dad and Sirius's school days. Fred almost had a coronary when he found out that Sirius and his dad were also known as Padfoot and Prongs. He pulled out the old map Sirius had talked about and showed Harry, intending on giving him it, but Harry stopped him and pulled out the new one and showed him it. "Keep it serious, and my dad would definitely be proud of the way you two continued on their legacy, and you have 2 more years here to use it. Pass it on to someone you trust implicitly, and we'll continue the pranking tradition," Harry said, as Fred tried to give him the map. "How did you get it anyway?" Sirius said. "Filch took it. We figured he burned it." "Nope, it was in his locked cabinet. We nicked it first year," Fred informed him. The doors to the Great Hall opened, and both Harry and Fred and few of the prefects, including Percy and Penelope, the head boy and girl, had their wands out and ready. Professors Snape, Flitwick, Sprout, and McGonagall smiled at their readiness to defend the others. Professors Flitwick and Sprout went to check on their house's students, while McGonagall informed the prefects and head students of the news. Severus made his way to where Fred and Harry were sitting up. "Boys," Severus nodded to them, keeping his voice low so only they could hear. "Pettigrew has already left, as you may have already discerned. He is unlikely to make another attempt considering he does not know where the Slytherin common room is." He turned to Fred. "Your brother is being treated by Madame Pomfrey and should be released sometime by dinner tomorrow, but I can guarantee based on the spell cast that he will not be ready for the match against Slytherin. Therefore it will be rescheduled, and Slytherin will play another house. George, though, will be fine in the long run." Making a show of looking around, he spoke quietly. 25 points to Gryffindor, each for bravery. Fred looked shocked but composed himself quickly. Harry just smirked, knowing Severus was rather fond of the Weasley twins, although he wouldn't admit that even under pain of death. "Now both of you need to get to sleep," Severus said sternly, walking away to check on his Slytherins. Harry and Fred said goodnight before Harry moved over to his friends. Severus was also waiting for him. "Hadrian, your godfather, is presently at the castle and searching the grounds. He was here earlier in the day and was asked to assist in official capacity for the search. He is in his animagus form and may be staying for a while as Padfoot. He wanted me to tell you he'll be around Hagrid's hut if he has to stay." Harry nodded, and they both moved off to go to sleep for the night. "Marcus, the game Friday is no longer against Gryffindor. We're taking Gryffindor's schedule so George can recuperate," Harry said as they sat down for lunch the next day. Classes had been cancelled. Daphne and the others in Ancient's Runes were a bit upset about that, but understood no one really got any sleep last night. Marcus nodded, though he looked a bit upset. "That puts us against Hufflepuff first." Flint was silent for a moment before continuing. "We'll have a meeting tomorrow night before practice, and so be there right after dinner." Harry nodded, and Marcus moved to tell the other players. "I want to visit George. Anyone wants to come with?" Harry asked as they finished lunch. They all stood up with Harry. "Do you think Nips could bring me something?" Daphne asked, but as soon as she said Nips, the house elf popped into existence. "What can Nips do for Miss Daphne?" The little elf bowed. "Hi, Nips, can you go and get me a chocolate frog from my dorm, and—" She looked to Harry if he wanted to add anything. "Bertie Bott's box." Nips bowed and popped out, popping back in seconds later with their items. "Thanks, Nips," Harry spoke. "Do you guys need him to get anything?" "Nope, we made a card earlier," Hermione spoke up. They made their way to the hospital wing. When they walked in, Madame Pomfrey saw them and nodded to them, but also gave them a stern look in warning to behave. They made their way over to George's bed, where Ginny and Fred were both keeping him company. He was laughing, but every so often he would wince afterwards. The group came over and greetings were exchanged. Susan hugged George and cried a bit, thanking him for his help. "Thank you, thank you, thank you." She managed to get out. She didn't want to lose the family she had. While Harry and their group were good, she didn't know if they could take a seasoned Death Eater yet. "Hey, I didn't do much, Lil Bones," George joked. Susan laughed a bit at the small but lame attempt at joking. Harry snorted and George turned to him. "Gimme a break, I lost like 8 pints of blood." That got the others to laugh and lightened the mood in the hospital wing. He lost about 4 pints of blood, according to Madame Pomfrey. They gave George the gifts and the card, which he was rather amused by when he was sprayed with water upon opening the card. George and Fred both laughed at the every flavor beans. They were convinced whoever came up with it was a prankster at one time. "So did you guys find out they're switching your Quidditch schedule and hours? You're getting more time to recover." Harry spoke, then got a wicked grin. "Not that you being back will help your chances at the cup." "Oi," George and Fred both said, George trying to sit up. Ginny forced her brother down and turned and gave Daphne a look. Daphne smiled at her and slapped Harry upside the back of his head and leveled a glare at him. "Oh, what was that for?" Harry complained, and then at her glare and pointed look towards George, he gave a shrug which didn't help his case. Neville chuckled and Blaise just looked at him in sympathy. George laughed at him. "Thank you," Ginny told Daphne. "Anytime. I'll write you lot out, he needs his rest." Madame Pomfrey bustled over to them and kicked them all out, except for Fred and Ginny. As they were leaving, Percy came marching imperiously into the hospital wing, though his expression changed to concern at the still pale complexion of his brother. The group of 7 made their way to the dungeons to meet with Professor Snape. He had sent notes to them this morning. They knocked on his door to have it open, but no Professor Snape, which meant he was in his lab. They sat and lounged around the office lab space of Severus had. They were waiting for about 10 minutes before Severus appeared. "My apologies, I was finishing up a potion. Today you are going to learn 2 spells and a healing a spell. The first is the Ribbon Cutting Curse. The Ribbon Cutter Curse is pink spell that is very deadly. It is used primarily as a wide-range cutting curse, but can be used on a smaller scale depending on the amount of power put into it. This was invented purely for battle. There is only an incantation, Decapitare, and the danger should be self-explanatory." Now, Severus took his wand and drew a line on the floor with his wand. "No one under any circumstances is to cross this line or put even a finger over it. You will do this one at a time. Begin," Severus said, gesturing to the dummies on the other wall. Harry stood first in line. He focused on his magic and concentrated on the effect he wanted. "Decapitare," Harry spoke loud and clear and aimed for the neck. He apparently focused his magic a little too much, considering he not only decapitated all the dummies, but he cut about 2 inches into the wall behind the dummies. "Whoa," Harry whispered, which sounded loud in the now silent room. "Good, but less magic next time. Just a bit less and faster." No one else got any result close to Harry. Neville got the closest, with the dummies resembling nearly headless Nick, but it took him 5 seconds to cast the spell. Harry was up again and cast almost immediately. "Decapitare," Harry said calmly, as if he was talking to a friend. The dummies were once again all decapitated, with only a scratch on the now repaired wall. The process repeated. Tracy was able to make 2 dummies headless, with the 5 others hanging in by a thread. Hermione managed them all, as did Neville and Daphne, although they each took about 5 seconds to cast again, which got a faster from Severus. Susan cast immediately, coming up to the line, and beheaded 4 of 7, and Blaise beheaded 5. They did one more round. Harry managed to behead all the dummies silently. "Very good," Severus replied, smirking. His one-time comrades were going to have their hands full. Neville was next and came up to the line and shouted, "Decapitare!" All the dummies went down. "Good." Tracy, Blaise, and Hermione cast immediately at successfully beheaded 5 of 7 dummies. The last 2 had a rather large gouge across the throat, which would have killed a person. Daphne stepped up last and brought her wand up and spoke calmly, "Decapitare." They were all beheaded. "Good." Severus waved his wand, and the dummies repaired themselves. "This next spell is one I invented, and unfortunately Pettigrew knows, as does other Death Eaters. It requires a downward slash of your wand. The incantation is Sectum Sempra, and anything severed by this curse cannot be undone by magic." The curse can only be healed by a spell of my invention, and scarring can only be prevented by the use of dittany soon after. You have all seen the danger presented by the curse. This something only to be cast at your enemies. Severus gestured for them to go ahead, the line on the ground still present and warning in effect. Hermione and Susan seemed to have the most trouble with the spell. They couldn't bring themselves to use the spell at its strength, as every time they pictured George and the bandages he still wore around his chest. Blaise, Harry, and Neville all managed to cast the spell with devastating results on their dummies, their first try, Harry silently. Tracy and Daphne, by their second try, had the spell down and were practicing on casting it repeatedly. After an hour of practicing, Severus called them to a stop, this time leaving the dummies as is. The healing spell for Sectum Sempra is, Face Sempra. The only other person I have ever taught this to was Madame Pomfrey and Dumbledore. Madame Pomfrey I don't believe has taught it to anyone. Dumbledore I am not sure. If done correctly, not only will the wound cease to bleed, but it will seal itself as well. It will also cause the wound to glow a light blue. You may practice on the dummies and then each other. While obviously there will not be a wound to heal, the glow should appear. Neville, Susan, and Tracy, as always, were able to grasp the healing spell first, and were casting it silently with ease by the time Severus called for them to stop. Harry got the spell on his second try, as did the others, though of them only Harry could cast it silently yet. That's enough for today. Make sure to eat a rather large dinner, it will help your magic recuperate. Neville, Blaise, you have 10 minutes for a break, Severus said before sitting at his desk. The others looked towards Blaise and Neville, who simply said, "Potions help." The others nodded and said their goodbyes. Out in the hallway, Harry spoke to the others. "I'm going to visit Hagrid. Anyone want to come?" Daphne nodded her agreement and took Harry's hand. "I'll come," Hermione answered, wanting to talk to Harry. Susan declined, wanting to hang out with Hannah, and Tracy said she needed to finish her charms essay that was due tomorrow. They parted ways with the two girls, and the trio continued on to Hagrid's. When they were out of the school, and relatively alone, Hermione asked her question. "Harry, how do you manage to cast the spells Professor Snape and the others teach us? I mean, the effects are rather violent, and all the more real seeing the aftermath with George." Harry sighed, and Daphne looked interested in the answer as well. "I'm guessing this has to do with why you couldn't get Severus's spell." Hermione nodded. "Well, for me at first I thought about the Dursleys, and trust me, they deserve to be targets for those spells, but most come second nature to me after the first tries. I know Neville did the same. I asked him." At that, Daphne's face hardened, given she knew exactly what happened to the Longbottom parents. "Now though, especially after seeing George, it's easier for me. The people we'll be fighting against won't hesitate to kill us. I for one won't let that happen." Harry spoke with conviction and brought the hand that was entwined with Daphne's up so he could give her hand a kiss. "I won't let them hurt my friends or anyone else if I can help it." They had almost arrived at Hagrid's hut as Harry said this. Hermione looked thoughtful as they continued the walk. Arriving at Hagrid's, they saw a familiar-looking dog bound over to them. "Padfoot," they all yelled. Hagrid came out to see who it was and waved them all inside. "Ello there, Harry, Daphne, Hermione. Tea while Sirius here talks to you before we get movin'," Hagrid said, as Sirius transformed back since they were in Hagrid's hut. They nodded, and Hagrid poured them some tea. "Thanks, Hagrid," they replied in unison, even Sirius. "So they did assign you?" Harry started the conversation with Sirius. "Yep, pup. Amelia has given me strict orders with this one. I'm keeping watch on the castle and trying to sniff him out as Padfoot, but so far no dice. Also, I'll be following you during Hogsmeade visits, as well as Tonks and Alastair Moody. Moody, I told you about him, remember?" Harry nodded, but Hermione looked a tad confused. "He's an Auror and one of the best," Daphne explained. "Oh, yes, I read about him, but Tonks should be in her second year at the academy, right?" Hermione clarified. "Yes, you're right, but if a cadet shows enough promise, they're sometimes chosen as apprentices by the experienced Aurors. Little Nymphie caught Alastair's eye. He saw right through her stumbling act and took her under as his apprentice. I'm fairly certain he wants to retire soon, but he's putting her through the ringer first. You most likely won't see either him or Nymphie unless Pettigrew is captured." Sirius said with a wicked grin whenever he said nymphy. You know, if she finds out you called her, that she'll kill you, right? Harry asked with grin. Sirius just smirked and shrugged his shoulders. Hadrian, Sirius said, being serious for once, I talked to Remus while you all were at Hogsmeade. I'll refrain from telling you my decision until you make yours. Decision? Harry asked. On whether or not you want him in your life, Sirius said, handing him a vial that Harry now recognized as holding a memory. That's what happened. Severus has a pensive you can use. Harry nodded and took the memory, placing it in his pocket. All right, you're ready, Hagrid asked. Yep, where we going? Harry asked the friendly half-giant. I was hoppin'. You could help me with a hippogriff. Buckbeak injured his wing, Hagrid said, and they all set off for the paddock where they had their first lesson, Padfoot included. The girls sat on the paddock fence watching, with Padfoot sitting near them, watching as Harry and Hagrid bowed to Buckbeak, who accepted them almost immediately. All right, Harry, I'm gonna hold Buckbeak and keep him calm. You need to pull the twig out and bandage his wing. I'll talk you through it. Harry nodded and summoned the supplies to himself. Hagrid got Buckbeak to spread his wing. The twig was only a twig to Hagrid, and Harry internally sighed. Hope I don't killed. That would give Hagrid a shitload of problems, but on the plus side it would be a nightmare for Dummels. Harry, your need cut the stick at one end as close to the wing as you can. Harry nodded and used a defindo to sever the stick on the outside part of the wing. Now you're going to pull it out. Harry nodded and decided to use a lowering charm to get the rest of the stick out. Sorry, Buckbeak, Harry whispered. Descendo. The stick lowered out and Buckbeak bustled around in discomfort. Hagrid calmed Buckbeak, so he stayed still and wouldn't damage the wing anymore. The stick came out slowly, but surely, with little more damage done to Buckbeak's wing. You need to clean it now using the cream I made up, Hagrid said with a nod of his head towards the bucket Harry had summoned earlier. Harry took a brush up and put some of the cream on it and gently dabbed it on the wing and the wound area. Then Harry grabbed the bandages and wrapped the wing. The whole process took about an hour. Nicely done, Harry. Thank you for your help, Hagrid said, giving Harry a ferret to feed Buckbeak. Here you go, Buckbeak, Harry whispered while he gave him the ferret and pet his head. Gotta be more careful where you're flying. Thanks, Hagrid, this was great, Harry said as he walked back over to Daphne and Hermione were sitting. You guys ready to go back? Yep, you did really well with Buckbeak, Harry, Daphne answered as they started up towards the castle. You're really good with animals, Harry, Hermione commented. Animals are trusting even if you treated them horribly. They don't deserve that. The only animals I don't like are bulldogs, Harry said with a shiver. Daphne rubbed his shoulder comfortingly, and Hermione gave him a small, sad smile. Harry showed up outside of Severus' door the next night. Harry knocked, and the door was opened by Severus, who was sitting at his desk. Hadrian, what can I do for you? Severus spoke in his silky tone. I was wondering if I could use your pensive. Sirius gave me the memory of his talk with Professor Lupin and wants me to make my own judgments, Harry explained. Amelia must be making quite the impression on the mutt for him to make a good decision, Severus said, then smirked. Hadrian just grinned back at him, knowing Severus was working hard to be around Sirius. And Amelia had matured Sirius even more than Azkaban had, though Harry doubted whether anyone would be able to get him to stop pranking people. Severus stood from his desk and moved over to his lab door. He opened it and gestured Hadrian forward. Harry followed him into the back room and over to where he was standing. Severus pulled out a stone basin with runes carved into it. I assume you know how to use a pensive, Severus asked. Harry nodded. Good, I'll leave the door open. I'll be at my desk. Harry poured the memory into the pensive when Severus exited the room. The silver wisps floated around the basin. Harry took a deep breath and stuck his head in. Harry appeared in a room he recognized as the Dada office, though it was sparsely decorated. Professor Lupin was sitting at his desk. Sirius entered the room and Lupin's head shot up. He looked surprised, but then composed himself at Sirius's blank look. Sirius, Remus spoke after a long pause. He stood from his desk and moved to give Sirius a hug, but was stopped by Sirius. Remus stopped moving towards Sirius and stumbled to find words. Sirius, I'm sorry, I thought you guilty, but... Sirius held up a hand to stop him. I don't blame you for that. I didn't exactly help myself when I laughed at the Aurors and blamed myself. We didn't exactly keep you in the loop, due to your furry little problem towards the end, which I apologize for, and if you can forgive me for that, I accept yours. After all, I'm sure my family background went into everyone's opinion. Sirius said, and hung his head with shame for not having total belief in his friend. Remus sighed. I don't hold it against you or James. Harry, or is it Hadrian, was in danger from the worst Dark Lord Britain had seen since Morgana Le Fay. I would do anything for him too. Sirius gave a small, sad smile and then frowned. So why didn't you? Remus gave a confused look. He hadn't even heard of you until the Greengrass families told him about the Marauders. That was a month before his first day at Hogwarts. 10 years Moony. Harry went through hell at the Dursleys. I'm pretty damn sure he would take Azkaban over their house anytime. Sirius was packing as he was shouting by the end and running his hands through his longer-than-usual hair. Remus looked down and moved back behind his desk and sat heavily. He pulled out a bottle of Jameson whiskey and 2 glasses. He poured a glass for himself and Sirius, who had finally sat down after calming somewhat, although his hair now looked reminiscent of Don King. Remus downed his glass, as did Sirius. Sirius, I went on a rather large drinking binge after you were arrested. 3 of my best friends had been killed, and the other was arrested for their murder. I wasn't sober for a good 3 weeks, he said, pouring another glass. I even went to the funeral sloshed. When I finally sobered up, courtesy of a homeless man bringing me to task for my behavior, I went to Dumbledore to try and find Harry. I knew you would have been his guardian, so I wanted to find where he went. Dumbledore refused to tell me where he was statting security purposes. No one was going to know where he was. He told me that he was in a safe, friendly environment and would grow up as a normal, happy child. I tried finding him. I knew Lily had a sister and tried that avenue, but I didn't have her marriage name since she didn't contact Lily after the following out. I couldn't find him, I looked, but soon ran out of money to look for him. After that, I hoped he was happy and that I'd get to see him when he came back to the wizarding world. Sirius nodded. And the last 2 years. I mean, I had a wedding and was trying to find you brother. Have you checked the werewolf laws since you've been out of prison? Remus sarcastically asked. It's almost impossible to get a decent job with decent pay. I went into the Muggle world and overseas for a while. I was in Africa for a while. There's a potions master there that would provide the wolfsbane free if I worked for him. The animals there are nice to be around too. I just came back at the end of summer because I was released from my contract with the man. Dumbledore found me almost immediately and offered me the job, so I took it, wanting to get to know Harry. Now will you tell me what happened, Padfoot? Sirius sighed and poured himself another glass of whiskey, and he poured one for Remus even though he had had about 3 to Sirius's 1. You'll need this. Harry grew up with Lily's sister, Petunia Dursley, who did not let the past lay with the dead. Her husband Vernon, and her son, Dudley, despised all things magic, including Harry. They abused him mentally and physically as well as neglected him. He still has scars, Moony. Sirius said, his head hanging and tears in eyes, and I've seen Death Eater victims with less scars. Sirius said, his voice breaking. Sirius's voice grew hard. Dumbledore knew, but we can't prove it. He also stole from Harry. The goblins punished him. Dumbledore also suppressed the Potter will. In it explicitly, Harry was not to go anywhere near the Dursleys. Sirius had tears in his eyes, as did Remus, only his eyes, normally blue, had turned to amber, and his fingernails were growing. Sirius, picking up his head, saw his friend and rushed around the desk to kneel in front of him. Remus, look at me. Harry is fine now and never going back to the Dursleys. They're dead anyways. Remus's fingers went back to normal, and the amber was slowly fading away. Remus fell forward with tears in his eyes. Sirius hugged his friend, his own tears falling. The memory faded away, and Harry found himself in Severus's lab. He bottled the memory and walked out in a daze of thought. Severus motioned him to take a seat in front of him. Harry did, still in thought, and mechanically took the offered tea that, unbeknownst to him, was laced with a calming draught. He drank, and the comforting sensation brought on by the potion-laced tea helped to clear his thoughts. Informative, Severus asked after a few minutes of silence for Hadrian to get his thoughts in order. Very. It's easy to forgive him knowing the story, but at the same time, it's not because of what I went through. Even with the werewolf laws, I would have gladly lived a life on the run. It's also another reason to damn Dumbledore to the bloody depths of hell. Harry said, his voice rising at the end to a yell. Hadrian, calm yourself. Use your alchemy techniques. Severus spoke softly, allowing his voice to help calm Hadrian. Hadrian breathed deeply in and out a few times, calming down. What is different between myself, Sirius, and Remus, which makes it harder for you? Harry thought for a few minutes. You were there for me these past 2 years. Both of you have helped me through what the Dursleys did, and Remus was bound by a contract. Nothing is all that different, so I should give him the same chance. Hadrian came to the conclusion Severus wanted on his own. Good, Hadrian. I would suggest drawing out some of your feelings or talking to Daphne and Aeolus first. But maybe throw the wolf a bone and allow him to call you Harry. Severus answered. Now, since I so graciously allowed you to use my pensive, how about you grade these last few first-year essays, while I start on my second-year essays? Cool, Harry said, excited that his favorite teacher and mentor trusted him enough in the subject to help grade the essays. Harry was pumped for today's match against Hufflepuff. Cedric always made for good seeker competition. Plus, the weather was for crap and pouring rain. It evened out the competition and made you work for it. And without his glasses, dealing with rain was so much easier. He was sitting with his friends minus Susan, who was sporting all Hufflepuff clothes at Hufflepuff tables, but she flashed her socks at him, and they were green and silver. Harry smiled at his sister. Hermione was staying behind for the game, not really wanting to go out and get soaking wet, although she was wearing Slytherin colors. She and Neville were going to work on a charms essay Neville was struggling with. Blaise, Tracy, and Daphne were going to the game and had the wizarding equivalent of ponchos on. They had warming charms and stay dry charms on the inside of them. Did you get to talk to Professor Lupin yet? Daphne asked. No, he wasn't in his office this morning, so Monday, Harry answered as he was standing to go down to the locker rooms. Flint and the others were leaving. Draco was standing by waiting for him. Harry leaned down and gave Daphne a kiss. See you after the match, bye. All right, we get out and play our best. The downpour is going to take away the advantage our Nimbus 2000 ones give us, and we have to be at our best. We play like we do in practice, and we'll wipe the floor with them. Warrington, you better damn well play your best, or you're not going to enjoy Slytherin House anymore. Keep pressure on Diggory, he's their best and only real shot at beating us. Now Slytherin on 3. 1, 2, 3, SLYTHERIN. Flint shouted with the rest of the team, listening, and joining in for the shout of Slytherin. They mounted their brooms and flew out onto the pitch and circled the stands. Harry smiled, seeing Padfoot sitting next to Hagrid. They circled the pitch down to their end and began their warm-ups, ending up being well on their way to soaked by the time Madam Hooch called for the match to start. And the quaffle's up, Lee Jordan announced. Flint narrowly manages to grab it. Flint races down the pitch, Malfoy and Montague at his sides in a hawk's head formation. Flint pulls his arm back, shoots. Wait, it's a fake. Montague receives and fires into the left hoop. 10 points to Slytherin. Harry cheered from his broom and went back to looking for the snitch. Harry was zigzagging around the pitch, his eyes open, looking for the snitch. He could barely see 10 feet out in front of him. He was looking for the glint of gold, made more difficult by the Hufflepuff yellow. The score was Slytherin's 60 to Hufflepuff's 10. The Hufflepuffs were on a break away from a dropped pass. Harry dived straight done into the Hufflepuff chasers and broke up the play, but as he was coming back up, he took a bludger to the shoulder. And Potter is hit by his own teammate. Flint doesn't look happy about that. Damn Warrington, Harry muttered as he flew back above the action and rolled his shoulder. Suddenly he spotted the snitch, as did Cedric opposite the field of him. They both shot up into the air after it. Cedric had the better line and was a foot ahead of Harry. The snitch continued climbing higher into the air. Harry and Cedric followed the straightaway, giving Harry the chance to make the race dead even. Harry and Cedric were going back and forth, edging each other out. Harry leaned as close to his broom as he could, urging it to go faster, and pulled out in front of Cedric. A lightning bolt struck past them. Harry barely saw it, he was so focused on the snitch, but he heard what sounded like, "Damn," come from behind him and felt Cedric pull back. Harry chanced a glance back and could only make out Cedric's shape and an orange flare on the back of the broom. Harry turned his head back to the snitch. It shot right, and then higher again. Harry followed, but noticed his broom start to slow. He looked at the broom and noticed it started to form ice. He noticed at the same time the wind was no longer roaring around him. Harry began to feel a chill run through his body that had nothing to do with the weather. Harry looked around and noticed the black mass beneath him and urged the broom on higher away from the faceless Dementors. Harry took his hand off the broom and fumbled for his wand as his freezing numb fingers struggled to pull the wand out of its holster through the damp sleeve. Harry was starting to hear screaming, and his vision was starting to tunnel. Harry gave up on the wand and decided to try and outrun them back to the pitch. As Harry made the diction, the snitch hesitated before going to shoot off, and Harry grabbed and shoved down his Quidditch robe's collar. Harry's vision was getting worse as he turned downwards and tried to speed away. The screaming had turned into pleas. Please, not Harry, not Harry, not Harry. Harry heard his mum's voice, then Voldemort's. Stand aside, you silly girl. Then the voice changed, and Harry's vision changed from the sky to Daphne laying beaten in the chamber unconscious, and finally Harry's vision blacked completely, and he knew no more, still about 50 feet above the stands. Luckily the Quidditch ground is so soft, and then cushioned. I thought he was dead, a voice sobbed. It's okay, Daph. Madame Pomfrey said he didn't even break any bones. A voice he now recognized as Tracy spoke. At the mention of Daphne, Harry's eyes shot open. He took in the scene around him, spotted Daphne sitting at his bedside holding his hand. Harry shot up and wrapped Daphne in a hug. Holding her tight, the memory flashed before his eyes, the Dementors, his mum, Voldemort, and then Daphne in the chamber. He pulled back after a minute and realized he was in the hospital wing. The Slytherin team minus Warrington was there, covered in mud and soaking wet. Daphne, Tracy, Blaise, and Susan had wet hair, but were otherwise dry. Neville and Hermione were there too. What happened? Harry asked, laying back down. His whole body ached like he had been beaten. You fell off your broom from about 100 feet in the air, Bo said. That's great and all, but I meant the match, Harry said with a grin. It's been called, and rematch is going to take place since no one caught the snitch. In fact, no one can find it, Marcus said with a bit of disappointment. But at Daphne's glare, he added, not that that matters when you fall off your brooms 'cause of Dementors. Harry laughed and stuck his hand in his shirt and brought out the snitch. I caught it before I blacked out, Harry said, sporting a lopsided smile. The Slytherin team gave a cheer. Flint took the snitch. I gotta tell Hooch. With that, the Slytherin team waved goodbye and made their way out of the hospital wing. I would so kick your arse if you weren't in the hospital wing already, Daphne muttered and gave him a kiss. Harry grinned. Dumbledore was really angry. I've never seen him that angry, Susan said. She had had the most experience with Dumbledore due to her aunt's position in the government. Even when going over harsh cases, Susan said with a faraway look in her eyes. He ran onto the field as you fell, with Severus right behind him, and Mad Eye with Tonks and Sirius. They shot off Patroni as the Dementors swarmed, and Dumbledore waved his wand at you, and you slowed before you hit the pitch. Dumbledore rounded on the Dementors. He was furious they had come onto the school grounds. They fled the stadium. Sirius conjured a stretcher and escorted you up here. We all thought you were. Blaise trailed off at the end. Harry nodded and searched for something to say. Did anyone get my broom? All his friends got quiet before Tracy spoke and pulled out a bag. Professor Flitwick tracked it down. It blew into the Whomping Willow. Harry dumped out the bag and just stared at all the pieces of his beloved broom.